Kianwu City Linhai Ling High School Class 3-2 of the senior year. A handsome boy in a floral shirt and shorts wearing flip-flops stood on the podium with his head lowered. The homeroom teacher wore an expression of bitter disappointment, as if hating iron for not becoming steel, his finger prodding the boy's temple. Lin Fan, you only awakened in 5th grade spiritual skill. What right do you have to be late? Lin Fan muttered, it's not like I'm the only one late. Some people don't even bother coming to class. The homeroom teacher heard him and immediately grabbed Lin Fan by the ear. You think you can compare yourself to them? They all have at least grade spiritual skills. In the future, they will make contributions to the nation and become true powerhouses. And you? The homeroom teacher curled his lips in contempt. You're probably destined to guard the toilets for the rest of your life. Lin Fan's mouth twisted into a bitter smile. He figured he must be the most miserable transmigrator in history. 3 years ago, he had crossed into this world where myriad races rampaged and spiritual energy had revived. Humanity awakened spiritual skills to resist the invasion of the other races. Those who awakened 5th grade spiritual skills soared to the heavens in a single leap and were revered by tens of thousands. Awakening in 5th grade skill was exceedingly rare over the span of a millennium. The homeroom teacher was not wrong. He would probably be despised even if he went to clean toilets. He practically had no path forward. Yet at that very moment, a blue light screen appeared before Lin Fan's. Amplification 5th grade doubles the effect of a spiritual skill. Upgrade requirement 100 ordinary black iron crystal cores. Take cover, squat down. 5th grade upon shouting the corresponding command pulls one enemy within a 5-meter radius to the user's front and forces them to clasp their head and squat, unable to use spiritual skills or move, lasting for 1 second. Upgrade requirement 10 ordinary black iron crystal cores. He froze for a moment, then a surge of wild delight rose in his heart. The system had come, late but not absent. Lin Fan kept calling out to the system in his heart, asking about its functions, but received no response. He could only start studying it on his own. This system seemed to be a simple and brutal mechanism for upgrading spiritual skills. Wait, did this mean he still had a way out in the future? As long as he kept upgrading, not to mention 5th grade. Even SS grade spiritual skills might not be entirely out of reach. Moreover, it seemed the system had also granted him a new spiritual skill. His original spiritual skill was amplification, a rather chicken rib ability. Take cover, squat down. The ultimate dorm inspection trick. Lin Fan examined it carefully, and his eyes instantly lit up. A hard control type spiritual skill that sealed both spiritual skills, spiritual power, and movement. One had to know that a spiritualist's very foundation lay in spiritual skills and spiritual power. Once sealed, wouldn't they be like fish laid out on his chopping board? It was just that the upgrade requirement, 110 black iron crystal cores, was worth 330,000. He was dirt poor, he couldn't possibly afford it. At that moment, the classmates below began to stir their jeers thick with ridicule. Hilarious, guarding toilets. If he really goes, I might even reward him with 50 cents and visit his business a few times. Just imagining him guarding toilets makes me want to laugh. Snapping back to his senses, Lin Fan thought guarding toilets actually might not be impossible. 50 cents a visit. Please, he dared to charge 500 a visit. If someone refused to pay, no problem. He could just wait until they were squatting with their pants down, then use take cover, squat down to pull them out. Wouldn't that be the same as defecating in the middle of the street? The more Lin Fan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He immediately turned and walked straight toward the door. The homeroom teacher was stunned, then shouted anxiously, where are you going? Without even looking back, Lin Fan replied, to guard the toilets. The classmates were dumbfounded. Was he really going? A group of them stood up in unison and followed him out. For such entertainment, they naturally had to tag along. Lin Fan dragged a desk all the way to the entrance of the school restroom, set it up, and wrote a sign using the toilet, 500 per visit. The classmates who had followed him stared at this operation, question marks practically floating above their heads. How did he even dare? This was the school restroom, and not only was he was charging 500 a time. Lin Fan, however, plopped down on the chair, crossed one leg over the other, and lounged there waiting to collect fees. He was already plotting further. If he could get on the good side of the cafeteria aunties and slip a bit of laxative into the food, then the business would be guaranteed. 500 a visit. He'd be raking in money until his hands cramped. Who said guarding toilets had no future? Guarding toilets seemed downright wonderful. Lin Fan, are you kidding me? If I were you, I'd hurry and apply for a loan before your newly awakened spiritual skill is synchronized with its grade. The credit limit might be a bit higher then. Yeah, buy some cultivation resources and level up to bronze tier. You might still get a chance to absorb another spiritual skill. A chorus of classmates began mocking him again. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, there was still spiritual energy loan. Spiritualists earn money fast and spend it just as fast. To obtain cultivation resources, it was standard practice to take out a loan to boost one's strength first, then hunt powerful foreign races to pay it back. He immediately downloaded the spiritual energy loan app. Just as he was about to open his mouth, shake his head, and blink according to the prompts, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Why should he take out the loan himself? Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the group of arrogant classmates. They all wanted to help him, didn't they? How could he possibly let such angel investors slip through his fingers? Lin Fan immediately added another line to his sign: free graduation photos, solo and group shots. It was about time these foolish kids had a taste of how powerful a demonic cultivator could be. A cluster of classmates crowded around. They were about to graduate and needed graduation photos. But the same guy who had just tried to charge $500 per toilet visit was now offering them for free. Something was off, very off. From within the crowd, a slick, arrogant, rich, second generation stepped forward and planted his foot on the desk in front of Lin Fan. What do you have to say? The person was beaten for a full minute. Once the spiritual technique wore off, they hurriedly pulled off their hood. In the moonlight, Xie Gang's bruised face was he had awakened dual-grade spiritual skills, and for a time basked in unrivaled glory. Everyone at school rushed to curry favor with him. This was status discrimination based on the grade of one's spiritual skill. Those who awakened grade skills or higher styled themselves as the upper class, while everyone else was merely a lower class to be bullied at will. Lin Fan closed his eyes briefly, then pulled a smile onto his face. He leaned in toward Zheng Zhuangbi. Young Master Zheng carries himself with such elegance. One glance, and anyone can see you're extraordinary. So would you allow me to take a few photos for you? Zheng Zhuangbi, basking in the flattery, was overjoyed. I remember you used to be pretty cocky, always butting heads with me. What now? Do you finally realize how formidable I am? Lin Fan sighed. Of course. Young Master Zheng has awakened mighty spiritual skills. Your future is bright and boundless. Zheng Zhuangbi gave a dismissive sneer. My Zheng clan has accumulated wealth for generations. Even if my spiritual skills weren't powerful, you would still be a lowborn I can trample as I please. Lin Fan clenched his fist, taking several deep breaths before he managed to force out a smile and take out his phone. Come, young Master Zheng, just follow my directions. Seeing the camera, Zheng Zhuangbi instantly began posing, flicking his fringe in an exaggeratedly flamboyant manner. All right, young Master Zheng, look at the camera and follow my commands. Nod up and down, turn your head left and right. Zheng Zhuangbi stiffened for a moment. Why did this feel so familiar? What are you up to, brat? Since when does taking a photo involve so much fuss? Lin Fan, however, looked utterly serious. Young Master Zheng, even for photos, professionalism is important, isn't it? Nodding up and down, turning left and right. That's how we find your best angle. Zheng Zhuangbi eyed Lin Fan suspiciously and fell silent. Staring at the spiritual energy loan app open on his phone, Lin Fan couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Had he been found out? A few seconds later, Zheng Zhuangbi let out a chuckle. Not bad, pretty professional. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitching upward, almost impossible to hold down. Come on, open your mouth a bit. That's to warm up your facial muscles so your expression doesn't look stiff. Blink a few times. Naturally, that adds a touch of playful charm to young Master Zheng's handsomeness. For a moment, the crowd burst into cheers, everyone tripping over themselves to flatter Zheng Zhuangbi. With him taking the lead, the others were intrigued, as well, lining up one after another to have Lin Fan take their photos. It was no joke. Lin Fan was using a Vivo phone, after all, illuminating their beauty. He was soon sweating from the work, getting everyone to open their mouths, blink, and shake their heads, all while entering his own bank card number. After a short bout of frantic activity, he glanced at his bank card and saw 360,000 credited to his account. The corners of his lips were harder to control than an AK. Delight surged through him. This was much faster than guarding toilets. No, he couldn't abandon the toilet guarding plan either. With this startup capital, he could stock up on senna beans as well. Lin Fan's smile nearly reached his ears. Now that the money had arrived, he could upgrade his spiritual skills. The classmates around him shook their heads one after another. Lin Fan's gone stupid, hasn't he? Exactly, getting triggered by awakening and grade spiritual skill. He'll be stuck with an grade skill for life, destined to guard toilets. Lin Fan ignored them, packed up his stall, and left. He was afraid that if he ran any slower, the loan notifications would pop up on his classmates' phones. No, he was going to buy crystal cores to upgrade his spiritual skills, definitely not fleeing in a panic. After nightfall, Lin Fan slipped into a secluded alley. Rounding a street corner, he was met with a blaze of lights and a lively bustle ahead. Black iron elite crystal cores, only 2,000 each, don't miss your chance. Bronze common crystal cores, selling cheap. Spirit tech weapons, silver grade minor flaws, 9,999. It was the black market. All manner of goods were on display, here though 8 out of 10 were fakes. If one kept one's eyes sharp, one might still stumble upon a real bargain. Lin Fan had come precisely because the crystal cores here were cheaper than at official outlets. Officially sold crystal cores cost $3,000 for a common black iron. For his 110 cores needed for an upgrade, that would be $330,000. But in the black market, each was only $2,500. If he bought them here, it would be $275,000. He could save $55,000 that way. Money swindled with my own skill has to be spent sparingly. Circling around without even glancing at the street stalls, Lin Fan walked straight into a proper shop. The crystal cores sold inside the shop were guaranteed genuine, those outside were another story. After a round of bargaining and trade, Lin Fan emerged carrying a large sack of crystal cores. As he swept his gaze around, he immediately noticed several malicious stares fixed on him. He tugged the brim of his cap lower and quickly headed toward the edge of the black market. Behind him, two scrawny monkey-like men exchanged a look and furtively followed. A fat sheep, Zhang Feng licked his lips. That bulging sack must hold over 100 crystal cores. Once we finish this score, the two of us can book Xiao Chui's time for an entire month. Li Hai wore a face full of sorrow. Xiao Chui is so pitiful. A sick mother, a gambling father, a broken home, and yet she's still so strong. The two of them sighed in unison, then quickened their pace. Sensing the presence behind him, Lin Fan's eyes rolled thoughtfully. I've been targeted. I'd better hurry up and absorb these crystal cores. If they really made a move on him later, at worst he would take a beating, but he wouldn't lose a single core. I really am clever. You can beat me up if you want, but if you think you're cheating me out of money, no way. Streams of pure spiritual energy surged from his palms into his body. His Spiritech panel shifted at once. Amplification grade, E triples the effects of Spiritech abilities. Upgrade requirement 1000 common bronze grade crystal cores. Squat with hands on head grade, E upon shouting the corresponding command pulls up to 2 visible enemies within a 10-meter radius to the user's front and forces them to squat with hands on their heads, unable to use Spiritech, unable to move, lasting 2 seconds. Upgrade requirement 100 common bronze grade crystal cores. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Fan's face. This absorption speed was simply insane. After the upgrade, the control duration had increased, and with amplification applied, he now had a full 6 seconds of crowd control. Little brother, wait up. Lin Fan's steps faltered. Trouble. He could clearly sense the aura of bronze-grade spirit users behind him. Zhang Feng rushed forward in a few strides and blocked him before he could leave the black market. Little brother, I have a few bronze-grade crystal cores here. Interested in a trade? As he spoke, Li Hai had already come up, draping an arm over Lin Fan's shoulder and digging his fingers in to keep him from slipping away. At first, Lin Fan had thought they were here to rob him. Big brothers, if you just said you wanted to trade crystal cores instead of tailing me all this way, I wouldn't have gotten the idea you were going to rob me of both money and virtue. Zhang Feng stroked his chin, letting his gaze roam up and down Lin Fan. Fair skin, delicate features, still a student, right? Speaking of robbing you of your virtue. He almost drooled like a man who had been parched for 3 years, suddenly thrown into a brothel. Lin Fan hurriedly clutched his chest and retreated a step in a tactical withdrawal. Damn it. Taking his money was one thing, but going after his virtue was going too far. Brother, I'm a man. I know, brother, you're very. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Li Hai beside him couldn't help but let out a pointed cough. Zhang Feng snapped back to his senses. What on earth had he just been saying? Almost let you lead me astray. We're here to rob you. Ahem, no, we're here to bring you warmth. He pulled out a sack from behind him, inside which 3 or 4 dozen fist-sized crystal cores glimmered faintly under the night sky. Common bronze grade. Market price is 10,000 each. I've got 30 here. If you resell them, you can still turn a profit. Lin Fan glanced at them. From their size and luster, they were indeed bronze grade. If not for the slips of the tongue earlier, he really might have believed the two were here to bring him warmth. He had heard that a kind of counterfeit crystal core circulated in the black market, made entirely of melted glass with a sprinkle of fluorescent powder, deceptively convincing in appearance. Most vendors sold a mix of real and fake. As it happened, the crystal cores in his own hands were already spent. If he could really swap them for a few genuine bronze-grade cores from these two, wouldn't that be delightful? Lin Fan immediately let joy show on his face, seizing Zhang Feng's hand in excitement. Big brother, you're like my very own elder brother. I'll trade with you, say no more. Next time you've got such a good deal, come straight to me. Zhang Feng hadn't expected the matter to go through so easily. His first reaction was suspicion, but on closer inspection, the boy before him had refined brows and clear eyes, a sincere gaze, and a harmless, sunny smile. How could such a person possibly be a swindler? Afraid Zhang Feng would change his mind, Lin Fan thrust his own sack into the man's hands in one go, and in the same motion, snatched Zhang Feng's bag away. Humming inwardly with satisfaction, he turned to leave without a backward glance. Holding that bulging sack, Zhang Feng felt as though he were dreaming. 270,000 worth of crystal cores, and we just traded for them like that. Li Hai was equally exhilarated. My Xiao Chui. All around onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Look at him, he's clearly still a student. Zhang Feng and the others really have no bottom line tricking such a fledgling. Over 100 crystal cores. Wouldn't you trick him if it were you? Of course I would. I'm just calling the grapes sour because I can't eat them myself. Wow, at least you're honest. We spend all day cheating people in the black market. So in our private lives we have to be a bit more honest or my conscience would never sit right.
Otherwise he could unleash 10,000 level 60 wolfmen. But that wouldn't be a trial, the entity governing the rules of the secret realm.
One look and something fell off. Why did this crystal core lack any sheen at all? By rights, every core held spiritual power within and glowed as a matter of course. Even when they faked them, they sprinkled on fluorescent powder for effect. But this kid's crystal cores were like glass marbles. Zhang Feng squeezed lightly. Crack! The core shattered outright. Refusing to believe it, he pulled out another. He pinched, shattered. Another, shattered. Li Hai, noticing something wrong as well, took out a few and looked them over, and his vision went black for a moment. Damn it all. After swindling people in the black market every day, they had actually been played by a fledgling. Their fake crystal cores at least had some fluorescent powder. This kid's cores were obviously fake at a single glance. For heaven's sake, if you're going to forge something, at least put in some effort. Did he not feel a shred of guilt cheating two honest swindlers like this? Feng, we can't swallow this humiliation. Let's go beat him up. Zhang Feng was seething. Charge. The two quickly came to an agreement and immediately set off in the direction Lin Fan had gone. At that very moment, however, Lin Fan came storming back toward them, face full of indignation. 30 cores, 30 full cores, and only one of them is real. Are you even human? To deceive a pure and kind-hearted young man like me, doesn't your heart ache? Lin Fan knew he really ought to run, but he was too angry to let it go. With a single round of absorption, the bag of 30 crystal cores had only reduced his upgrade requirement by 1. Who could possibly swallow that? Lin Fan's roar immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Several men pried open a watermelon with their bare hands and set up small stools to sit down. Zhang Feng was at a loss. How could Lin Fan return on his own before he even went to find him? Lin Fan rushed in front of Zhang Feng and his companion, rolling up his sleeves with an angry expression. Damn it, you tricked me with the crystal cores. You promised me 30, and if even 3 of them were real, I wouldn't have come back to find you. Hurry up and pay me back. Zhang Feng shrank back at Lin Fan's fierce demeanor. Memories of past events flooded back to him. When deceiving others, buyers often came to confront him with the same furious expression. He quickly grabbed Lin Fan. Brother, it's my fault, but you know how the black market works, you have to keep your eyes peeled. The payments must be settled, and coming back to find me like this isn't the proper way to do things. He was familiar with this routine. A few punches and a couple of crystal cores handed over and the matter would be settled. Very few people would actually persist. Lin Fan was unwilling. Just 1 core? You switched me over 100 crystal cores and you think this is— Zhang Feng nodded obsequiously. Yes, it's my brother's fault. Let me compensate you. But before he finished speaking, Zhang Feng quickly realized. Damn it, they were the victims today. The over 100 crystal cores this kid had given them were all worthless, devoid of any spiritual energy. Li Hai patted Zhang Feng. Brother Feng, why are you admitting fault? He was genuinely surprised. How could Brother Feng be so easily led astray? Zhang Feng coughed. It's just my habit to apologize. He turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan still looked furious, clearly indicating that he wouldn't let this matter go without an explanation. What gave this kid the confidence? They were the ones who fell for the trick today. Clearly they saw this kid walk out of the store with the crystal cores. There was no way they were fake, and they didn't verify them, which was why they ended up with a copper-grade core. Shouldn't they be the angry ones? I say, you little brat, are you overstepping? Zhang Feng cracked his knuckles as he stepped forward, joints cracking. You come back here with a pile of junk to trick us, and you act like you're in the right. Where do you get the audacity? Are you in the right, you little brat? You keep shouting. Ulk, my eyes tell me. Lin Fan felt a bit guilty from being called out, and took a few steps back. How about I compensate you with a few crystal cores? Zhang Feng snorted coldly. Now that sounds reasonable. Lin Fan then pulled out a few shiny copper-grade crystal cores from his pocket, sifting through them. From 7 cores, he went down to 6. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan seemed to feel he was at a loss, and returned 2, finally taking out 4 cores to hand to Zhang Feng. Brother, take these easy after this, let's call it even. Zhang Feng's face darkened. You little brat. He had never seen such an infuriating kid. Aren't these crystal cores theirs? Giving them back is considered compensation. Wait a minute, these are still fake cores. Lehigh also had a headache stepping forward a few paces. I can't hold back. I really want to beat him up. Together. Zhang Feng nodded. The two of them unleashed their spiritual energy, creating a gust of wind as they pressed toward Lin Fan, the aura of copper-grade energy evident. Lin Fan swallowed hard. This was serious. Before the awakening of their spiritual techniques, everyone fought in close combat, and he could still take advantage. Once the spiritual techniques awakened, it was all about the strength of the techniques. With his grade, he was simply not strong. Not to mention these were two copper-grade spiritualists. Damn, wait, can we negotiate about this? Lin Fan raised his hands, retreating step by step. Zhang Feng approached menacingly step by step. I'll negotiate with your grandpa. Zhang Feng and Lehigh flanked Lin Fan, directly surrounding him in the center. The powerful spiritual energy from the two continuously pressed down on Lin Fan. Seeing that they were about to take action, Lin Fan had no time to spare, immediately raising his hands toward them. Cover your head and squat down. Zhang Feng looked puzzled. You say squat down, and I'm just going to. Before he could finish, he felt a strange force envelop him, and his figure flashed as he slid right in front of Lin Fan. He hugged his head and squatted down but high in the air, exposing the edges of his underwear. Zhang Feng was stunned. Just as he wanted to get up, he found he couldn't move at all, nor could he sense his spiritual techniques. He turned his head to see Lehigh, who was equally bewildered. Damn, what kind of spiritual technique is this kid? Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. He hadn't even reached the rank of a black iron-grade spiritualist, yet he could directly control two copper-grade spiritualists. Grade can target black iron grade, while a grade can target copper grade. If he were to upgrade his technique to SS grade, even as a black iron grade weakling, could he control a royal grade spiritualist? The future suddenly looked bright. Make money, upgrade to SS grade, and see who dares to say my spiritual technique is useless. Meanwhile, the onlookers were starting to panic. What was going on? These two were just furious, yet suddenly they squatted down, covering their heads. They were in the black market, and were all scammers, who of course that's illegal. Zhang Feng and Lehigh squatting down was like encountering the law enforcement of the spiritual administration. 1 second, 2 seconds. The crowd hurriedly looked around. Why were these two still not getting up? They were getting more and more anxious. They must have seen a powerful figure from the spiritual administration, so they dared not get up and just squatted, covering their heads. A few onlookers quickly kicked away their stools, imitating them by squatting down and covering their heads. Sir, we haven't opened for business today. Yeah, I went to find my past self yesterday. After opening, I really didn't scam today. Seeing this, Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. This technique could control two at once, and how did it turn into a group control with a delay? He looked at the 7 or 8 people around him squatting down, covering their heads. Suddenly a spark of inspiration hit him. Are they afraid of encountering the law enforcement from the spiritual administration? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Zhang Feng and Lehigh were also dumbstruck. They squatted down because of this kid's bizarre spiritual technique, but what were the others doing? At that moment, Lin Fan cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "You all have a lot of nerve scamming in the black market. To be honest, I am from the spiritual administration here to perform a sting operation. I must say," he pointed at the people around him, "you've disappointed me. Just because I look young, you think I'm easy to trick. How many people have been scammed by you on a daily basis?" He raised his hand and patted his chest. "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Wait, is this kid serious? What sting operation? They were well aware that this kid could deceive them much more than they could. He truly was a good actor. Damn, are you all stupid? Have you really been tricked by this kid? Zhang Feng shouted hurriedly. The crowd exchanged glances. This didn't seem like a scam after all. Weren't you the two who squatted down first? Lin Fan secretly thought it was bad if Zhang Feng and the others called them out. He could be in for a beating. Shut up, all of you, cover your heads and squat down. He activated his technique again. Covering 2 people at once with his technique could allow the enhancement to triple that number, pulling 6 at once. Whoosh. A group of people was directly pulled in front of Lin Fan, all neatly squatting down, covering their heads there, but high in the air, exposing their underwear. The entire group was dumbfounded. Group control to cover their heads and squat down. This was simply the natural talent for the spiritual administration's enforcement. How could there even be a fake? A group of people immediately began to beg for mercy. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. We really haven't started today. I usually deceive people, but I'm truly honest in my life. I have 70 to 80 crystal cores in my pocket, but there are really 2 of them, in being quite honest here. Zhang Feng and Li Haixing squatted dejectedly on the ground. Tired, let it all be destroyed. What a bunch of fools, how could they really believe it? At this moment Lin Fan coughed again. Everyone squat properly, hand over the things you've deceived with, and we can let this matter go today, otherwise you'll be taken to the Spirit Management Bureau to squat there. Think carefully, in the bureau those who stab you from behind won't be using knives anymore. Among the crowd a bearded man hurriedly raised his hand. They'll hand it over, my lord, they'll truly give you the real ones, and keep the fake ones for myself, how about that? He was a bearded man with a round face, flustered. Lin Fan shot him a cold glance. Are you saying he'll let you keep the fakes to continue deceiving people? The bearded man desperately shook his head, turning it like a rattled drum. How could that be? Lin Fan took out a small stool from his bag and sat down, opening 2 bags in front of him. Come, line up to hand over real ones on the left, fakes on the right. Upon hearing this, the group obediently formed a line and handed over the crystal cores they had. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, seriously examining each person who walked by. Soon the left bag contained a dozen crystal cores. Even though he was forcing a serious expression, his lips couldn't help but curl up more than an AK. At the very least, there were 6 copper-level ordinary crystal cores, with one worth 10,000, which made a total of 60,000. While collecting the items, Lin Fan didn't forget to continuously apply spirit techniques to Zhang Feng and Li Haixing. If he let the two speak, wouldn't that ruin everything? Soon Lin Fan finished collecting the items and seriously pointed at the crowd. Stop deceiving me. Let's create an orderly, warm black market. Several people quickly nodded in agreement. 2 of them even smiled obsequiously as they escorted Lin Fan out of the black market. The effects of the spirit techniques on Zhang Feng and Li Haixing had long since ended, yet the 2 remained squatting on the ground. They were questioning their lives. Zhang Feng grabbed someone. Say, don't you have the slightest doubt? The person slapped his forehead against Zhang Feng's. What doubt? If we shout, we all just huddle down, and our spirit techniques get sealed. This is how the Spirit Management Bureau enforces their bans. Could it be fake? Zhang Feng began to doubt himself. Did he really fall for entrapment today? Crouching down and hugging one's head was simply the signature phrase of those enforcers from the Spirit Management Bureau. No problem. He raised his head, confused. Is there a possibility that this is that kid's spirit technique? The person he asked was taken aback. It really could be. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up again. He just said he was deceived. How could he be played? Unexpectedly, the person continued. If it's really a spirit technique, then this kid is a born enforcement saint body of the Spirit Management Bureau, no doubt about it. He must be one of them. Listening to these words, Zhang Feng looked towards the entrance of the black market. That Lin Fan seemed to have thrown the fakes directly into the trash and then made a swift exit. In a blur, he could see the radiant smile on that kid's face. It was as if he had made a fortune. The light in his eyes was completely extinguished. Meanwhile, Lin Fan returned home. In the rundown apartment building, he entered a simple two-bedroom, 1 living room unit. Dad, Mom. Lin Fan walked to the coffee table where a piece of paper lay. Xiao Fan, a portal of the myriad races has suddenly opened. Your dad has been summoned to Pioneer, and your mom has joined him in the team to earn some military merit. You better eat well, attend classes properly, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Below this line of text was a completely different, very rough and sloppy handwriting. It was obvious it came from his military father, who was dedicated to suppressing the portal of the myriad races. Son, it's fine if you don't take the college entrance exam. I have connections to let you join the Spirit Energy Army as a reserve, go on a few missions, and accumulate military merit. Then you can directly enter the Spirit Energy Army. A hint of sorrow flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Pioneering again and joining the Spirit Energy Army, it's always like this. He had been 18 years old in his past life, having struck it rich and crossed over, and it had also been a year since then. By calculation, this body is also 18 years old. The ages of the 2 lives are not far apart. In the original owner's memories, their family had lived the same way for over 10 years, relying on military merit in the Spirit Energy Army to survive. His father had been a top soldier for 18 years. When the portal of the myriad races opens, they have to go pioneer. Those portals that have already opened must be cleared of alien races, or else they will harm society. The family was often apart. The original owner had always been bullied before Lin Fan crossed over and took over this body, and the identity of a military family did not protect the original owner even once. The original owner was bullied to death by Zheng Zhuangbi, which allowed Lin Fan to cross over and occupy this body. He beat Zheng Zhuangbi day by day, not only because he couldn't stand him, but also to vent the original owner's grievances. Lin Fan sat in his room looking out at the brightly lit buildings and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. To be honest, he really didn't think the Spirit Energy Army was that great. 1,000 years ago, a magnificent voice suddenly told the blue star human race to participate in the competition of the myriad races. Thus, spiritual energy revived, and the human race could awaken spirit techniques. However, portals of the myriad races kept opening, bringing forth various alien races that slaughtered humans. Perhaps at the beginning, spirit practitioners fought to protect their homeland, but now after 1,000 years, who in the city doesn't have some spirit technique? In those spirit energy capital groups, there are also many high-level spirit practitioners. Why is no one there to suppress, clear, and pioneer the portals of the myriad races? Only the spirit energy army has been doing these things. Lin Fan murmured. How many portals of the myriad races have opened in the 1,000 years? Take Tianwu City for instance. In towns and villages, there are portals of the myriad races at least over 100. Countless alien races. And for Tianwu City to remain so peaceful, isn't it thanks to the Spirit Energy Army's efforts behind the scenes? But how many people remember that someone is carrying a heavy load? In a few days, the school will organize a training session at a black iron level portal of the myriad races, but my spirit technique. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward. His spirit technique's control effect was indeed very strong, but it had no offensive capability at all. What should he do? Forget it, no need to think about it. Tomorrow I'll ask Gongzi what spirit technique he awakened. That kid seems to have gone into a shell. If only his spirit technique is an offensive one, I wouldn't mind making some sacrifices and take him flying. Lin Fan opened the spirit technique panel and absorbed all the crystal cores he had. After a while, Lin Fan, holding a pile of fake crystal cores, fell into deep thought. Damn the black market, even the Spirit Management Bureau wants to deceive. He thought he had collected 8 genuine crystal cores, but unexpectedly 2 of them were fake. His hugging head and squatting spirit technique was still 93 cores away from leveling up. To upgrade, the amplification requires 1,000 cores, which means 10 million. Hugging head and squatting still needs 9,300, and I only have about 8,000 on hand. There's a long way to go. I need to find a way to make money. A few days later, in the Tianwu City Spirit Energy Army camp, a man with sharp eyebrows and an extraordinary demeanor sat at the front. He handed a document to a major beside him who had 2 stripes on his shoulder. This rank was also a big shot in the Spirit Energy Army. However, the man sitting at the front only had a single thin stripe on his shoulder, clearly just a private. Let this kid join the Spirit Energy Army Reserve before the college entrance examination. The major looked at the document, furrowing his brows slightly. Lin Fan, this kid seems a bit mischievous. The major's words left the first man stunned. What's wrong? The major cleared his throat. The Spiritual Management Bureau sent news that this kid is working part-time at the Lingning Loan Company, and on his first day, he helped all his classmates secure loans. Lin A's eyes flashed with pride. Well, this kid is quite impressive. Having such achievements on the first day, he truly deserves to be. His words trailed off. The major continued, however, this kid filled in his own bank card details, and when Lingning Loan sent out repayment notifications, the classmates realized they were burdened with loans. The major paused. Old Lin, is this kid really your offspring? Lin Aowu fell silent. What a remarkable kid, truly a remarkable kid. Should he admit this? Yi Lingfeng went on. Also that night, this kid went to the black market, impersonated a law enforcement officer from the Spiritual Management Bureau, and tricked a group of people into surrendering their crystal nuclei. Lin Aowu raised his hand and smashed the table. What, those in the black market who only know how to scam have the right to complain? To me, this kid's deception is just carrying out justice. If pushed to the limit, I will wipe out the black market. Yi Lingfeng opened his mouth, but hesitated. He certainly understood the complexities of the black market. But with someone above in the black market, what could he do? Usually the spiritual forces military doesn't concern itself with these trivial matters. But the person who took out the loan was Zheng Zhuangbi, a dual-class spiritual talent from the Zheng family, who inexplicably took on a loan of 300, a blatant stain on his life. After all, the Zheng family possesses assets exceeding 3 trillion. When the Zheng family's young master sought a loan, Lingning Loan caught wind of it, and that very night it spread throughout the entire spiritual circle of Tianwu City. Now people were saying that the Zheng family's education is quite good, raising such a talented young master to be poor enough to need a loan for cultivation. The most crucial point is that these 2 matters were suppressed by the principal of Linghai Spiritual High School. Only then did it reach our spiritual forces military, and those behind it wanted our military to step in and take. Of course, you know these events are just peculiarities and not major issues. What I'm worried about is that the spiritual forces military, even the reserves, have privileges. With this kid's temperament, if he's given privileges, who knows what troubles he might stir up. Yi Lingfeng's face was filled with worry. Lin A's silence was deafening. He truly didn't expect this. This year this kid was merely causing small disturbances, and now he was already resorting to scams. Perhaps it was because his spiritual skill level was too low, which hurt his pride. Or perhaps it was due to the lack of companionship and comfort from them as parents. As Lin Awu thought about this, he suddenly felt a deep sense of shame. This kid can only join the spiritual forces military, anywhere else he will be bullied. Only here can I. Yi Lingfeng naturally understood Lin A's intention. This class spiritual skill, if he were to go to another university or enter society, he would surely be beaten up. Only in the spiritual forces military is the skill level disregarded, focusing solely on strength and military merit. Only here can Lin Awu protect his offspring at all costs. As for his matters, let's leave it at that. You help me suppress this directly. Oh, I can't step forward. I can't let others know he's my son, but no matter what he does based on my contributions to Huaxiao, even if he turns this place upside down, I can smooth it out for him. At least for now, he is not invincible. He simply has not put in enough effort. Yi Lingfeng nodded. They'll consider the matter of him joining the spiritual forces military. He clearly knows the crucial point. Without children, Lin Awu was just a love-struck black dragon emperor. Other than fearing his wife and the safety of the country, he could fear nothing. With a child, he suddenly had a weakness. Countless eyes were on Lin Awu, who was suppressing the royal level 10,000 races portal. If someone with intentions coerced Lin Fan into making Lin Awu leave, the royal level portal would open and the royal level alien races would emerge, putting Huaxiao in danger. Yi Lingfeng changed the subject. By the way, speaking of serious matters, I truly want to ask, can you and Shengwan really have a class child? This made him suspicious. After all, spiritual skills do have a certain hereditary nature. The offspring of powerful spiritualists have a higher chance of awakening strong skills. But if there was such a child, his father awakened as SS class, and his mother was also very strong. Their combined powers are currently sky high. Yet the child born would be class. Isn't that nonsense? It's like two dragons giving birth to a small black dog. That's just absurd. Either it's not biological, or there's a genetic mutation. Yi Lingfeng tentatively looked at Lin Awu. I mean, have you ever done a paternity test? Lin A's eyes held no light. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. After this kid awakened, I had my doubts, but he is my son. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, whether his spiritual skills are strong or weak, he is still my son. He just didn't know if this identity was good or bad for Lin Fan. Yi Lingfeng was taken aback. He had asked casually. Shouldn't he have refrained from asking? Isn't this just pouring salt on Lin A's wounds? After all, what parent doesn't love their child? Even if he is a mischievous child, yes, a mischievous child among mischievous children. Is there any wine? Lin Awu suddenly asked. Yi Lingfeng immediately had someone bring out his treasured liquor. Looking at the situation, there seemed to be a story. Lin A's eyes lit up upon seeing the liquor. He opened a bottle and gulped it down in one breath. His face immediately turned red as he stood up, banging on the table. Actually, it was a dark, windy night when I and Shengwan passed a garbage dump. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng's gossip instincts ignited. Something was off. Could it be that Lin Fan was dug out of the garbage dump by the two of them? That night the moon was particularly round. We thought, why not just throw this kid directly into the garbage dump? After all, with a child, where would we have our world together again? Yi Lingfeng was stunned. He was confused. They almost threw away their child. Isn't your world together that important? Just now he said that no matter what, the child is his, but now it seemed like he was revealing his true feelings after drinking. Thinking back to those years we watched the sunset before the Tianju cliff, roasting the meat of the Tianju demon tiger clan, it was so pleasant. In front of the silver flood beach we recklessly chased and frolicked. Having a child, those days are gone forever. Lin Awu drank, a look of nostalgia on his face. Yi Lingfeng's mouth twitched. While talking about children, how did it turn to romantic stories? Wow, so romantic. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, royal level, emperor level. That Tianju demon tiger is an alien race within the royal level portal and starts with royal level strength upon maturity comparable to a human royal level spiritualist. The silver flood is also royal level. Is this showing off muscles or love? But he is my son, the offspring of Lin Awu. Even if he is mischievous, it is because his mother and I have failed to provide him with companionship. Lin A's tone fell. He leaned on the table, burping from the alcohol. It is our fault, but Huaxiao needs our protection. How can we balance this? Old Yi'll say this: I fight for Huaxiao, and you must protect this kid for me. So what if he is class? Build up his level and give him the best training. If he causes trouble, let him cause it. They'll catch him. If it weren't for my limitations, he would have been spoiled to the heavens already. Yi Lingfeng understood that this was Lin A's drunken talk, but also his determination. Fine, just in class. Yi Lingfeng understood that this was Lin A's drunken talk, but also his determination. Fine, just in class. Even if he is truly a spoiled child, what kind of storm can he stir up? The next day, Linghai's spiritual high school principal's office. The rotund, balding principal by phone wore a stern expression. Before him, Lin Fan in flowery shorts and a matching shirt was lounging with his legs crossed. Principal, I feel I did nothing wrong. The school isn't a charity organization and that restroom isn't a public toilet. The charges are quite reasonable. By phone was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Well, that's quite reasonable. So this is your excuse for blocking the toilet and pulling people out by force if they want. People were just trying to use the toilet. Crouching with their heads down, their pants weren't even up yet. By phone took a deep breath. Don't get angry, no one will replace you when you're dead. He patted his chest, refusing to let himself feel wronged. Lin Fan, I know you lent money to Zheng Zhuangbi, and that you've been cheating in the black market, but I've kept it under wraps. But I really want to ask, what do you mean by charging for using the restroom? Lin Fan spread his hands, wearing an expression that seemed to say he was unbothered by the situation. Principal, I need money, and I feel that our school is not a charitable organization. By phone quickly interrupted. Hold on, you little rascal, how about I give you a chance to make some money? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Principal, you've opened your mind. I have a complete business plan. What are we aiming for with this restroom venture? By phone was completely puzzled. What are we aiming for? Is there a possibility that it's just an urgent need? Lin Fan adjusted himself, slapped the table, and stood up. It's definitely about providing a service. Imagine a filthy restroom, one's mood for using it would be terrible. Conversely, if the restroom is clean with sandalwood incense and various levels of private stalls. For just 10 yuan, you can use a silver toilet. 100 yuan gets you a golden toilet, 1,000 yuan for a diamond toilet. And for 1,000 yuan, we can take the head of a royal-level otherworldly creature and use it as a toilet, leaving its mouth open. By phone abruptly leaped across the desk to cover Lin Fan's mouth. This kid was good at everything except for having a mouth. What's the point of talking? To eat the inventory. He couldn't let Lin Fan continue. If he kept going, he would be tempted. This truly is a business opportunity. Is this really about using the restroom? It's about face, about showing off. Don't even mention the heads of royal-level otherworldly creatures. Just think now that he's a golden-level spiritualist. If he could find a diamond-level creature to use as a toilet, wouldn't that also be quite impressive? After all, facing a living diamond-level creature would make him shiver. But when faced with a diamond-level toilet, he could definitely make a comeback. That feeling would be quite exhilarating. Even the discomfort would feel great. By phone coughed and pressed Lin Fan down. You little rascal, how much money can you make charging for toilet use? Lin Fan looked unhappy. Our school has 3,000 students, and each person uses the restroom at least twice a day, right? At 5 yuan a time, that's 3,000 yuan. By phone fell silent. 30,000 a day. That seemed to have a market. No, he mustn't be tempted. By phone slapped Lin Fan on the back of his head. You little rascal, stop thinking about this. Go join the spiritual energy military reserves and enter the gate of all races. A black iron ordinary crystal core is worth 3 merit points, equivalent to 3,000 huaxia coins. Black iron elites are worth 10 merit points, 1,000 huaxia coins. If you go in and come out, won't that be quicker than guarding the restroom? Lin Fan frowned, looking at Bai Feng with a dumbfounded expression. But guarding the restroom is safer. Bai Feng was furious. Safer, my foot. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and smiled with a cunning expression. Then I can't help you. If you operate the spiritual energy loan illegally, you must pay it back. If you can't, you'll end up in a big prison. I've heard that the roommates in there love to give you friendly hugs from behind. By the way, the black market background is also quite powerful. Think for yourself. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he involuntarily thought of the scenes in prison, instantly shivering all over. The only ones who would stab him in the back would be knives. He would rather take the stab. The spiritual energy military reserves have significant privileges. Once you truly join the spiritual energy military, you could walk through with ease. How about that? Bai Feng's voice echoed again, not loud like a demon's tempting whisper. Lin Fan immediately stood up and saluted with a standard military gesture. Go, you're heading to the spiritual energy military reserves. Bai Feng nodded in satisfaction. Go to the black and red gate. I've already arranged it for you. All right. Lin Fan chuckled. I have a brother Gongzi, can you arrange for him too? Bai Feng paused. Are you talking about that kid Xie Gang? His spiritual skill is level, but it's a bit useless, isn't it? Lin Fan couldn't hold back. What? It's level. Why is Gongzi so reclusive? He thought that kid had just awakened and level spiritual skill like him. Lin Fan's emotions were quite complicated at the moment. It was that kind of feeling, worried about his brother not doing well, and also worried if his brother drives a Range Rover. He didn't want Gongzi's spiritual skill to be weak, nor did he want it to be significantly stronger than his own. Wait a minute. Lin Fan suddenly laughed. Principal, did you say Gangzi's level spiritual skill is useless? Bai Feng nodded. You'll know the specifics when you ask him. Lin Fan felt pleased. What if it's level? It's still useless. I'm going right now, he said, heading out without even closing the door. Lin Fan's cheeky voice, Gangzi, I heard you awakened a useless level spiritual skill, why fret? Your godfather has your back. What? Are you sad? No worries, come out, and let me have some fun. Bai Feng sat in the principal's office listening to that cheeky voice, fading away, his face filled with worry. Let this oddball go harm the otherworldly beings. After finishing his sentence, he thought of something and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Yes, seal all the restrooms in the school. I want to renovate them. All toilets should have gold edges. In the future, there should be an additional restroom fee included in the tuition. What's inappropriate? Our school is not a charitable organization. Besides, I'm paying to have the toilets lined with gold edges. Is this really just a restroom? Open your mind. Oh, we're talking about face about showing off with gold edges. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Fan also wore a worried expression. He couldn't continue this restroom charging venture, so he had to pack up his little desk. He had bought it for a small sum, he couldn't waste it. But just as he turned around the corner of the stairs, I'm so mad. People say that I, the dignified Zheng Xiao, even have to take out loans. It's utterly embarrassing. By the way, didn't you say Lin Fan was guarding the restroom? Where is he? That kid, I hope I don't run into him, otherwise he'll regret it. Lin Fan looked up. At the restroom door, due to his blocking, people were coming and going. Zheng Zhuangbi was shouting among the crowd, trying to show off. Let me look good. How can I look good? Lin Fan was furious and rolled up his sleeves to go over. Zheng Zhuangbi continued, he likes guarding the restroom. I'll make him come clean the toilet every day, so clean that he dares to drink toilet water. Several sycophants around him chimed in. Zheng Zhuangbi glanced at the restroom. Since he was here, he might as well use it. Outside the restroom was a sign saying 5 yuan per use. He disdainfully tore it down. It's only because Lin Fan isn't here, otherwise I'd really like to see if that kid would dare to charge me. After saying that, he led his group into the restroom. Lin Fan originally wanted to rush in and put a sack over him, but after thinking, he revealed a wicked smile. He closed his eyes and sensed the auras belonging to Zheng Zhuangbi and his group. He raised his hand. Cover your heads and crouch down. Suddenly the crowd stirred. Zheng Zhuangbi and his 5 little brothers appeared at the restroom door, crouching with their heads covered. Zheng Zhuangbi, holding a cigarette, looked around bewildered. No, don't mess with me. I need to take a dump. Why can't I move? I can't control my sphincter. The scene was in utter chaos. For a full 6 seconds, a group of birdwalking enthusiasts found themselves unable to pull up their pants. Zheng Zhuangbi remained squatting, his face flushed like liver, unsure if it was due to holding it in or from anger. At this moment, those who came to use the restroom gazed at the QR code at the door, their pupils shaking. Damn, this is Lin Fan's spiritual technique. I've seen him use it before, and every time he does, he yells to cover his head and crouch down. In a way, as long as I'm in the restroom, this spiritual technique is terrifyingly strong. I can't hold it anymore, I need to pay. Are you kidding? Who would dare not pay? Just imagine suddenly appearing in the crowd while squatting, maintaining that posture. That would be an absolute social death. Between $5 and social death, everyone knew what to choose. In the crowd, Lin Fan's phone vibrated incessantly, notifications of payments chiming in. He was simply overjoyed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He couldn't be bothered to get closer to the crowd. Oh, what was there to see among a bunch of bird enthusiasts? Lin Fan left. In the crowd, Zheng Zhuangbi once again sensed his latent abilities and suddenly sprang up, rushing into the restroom without caring to pull up his pants. That posture was the perfect stance for clearing inventory. He almost burst into song. Zheng Zhuangbi squatted in the restroom, weeping without tears. That posture was the perfect stance for clearing inventory. He almost burst into song. Zheng Zhuangbi squatted in the restroom, weeping without tears. He not let you off. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to someone from the Zheng family. Soon he received a reply. After reading the message, Zheng Zhuangbi couldn't help but widen his eyes. On what basis does that kid qualify for the reserve of the spiritual energy army? You must know that being part of the spiritual energy army comes with privileges. These privileges are vast. With the right justification, one could even kill on the streets. But the most important aspect is that identity. The reserves of the spiritual energy army are all high school students, yet only the exceptionally talented qualify for selection. In simple terms, S-level spiritual techniques are the baseline. To be selected is a symbol of excellence. How could someone as mediocre as Lin Fan with a mere level possess such an identity? My father wants me to join the spiritual energy army. It's a necessary path. Currently entering the spiritual energy army with an influential background is akin to gilding oneself, allowing them to accomplish many things with military merit. Even if it means bullying the weak or oppressing the ordinary, military merit can be used to manipulate things. Entering without any background is the real struggle. No one knows the situation inside the gate of 10,000 races. When it opens for the first time, it requires the spiritual energy army to enter. They must assess the number of alien races inside their strength and stop the first wave of their onslaught. This is pioneering. The next task is to cleanse those already open gates of 10,000 races. Alien races possess inherent advantages, breed rapidly, and have formidable combat power. Humans need to grow to around 18 years old to awaken their spiritual techniques, and to form combat capability, they require training to absorb the spiritual energy within crystal cores to reach the black iron level. In contrast, even the lowest level black iron alien races within the gates of 10,000 races are born with black iron level spiritualist strength. In just a few months, or even a few days, they can become formidable combatants. This necessitates cleansing, otherwise if the alien races grow in number and assault the gates of 10,000 races, it will result in massive casualties. These two responsibilities are the most perilous. The last duty is guarding, occasionally entering to fight a few aliens. If one truly doesn't want to go in, they can just stand at the entrance to avoid any aliens rushing out. With the existence of pioneering and cleansing troops, the guarding troops hardly need to fight many times throughout the year. What he aimed for was the guarding troops. Zheng Zhuangbi was unwilling to accept that someone as worthless as Lin Fan could also join the spiritual energy army. The Black and Red Gate. All right, Lin Fan, I will make sure you pay for this. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of Tianwu City at the spiritual energy army camp, Lin Fan walked in and saw a burly man from a distance. Xie Gang, his good buddy. He remembered the day he had just crossed over. The original host had been killed with multiple fractures and unable to move. It was Xie Gang who stood in front of him, beaten by a dozen people, bloodied all over. Zheng Zhuangbi, fearing for lives, then took his people away. Only then did Xie Gang carry him, walking 3 miles to the hospital before he fainted. This was by all accounts their first meeting. It was also the beginning of their deep friendship. Lin Fan walked over to Xie Gang, raised his hand, and patted him on the broad back. Gongzi, do you miss your adoptive father? Xie Gang slowly raised his head, his face dark and unshaven, as if he hadn't washed for days. He looked at Lin Fan, his pupils unfocused. Oh, Lin Fan. Lin Fan lowered his head. He understood that Gongzi must have suffered a great blow. Otherwise, normally Gongzi would call him Feiner. It seemed affectionate, but it actually was a short form for Lin Fan, my son. Damn, let me see what spiritual technique you awakened. Xie Gang seemed to react slowly, taking a long time before forcing out a bitter smile, clearly reluctant to mention spiritual techniques. Lin Fan patted his chest and wrapped his arm around Xie Gang's neck. Gongzi, am not being vague. Whatever spiritual technique you awaken, I'll take you with me. Awakening is just the beginning, isn't it? When you reach the bronze level, you'll have a brand new spiritual technique slot. It'll take you to get a new spiritual technique. It's very strong, a significant spiritual technique. Xie Gang listened, warmth spreading in his heart as the light in his eyes gradually returned. He held Lin Fan's hand, his eyes immediately turning red. Feiner. Damn it, Gongzi, are you disgusting? But I know you're very touched, so reluctantly. What I mean is you've awakened the most trashy level spiritual technique, yet you come to comfort me in level. I'm simply too touched. Go to hell, you want to stab me in the heart, huh? Feiner, how can you be so trashy yet so confident? I in level, how could I be dejected? Lin Fan's fist tightened. This was too annoying. He directly swung a punch. The two immediately turned into a playful tussle. Moments later, both were lying on the ground, bruised and dusty. However, Xie Gang's mood had improved. Feiner, you are right. I have come to understand that there are no useless spiritual techniques, only useless people. We can succeed. How typical, too typical. Every word sounded like a reference. The reason for his confidence was that he could elevate his spiritual technique level. That was the most important. If he really were level, he might as well lie down and be useless. What's the point of trying? Well said. Lin Fan and Xie Gang hurriedly got up from the ground. In the distance, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a square face and a rugged demeanor approached. I am your guiding instructor, Luo Chunlei. I heard everything you just said. Indeed, a low-quality awakened spiritual technique can be compensated for by absorbing spiritual techniques later, but do you know the specific process? Lin Fan and Xie Gang looked at Luo Chunlei, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over them. It was the blood and ferocity of years of battle. The two instinctively stood at attention, not daring to act mischievously. Seeing the two stand at attention, Luo Chunlei felt a hint of satisfaction. Not bad. I can tell you both that to absorb spiritual techniques, you must use your strength to subdue the alien race, instilling fear in them to the brink of death. Otherwise, if the alien race shows any signs of resistance, the absorption will fail. Otherwise, those with backgrounds can still make up for the awakening deficiency later. So why does everyone value the first spiritual technique so much? With Luo Chunlei's explanation, both of them understood. Those with backgrounds can indeed have powerful allies help hunt down a formidable alien. But why would the alien race submit, fearing the strong, allow a weakling to absorb and plunder their own powers? Furthermore, the level difference between the two spiritual techniques cannot be too great. How could an Flevel expect to absorb an SS level spiritual technique? It's impossible. An Flevel can at most absorb a D-level with a significant chance of failure. This means that starting at Flevel, the second technique can at most be D-level, the third can reach B-level, and only the fourth technique has a chance to reach S-level. And starting at S-level, the second spiritual technique can absorb S-level, at the very least S-level. This is the disparity. Luo Chunlei looked at Lin Fan curious. Historically, he was the first high school student to attain the reserve status within Flevel spiritual technique. It should be noted that joining the spiritual energy army is possible as long as one enters the spirit university and is willing to fight hard. However, to become a reserve during high school, one must be evaluated based on talent and the level of the first spiritual technique. Reserves are always nurtured as officers. Enough, I don't have much time to train you. You too can pick up your identification from the Military Achievement Bureau, and exchanging military achievements is also done there. The reserves are not dangerous. Initially, it's just entering the gate of 10,000 races following behind the spiritual energy army to collect crystal cores and handle alien corpses. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand. I heard from the principal that we are going to hunt aliens at the gate of 10,000 races. Luo Chunlei narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid has some guts. Alright, I don't have time to manage you. You can do whatever you want. Of course, it doesn't matter if you die. I know you both have backgrounds, otherwise you wouldn't meet the standards to join the reserves. But I for one never submit to anyone's background. With that, Luo Chunlei did not delay and turned to leave. Lin Fan opened his mouth several times, but hadn't spoken before Luo Chunlei had walked far away. Wait, Gangzi, did you hide your identity? Xie Gang was taken aback. I thought, Feiner, you were the hidden rich second generation. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. True, with our personalities, if anyone really had such a background, they would be lying flat on their backs. What a joke. With a family backing them, they would definitely let the world experience the indulgence of a spoiled rich kid. Xie Gang nodded in agreement. If my dad had a savings of $1 million, I wouldn't have to lift a finger. But at this moment, neither of them knew what they were supposed to do. Lin Fan looked at the map. Let's first take care of the identity issue at the Military Achievement Bureau. Neither of them were indecisive, and they immediately tossed Luo Chunlei's words aside. That night, Lin Fan lay in bed feeling quite melancholy. By the end of the day, the restroom fees had cost over 5,000, equivalent to half a crystal core. In the afternoon, he heard that the school's restroom was directly closed. He didn't know who had cut off his source of income. It was akin to a vendetta. Don't let me have the chance to go back to school and see. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Joining the spiritual energy army, even as a reserve, cannot be taken lightly. After all, his father was a prominent soldier in the spiritual energy army, and he had heard the military's rules from his father 1,000 times. Damn, a batch of wild bulls escaped from the gate of wild bulls. Hurry up, get up for the mission. How many people are going to be killed in the city? 3,000 people are coming this way. Damn, a silver-level gate of 10,000 races might be opening. Hurry up, gather the troops here. There's movement at the Gate of Thunder. Damn it, that Gate of Thunder was just cleared last year. The Thunderbirds can really breed. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. To be honest, when he was in the city, he had only seen the glow of countless lights. He had never witnessed a scene where everyone was scrambling in the military camp, shouting loudly. If there were such a situation in the city, complaints to the Spiritual Management Bureau would immediately follow, saying it disturbed the peace. Lin Fan kept watching. In just 2 hours, 8 gates of 10,000 races encountered problems, and 1 gate was suspected to be opening. 2 groups of people returned covered in dust and injuries. Is this the purpose of the spiritual energy army? Just then, Lin Fan spotted a familiar figure, Luo Chunlei. Damn, that group of crazy rabbits from the Black-Red Gate has rioted again. Ooh, I absolutely hate the Black-Red Gate. Gather up, gather up. Lin Fan looked at the 100 people gathering below, thought for a moment, and got up to put on his combat gear. Broke 1 million. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as he rushed 2 steps to Xie Gang. Xie Gang was tidying up his bed and absorbing spiritual energy through the crystal core, and had been quiet until now. That kid seems to be cultivating, I wonder. Just as he was about to finish, Lin Fan saw Xie Gang under the moonlight with drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to slap him. Damn it, Xie Gang jumped up covering his face. Lin Fan, you little rascal, I was cultivating. Cultivating my ass. Lin Fan was furious. He genuinely thought Xie Gang had been cultivating for the past few hours. Are you practicing the great dream of spring and autumn? Xie Gang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, looking very guilty. Let's go. There's a problem at the Black-Red Gate. We're supposed to be reserves, so let's check it out. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Xie Gang to start packing. At this moment, Luo Chunlei had gathered his team. He frowned slightly, seeing the two little guys darting into the group. No way, they don't think they're hiding very well, do they? Luo Chunlei didn't care anymore. Oh, just as he said, he wasn't concerned about what was ordered from above. What he cared about was taking good care of these two little guys. Once assigned to him, he only valued strength and courage. Once they enter the Black-Red Gate, these two newbies will definitely be scared out of their wits. Luo Chunlei muttered, waving his hand. That group of crazy rabbits from the Black-Red Gate is charging again. I see many elites in this wave, even some leaders. Everyone be careful. After he finished speaking, he led the group onto the military vehicle heading towards the Black-Red Gate. On the military vehicle, Lin Fan felt a bit excited. To be honest, in the past year, he had only seen aliens in textbooks and had never encountered living ones. It was said that inside the Black-Red Gate resided a kind of rabbit alien, one red and one black, which is how it got its name. Before long, Lin Fan's eyes caught sight of a peculiar azure vortex. It stood 2 to 3 meters tall, spinning incessantly, and was incredibly fascinating. Luo Chunlei raised his hand. Get off the vehicle, assemble. Over 100 people disembarked without any sign of crowding, forming a line within seconds. Luo Chunlei stood at the front, observing Lin Fan and another person who had joined the formation. I have warned you, regardless of your life or death. Just a reminder, the number of alien races is extremely frightening. With your strength, it's sufficient to just circle around the entrance. He couldn't even be bothered to question how the two of them ended up here. Moreover, not a single person in his team turned a glance at them. At this moment, outside the Black-Red Gate stood quite a few spiritual practitioners clustered in groups of 3 or 5. In addition to the spiritual energy military, there were also spiritual practitioners hunting aliens around the gate of myriad races to earn money. However, at this time, these teams of spiritual practitioners looked quite miserable, each one showing signs of injury. Everyone, the Black-Red Gate is temporarily closed. A beast tide has already formed inside. In at most 3 days, my spiritual energy military will clear it out. Luo Chunlei gave a brief instruction and immediately led the team inside. Lin Fan and his companion were left at the back of the group. The moment they passed through the gate of myriad races, Lin Fan felt a pulling force acting on him, making him slightly dizzy. When he regained his senses, the world before Lin Fan had already changed drastically. Above him was the sun, whereas it had still been night when they entered. Before his eyes lay a vast flat grassland with no visible boundaries. On the grassland, large groups of rabbits had gathered together. Among the rabbits, the black ones were as big as half a person, their black fur bristling, with 2 sharp tusks protruding from their mouths, looking extremely menacing. The red rabbits were about the same size as ordinary rabbits, their red fur as bright as blood, resembling a blazing sun. Gulp! Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. Thousands upon thousands of rabbits, the sheer number was terrifying. The oppressive feeling rushing towards him made it hard to breathe. Luo Chunlei did not follow the others, but glanced at Lin Fan and his companion. Indeed, if you can kill a few violent rabbits or flame rabbits, then at least you have some courage. If you are afraid. Luo Chunlei thought of this, letting out a cold snort. Then just roll out of the spiritual energy military. Luo Chunlei thought for a moment, but refrained from being too impolite, raising his voice instead. A normal level 1 is worth 3 military merits, $3,000. An elite level is 10 military merits, $10,000, and a commander level is 100 military merits, $100,000. If you dare to fight hard, making tens of thousands of dollars, this trip is completely not a problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's mind exploded. Grab a few. You say grab a few. These are tens of thousands of aliens, which is equivalent to 30 million. Moreover, among them, there are many elite and commander levels. This is simply paradise. Lin Fan was so scared that he looked at the tens of thousands of aliens, and tears involuntarily streamed down from the corner of his mouth. Xie Gang also had bright eyes, as if he saw stacks of renminbi dancing in front of him. All red 100 yuan bills. However, at this moment, Lin Fan and Xie Gang's reactions appeared as disappointment in Luo Chunlei's eyes. One was scared to drool, and the other was dumbfounded. The second-generation heir will always just be a second-generation heir. Having said that, Luo Chunlei no longer paid attention to the two and turned to leave. Lin Fan and Xie Gang regained their senses and exchanged glances. What should we do? Let's do it. After Xie Gang shouted, he charged out. Lin Fan hurriedly pulled him back. Quickly tell me what your spiritual skill is so we can figure out how to cooperate. Xie Gang's expression dimmed for a moment. Lightning Attraction's class spiritual skill. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Wow, lightning type such a powerful offensive spiritual skill, and it's considered trash. However, Xie Gang's face looked quite strange. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Indeed, if it was really powerful, why did everyone say this class spiritual skill was trash? What exactly is its effect? Lightning Attraction after 2 seconds of charging summons lightning to fall, expanding the attack, centered on oneself. Lin Fan was stunned. This was not too bad. Wait, what does centered on oneself mean? Xie Gang covered his face, feeling completely wronged. What kind of trash class spiritual skill is this? It means I have to strike myself first before I can conduct the lightning outward. I can't withstand that. One hit, and I would be fried. How can I control the lightning to strike the enemy? Lin Fan was also speechless. Hurt the enemy 800, self-damage 1000. Wait, it's well known that lightning has self-conducting properties. Gongzi, let's say if I let you directly touch an alien, would you dare to strike yourself? Xie Gang's eyes lit up. That's right. If I can let the lightning conduct itself after the violent power is released, the damage to me will also be reduced, right? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he froze again. But where would there be an alien foolish enough to let me keep touching them without resisting? Lin Fan directly grabbed Gongzi and ran. They're our brother. He was almost laughing out loud. His ability paired with Gangzi's was perfect. However, to see the specific effect, they still needed to test it. The two of them moved cautiously towards the battlefield. Luo Chunlei led the charge at the front, over 100 people, various spiritual skills, flying everywhere, successfully fending off the onslaught of tens of thousands of frenzied rabbits. As soon as Lin Fan and Xie Gang approached the battlefield, they felt uncomfortable all over. The violent fluctuations of spiritual power spread in waves, and the closer they got to the battlefield, the more they felt a wave of impact rushing toward them from the front. Right here, Gongzi, watch as your father performs. Lin Fan gazed at the frenzied rabbits on the battlefield. The flame rabbits were repeatedly spitting fireballs, clearly engaging in long-range attacks. As for the violent rabbits, their bodies were muscular, and their physical strength was substantial, perhaps able to withstand thunderous attacks. He immediately flicked his hand, locking onto 6 flame rabbits. Cover your heads, crouch down. At this moment on the battlefield, 6 flame rabbits were joyfully gathering flames to spit out. Suddenly their bodies stiffened, their gaze lost in a daze. In the next moment, the flame rabbit appeared directly in front of Lin Fan, its front paws resting on its ears, and its hind legs crouching on the ground, standing upright. Squeak, squeak, chirp, chirp. The flame rabbit cried out in confusion, its big eyes filled with bewilderment. What just happened? Why did it suddenly appear in front of a human? And what was with this bizarre posture? Xie Gang was also dumbfounded. Did this flame rabbit just appear so gracefully? Was it really that obedient? Weren't they all quadrupedal beasts? What did it mean to crouch down and cover its head in such a human? Time is running out, hurry up. You still need to charge. I only have 6 seconds of hard control time. Their spiritual skills are sealed and won't pose any danger. Lin Fan hurriedly reminded him. Xie Gang trusted Lin Fan the most. He didn't hesitate, rushing forward and gathering all 6 rabbits in his arms. Lin Fan, my son, if I end up striking myself dead, remember to burn a few young model paper figures for me next year on this day. Xie Gang directly activated the spiritual power within him. In the air, strands of electric light gathered, and in the next moment, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly struck down. Boom. A loud bang. Lin Fan saw a sudden cloud of dust rise ahead and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. The dust surged towards him. Sparks of electrical energy surged forth, shocking Lin Fan, causing him to convulse and be thrown several meters away by the dust. Lin Fan coughed a few times and stood up, covered in dirt and dust. His face was filled with disbelief. The power of this lightning attack was simply too strong. No wonder people say this spiritual technique is useless. If the body isn't strong enough, one could end up killing themselves before they can strike down the enemy. Lin Fan slapped his thigh, thinking of Xie Gang at the center of the lightning strike, and hurriedly shouted, Gongzi, Gongzi. I'm fine. Xie Gang's voice came through, sounding a bit weak, but with an unmistakable excitement. It worked, my son Lin Fan, I have succeeded. In the next moment, Xie Gang appeared, his whole body blackened and smoking, holding 6 charred rabbits. Lin Fan's face was also filled with joy. These fire rabbits have turned into miniature violent rabbits. It's simply impressive. So how many do you think you can handle? After all, Xie Gang's appearance was rather pitiful at that moment. Actually, I've tried striking myself several times, and I've gotten used to it. It looks bad, but I can handle it. Then shall we continue? Let's do it. The two of them circled around and found a suitable spot. He contemplated for a moment. Gongzi, should I bring over an elite level 1 to try? Elite level, is that feasible? Lin Fan knew what Xie Gang was worried about. The alien races were divided into 9 levels: ordinary, elite, commander, lord, overlord, calamity, legendary, king, and emperor. The gates of various races are categorized into black, iron, bronze, and silver levels corresponding to the levels of human spiritual practitioners. However, this level only represents the starting strength of the alien races within the gates. For example, black iron ordinary corresponds to human black iron level spiritual practitioners. Black iron elite corresponds to human bronze level spiritual practitioners. And for the bronze level gates of various races, the bronze ordinary level directly corresponds to bronze level spiritual practitioners, while bronze elite corresponds to silver level spiritual practitioners. And so on. Therefore, a black iron level gate does not necessarily mean weakness. It could also give rise to beings comparable to human king level or even emperor level existence. Thus, even the opening of a silver level gate could bring catastrophic consequences for humanity. The day the golden level and platinum level gates open would be the day of sealing. Lin Fan had once asked his father why not seal all the gates of various races. His father had not provided him with an answer. Only the complexity in his eyes spoke volumes. Lin Fan could only guess that sealing a gate of various races required a tremendous cost. At this moment, to bring over a black iron elite would be equivalent to the strength of a bronze level practitioner, which is why Xie Gang was concerned. No worries, a bronze level can still hold firm. If we can't kill them, well, just run. Xie Gang slapped his thigh and said fiercely, let's do it, bring over 6 black iron elites. Lin Fan hadn't expected Xie Gang to want to go that big. However, he felt there was indeed a real possibility of killing them. The power of the lightning strike was truly formidable. Let's go. Lin Fan locked onto a few fire rabbits. However, the angle was not ideal and the range was insufficient, so he could only pull over 2 elite level 1s. Whoosh. 6 fire rabbits instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan, crouching with their heads down. Without hesitation, Xie Gang rushed up, grabbed all the fire rabbits, and activated the lightning strike. Boom. 6 fire rabbits were dead. Xie Gang was ecstatic. I feel like the lightning strike is causing me less harm now. Lin Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes and ponder. Right, these fire rabbits are stronger, so they can withstand greater lightning power, resulting in less damage to you. He immediately locked onto a few violent rabbits, intending to test this hypothesis. In the next moment, 6 elite-level violent rabbits appeared. These rabbits were larger and Xie Gang couldn't hold them all, but he quickly thought of a way. He kicked a few violent rabbits together, stacking them, and then pulled over another violent rabbit to place on top. Boom. The lightning struck and the violent rabbits were dead. Xie Gang crawled out from a pile of charred remains. Awesome. For the first time, I didn't take a single hit. He picked up the bodies of the aliens, looking as happy as a 200-pound child. Fan, 18 aliens, 8 elite ones are worth 8,000, and 10 ordinary ones are worth 3,000, totaling 11,000. I've never fought such a lucrative battle before. Lin Fan was equally thrilled. In less than half an hour, 11,000 divided between them meant 5,500 each. No, he needed to gather enough for 1,000 first to upgrade the crouching technique. At that point, it might even be effective against silver-level beings, which correspond to black iron commanders. Just one of them is worth 1,000. He only needs to kill 100. Alright, he still had to give half to Xie Gang. But even so, it would be faster than killing 2,000 rabbits. Charge! Lin Fan and Xie Gang's eyes sparkled with joy. Spiritual techniques differ from skills. As long as there is enough spiritual power within, one can continuously release them without cooldown time. The two wandered around the battlefield. Since they were only at the black iron level, their spiritual power was limited, allowing them only a few uses of their abilities. Hence, they sought out elite-level rabbits to kill. They would kill all fire rabbits they found. If there were none, they would use violent rabbits to fill the gap. When their spiritual power ran out, they would find a safe place to sit cross-legged and absorb energy crystals to restore their power. Then they would rejoin the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had lasted 6 to 7 hours. Luo Chunlei felt the pressure easing more and more. On one hand, the number of violent and fire rabbits was decreasing. Even though the disturbances from the battle continuously attracted more alien rabbits to the battlefield, they were still not killing them slowly. On the other hand, elite-level alien rabbits were disappearing steadily. The officer stood beside Luo Chunlei. Old Luo, it's strange, the people below said. They were almost ambushed by an elite-level violent rabbit. But unexpectedly, when they closed their eyes and opened them again, that rabbit was gone. Moreover, those fire rabbits are all ranged attackers, but now the number of fire rabbits has decreased by dozens. The pressure has reduced significantly. Luo Chunlei was also filled with confusion. Could it be that they were seeing ghosts? How could the alien races just vanish suddenly? Was there maybe an invisible alien present? Unlikely. Within a single gate of various races, there should only exist one type of alien. Everyone is heavily depleted. If we repel this wave, we can change defenses. At this rate, we can clean it up in 2 days. Luo Chunlei didn't care. It was a good thing nonetheless. However, at that moment, a wailing sound suddenly came from afar. One after another, the fire rabbits suddenly transformed into streams of light directly charging into the bodies of the violent rabbits. The 2 types of rabbits fused, becoming black-red rabbits taller than a person, with each movement enveloped in fiery power. This change caused the spiritual energy army to retreat in disarray. In an instant, the formation of the spiritual energy army was completely scattered. What's this fusion technique? This never appeared before. Are there any sensing-type spiritual practitioners? Hurry up and investigate what's going on. However, before they could investigate further, Luo Chunlei and his group were directly overwhelmed. Indeed, Luo Chunlei's team was composed entirely of silver-level elites, but after several hours of intense battle, they were almost at their limit and could not hold the line. Luo Chunlei watched helplessly as his comrades were injured and casualties began to mount, leaving him reluctant, but with no choice but to retreat. Retreat, retreat. Luo Chunlei shouted. The newly arrived team quickly covered their retreat. Outside the gate of all races, a scattered group of spiritual practitioners awaited the reopening of the black-red door. As long as the blockade isn't lifted today, it's a day lost in earnings. My whole family depends on catching a few rabbits to survive, a group of people joked. The black-red door trembled, and Luo Chunlei's group stumbled out covered in dirt. He glanced and saw over 100 spiritual practitioners loitering outside the door like they were at a market, nearly causing him to faint. Now they could only rely on this group of people. Everyone, there has been a change with the black-red door. A commander-level being has emerged. The spiritual energy army will need time to redeploy, so we must hold them off together for just 2. The scattered spiritual practitioners panicked, darting around like headless flies. What the hell, a black iron commander level? That's equivalent to a silver level expert. Are they kidding? Hold them off for 2 hours. My whole family is waiting for me to feed them. Oh, I won't risk my life for that. What are you spiritual energy army doing? You expect us common folk to help you? You should be protecting our retreat instead. The crowd was in uproar with very few willing to lend a hand. Boom. The black-red door shook again, and a vortex spun violently. In the next moment, black-red rabbits surged out, appearing by the hundreds, each with burning flames on their forelimbs. With just a single charge, over a dozen of the scattered spiritual practitioners were killed. Luo Chunlei watched this scene in horror, feeling faint. You are all bronze level, and there are silver level practitioners among you. Use your spiritual techniques to hold them off, or we will all perish here. However, the bronze-level practitioners were utterly incapable of stopping a commander-level rabbit, which crushed them into pulp with its massive fiery fists. Some were still trying to flee, and when they saw members of the spiritual energy army nearby, they pushed them out. Aren't you supposed to protect us? The scene was a chaotic mess. Luo Chunlei could only team up with another Captain Wang gang to organize their forces and desperately block the advancing black-red rabbits. After around 20 or 30 people had died, reinforcements from the spiritual energy army finally arrived, and the chaos subsided. We've discovered that the elite-level violent rabbits have evolved a spiritual technique called energy absorption, while the fire rabbits can sacrifice themselves to become energy entities that the violent rabbits absorb, temporarily boosting their power. Once the energy is depleted, their strength will return to normal. Luo Chunlei's expression grew serious. This meant the black-red door was now a danger. Inside there were lord-level violent rabbits and fire rabbits. If they fused, they could evolve into a sovereign-level being. A black iron sovereign is equivalent to a platinum-level spiritual practitioner. There are only 5 platinum-level practitioners in the entire Tianwu city, and they are not easily summoned. By the way, the death of those 2 reserves falls on me. Ooh, I brought them in. Luo Chunlei said, feeling a twinge of regret, though it was only slight. The reporting officer Zhang Hong was stunned. Reserves, eh? Luo Chunlei nodded. Yes, Lin Fan and Xie Gang. Zhang Hong checked on his tablet. They're fine. Just now they exchanged for 1425 merit points at the military merit office. He was momentarily taken aback by this number, which was even more than what they earned for a regular mission in the spiritual energy army. No wonder they are reserves. Each of them is a genius among geniuses. I wonder if they are S-class abilities or S-class. Luo Chunlei finally snapped back to reality from his shock. There are indeed S-level abilities, but is that lightning rod technique really S-class? The other one, however, is F-class. How did this bizarre combination earn so many merit points? By the way, there is going to be a meeting. We can't let a sovereign level being appear inside the black-red door. or this door will become dangerous. We might need to organize several extermination teams. Zhang Hong added. Luo Chunlei no longer pondered further as the emergence of a sovereign-level being inside the black-red door was of greater concern. Once a sovereign-level being appears within the door, a second and third will rapidly follow. This is the greatest hidden danger. Alright, I'm heading to the meeting now. On the other side, at the military merit office, Lin Fan and Xie Gang were both lying in the nutrient chambers recovering from their injuries. Lin Fan looked at the 1,400 merit points displayed on his phone, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The treatment cost 25 points, which was quite expensive. However, they had barely escaped from the chaos during the sudden riot, almost losing their lives inside the black-red door. No, I must stay steady. Gongzi, can I borrow 300 from this 1,400 merit points? Lin Fan needed to quickly raise his spiritual technique level. Xie Gang flipped over and sat up. Just remember to write an IAU. Lin Fan was confused. No, I said borrow. Are you really going to treat it as a loan? Okay, the years of brotherhood have ultimately been in vain. Xie Gang rolled his eyes at Lin Fan. Brother, if I borrow 300 from you, you would even calculate interest. Don't think I don't know you. As he said this, he suddenly became excited. Damn it, remember last time I borrowed 100 Huaxia coins from you? You said 9 out of 13 returns and gave me back 90, while asking for 130 in return. Xie Gang slapped his thigh and asked, tell me, should an IOU be written or not? Look, my eyes tell me should it or not. Lin Fan laughed heartily. How did that really happen? However, there's no way an IOU is going to be written. Gongzi, let's just say, how is our cooperation today? Absolutely flawless, but the IOU still needs to be written. Fine, I'll also take you to hunt commander-level beings tomorrow. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Lin Fan slyly peeked at Xie Gang. By the way, I have another idea. As long as you absorb the spiritual technique I mentioned, your strength will increase tenfold or more. Xie Gang fell silent upon hearing this. Damn it, is he being manipulated? Xie Gang rolled over and exited the nutrient chamber, sliding smoothly to Lin Fan's side. Brother, adoptive father, I want to become stronger. Lin Fan laughed heartily. He had heard the news today while exchanging military merits. That violent rabbit possesses a unique energy-absorbing technique. If Xie Gang absorbed this technique and combined it with lightning invocation, he could draw the power of thunder directly into his body. At that time, perhaps every move he made would carry the power of thunder, just like the black-red rabbit. You should work hard to cultivate and quickly reach the bronze level. Let me tell you a story named Shattering Darkness with Thunder. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the human powerhouse Xikongzhen used his thunderbolt skill to draw lightning into his body, unleashing thunder chains with a mere wave of his hand. Xie Gang was captivated as he listened. How heroic. Shattering darkness with thunder, the power of thunder surging with each wave of his hand. Every action could unleash thunder chains. He could even imagine it. Hundreds of years ago, it was the darkest hour for humanity. The myriad races had descended, but humanity still needed time to grow and could hardly withstand the countless invasions of foreign races. This Lord Xikongzhen wielded the power of thunder, paving a bright future for humanity. Thus the legend of Shattering Darkness with Thunder was passed down. Lin Fan, my son, this is simply heroic. Do you think I will also become such a hero in the future? Absolutely. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Seeing Xie Gang completely entranced, he wanted to laugh. But he couldn't laugh, otherwise wouldn't Gongzi know he was just joking. He reflected on the most miserable events of his life. Then he realized that over the past year he had been beating people up, acting tyrannically, and enjoying himself immensely. Lin Fan clutched his stomach, laughing so hard in the nutrient chamber that he rolled around. Gongzi, I can't take it anymore, a hero. Ha. Xie Gang, you look down on me today? Tomorrow when I take off, I won't take you with me. Lin Fan laughed again, before finally turning on his phone. I transferred 400 military merits to you. Buy a weapon or something, preferably some cultivation materials. But Lin Fan opened the exchange system. He found ordinary bronze-level crystal cores inside. One costs 10 military merits. He exchanged for 93 of them, and with the remaining 70 points he exchanged for 7 black iron elite-level crystal cores, planning to absorb them. Black iron-level spiritualists can only break through by absorbing black iron-level crystal cores. However, the higher the rank of the crystal cores, such as elite cores or commander cores, the purer the spiritual energy contained within, making it easier to absorb and accelerating strength enhancement. Xie Gang was also fully focused. The phrase Shattering Darkness with Thunder kept looping in his mind. He gritted his teeth and directly exchanged for 2 commander-level crystal cores, which required 100 military merits each. On the other side, at the military camp meeting, Yi Lingfeng stood at the forefront laying out the plan. This time Wang Gang, Luo Chunlei, and Qin Haiba, the 3 of you will team up to enter the Black-Red Gate. and we must completely eliminate all the commander-level threats inside the Black-Red Gate. The three stood up simultaneously and agreed. Luo Chunlei looked at Qin Haiba feeling quite displeased. This person was a connection-based individual, an officer from the Black-Red Gate's garrison. Such people are just here to gain prestige, and they definitely won't exert much effort during the cleanup. At that moment, one of Qin Haiba's subordinates leaned in and whispered something in his ear. He furrowed his brow. How could a reserve get that many military merits? And most of them are elite-level crystal cores. Absolutely impossible. Freeze their military merits. Yi Lingfeng heard this, but chose to ignore it. In such chaotic circumstances today, it was quite common for reserves to pick up cheap gains. But Luo Chunlei was very unhappy. Those two reserves are my people. On what basis do you freeze their military merits? Qin Haiba was taken aback, but did not show fear. Officer Luo 2 reserves with black iron level strength killed over 100 elite-level opponents in such chaos. Do you think that's possible? Moreover, I saw their skills. 1 level skill and 1 level skill. I don't even know how such people ended up under your command. Aren't you the one who despises those who take shortcuts? Are you the Honorable Luo, also opening doors for others? Luo Chunlei opened his mouth, his face reddening, still unsure how to refute. Those two kids weren't sent in by him. Yi Lingfeng was about to leave when he heard Flevel unable to help, but asked, the two reserves, are they Lin Fan? Qin Haiba nodded. Yes, Lin Fan and Xia Gang. They must have been following behind the Spirit Energy Army to pick up crystal cores, then claimed them as their own achievements. He spread his hands. In any case, I don't believe two black iron-level individuals could obtain that many military merits. Yi Lingfeng spoke. Give them their military merits back. His gaze darkened. Reserves on a chaotic battlefield, even just picking up crystal cores is a skill. On what basis do you freeze them? Luo Chunlei was taken aback. Is this right? Yi Lingfeng is a very fair person. Lin Fan and the others picking up crystal cores is stealing from the hard work of others. This is absolutely unacceptable. There have been similar incidents before, and Yi Lingfeng dealt with them all sternly. For some reason, Luo Chunlei suddenly recalled what his subordinate had said. Many flame rabbits had inexplicably disappeared from the battlefield today. Could it be that the two killed them? Did Major Yi not freeze the merits of the two, perhaps, because he suspected this? Luo Chunlei suddenly became interested in the two. Let them follow the team to execute the extermination mission. If they don't have the strength, they might die in this mission. This is also a test. With Yi Lingfeng speaking, even though Qin Haiba was displeased, he had no choice but to return the military merits to Lin Fan and the others. In the dormitory, Lin Fan absorbed the crystal cores, raising the level of his skill to level. Head holding squat, level, shout the corresponding slogan to pull 5 visible enemies within a 50-meter range to crouch down and hold their heads, during which they cannot use skills or move, lasting 5 seconds. Upgrade requirement 1000 silver level crystal cores. Lin Fan looked at the last line and nearly jumped up. 1000 silver level cores, that's 100 million. How long would it take to gather enough? And this is just the requirement for upgrading from D to C level. At this rate, upgrading from C to B level would require 1 billion, right? This skill, whoever wants to upgrade can go ahead, he won't serve it. But looking at the effects, Lin Fan fell silent again. Under the amplification effect, it could affect 15 enemies at once over a range of 150 meters, lasting 15 seconds. Moreover, according to his estimates, the level could affect silver level spiritualists or even commander level foreign races. Silver level, that's the average level of the Spirit Energy Army. As a mere black iron controlling for 15 seconds across 2 major stages. Who would believe that? Lin Fan was originally cultivating with the crystal core, and upon thinking of this, he felt quite pleased. Moreover, this doesn't seem difficult. 1 commander level rabbit costs 102 would be 200. His mind was filled with images of 100 hopping around. Ganzi, let's go. We can't cultivate a bit, we're going to make trouble in the Black-Red Gate. The great business of making money awaits us. Xia Gang jumped up like a carp. Let's go. Resting is for the dead. Oh, at their age they should strive. Hot-blooded youth. Not just for a commander-level rabbit worth 100 Huaxia coins. As dawn broke in the military camp, Luo Chunlei was reviewing the profiles of Lin Fan and Xia Gang. He couldn't fathom how these two had survived amidst such chaos at the commander level. Moreover, they had even killed so many elite-level foes with over 100 crystal nuclei, of which the elite fire rabbits accounted for 80%. Zhang Hong spoke up at the right moment, saying, let me put it this way, if they hadn't killed so many elite fire rabbits, the number of commander-level foes that charged out yesterday would have doubled. Luo Chunlei was aware of this as well. The commander-level crimson black rabbits that had fused together yesterday numbered just over 100, yet they had already caused dozens of casualties. If there had been a few dozen more, they would have likely been wiped out. Did these two really do it? Luo Chunlei, his perception of Xie Gang and Lin Fan was changing. Even if they were just two second-generation heirs, as long as they dared to fight, they were good soldiers, warriors on the battlefield. You go inform those two to participate in this eradication mission and tell them it might be dangerous. Let's see if they dare to join. Zhang Hong expressed some concerns. Is it because the higher-ups have given the green light that they really don't care about their lives? Luo Chunlei shot Zhang Hong a glare. They are just two rookies. Do I have the time to care about their lives? If they die, it just proves they lack the capability. He paused for a moment, his tone softening. Besides, why don't you keep an eye on them? Zhang Hong was left speechless. Sure, he always had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, insisting every time that he didn't care about others' lives. Yet every time the team went on a mission, he would be the first to charge forward. He was more concerned about his brother's casualties than anyone else. Zhang Hong shook his head and began to check the dormitory information of the two. Their details popped up. He was taken aback. Damn Lao Luo, those two have entered the black-red gate. Luo Chunlei slammed his palm down on the table. This is madness. That group of crazy rabbits is still assaulting the defense line. Why did they run in there? To organize a team. Notify Wang Gang and Qin Haiba that we are heading in right away. Zhang Hong understood the seriousness of the situation. With tens of thousands of frenzied rabbits gathering to charge, the two of them were insignificant against such terrifying numbers. I'll go right now. Inside the black-red gate, Lin Fan and Xie Gang, dressed in their homemade camouflage gear, were crouching low, observing the group of rabbits ahead. The grass on the vast prairie was lush and at least half a meter tall, perfectly concealing the two. They were quite steady. They had been inside the black-red gate for at least 7 or 8 hours. Upon entering, they had immediately found a place to hide, fashioning a set of camouflage gear that masked their scent well. They ensured that they only attacked a rabbit group once escaping with the crystal nuclei before the group reacted. As they delved deeper, they lost their sense of direction. It was only then that they stopped advancing and instead sought out another rabbit group to ambush. Lin Fan sensed something and his face lit up. Gongzi, there's a commander-level rabbit. Xie Gang peeked out and saw hundreds of rabbits gathered together. At the forefront was a crimson-black rabbit, its red fur resembling flames wrapped around its body, exuding a commanding presence. Let's go. At that moment, the commander-level crimson-black rabbit shrieked, standing upright, as if addressing the hundreds of violent rabbits and fire rabbits below. At this level, the crimson-black rabbit had developed a certain level of intelligence. It scanned the area and paused its shrieks. Why did it feel like the group was missing a dozen or so? Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed in the distance. One of the violent rabbits shouted, "GG boss, why is it thundering?" The crimson-black rabbit responded, "GG, how would I know? The thunder is far away, I don't mind it. We were discussing how the group needs to evolve, and the fire rabbits have a long way to go. We need to add more violent rabbit consorts for blessings." As it spoke, the crimson-black rabbit felt a blur before its eyes. How come 10 more violent rabbits were gone? Another thunderclap rang out in the distance. The violent rabbit exclaimed, "GG, it's thundering again, I'm so scared." Nearby, a fire rabbit stood upright, pulling the violent rabbit close and saying, "GG, don't worry, I'll protect you." Just as the words left its mouth, this elite fire rabbit vanished once more. Boom. The violent rabbit panicked. Where did its large fire rabbit husband go? Elite level indeed. It was definitely haunted. A group of rabbits suddenly lifted their heads only to find their leader, the crimson-black rabbit, was also gone. The rabbit group fell into chaos. In the distant grass, 2 miscreants crouched, gleefully observing the crimson-black rabbit ahead. Lin Fan worried that the commander-level rabbit would be difficult to kill, so this time, he only lured one over. The crimson-black rabbit crouched down, cradling its head, its eyes filled with human-like confusion. "GG, what does it mean that a commander-level rabbit was dragged over by you two lowly creatures?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at Xie Gang. Xie Gang understood, rubbing his hands as he stepped toward the crimson-black rabbit. "Little rabbit, don't panic. This isn't my first time, I have experience. If 1 round doesn't work, we'll go for 2. It might hurt a bit, but bear with it." The crimson-black rabbit was in a state of panic. Why was this person so lewd? "No, please don't come closer." In the next moment, Xie Gang seized the crimson-black rabbit and unleashed his spiritual technique. Boom. Lightning struck down. The crimson-black rabbit was scorched black all over, but being a commander-level creature, it did not die immediately. As the lightning continued to gather, it shed 2 tears from its round eyes. Why did it have to suffer together with this human when it was just trying to attract lightning? Before its demise, it had but one thought. Humans were terrifying and perverse. Lin Fan looked around and found that the rest were just ordinary-level rabbits, losing interest immediately. "Gongzi, let's take the crystal nuclei and find somewhere to eat." The two began to split tasks. Generally speaking, they only needed the crystal nuclei, but since this was a commander-level crimson black rabbit, they decided to pack the corpse into a woven bag as well. The two retreated swiftly. After crossing 2 hills, they uncovered a patch of sod and directly burrowed in. This place had originally been a den for some violent rabbits, but they had claimed it. Lin Fan had even asked the violent rabbits if they were willing to vacate their den. The corpses of the violent rabbits tacitly approved of their occupation. Hiding in the burrow, they fully restored their spiritual energy before opening their eyes and huddling together to start dividing the spoils. We ambushed over 10 rabbit groups and killed 6 commander-level rabbits, which amounts to 600,000. As for the other elite-level ones, there are 184, totaling 184,000. Lin Fan counted the crystal nuclei, his eyes sparkling with images of cash. In just one day, they had earned over 1 million, which was much quicker than guarding a restroom. Thinking of guarding the restroom, Lin Fan felt anger rise again. Even the smallest mosquito is meat, right? If he found out who had interrupted his revenue, he would definitely make that person pay. If I find out who it is, they had better hold it in and not go to the bathroom, or I'll kill them. Dying socially is still dying, but it's worse than death. Lin Fan looked at Xie Gang and said, "Gongzi, get me something to eat from your bag." Xie Gang, hearing this, was filled with questions. "Wait, why do you think I brought food?" Lin Fan was also taken aback. He glanced at the over-material backpack belonging to Xie Gang, then looked again. "Wait, you said it's bulging inside. Didn't you bring any food?" Xie Gang rubbed his forehead. "I really didn't bring any." Seeing Lin Fan's expression of disbelief, he immediately became anxious, pulled over the backpack, and shook out its contents. With a rustle, dozens of woven bags fell neatly out. Then there were a pile of jars and bottles, each labeled with things like chili powder, pepper powder, cumin, garlic powder. Lin Fan fell silent. Xie Gang seemed a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "I was thinking, since we have rabbits, we could try roasting rabbit meat. I thought you had brought something. I just wanted to ask what else is in your backpack." Lin Fan remained silent and opened his backpack. It looked like a copy-paste of dozens of woven bags, a large pile of jars and bottles, and even a few long iron skewers. The two exchanged glances. Silence filled the air, deafening. In the next moment, both of them stealthily glanced at the several packaged leader-level crimson black rabbits, tears unintentionally streaming from the corners of their mouths. "What are we waiting for? He'll start the fire. He'll skin and pluck them. Let me roast them later. I'm afraid you'll burn them." The campfire, thick smoke, and the aroma of roasted meat spread throughout the cave. 2 crimson black rabbits were skewered on iron sticks, roasting over the fire. Xie Gang was busy, his eyes fixed intently on the heat. Now is the time. He picked up a handful of seasoning, bent his elbow, and sprinkled clusters of seasoning over the meat. His left hand kept flipping the iron skewers, ensuring that every inch of the rabbit meat was evenly coated with seasoning. "Pour it on." One person had a rabbit, and they began to eat with delight. Lin Fan took a big bite, tearing off a strip of rabbit meat and chewing heartily. The rabbit meat was not at all tough, though instead it had a firm texture and was hot in his mouth, very satisfying. A warm current flowed from his mouth throughout his body, making him feel cozy, as if soaking in a hot spring. 1 crimson black rabbit was devoured in half an hour. Lin Fan lay on the ground, patting his stomach. "So comfortable, Gongzi. I didn't expect you had this skill." Xie Gang also lay awkwardly in a big letter shape. "I'm a seasoned eater. If we had a pot, I would make you a spicy rabbit head." Lin Fan chuckled. "I have one, my brother. I have one." He flipped over the backpack and took out an iron pot. Xie Gang laughed. "How did you know I brought spicy sauce?" The two exchanged glances, feeling a sense of mutual understanding. "Gongzi, I finally understand why we are so close." Lin Fan leaned back, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence. "But you, my friend, I want to ask, a year ago when I was almost beaten to death, you carried me to the hospital, right?" Xie Gang waved his hand. "We're brothers, why talk about that? Should I expect you to thank me?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I just want to ask, why didn't you take a taxi?" Xie Gang fell silent. Suddenly he realized. "Oh right, we could have taken a taxi." As they chatted, drowsiness hit them, and they fell silent. 3 days later, the Spirit Energy Army was advancing. 3 extermination teams totaling 600 people ventured deep, dispersing into smaller teams of 10 to start clearing out the rabbit hordes. Luo Chunlei initially wanted to look for Lin Fan and the others, but since the mission required them to lead the cleanup of the Lord level, he had to give up. Zhang Hong pulled out a tablet. "The Spirit Energy Army badge shows that they have stopped for now. They should be fine, no need to worry too much." Luo Chunlei snorted coldly. Who was worried about those two? 2 rookies, huh? They ventured this deep. Ew, I don't know who gave them the courage with Lord-level threats all around. Zhang Hong silently thought to himself. As much as he said he wasn't worried, he was still paying attention to their situation. Old Zhang, take a team to get closer to them and see what's going on. Luo Chunlei stood up and looked into the distance. He saw a large area of red light flickering deep in the grassland, with a scorching aura emanating from that direction. He had a nagging feeling that something was off. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were too close to that area. At that moment, Zhang Hong spotted something and hurriedly leaned closer to Luo Chunlei, whispering, "Qin Haiba has a small team that just left." Luo Chunlei couldn't help but frown. What are they doing at such a critical moment? Forget it, as long as they don't cause trouble, it doesn't matter. A few minutes ago, Qin Haiba brought 2 Spirit Energy Army members to the corner of the camp. Xie Gang and Lin Fan are nearby. You brothers go and deal with them. He made a throat-cutting gesture. These were his 2 trusted subordinates, Song Gang and Song Chong, both from the Song family and worthy of trust. Song Gang was puzzled. Why do we have to take risks with 2 kids? Qin Haiba snorted coldly. Do you think I want it? How was I supposed to know Lin Fan provoked the young master of the Zheng family? Song Gang immediately understood. He chuckled. 2 black iron level punks with our silver level team, wouldn't that be an easy win? Qin Haiba shook his head, his expression serious. Be careful, but it's best to launch a surprise attack on the 2 of them. Song Gang didn't understand. They were all silver levels, significantly higher than Lin Fan, and there were 10 of them together. Why bother with a sneak attack? Seeing the expression on Song Gang's face, Qin Haiba was immediately infuriated and swung his head away. Follow the orders. That kid's spiritual technique is a bit strange. It seems to have some sort of spatial ability that can directly pull people in front of him to crouch down. It's said that it can even seal spiritual techniques. Moreover, they've killed quite a few elite level, though I suspect that technique might be effective against bronze level. It's possible it could threaten you silver level members. Song Gang became vigilant. However, later on he didn't care much. As long as it only worked on bronze level, what was there to worry about? But in front of Qin Haiba, he still needed to show respect. We will definitely listen to your words, Qin boss. Don't worry, we will complete the task tonight. Qin Haiba finally nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Once Qin Haiba was far away, Song Gang spat disdainfully. Nth-level spiritual technique from a black iron level spirit user can affect bronze level. That's already miraculous. Can it really affect silver level? He wore a face of disdain. He didn't know whether he was crazy or if Qin Haiba was crazy. A Chong, lock onto the positions of the 2. We are going over now. Move quickly, and we can still get back for a good night's sleep. Soon a group of 10 quietly left the area. Song Chong used a tablet to pinpoint Lin Fan and Xie Gang's locations, and the group hurried over. No one asked what they were going to do. They all came from prominent families, each clever in their own right. On such a dark and windy night, they were definitely up to no good. At this moment, on a grassy slope, Lin Fan and Xie Gang, clad in camouflage suits, lay on the grass, gazing into the distance. There a vast expanse of red light flickered, and they were already close enough to feel waves of heat. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. Gongzi, you don't understand. It's written in novels that places with such flashing lights must have treasures. Xie Gang only heard the words treasure. Then Lin Fan's words transformed into a repetitive echo of money, 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 money. Xie Gang could no longer hold back, wriggling his backside as he crawled eagerly towards the flashing light. There was no choice. All around were elite-level violent rabbits. At the very least, there were tens of thousands, possibly even over 100,000. Moreover, the hierarchy was strict. A large outer circle was filled with elite-level rabbits, while crawling further in led to the leader level with hundreds or thousands of them. Lin Fan and Xie Gang dared not make a sound, crawling stealthily, while covering themselves with grass to conceal their camouflage suits. At this moment, several leader-level violent rabbits huddled together. Chirp chirp, I feel like I'm seeing things. How can there be 2 pieces of food moving over there? Chirp chirp, haha, can grass move? Chirp chirp, enough guard while the evolution of the tribe has reached a critical. Chirp chirp, I hope the tribe's evolution fails, otherwise our place will be taken by the Chihei rabbits, and there will be no position for us violent rabbits. Chirp chirp, the rabbit is sad, losing the right to choose a mate in the future. The violent rabbits exchanged glances, unable to hold back their sighs. The Chihei rabbits were stronger. How could they be compared to these small violent rabbits? Chirp chirp, by the way, I feel that patch of grass is really moving. No rabbit paid it any mind. Other races could not enter their world, only the human race could come in. But who among the humans would be so bold as to step into the territory of thousands of violent rabbits? They were leader level after all. Yet at this moment, the violent rabbits could never have imagined that there were indeed 2 humans daring enough to invade their territory, crawling right under their noses. Lin Fan and Xie Gang crawled inch by inch. When he raised his head, Lin Fan realized they had already arrived above a valley. Here not a single rabbit was in sight. However, the aura emanating from the rabbits in the valley was chilling. Tens of thousands of fire rabbits gathered together, and the flickering red light came from this group of fire rabbits. 10 violent rabbits, half a person tall, stood like humans at the edge of the valley. The 3 tufts of white fur on their foreheads were particularly conspicuous. Information shows that ordinary violent rabbits do not have white fur on their foreheads. Elite level ones have 1 tuft, leader level 2 tufts, and so on. Xie Gang's fingers trembled as he pointed at the group of flamboyant violent rabbits in sheer terror. Damn, leader level. His mouth moved, but he didn't dare make a sound. Lin Fan immediately gestured with his hands, 2 fingers pointing skyward. His right fist clenched above his head, and his right hand made a slicing motion across his neck. Xie Gang instantly displayed "Are you serious?" expression. Lin Fan's gesture meant "We will directly take them down too. Against all, the advantage is ours." Then Lin Fan pointed downwards. Xie Gang followed Lin Fan's finger down. Just below their mountain, a violent rabbit lay in a pile of grass, its 2 front paws spread wide, embracing 8 fire rabbits, including leader-level fire rabbits. The strength of the fire rabbits was also easy to identify. Their chests bore orange flame patterns. Ordinary ones had none, elite ones had 1, leader level had 2, and lord level had 3. Xie Gang was somewhat puzzled. The violent rabbit embracing the leader-level fire rabbits only had 2 tufts of white fur, indicating it was only of leader-level strength. What the hell? Xie Gang couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan spread his hands. The aesthetics of humans and rabbits cannot be the same. Is it possible that we see no difference in the violent rabbits, but this one down there is stunningly handsome in the eyes of their rabbit group? Xie Gang fell silent. Suddenly enlightened, he slapped his thigh. Isn't this the quintessential pretty boy among rabbits? Wait a minute. He recalled the information. Violent rabbits are all female, while fire rabbits are male rabbits. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. To put it another way, this violent rabbit is like the emperor among rabbits. With this, Xie Gang immediately understood, feeling a strange sense of reason. Feiner, when should we retreat? Just as he said this, Xie Gang noticed Lin Fan's hand trembling, seemingly trying to restrain himself. After years of brotherhood, Xie Gang knew Lin Fan well enough to understand what he meant by his movements. Damn, you're not seriously thinking of attacking the emperor among rabbits, are you? Lin Fan instinctively nodded, but soon shook his head quickly. How could I do something so reckless? Then why is your hand shaking? Xie Gang nearly jumped up. You brat, you definitely want to court death. Lin Fan indeed found it hard to resist. The emperor among rabbits, such a unique existence, could very well be valuable. Just then a change occurred. Suddenly thousands of fire rabbits knelt on the ground, their legs kicked out firmly, pressing their foreheads to the earth. They were kneeling in the direction of the emperor. Lin Fan let out a soft gasp. He too was baffled. The next moment, the fire rabbits transformed into streaks of fiery red light rushing towards the emperor. The emperor had long since released her fire rabbit husbands. At this moment, she was like a human with her 2 front paws outstretched, suspended in midair, receiving streams of light entering her body. The emperor felt incredibly exhilarated. She had once been an inconspicuous violent rabbit. That year, her beloved fire rabbit had taken a clan member with 3 tufts of white fur as a concubine. From then on, she lost favor, suffering abuse from the concubine alongside her 18 unborn rabbit babies. Year after year of bullying led to the death of her babies within her womb. That day she realized that violent rabbits should not be bound by love. First and foremost, she was a violent rabbit. Secondly, she was a fire rabbit's wife, merely a tool for her clan's reproduction. Filled with rage, she absorbed her unborn rabbit babies, thereby giving birth to a brand new spiritual skill, devouring spiritual energy. It is known that their clan has a fixed black iron level strength from birth, determining what spiritual skills they will awaken. This new spiritual skill was a miracle within her clan. Each fire rabbit could be cherished, even drained of the last drop of energy from their bodies. And the violent rabbits she bred all possessed this new spiritual skill of devouring the power of fire rabbits. This was the new future for their rabbit clan. Tonight she would absorb thousands of fire rabbits, leading her clan to achieve a great evolution. Chirp chirp, I, the queen of the rabbit clan, will break through to the overlord level tonight. The aura emanating from the Emperor of Smoke grew increasingly powerful, repeatedly breaking through the Lord level only to be compressed back to the Commander level. It was well aware of its path. If it wanted to break through the Lord level, it would have done so long ago. However, its tribe found evolution to be a challenging endeavor. Dozens of Lord level beings existed, yet none had transformed into the sovereign level, resembling an insurmountable barrier. Thus it sought to accumulate sufficient energy through spiritual techniques to break through 2 major realms in one go. This was the true evolution. Accompanied by the sacrifices of numerous flame rabbits, the Emperor of Smoke's black fur began to glow, strands of what appeared to be burning red fur emerging. At the center of its chest, scorching orange flame patterns coalesced, radiating a dazzling light akin to stars in the sky. Among the thousands of flame rabbits, many were of commander level. Feeling the mighty surge of power, the Emperor of Smoke sensed a binding force within its body, and it had a premonition that it was close. Once this binding was broken, the entire rabbit tribe would undergo a significant evolution. The Lord-level flame rabbits and violent rabbits knelt down in a surprisingly human-like manner, their ruby-like eyes filled with excitement. Just at this moment, a faint voice rang out. "Cover your heads and crouch down." In the instant those words left the Emperor of Smoke, floating in the air vanished. The flame rabbits and violent rabbits went completely berserk. This was the key to the entire tribe's evolution. How could anything go wrong now? At that moment above the valley, Lin Fan held the Emperor of Smoke and ran desperately. "What are you standing there for, Gongzi? Run." Upon hearing this, Xie Gang snapped back to reality and dared not hesitate. With a face full of terror, he chased after Lin Fan. He was about to explode. "Wasn't this what you said about not making a move?" Xie Gang now realized that while the Emperor of Smoke was still at the commander level, it could erupt into the sovereign level at any moment. If that happened, the two of them combined wouldn't even be a match for the Emperor of Smoke, let alone 3-1. "Lin Fan, my son, I swear, quickly throw the Emperor of Smoke down, or we're done for." Lin Fan did not look back. "Gongzi, let me say this, the Emperor of Smoke can absorb the energy of tens of thousands of flame rabbits. Do you think its spiritual technique is just for energy absorption? With thunder shatter the darkness." Hearing this, Xie Gang was initially confused, but soon his eyes lit up. He saw a towering figure hovering in the air, raising its hand as countless bolts of lightning merged with its being. With just a wave, the dark night sky was torn apart by endless lightning, bright as day. And that towering figure was himself. Oh! Xie Gang roared. The commander-level crystal core in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. His entire being trembled, and his aura surged several times stronger. "Lin Fan, my son, I've broken through to bronze level. I'll take you and run." He accelerated, dashing forward and scooping Lin Fan up. With the power of bronze level, the spiritual energy within him was about 7 or 8 times greater than that of the black iron level. The spiritual energy nourished his body, making both his strength and speed far superior to the black iron level. At this moment, Xie Gang was carrying Lin Fan, who held the Emperor of Smoke above his head. In 10 seconds, Lin Fan would need to release a command to cover their heads and crouch. He was well aware that the Emperor of Smoke was sealing its spiritual techniques, but as soon as the control ended, the Emperor of Smoke could very likely break through to the sovereign level. At that point, his spiritual technique would become ineffective. This was a moment of life and death. In the distance, flames shot up into the sky. Those were the flame rabbits. "Chirp, chirp, those 2 human beings robbed us of our tribe's evolution. Hope kill them." The voice echoed throughout the area. On the periphery, over 1,000 commander-level violent rabbits heard the voice and immediately saw a peculiar figure darting out. Under the night sky, with Xie Gang carrying Lin Fan and Lin Fan holding the Emperor of Smoke, the figure looked anything but human. "Chirp, chirp, what is that?" "Chirp, chirp, that definitely isn't human. Humans only have 1 head, but they have 2. "Chirp, chirp, but I see the hope of tribal evolution." This group of commander-level violent rabbits lacked much intelligence, and it wasn't until they let Xie Gang and Lin Fan rush out that they finally reacted. Flames rushed through the sky. "Chirp, chirp, a group of 4 seasons keys those 2 people." After this sound, the entire rabbit group fell into chaos, rushing towards Xie Gang and Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not need to run. The one hand gripped the crystal core, while the other held the neck of the Emperor of Smoke, deciding to act only when Xie Gang couldn't maneuver around the rabbit group. With one hand covering his head and crouching down, he pulled more than a dozen violent rabbits behind him, forming a wall of flesh with their heads covered. Meanwhile, Song Gang and Song Chong had ambushed a 10-person team on the mountainside. Song Chong's tablet locked onto the positions of Lin Fan and Xie Gang. "Those 2 brats are coming towards us." Song Gang stretched his neck, his face filled with a sinister expression. He had already seen a peculiar combination charging their way. "Is that really those 2 brats?" Song Chong nodded. "If we look at the distance of the spiritual energy badge, it's them. But why are they carrying a commander-level violent rabbit?" Song Gang didn't care at all, waving his hand dismissively. "This place is picturesque. It's the perfect burial ground for those 2 brats." He grinned sinisterly. "Xie Gang, Lin Fan, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Your lives will remain here." Before he could finish speaking, Xie Gang misstepped and immediately turned to dash sideways. Song Gang continued to laugh. 2 mere black iron levels, could they escape from his grasp? "Run as much as you like." He was filled with the thrill of a cat playing with a mouse. He was the big cat, while Lin Fan and Xia Gang were the helpless little mice. As he laughed, Song Gang's expression suddenly froze. With his silver-level vision, he saw swirling dust in the distance. Several powerful Lord-level auras were rapidly approaching, and the heat waves hit him first. What the hell is this? Run, hurry up! Song Gang howled. The others, still dazed, only followed his line of sight when they heard his voice. One by one, they were completely petrified. As the stationed army, they had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Damn, we're going to die. Mom, I want to go home. I'm not joining the army anymore. In a situation like this, even if the pioneering army and the expedition army come, they would be scared stiff. Seeing that a few still had the presence of mind to daze, Song Gang kicked them away. Hurry up and run, what are you He turned and ran. He could even feel the ground shaking. Surely the entire tribe was mobilized. Was it because of those two brats? Could it be that there really were such cursed two brats? They were clearly just black iron level, capable of drawing such hatred. It should be noted that while these rabbits might eat meat, a Lord-level being was comparable to a golden-level spiritualist. Would they look down on two black iron-level beings? It was as absurd as an adult chasing two little ants to eat. Just then Song Gang heard a voice. Cover your heads and crouch down. Song Gang scoffed. A mere black iron level truly thinks this spiritual skill would be useful against a silver level like me. Before the words could fall, Song Gang and his group vanished with a whoosh, retreating 100 meters just in time to block the fastest group of violent rabbits. The violent rabbits charged like mad, sending 10 people flying into the air with a single impact. Immediately after, one by one, the violent rabbits jumped high, turning their backs and delivering a powerful kick to the 10. The 10 wanted to fight back, but they couldn't use their spiritual techniques and couldn't move at all. Each one remained in a crouched position, covering their heads, enduring repeated kicks, flying around like balls. 100 meters away, Lin Fan and Xia Gang tore open a patch of grass and rushed inside, where there were tunnels made by the violent rabbits branching out in all directions, going downward. Running for over 10 minutes. Xia Gang collapsed on the ground, tongue out, mouth frothing white. I'm exhausted as a dog. Fainter. Throwing those people over there seems a bit unkind, right? Lin Fan spread his hands, looking puzzled. You know, I originally told you to run in another direction, but that leading fool said we had provoked someone and needed to leave our lives behind. How was I to know he meant to leave someone's life? When I saw them all standing tall, I thought they were planning to leave their own lives behind. Xia Gang directly gave a thumbs up. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. But who did they provoke? Lin Fan pulled Ruyan Emperor over. Gongzi Hurry used the technique to absorb spiritual energy. Xia Gang, too tired to care, hurriedly sat up. No, I'm using lightning type techniques, so that absorbing technique shouldn't be lightning type, right? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Damn, he had been so focused on cultivating Si Kong Zhan that he forgot this matter. To absorb spiritual techniques, they all had to be from the same system. For example, Gongzi is from the lightning element, so he can only absorb lightning techniques. He can't absorb fire techniques. And those from the physical type, power type, and defense type also won't work. Otherwise, Gongzi could directly absorb physical techniques to strengthen his body and withstand lightning strikes. His great technique would definitely shine. No one said he was useless. No way, you can definitely absorb it. If you can, it's just that you lack the opportunity. What a pity. Lin Fan looked straight into Xia Gang's eyes without an ounce of guilt. He knew if Gongzi found out he was deceiving him, he would definitely beat him up. Xia Gang roared. I can definitely shatter darkness with thunder. He hugged Ruyan Emperor tightly. At this moment, Ruyan Emperor showed no signs of panic. Indeed, it was just a very strange technique that had completely sealed it. However, it could clearly sense that as long as this technique was lifted, it could immediately break through to the overlord level, after which this technique could no longer seal it. But the next moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the cave, followed by a thunderbolt striking it directly. Chirp, chirp, what are you all crazy, or am I crazy? Why drag me into this lightning strike? Unfortunately, the language of humans and rabbits was not communicable. Xia Gang kept roaring, repeatedly casting his techniques. Are you convinced? Let me absorb your technique. I will shatter darkness with thunder. Lin Fan had already hidden in a corner of the cave. He saw the lightning strike down, and Xia Gang's hair was scorched, his body covered in black. He couldn't leave yet. He had to help Xia Gang seal Ruyan Emperor, repeatedly attracting lightning. At first, Xia Gang could endure it, but he was only at the bronze level, while Ruyan Emperor, though it hadn't completed its transformation, was still at the commander level with extremely strong vitality. He began to spit blood, his skin cracking all over. Ruyan Emperor had also completely turned to charcoal, but still emitted chirping sounds. Yet this chirping started to become frantic. Ruyan Emperor initially thought these two ants couldn't possibly kill it, regardless of how miserable it was now. As long as the seal was lifted, it could recover the moment it crossed into the overlord level. As the lightning repeatedly entered its body, it started to panic. There was the energy of over 10,000 flame rabbits sacrificed within it. Once triggered, it would explode. Xie Gang weakly raised his head. I don't believe it. I can't possibly be unable to conquer you with lightning. At this moment, Lin Fan hurriedly grabbed Xie Gang's hand. Enough, Gongzi. This is the overlord level equivalent to our human platinum level spiritualists. We can't even break through their defenses. He admitted that he had been overly idealistic. He was the one who harmed Gongzi. His deception had planted that seed in Xie Gang, which made Xie Gang strive with all his might in that direction. Lin Fan's eyes became moist. He was about to speak the truth. Gongzi, actually, you might not be able to absorb. He had just started to speak. Xie Gang shook his head. I don't believe it. I can do it. It's just that this lightning isn't strong enough. If a few more come, I'll definitely succeed. Lin Fan looked into Xie Gang's eyes, never able to utter that truth. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on Xie Gang's shoulder. Gongzi, do you know why I haven't broken through to the bronze level yet? Xie Gang looked bewildered. You sleep all day. I'm the one hugging crystal cores to cultivate every day. Why do you think? Lin Fan's fist tightened, the guilt immediately dissipating. Damn it, I didn't want to expose you. Are you really hugging crystal cores while sleeping? He waved his hand, estimating the time. Gongzi, I have one last bit of spiritual energy left. I want to tell you, my adopted father, I actually awakened dual spiritual techniques. Xie Gang twitched at the corner of his mouth. Do you really have to show off at this crucial moment? Lin Fan shook his head. Carefully feel this is the last time. Attract the lightning. Just as Xie Gang was about to say something, he felt a strange spiritual force from Lin Fan entering his body. In the sea of consciousness, the star of the lightning attracting technique suddenly expanded threefold. Xie Gang was taken aback. Damn, my ability effect has tripled. Feigner, let go of me quickly, or we will die together. Lin Fan, however, remained still, his lips moving. The next moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh suddenly struck down. Lin Fan's voice was completely drowned out by the thunder. In an instant, the three of them were electrocuted and turned into charred remains. Lin Fan crashed to the ground, his mouth crooked, saliva flowing uncontrollably. Xie Gang was no better off. His skin was charred with cracks all over, and a smell of charred flesh emanated from him. He struggled to move his hands and grabbed Ruyan Emperor by the neck. At this moment, Ruyan Emperor was completely panicked. Humans were terrifying, simply unafraid of death. No wonder such a weak race could withstand repeated assaults from the myriad races. Humans are born so small, even smaller than the flame rabbits, pitifully weak. But why, after spending so much time growing, do they not cherish their own lives? Clearly so weak, yet so brave. Xie Gang felt that he was doomed at this moment. The terrifying thunder first coursed through his body before transmitting outward. As it repeatedly summoned lightning, the residual power within him was wreaking havoc on his body. He had only one thought. He must seize that spiritual skill that absorbed spiritual energy, or he would die. With a thought, a primal force of plunder surged into the body of the Emperor Ru Yin. At this moment, the Emperor Ru Yin was actually still struggling, constantly resisting this force. Yes, it was this unique, plundering nature that belonged solely to the human race, capable of robbing the skills of myriad races, utterly terrifying. After repeated attempts, Xie Gang failed time and time again, his injuries growing more severe. He was on the verge of giving up. It seemed that he truly could not absorb this spiritual skill. But just then, Lin Fan finally turned the corner of his mouth back. Emperor Ru Yin, I am curious, if the flame rabbit is male and the violet rabbit is female, what exactly is the crimson black rabbit after fusion, male or female? We humans are neither male nor female, we are hermaphrodites. So what about you rabbits being neither male nor female? You said the flame rabbit and your violet rabbit have such a size difference, then what about the flame rabbit's little ones? The Emperor Ru Yin was directly broken down. This human spoke so filthy. Gg. Lin Fan stroked his chin. I think you must want to lead your race to evolve, but I am curious, does the crimson black rabbit still have the ability to reproduce? Your rabbit clan can give birth to 18 treasures in one litter, which creates such combat power. Without the ability to reproduce, even if your strength increases, it is just a brief glory. The entire race will ultimately face destruction, won't it? These words exploded like thunder in the mind of the Emperor Ru Yin. Yes, it seemed that it had never considered whether the crimson black rabbit still had the ability to reproduce. It had always prided itself on leading the race to evolve, but what it truly brought to its race was destruction. For a moment, the Emperor Ru Yin's mind crashed, and it even forgot to resist. And Xie Gang directly gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Wow, brother Fan, you are now my brother. With just one verbal attack, you made the half-step overlord-level Emperor Ru Yin break down awesome. He could feel that his plundering power in a crude and tyrannical manner had torn away the spiritual skill belonging to the Emperor Ru Yin and fused it into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, a second star suddenly lit up. Second spiritual skill, devouring thunder. Xie Gang's charred skin began to crack, and he started to absorb the thunderous power within him like a sponge. His skin rapidly regenerated. He stood up again as if shedding his skin. Xie Gang clenched his fist, arcs of electricity dancing atop his knuckles. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. It actually worked. No, why was he doubting himself? Devouring spiritual energy, was that a devouring type? No, there was no such thing as a devouring type skill. Could it be a spiritual energy type? Laughing to death, all spiritual skills could be classified into the spiritual energy type. Why couldn't the thunder type be devoured? Lin Fan was suddenly filled with pride. He had truly cultivated a Si Kong Jun. But just then the fallen Emperor Ru Yin let out a GG sound. That voice was filled with a human-like sarcasm. It was indeed about to die, but the immense power within it after losing the suppression of the devouring spiritual skill was about to erupt. Right, and there were those previous bolts of thunder. The body of the Emperor Ru Yin began to swell, chunks of flesh cracking open, revealing glaring flames inside like the sun. The Emperor Ru Yin was strangely floating in the air. Lin Fan swallowed hard. Wow, Gongzi, run with me. He felt a terrifying aura filled with the terror of destruction. Xie Gang reacted even faster. Before Lin Fan could speak, he had already picked him up and charged out. Wherever he passed, arcs of electricity trailed behind him, moving so fast that his form blurred. Lin Fan felt dizzy. The scenery around him was rapidly retreating, merging into streaks of white lines. Just then, at the cave entrance, a group of Lord-level flame rabbits and violent rabbits gathered together. GG, the Queen's aura is right below. GG, I feel destruction. Is this the aura of the Queen's overlord level? How terrifying. GG, electric mouse. GG, the Queen's aura is so rich, the aura of destruction is so intense, so hot, so. Just as the rabbit group was in a daze, the ground around them trembled violently, and cracks rapidly spread. From the cracks, scorching flames surged upward instantly, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The cave collapsed. The rapidly expanding figure of the Emperor Ru Yin crushed the cave, appearing before all the rabbit clan's eyes. GG, while the Queen is about to explode. The Lord-level violent rabbit grabbed the Lord-level flame rabbit and turned to run. What leading the race to evolve, the Queen was about to explode. Staying here meant certain death. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Luo Chunlei received news that the rabbit group had gathered together and was continuously advancing outward. We were supposed to eliminate these rabbit groups, and now that the Lord level has taken the initiative to appear, it's a good opportunity to strike. I think we can make tactical arrangements now. Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Qin Haiba, however, seemed a bit distracted and casually replied, "We know, my team will remain the same, helping you collect crystal nuclei and handle the bodies of the alien races." After saying this, he stood up directly. "Let's retreat 10,000 meters first." Qin Haiba was very worried. Song Chong and Song Gang had been out for so long without any news. Not long ago, 8 silver tier members in the team had died, leaving only the 2 Song brothers. He knew that one was a strength type and the other a defense type, both having strong survival abilities. But what exactly had they encountered? Could it be that they couldn't kill Lin Fan and his group? At this moment, Luo Chunlei looked at Qin Haiba leaving and slammed his fist on the conference table, splintering the wooden table. What time is it? And he still wants to run. He held his head, his eyes bloodshot. "I don't know why, but I have a very ominous premonition." Wang Gang hurriedly patted Luo Chunlei's shoulder. "Old Luo, I know what you're worried about, so many Lord level." Luo Chunlei shook his head, frantically gripping Wang Gang's shoulders and shaking him. "Old Wang, you know me. Even if 200 people face 80,000 alien races, I would dare to say we have the advantage. But at this moment, I suddenly have a very crazy thought. Something even more dangerous than these tens of thousands of crazy rabbits is about to happen." Wang Gang's breath hitched. He believed Luo Chunlei because Luo Chunlei was a rare beast transformation type, possessing N-level beast instinct spiritual skill. Most of the time, the dangers Luo Chunlei sensed came true. Just then, Qin Haiba rushed back again. "Wow, hurry and retreat. This black-red gate might explode." Luo Chunlei was taken aback, suddenly accelerating and vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already atop a hastily constructed watchtower. In the distance, flames soared into the sky. It was clearly night, yet the sky seemed to be lit by a sun with strands of lightning weaving through it. That sun continuously hurled fireballs downward. One must understand within that black-red door lay an endless expanse of grassland. The top layer was tender grass, but beneath it lay years of dried hay. Rabbits do not eat dried hay, and dried hay is highly flammable. Flames roared like terrifying fire serpents swiftly darting across the grass, consuming vast stretches of the prairie. Thick smoke billowed. Frankly speaking, the fire had erupted and was spreading at a rapid pace. They could not possibly extinguish it. And the rabbits of the other race. They probably had no thought of extinguishing the fire at all. If it caught fire, the entire grassland within the black-red door would be incinerated. Chin Highball was right. The black-red door was about to explode. At that moment, boom. The sun in the sky exploded, a mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens, followed by flames that spread rapidly, like tidal waves in all directions. The fire became terrifying once again. Run quickly. Don't bother with your belongings, leave everything behind. Luo Chunlei shouted, for the first time witnessing such a scene. Even he, a battle-hardened warrior, felt a surge of fear. The flames spread at an alarming rate, stacking upon one another like giant waves surging into the sky, akin to a natural disaster, the fiery tsunami. Waves of scorching heat crashed one after another, leaving the ground charred black. Those violent rabbits and fire rabbits were fleeing, under such a terrifying blaze they would perish as well. In the distance, a bolt of lightning flashed. Xie Gang, as he ran, slowed down, realizing that the thunderous power within him had been exhausted. Call the lightning. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down, filling Xie Gang with renewed strength. But behind him, Lin Fan was already foaming at the mouth. Gongzio Wu. Lin Fan's mouth was twisted from the electric shock. You damn well call the lightning, without a problem. Can you let me down from your back? Lin Fan roared in his heart. Some of the lightning would strike the cushion on Xie Gang's back before being conducted through his body into Xie Gang. But Lin Fan's mouth was twisted, rendering him unable to utter a complete sentence. Call the lightning. Gongzi, you bastard. Call the lightning. Bolts of lightning struck down, and Lin Fan felt despair. He was charred black, lying lifelessly on Xie Gang's back. Behind him, waves of scorching heat surged forward, the blinding flames roaring and devouring the vast grassland. Fortunately, Xie Gang was still only at the bronze level, and after so many strikes from the Emperor of Smoke, he could hardly withstand much more. After running a significant distance, he fell onto the ground. Xie Gang pulled Lin Fan closer. Fainer, oh no, brother Fan, you have many ideas. How do you suggest we run now? He noticed Lin Fan's mouth was crooked, his body twitching. Damn it, Fainer, who attacked you? Speak up, and I won't let them off. Fainer. Xie Gang shook Lin Fan. Lin Fan, disregarding the drool, stammered, stop shaking me, you bastard, I want to die? He pointed to the Xie Gang was momentarily stunned, suddenly understanding. The grassland was filled with rabbit burrows, and they could temporarily hide in them. Xie Gang hurriedly picked up Lin Fan again. Gongzi, if you dare to call lightning again, I swear I'll hit you. Lin Fan finally regained some composure. But at that moment, two battered, pig-headed figures suddenly jumped out from the side. Song Gang glared fiercely at Lin Fan, and Xie Gang, you bastard, our brother was severely harmed by you. Song Gang was in utter despair. He had been kicked by that group of violent rabbits over 100 times, and one of his teeth had been shattered. He didn't even know what he was saying anymore. But it was fine, he didn't need to talk. He just had to take action to take down these two useless bastards. Song Gang's arms began to swell, muscles writhing and bulging. Power-based spiritual techniques were continuously unleashed. Little Ji, come here. Lin Fan casually glanced and instantly recognized them. They were the ones who tried to leave him behind. He raised his hand. Cover your head, squat down. Whoosh. Song Gang and Song Chong immediately appeared in front of Lin Fan, obediently covering their heads and squatting down. Both had confusion in their eyes. What had happened? Indeed, Lin Fan was still at the black iron level, so why did this level spiritual technique work effectively on the two of them? They were silver level. Gongzioa. Xie Gang understood. Are you suggesting we take them to the burrow? Lin Fan nodded. Xie Gang charged forward, kicking both Song Gang brothers unconscious with a big foot, then grabbed a leg of each and dashed toward a rabbit hole. These violent rabbits had a knack for digging. The burrows wound down steeply, with deeper holes reaching over 100 meters underground. Moreover, they had multiple exits. Lin Fan had also considered that smoke might seep in, but this was not an ordinary rabbit hole. The interior was spacious and well ventilated. Furthermore, they were not ordinary people. If smoke came in, they could always flee. If they continued running on the ground, they would definitely not outrun the spread of the flames. Meanwhile, on the other side, a large troop of hundreds was scattering, falling into disarray. Thick smoke billowed from behind. The garrison, led by Chin Haiba, was running faster than the rabbits, their faces filled with panic. They rarely fought throughout the year, let alone faced a situation akin to a natural disaster. Luo Chunlei, however, wore a worried expression. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone stop running. Those with Earth-type spiritual techniques, come out quickly. We can't outrun the speed at which the flames spread. We need to dig a fire break, or we will all be burned to death. When he halted, Deputy Zhang Hong and some trusted aides also stopped, and the rest of the team halted after running a distance. Wang Gang also trusted Luo Chunlei's judgment and called for everyone to halt. Dig a trench, hurry, hurry. I'm Earth-type, a few of you form a team with me. I'm not Earth-type, but those with power-type come over, let's get to work. Everyone frantically hammered the ground. Luo Chunlei and Wang Gang flew in the air, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously, slashing their battle blades, unleashing spiritual power recklessly. They were racing against time. The raging fire was only a couple of 100 meters away from them, and violent rabbits and fire rabbits were charging in. Yet these hundreds of people seemed oblivious to the danger, all working hard. The 200 members led by Qin Haiba were all terrified. Damn, are they crazy? This isn't Blue Star. This is the world within the gate of all races. It doesn't matter if it gets burned down, right? The group accelerated once more, using all their spiritual power to escape. Meanwhile, ahead, no one in Wang Gang and Luo Chunlei's team was fleeing. The blazing flames illuminated their resolute faces. Within just a minute or two, a trench over a meter deep and 100 meters long had been dug. As they dug, they retreated. The surging flames were almost upon them, but the trench blocked their path. On either side of the trench, Luo Chunlei and Wang Gang led their respective teams, desperately digging. The 100-meter-long trench blocked the flames, but the fire continued to spread to either side. Thus, Luo Chunlei decided to dig out a circle. After an unknown amount of time, viewed from above the grassland, there was a vacuum area amidst the roaring flames. The two teams of 400 were gasping for air, admiring their creation. Some had already stripped off their clothes, unable to bear the high temperature. They poured water over themselves, then lay on the ground in a most unrefined manner. The earth element spiritualists were still working hard, using their spiritual power to control the dug-up soil and pile it into a wall, completely blocking the flames. Luo Chunlei only took a brief rest for a few minutes. Everyone, we cannot let our guard down yet. Although the first wave of flames has passed and the surrounding fires are receding, don't forget that there are still those crazy rabbits out here on this grassland. Those with strength, come stand guard with me. The rest, hurry and take out crystals to recover. Those of the earth element, come rest quickly. After this, you'll need to reinforce the trench defenses. We cannot let the fire reach us, or we will have no way to escape. Commands were issued one after another. Unless they truly had no strength left, everyone who could stand up did so, voluntarily taking their posts to kill the violent rabbits or fire rabbits that suddenly charged in. Though the hundreds of people were in a sorry state, not a single one had died. Luo Chunlei looked at this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one has died, that's good. He then thought of something else and frowned. Zhang Hong, get up. What's the status of those two reserves, eh? Zhang Hong had just sat down when he immediately stood up again, grabbing a tablet to lock onto Lin Fan and Xie Gang's positions. His brow furrowed. To be honest, it's a bit unbelievable. Luo Chunlei had lost his patience. They haven't died. Zhang Hong hurriedly said, according to the trajectory, they were still moving a minute ago. Now they have stopped, but are still moving around in a small area. However, nearby them, there are the Song brothers. Luo Chunlei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were alive, that was fine. However, these two lads are truly a miracle. Their entire team of hundreds is in a desperate flight, while they are all average silver-level spiritualists. How did those two black iron-level guys survive? The ground is on fire. Can these two lads escape into the sky? Suddenly, Luo Chunlei suddenly realized and stood up, patting his butt. It's impossible. They went to the sky, so they must have gone underground. Get 2 earth element users to check if there are caves beneath this grassland. After some exploration, Luo Chunlei's guess was confirmed. Beneath the grassland, there were many interconnected tunnels, all dug out by rabbits. Luo Chunlei grinned widely. I told you, these two lads are truly talented. They are in a rabbit hole, no wonder they survived. They deserve great credit for this. Here it was a painful ordeal, but if the tunnels were deep enough, it would be safer than above ground. Moreover, even if they weren't deep enough, they could still use the tunnels to retreat to safety, moving against the direction of the spreading flames. At this time, the flames behind should have diminished significantly. Calling a few water element users to extinguish the fire could create a resting area. A day later in the tunnel, Lin Fan finally regained his strength. Meanwhile, the Song brothers Song Gang and Song Chong had woken up only to be knocked out again, and now their heads were bandaged, still in a coma. Lin Fan immediately found Xie Gang, feeling the urge to give him a beating. The repeated lightning strikes had nearly cost him his life. Fana, your father has roasted some meat for you. It's from a Lord-level fire rabbit, absolutely delightful. Lin Fan's mouth watered uncontrollably at the words. Lord level. Then I guess I can forgive Xie Gang. He took the roasted meat from Xie Gang's hands and began to feast. I must say the meat from a lord-level beast is indeed different. It's very chewy, and each bite releases juices that flow warmth throughout his body. After eating just 2 tails of meat, Lin Fan's body turned red like a boiled shrimp. No, I can't eat anymore. Xie Gang was also patting his belly, his face flushed with enjoyment. Lin Fan exhaled. By the way, wake those 2 up. Xie Gang spread his hands. No way, there's no water left, they can only wake up on their own. Lin Fan looked perplexed. No water. You haven't peed yet. Xie Gang suddenly realized, oh yes, that. He immediately stood up. Wait, I'll wake them up right now. Lin Fan hurriedly stopped Xie Gang. Gongzi, you don't have diabetes, right? Xie Gang chuckled. Of course I won't let them have this sweet treat. At this moment, the dazed Song Gang and Song Chong felt a warm stream splash on their faces. Unable to bear their thirst, the 2 instinctively stuck out their tongues. Then they both sat up with a start. Pa, what the hell? What is that foul smell? As Song Gang and Song Chong looked up, they happened to see Xie Gang still putting on his pants, and they instantly understood what had happened. Song Gang furrowed his brows. All right, good lad, you dare to play tricks on me. His muscles swelled again. Cover your head, squat down. Lin Fan rushed over. With a whoosh, the 2 disappeared from their spot and reappeared squatting in front of Lin Fan. Song Gang and Song Chong exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of panic in each other's eyes. It wasn't just a figment of their imagination before they fainted. They truly had seen a ghost. Black Iron level spiritual skill. They had crossed 2 major realms to control these silver level guys. Lin Fan looked at the 2, scrunching his nose in distaste. Gongzi, you're on fire. Xie Gang scratched his head, looking very honest. I ate too much roasted meat. Song Gang spat. Wasn't it you who just woke us up? And you feel embarrassed now? How shameless. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the 2 and asked, so who sent you to kill me? Upon hearing this, Song Gang's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, how could he know that someone sent us? However, on the surface, Song Gang pretended to be confused, saying, what murder? I don't know about any dispatch of people. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with them. Then just apply severe torture. Gongzi shocked them. Xie Gang raised his hand, directly transforming into a lightning rod. A bolt of lightning struck down. His hair stood on end like barbs, arcs of electricity jumping across his body. Xie Gang proudly looked at Lin Fan. He said nothing, but his expression seemed to convey, Lin Fan, my son, do you see how impressive your father is? Lin Fan was also quite pleased. Previously, he had been anxious about escaping and hadn't paid much attention. Now it seemed that these 2 skills combined were indeed perfect. Ha ha ha. A burst of inappropriate laughter came from nearby. Song Gang and Song Chong were rolling on the floor, laughing uncontrollably. What the hell? Didn't you say you would shock us? How did you end up looking like this? So this is severe torture. Are you trying to make us laugh until we cramp or choke? I have to say this severe torture is quite creative. Xie Gang raised an eyebrow and raised his hand again. Song Gang laughed heartily. Are you going to shock yourself again? At worst, we'll confess. Just don't make us laugh, okay? Xie Gang revealed a cruel smile. Raising your hand isn't an apology, it's a reminder that you still need to practice, little brother. Zila. The electric light shot out, directly striking the Song brothers. Xie Gang's ability was indeed strength. At the Black Iron level, it could kill a commander-level opponent, which is equivalent to a silver-level spiritual practitioner. And now at the Bronze level, his power had increased significantly, not to mention that the physique of a human was incomparable to that of other races. The Song brothers were directly shocked into convulsions, their bodies stiffening as they writhed on the ground. Under Xie Gang's controlled output, the 2 were shocked to the point of tears, losing control of their bowels. Xie Gang continued to shock them intermittently. Every time the Song brothers thought it was over, they were met with even stronger electric currents. Why aren't you laughing? Are you naturally not fond of laughter? Do you have an issue with me shocking myself? So you think I'm a human lightning rod, huh? Listen closely, this is called shattering darkness with thunder. As Xie Gang spoke, he became increasingly proud, puffing out his chest, as if he looked down upon anyone. Lin Fan couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh uncontrollably. This is just too juvenile. Still boasting. Xie Gang shot a sideways glance. My son, you also enjoy laughing, huh? A small electric snake darted past. Lin Fan laughed so much that he began to convulse, rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Xie Gang couldn't hold back his laughter, either slapping the floor in amusement. The next moment, Lin Fan stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Gongzi, you know how to have fun, huh? Crouch down and cover your head. It turned out that laughter wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. When Xie Gang covered his head and obediently squatted in front of Lin Fan, he could no longer laugh. Meanwhile, Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves, his face twisted into a sinister smile. Brother Fan, you are my brother. What awaited Xie Gang was a brutal beating. The cruelty of the method left the Song brothers dumbfounded. Wait, if he could do this to his own people, wouldn't he directly kill us? After venting his anger, Lin Fan turned to the Song brothers and said, now tell me about your matters. Song Gang cried he didn't want to die. Lin Fan was simply a demon. I tell you, it's not our business. It's that Zheng Zhuangbi, the young master of the Zheng family, who loves to show off. He hired Qin Haiba to kill you. We really didn't want to kill you, and you must spare us. Lin Fan frowned. Why? Song Gang took a deep breath. Seeing the apprehensive look on Lin Fan's face, his confidence returned somewhat. Of course, it's because we are the spiritual energy army contributing to the defense of Huaxia against the myriad races. Killing us would be a crime, and among our team of 10-8 were killed by your spiritual abilities while blocking bullets. So you're saying you have something on me? Song Gang immediately puffed out his chest, regaining his defiant, that's right, but if you spare us and use your mysterious spiritual abilities to take us away from the Black Red Gate, we will naturally let you go. Otherwise, he smirked. Otherwise, I'll report you to the spiritual energy army, and you'll definitely. Before he could finish, crack. Song Gang maintained that smug smile, but his head had already tilted. Lin Fan looked at Song Chong. Gongzi, just kill him. Xie Gang, who had been lying on the ground looking pitiful, suddenly jumped up with vigor and walked towards Song Chong. Song Chong hurriedly retreated. No, you can't kill me. The spiritual energy army badge will detect my life fluctuations, and when I die it will start recording and synchronize to the cloud. If you kill my brother, I can help you clear your name. Otherwise, if you kill me, you'll also be in deep trouble. Lin Fan merely scoffed. It's all fun and games, but if you want my life, why should I spare yours? Xie Gang showed no hesitation, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning that directly killed Song Chong. Lin Fan was taken aback. Gongzi, do you trust me that much? Xie Gang patted his chest. You are my son. When have I not been there for your fights? If you want to kill them, then I will too. Lin Fan felt warm inside. Xie Gang scratched his head. But we might not be able to leave for a while. We need to hide in the Black Red Gate until the heat passes. Lin Fan laughed heartily. That's unnecessary. Have you forgotten my father is a big shot? He always abides by the rules of the spiritual energy army, he said, pulling out his phone from his chest. I recorded all their confessions. They wanted to kill us, but we turned the tables. We will only be penalized a bit of military merit. He had heard the rules of the spiritual energy army so many times that his ears were calloused. How could he not know the effects of the spiritual energy badge? The reason he acted was that he was confident. Xie Gang was still worried they would need to go into hiding. Brother Fan, you're amazing. He gave a thumbs up. What shall we do next? Lin Fan grinned. The fire must have burned down quite a bit. How many rabbit-like other races do you think were burned to death? Next, of course. He paused, exchanged glances with Xie Gang, and they both said in unison, pick up corpses and eat roasted meat. Lin Fan was filled with confusion. There were so many corpses of other races, which meant there were crystal cores lying around, so what did roasted meat mean? Xie Gang scratched his head. Well, roasted rabbit meat is really fragrant. I think it's already roasted outside. We can totally have a buffet. What the hell is a buffet? Lin Fan was speechless. However, this time, he was somewhat worried. Although the punishment here wasn't much, that Qin Haiba was an officer and also a golden-level spiritual practitioner. If he were to secretly deal with them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would take 100 million to elevate the crouching position to level to be effective against golden-level spiritual practitioners. I hope this time the harvest is plentiful. Several hours later, Lin Fan and Xie Gang returned to the surface. Before their eyes, there was not a hint of green. The vast grassland now lay in a desolate state of scorched earth. The ground was extremely hot, causing both of them to sweat profusely. However, the harvest was indeed fruitful. Crystals were scattered all around. Wherever they stepped, they encountered charred, ordinary-level violent rabbits or flame rabbits. This was truly a matter of collecting crystals. Lin Fan, however, took Xie Gang deeper into the grassland. He aimed to reach the place where the Emperor of Smoke had perished, the very source of this fire. As they walked, they collected crystals, filling their woven bags with 6 of them. In the end, Lin Fan said, Gongzi, we don't need the ordinary level ones. We only want the elite level ones, otherwise we won't be able to carry so many out. After a whole day of toil, Lin Fan and Xie Gang stood at the edge of a deep pit, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Throughout the day, they dared not sleep. With crystals covering the ground, even a short nap would be a disrespect to their earnings. Moreover, along the way, the severely injured elite-level and commander-level creatures had all been killed. The closer they got to the source of the initial explosion, the more likely they were to find commander-level crystals, which were worth 100,000. The two of them wished they could transform into human-shaped crystal detectors, turning over every inch of scorched earth in search of commander-level crystals. At this moment, they gazed at the deep pit. Lin Fan's face was filled with joy. I can guarantee that this is the place where the Emperor of Smoke died. Xie Gang immediately raised his hand to summon lightning, transforming into a streak of electric light and darting away. Even if the Emperor of Smoke self-destructed, he was still at the Overlord level. Commander-level crystals were worth 100,000 Lord-level crystals, 1,000,000, and Overlord-level crystals, a staggering 3,000,000. This was still because it was an Overlord-level crystal from within the Black Iron 10,000 Races Gate. Otherwise, the price of an Overlord-level crystal would double. However, the pure spiritual power inside could allow Black Iron-level spiritualists to absorb it sufficient to cultivate 7 or 8 Bronze-level spiritualists in a short period. At this time, Luo Chunlei and his group, covered in dust, hurried over. They were also collecting crystals. This fire had burned for so many days, allowing them to gain military merit without lifting a finger, much to the excitement of this group of extermination soldiers. They had never fought such an easy battle. However, Luo Chunlei had another purpose: to find Lin Fan and Xie Gang. He just didn't say it outright. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, Luo Chunlei saw 2 white round posteriors sticking up high, still digging in the ground. They looked as if they were digging 3 feet into the earth. He felt a headache coming on. He knew these 2 were digging for crystals, but could they not be more mindful of their appearance? Their clothes looked like beggars' rags, just a few strips of cloth covering their important areas. Didn't they feel embarrassed? At this moment, Xie Gang also felt a chill at his rear. I say, aren't we being a bit careless about our image? Lin Fan, not lifting his head, replied in the Black Iron Gate, it's probably just us 2. Who cares about image? He directly lifted his rear, gave it a couple of pats, and said, hey, how's my rear image? I just don't care who's watching. At worst, it's just those rabbit-like aliens. Those silly rabbits know nothing about image. Luo Chunlei couldn't help but chuckle. For 100 spiritual energy soldiers had surrounded the deep pit. Upon hearing this nonsensical, cheeky banter, each of them looked up at a 45-degree angle, recalling the most difficult moments of their lives, managing to stifle their laughter. Seeing that the 2 hadn't noticed yet, and were still comparing whose rear was whiter, he cleared his throat and said loudly, brothers, which of their rears do you think is whiter? The voice, bolstered by spiritual power, echoed repeatedly in the deep pit. Hundreds of spiritual energy soldiers burst into laughter, and in unison they replied, I think both rears are equally white. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were startled and fell to the ground. Turning back in confusion, they saw hundreds of eyes staring at them in unison, their gazes as fierce as wolves or tigers, more terrifying than a man who had not eaten for 3 years entering a brothel. Lin Fan held his forehead. Damn, I wish I could dig a hole and hide in it. Just as he finished speaking, a soil-based spiritualist raised his hand and punched, creating a rumble and adding another hole to the deep pit. Brother, we've dug a hole for you. Lin Fan fell silent, looking up at the earth elemental spiritualist. Wait, are you serious? But at that moment, he noticed something shimmering in the hole that the soil elemental had just blasted. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, diving into the hole. At this, the spiritual energy soldiers burst into laughter, especially the soil elemental, who was laughing so hard he nearly fell off his horse. This kid really knows how to have fun. He actually dove in. Suddenly, Lin Fan raised his hand, holding a crystal the size of a fist, shining brightly. Gongzi, this is an Overlord-level crystal, no doubt about it. It's definitely the Emperor of Smoke's crystal. At this, the crowd fell silent. Damn, did he just find an Overlord-level crystal by digging a hole? That was worth 3 million, equivalent to 3,000 military merits, or about a year's salary for them. The Earth Elemental's face fell. Casually blasting a punch had cost him 3 million. That feeling was utterly bitter. Alright, you 2, come back with me. Luo Chunlei reached out and grabbed the 2 back. No, my esteemed instructor Luo, my crystal. Lin Fan struggled incessantly. Luo Chunlei snorted coldly, you 2 really know how to have fun. Do you have any idea how hard we search for you? We spent a day and night digging through rabbit holes, nearly getting buried alive several times. Lin Fan stopped struggling as he looked around. Each spiritual energy soldier bore injuries, all covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. Some had large areas of their bodies charred, standing in the ranks wrapped in bandages, faces twisted in pain. Hadn't these hundreds of people returned immediately to find them? Zhang Hong, knowing Luo Chunlei's temperament, approached him. Old Luo, now that we've found them, let's hurry back. We've already violated military orders. Luo Chunlei nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and waved his hand. Quickly get all the crystals out. These 2 have the guts to come here, so let's leave them a portion. After saying that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Zhang Hong took Lin Fan and the others to another side. I want to ask you 2 questions and you better answer truthfully. Lin Fan coughed and quickly retreated, strategically raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I don't know, I didn't see anything. The fire started on its own, or it has nothing to do with me. The deaths of Song Gang and the others. Zhang Hong paused for a moment. What do you mean the fire had nothing to do with you? Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. I thought you were accusing us of setting the fire. Turns out it's about murder. Zhang Hong's lips twitched. He had a feeling that this fire had something to do with these two. If that were true, then they would be quite impressive, having committed murder and arson on their first entry into the 10,000 Races Gate. Now is not the time to discuss such matters. When Song Gang died, the footage was directly uploaded to the cloud. Several major families in Tianwu City joined forces to apply pressure, demanding that you pay with your lives. Zhang Hong's expression was grave. Logically, this great fire has driven those mad rabbits toward the exit of the 10,000 Races Gate, and we should have flanked them from behind, but Lao Luo insisted on finding you all first. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at Luo Chunlei. Luo Chunlei was bare-chested, but his muscular body was covered in scars resembling a centipede crawling across his skin. However, he was indeed a tough man. It's worth noting that Luo Chunlei hadn't mentioned anything about their killing. Under Zhang Hong's recounting, Lin Fan felt a genuine sense of panic. He thought this matter would at most escalate to Commander Qin Haiba. But Qin Haiba was a member of the Qin family, which was a second-tier family in Tianwu City wielding considerable influence. Not to mention the Zheng family also had people coming to make their presence known. The Zheng family was a top-tier family in Tianwu City, with 2 out of the 5 platinum-level spiritualists coming from them. Listen to me, Lao Luo's defiance of military orders to find you first is because he is afraid that the 2 of you will panic after getting sent to the military court. Zhang Hong reiterated. Lin Fan was stunned. Could it be that serious? Getting sent to the military court. Zhang Hong snorted coldly, his expression becoming much more serious. Don't laugh it off, there are many interests at stake. Not to mention the Zheng family, just speaking about the Qin family alone. The people under Qin Haiba are all those who seek military merit. They will pool their merits to give to Qin Haiba, then consolidate them back to the Qin family. Losing an entire silver-level squad is a huge loss for them. They will find a way to deal with you, and even claim your military merits to compensate for their losses. Killing spiritual energy soldiers is not just about paying with lies. Their assets would also be transferred to cover the losses of those killed. Seeking military merit. Lin Fan was puzzled. They shouldn't be short on money. Why accumulate military merit? Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. Because golden level and platinum level crystals are scarce and can only be exchanged with military merit. Lin Fan pondered, his confusion gradually turning into shock. Suddenly he understood. Those people were unwilling to fight desperately, but they also needed sufficient strength to maintain their positions. Golden-level spiritualists need golden-level crystals to cultivate. Yet golden-level 10,000 Races Gates are rarely seen. After all, the creatures born from the golden-level 10,000 Races Gates possess golden-level strength. The most common level already corresponds to golden level, the elite level corresponds to platinum level, and the commander level corresponds to diamond level. This is an extremely terrifying power. Hence, when the golden level 10,000 Races Gate opens, it is sealed off, leading to a scarcity of crystals at that level and above. Moreover, they are extremely scarce. They don't dare to fight desperately, so they send people into the spiritual energy army to bide their time, exchanging money for military merit, and using military merit to redeem crystals of that level. This is a transaction, it is a business. And it is the easiest and simplest way to obtain high-level crystals. Damn it, these bastards don't dare to fight. Yet they play these tricks so well. After Lin Fan figured all this out, he couldn't help but curse. Zhang Hong sighed and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. These matters shouldn't be known to someone at your level, but your understanding proves you are a clever child. I don't know what background you have, but once you get to the military court, this matter becomes serious and will be judged in front of the public. There is only one thing you need to do: fabricate a story. Lin Fan was taken aback. Zhang Hong continued. You say that the 4 of you were trapped in the rabbit hole surrounded by alien creatures, and that Song Gang and Song Chong were severely burned and in great pain. And you didn't have the strength to protect them, so Song Gang couldn't endure it anymore, and unwilling to die at the hands of aliens asked you to help them end it. You don't need to worry about whether this story can deceive people. The video transmitted back only lasts 1 or 2 seconds and will only capture your appearances without even sound. Listening to this, Lin Fan's expression darkened. Indeed, this story could allow them to evade the military court's punishment. However, it would portray the Song brothers as warriors who would rather commit suicide than die at the hands of aliens. Moreover, if further manipulated, It could also be said that the Song brothers were severely injured while fighting fiercely against the aliens, or that they were injured while protecting Lin Fan and Xie Gang. This would completely transform them into two heroes. Officer Zhang, can I call you brother? Zhang Hong nodded, smiling slightly. No problem. Lin Fan raised his head to look at Zhang Hong, his expression serious. Brother Zhang, my father is a member of the Frontier Army, and my mother often follows him as a cook. I grew up seeing them rarely. Zhang Hong's eyes instantly flashed with sympathy. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to have such an experience. He knew that the death rate in the Frontier Army was extremely high, and each mission would take a long time. Once an abnormal fluctuation is detected, the Frontier Army must be stationed there waiting for the 10,000 races gate to open and to establish a defense line. They must withstand the first wave of impact, and then proceed to explore for several days. If it is decided to seal this 10,000 races gate, an application will be filed waiting for the sealing personnel to arrive. This process takes at least a month and can extend to 3 or 4 months. Kid, you've suffered. Lin Fan waved his hand. No, Brother Zhang, I wanted to use this matter to gain sympathy. Oh, I'm just unwilling. I'm very upset. Lin Fan raised his voice. The ones risking their lives are the cleansing army and the Frontier Army, while the garrison troops are a bunch of parasites. Song Gang and the others are like this. I can tell you directly, they came to kill me, but were counter-killed by me. I don't want to portray them as heroes. Xie Gang also joined in. I don't want to either. Those two were electrocuted by me, and it has nothing to do with Feiner. If someone has to pay with their life, they'll take 1 for 2. It's a huge profit for me. Oh no, I killed their entire squad. Oh, I took 1 for 10. After saying this, Xie Gang laughed heartily without a care. Zhang Hong stroked his chin. Perhaps this could be a solution. These two kids had connections, but from Lin Fan's words it seemed that his parents didn't hold much power in the Frontier Army. Then is it Xie Gang who has connections? However, he hadn't heard of a powerful Xie family in Tianwu City. Could it be from the provincial capital? I think it's feasible. With your background, Xie Gang, if you can withstand it, it's better than letting Lin Fan bear it. Lin Fan and Xie Gang exchanged glances, both puzzled. Wait, Gongzi, do you really have a background? Feiner, what background do you have? They both spoke in unison, then fell into confusion. Lin Fan no longer cared. One person does the work, one person bears the consequences. What I did, I will face the military court. It has nothing to do with Gongzi. He could tell that Gongzi was always carefree with no secrets. He truly had no background. Zhang Hong had tried for a long time, but still couldn't persuade them. In the end, he could only choose to return and make further arrangements. Soon after, the team set off. Along the way, they would only occasionally stop to fight against rabbit hordes, and then casually dig out the nearby crystal cores. The fire had burned for dozens of kilometers, but had finally stopped. According to Luo Chunlei and the others, it seemed that the rabbit horde had observed their method of digging fire breaks, and thus imitated it. Those violent rabbits were quite adept at tunneling, which is why they had dug a long and deep fire break to extinguish the flames. However, at this moment at the exit of the Black-Red Gate, hundreds of spirit energy soldiers were stationed, establishing a defensive line and continuously slaying the rabbits that charged out. The raging fire had disturbed the rabbit horde inside, causing all the alien creatures within the Black-Red Gate to go into a frenzy, with even a Lord-level leader leading the charge. Luo Chunlei and his group arrived at the entrance and found themselves in quite a predicament. There were at least 70 to 80,000 rabbits at the entrance, all charging forward. They simply couldn't escape, and even if they did manage to get out, they risked being mistakenly harmed by their comrades outside. Old Wang, we can only split into several teams to divert some of the rabbit horde, giving us a chance to get out, Luo Chunlei said. Wang Gang nodded. Although it's dangerous, this is the only way forward. This will definitely cost many lives, he sighed. There are 400 of us, and the number of rabbits is hundreds of times greater, not to mention many elite and commander level ones. If we get too close, it's practically suicide. Just then Lin Fan approached. By the way, if we can eliminate a large number of commander level rabbits, can we make it out? It was clear that he wanted to escape. He planned to exchange all military achievements at the military court for Gongzi to take away, and being barefoot, he wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. Luo Chunlei nodded, of course, but it will definitely result in significant casualties. You brat, are you trying to make a joke at a time like this? If you can eliminate many commander-level rabbits without taking damage and lead us out, I'd be willing to give you 30 million. He couldn't stand seeing his brothers die. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. That's what you said. Luo Chunlei nodded. Lin Fan then took out a crystal core from the Emperor of Smoke and began absorbing it on the spot. Gongzi had broken through to the bronze level long ago. The reason for Lin Fan's slower progress was that he had dual spiritual techniques, meaning his internal spiritual power was already doubled compared to others of the same level, making it naturally more difficult to advance. However, the spiritual power within the overlord-level crystal core was exceptionally pure, allowing for rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Luo Chunlei couldn't help but swallow hard as he watched Lin Fan with the overlord-level core. This kid was cultivating with 3 million truly extravagant. After just half an hour, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, having broken through to the bronze level. His internal spiritual power had increased tenfold or more. Generally speaking, black iron level spiritual power was only sufficient for 7 to 8 uses of level spiritual techniques, while bronze level could manage 70 to 80 uses. Yet he could double that amount. Luo Chunlei, seeing Lin Fan go into cultivation, didn't take his words seriously, still stressed with the current situation. Lin Fan walked over. Old Luo, have the entire team follow my orders. Luo Chunlei had a puzzled expression. Was this kid being arrogant, or was I unable to wield my weapon? Bronze level, and you want me to follow your orders? What a joke. Even dogs wouldn't listen. It's Lin Fan's orders that are to be followed. After Lin Fan showcased a bit of his skills, Luo Chunlei's eyes lit up, and he stayed right by Lin Fan's side, acting as his bodyguard. A few minutes later, with the help of concealment spiritual techniques, the main force approached within 150 meters of the rabbit horde, a distance they had carefully calculated. Lin Fan nodded at the others. Everyone get ready. Once the rabbits come over, act quickly. Let's be efficient, maybe we can get out in a few hours. The spirit energy soldiers certainly wouldn't listen to Lin Fan, but they followed Luo Chunlei's orders. Thus 15 formed a small team, arranging themselves while leaving space in front, though they didn't know what to do. Lin Fan closed his eyes, sensing the presence of the rabbit horde. Crouch down and cover your heads. The first wave of 15 violent rabbits suddenly appeared in front of the first small team. That small team had exceptional combat training. Although surprised for a moment, they quickly acted, throwing a barrage of spiritual techniques to obliterate the rabbit horde. Lin Fan looked at them with a frustrated expression. You're wasting your energy. Listen to me, those rabbits won't fight back. Conserve your spiritual energy, or we need to kill many of them. Several small teams nodded in disbelief. Lin Fan did not hesitate, and cast his spiritual techniques once more. Waves of 15 rabbits were captured. At first, everyone was a bit unaccustomed, but later they understood that the rabbits wouldn't resist and merely huddled their heads together, waiting to be slaughtered. What was there to worry about? A group of people moved swiftly, killing rabbits and directly tossing the rabbit corpses behind them for the logistics team to extract the crystal cores. Then they eagerly awaited the next wave. Lin Fan absorbed the overlord-level crystal core while casting spiritual techniques. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, there was no cooldown for the techniques. Wave after wave, they turned the slaughter of the alien creatures into a production line. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lin Fan finally collapsed on the ground. His crystal core from the Emperor of Smoke had shattered, and his spiritual energy was completely drained. Keep going. I've never killed so joyfully before. 4 hours, over 20,000 heads. That's impressive. At this moment, all the spirit energy soldiers looked at Lin Fan with admiration. They weren't concerned with those trivial matters. They only knew that Lin Fan was very strong, and they admired him. Luo Chunlei stepped forward. After 4 full hours of slaughter, they had cleared a vacuum zone at the Black-Red Gate, and they could finally escape. Brothers, take a 5-minute break, gather the last batch of crystal cores, and then we charge out. As soon as he finished speaking, a puzzled spirit energy soldier spoke up. Who are you, brother? Luo Chunlei was dumbfounded. Another spirit energy soldier said, can't you see our Captain Lin is exhausted? Exactly, let's wait until Captain Lin recovers before we speak. Who are you to give orders? 4 hours of effort equaled their achievements from 10 missions. Moreover, if they could build a good relationship with Lin Fan in the future, wouldn't they always be able to turn the killing of alien creatures into a production line? Doesn't that sound appealing? Luo Chunlei fell silent. The crowd burst into laughter, but they were only joking. They all understood that a 5-minute break before charging was fine, but Lin Fan was already very tired after 4 hours of continuous casting of spiritual techniques, mentally exhausted. So they wanted Lin Fan to rest a little longer. Half an hour later, Lin Fan recovered, rubbing his reddened eyes. Gongzi, carry me. That group of rabbits will quickly fill the gap, and we need to charge out. Xie Gang slid forward and hoisted Lin Fan onto his back. Zhang Hong found Luo Chunlei drawing circles in the corner. Old Luo, everyone's just teasing you. Come on, it's up to you to decide how we charge. Laughter aside, jesting aside, Luo Chunlei fully grasped the peril of this charge. Those with superior speed take the vanguard, everyone else stays tightly grouped. We'll sprint forward at maximum velocity. Then our defensive specialists move to the front and reform the formation. The moment we emerge, shout loudly, we're friendly forces, and activate every defensive spiritual technique you possess. Having come this far, it would be the cruelest irony to fall, not to enemies, but to our own comrades. Once the orders were given, the squad surged forward. Xie Gang stood at the very front, raised his hand toward the heavens, and declared, "With thunder shatter the darkness." Lin Fan had been utterly relaxed. This final charge required no effort from him. He simply lay across Gongzi's back as they advanced. But when he saw the gathering lightning, he froze in stunned disbelief. "Hold on. Put me down right now. In Fanner, I'd never set you down. Not even if my life hung in the balance. In Gongzi, your G, why. In Fanner, since when did you master electronic voice modulation?" Thunder crashed down. Arcs of electricity danced across Xie Gang's body. Luo Chunlei rubbed his forehead. These two boys' spiritual techniques grow ever more bizarre. No wonder Xie Gang bears the title Human Lightning Rod. But what on earth is the meaning of striking oneself with lightning before battle? And no sooner had the words left his lips than he watched Xie Gang charge forth with Lin Fan slung across his back, leaving behind a blazing trail of crackling lightning. Silver-rank spiritual cultivators, renowned for their speed, were overtaken by Xie Gang, who had launched after them. And Xie Gang is definitely bronze rank, right? Luo Chunlei was dumbfounded. A bronze-rank cultivator outpacing silver-rank speed specialists, enhanced by speed-based spiritual techniques. At that moment, Xie Gang led the charge, surpassing all others second only to gold-rank cultivators Luo Chunlei and Wang Gang. From within the rabbit horde, a Lord-tier flame rabbit, its fur marked with 3 blazing flame sigils, leapt skyward and let loose a piercing cry toward the advancing force. Instantly, the majority of the violent rabbits veered toward that direction. Luo Chunlei and Wang Gang possessed overwhelming strength. Midway through the charge, Luo Chunlei transformed into a jet-black tiger over 5 meters long. His roar shook the heavens. Then he plunged into the rabbit swarm and unleashed slaughter. Wang Gang too unleashed wave after wave of spiritual techniques from the rear. Yet neither drew as much attention as Xie Gang. With thunder shatter the darkness. Just now, in Fanner, watch me perform. Xie Gang summoned lightning to strike himself. Then with a flick of his fingers sent arcs of electricity leaping across one rabbit after another. Ordinary tier rabbits couldn't withstand even a glancing touch. Even elite tier ones perished instantly upon contact. Only commander tier rabbits endured for a few seconds, and those seconds were fleeting. Xie Gang steadied Lin Fan with one hand while the other swept rhythmically through the air, like a maestro conducting a symphony. The dancing arcs tore through the gloom, carving a crimson path straight through hundreds, no thousands, of encircling violent rabbits. They reached the gate. Defensive specialists accelerated forward, layering shields the instant they crossed the black and crimson threshold. Friendly forces in Qingjiao military unit, under Commander Luo Chunlei, and cease fire immediately. And outside the perimeter, Qin Haiba frowned faintly. Fortunate indeed, to break through under such conditions. Most of my troops are already decimated. Yet in the next breath, he saw Xie Gang burst forth, Lin Fan still slung across his back. Qin Haiba's gaze hardened. Truth be told, he cared little that Lin Fan's team had slain Song Gang. A loss, yes, but negligible. What mattered was that these men were marked for death by the Zheng family. Officer Qin, these are Commander Luo Chunlei's troops. We must stand down. Unbelievable, they actually broke through. No doubt pursued by a horde of rabid mutated beasts. We must render immediate support. Issue the order. Qin Haiba waved his hand dismissively. Who? I see no one. What if those alien hordes breach the gate? Open fire, now. The first rank of spiritual soldiers caught sight of the figures, but those behind saw nothing, only obeying Qin Haiba's command. Instantly, dozens of ranged spiritual techniques erupted skyward, hurtling toward Luo Chunlei's squad. Damn it, we're friendly forces. Reinforced defenses, fast, 100 attackers at once. We're doomed, damn it. Tell the rear ranks not to advance. Let us die, so they may live. They roared defiance, refusing to retreat. In the next heartbeat, the dozen were swallowed whole by the storm of spiritual energy. Xie Gang and Lin Fan stared in horror. The combined assault of 100 silver-rank cultivators was beyond any hope of survival. Yet in that instant, those dozen soldiers lunged before them. In our unit, new recruits never lead the charge. They could not withstand the torrential force, bodies detonating one after another. Warm blood and fragments of flesh splattered across Lin Fan's and Xie Gang's faces. The shockwave hurled them backward, spitting blood, grievously wounded, yet somehow still alive. Now both sat dazed, staring blankly ahead. Lin Fan's eyes locked onto the soldier whose head was half shattered, the Earth Affinity cultivator who'd punched open the overlordier crystal core for him. His mind echoed with the chorus of hundreds of elite soldiers roaring in unison. We reckon their backsides are equally pale, and their honest, earnest faces lingered vividly in memory. Now, shattered into crimson ruin across the ground. In Gongzi, 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 Lin Fan screamed, tears burning in his bloodshot eyes. Xie Gang let out a raw, guttural howl, and summoned 2 bolts of lightning directly onto himself. He'd always dared summon only one, waiting until its fury subsided before channeling the second. These twin strikes split his skin wide open, but his glare fixed upon Qin Haiba burned with unyielding hatred. I will kill him. Lin Fan flipped upright, straddling Xie Gang's back. Gongzi move. To the Merit Bureau. I will kill him. I will kill him. Xie Gang repeated, then suddenly broke into sobs. Lin Fan slammed a sharp slap against the back of his head. I know. So take me to the Merit Bureau. Xie Gang nodded, wiping away tears. And meanwhile, Qin Haiba's brow remained deeply furrowed. How tenacious these two were. Those two are suspected of murdering my spiritual soldiers. Apprehend them immediately. If they resist, execute without mercy. A dozen soldiers charged towards Xie Gang and Lin Fan. Xie Gang raised his middle finger. Come on then, chase your grandpa. He dissolved into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. The dozen gave chase, yet at that very moment, a black tiger exploded from the black and crimson gate. Its tiger eyes swept over the dozen soldiers, its killing intent so palpable it seemed to congeal into icy, tangible dread. Qin Haiba, you dare slay my men. However, Lin Fan was unaware of the situation on the other side of the black-red door. The two soon arrived at the military merit office and tossed their woven bags onto the counter. Exchange for military merits and give me 1,000 silver-grade crystal cores. Upon hearing this, the staff member was taken aback by such an audacious request. 1,000 silver-grade cores were equivalent to a fortune. But he was soon left dumbfounded. The first woven bag opened revealed a bounty of elite-grade crystal cores, at least several hundred. The second bag contained more elite-grade cores. Sweat beads began to form on the staff member's forehead. The aura emanating from these two seemed as if they were about to devour someone. It was clear they had emerged from the blood and fire of battle. He dared not delay any longer. He promptly notified his superiors and gathered 7 or 8 people to count the crystal cores. In just 10 minutes, the staff member approached, saying, Gentlemen, you may go and rest. Your military merits have been tallied. You have a total of 5,548 elite-grade crystal cores valued at 55,480 military merits, and 1,458 commander-grade crystal cores worth 145,800 military merits, which have all been credited to your accounts. Lin Fan nodded. I want 1,000 silver-grade crystal cores and 1,000 bronze-grade crystal cores. Hurry and bring them to me. After saying this, he dragged the downcast Xie Gang to the lounge. Xie Gang's eyes were red. Fainter, they died protecting us. That Qin Haiba is inhuman, we shouted out to him. We all said we were one of our own, one of our own. Xie Gang kept repeating. Though they had spent little time together, their bond was forged in the fires of battle. They were comrades who had fought their way out of that vast grassland together. Lin Fan held Xie Gang's head. Gongzi, I know, I know. Suddenly, he raised his hand and knocked Xie Gang unconscious. He understood that Xie Gang was deeply loyal. So when he traveled back a year ago, it was Xie Gang bloodied who stood protectively in front of him. If it was said that they were to face a military tribunal, Xie Gang would undoubtedly follow. Moreover, whatever Lin Fan was about to do, Xie Gang would also be there. Knock knock. The staff member entered bringing the crystal cores. Gentlemen, take a look. After deducting 1,100 military merits, you still have 91,280 military merits. Lin Fan showed a gentle smile. Transfer the remaining to my brother here, and also he is severely injured. Please give him some anesthesia so he can rest well for a few days. The staff member hurriedly nodded. He had already noticed that this person was severely wounded. It must be excruciating, yet he had not made a sound. We will definitely do that. Lin Fan nodded. It's up to you. I need to cultivate for a while. The staff member took Xie Gang away. Lin Fan directly took the crystal cores, opened the spiritual skill panel, and absorbed them all. Sea-level crouch with head held, shout the corresponding slogan, to pull 10 visible enemies within a 100-meter range to crouch in front of you with their heads held, unable to use spiritual skills or move for 10 seconds. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 gold-grade crystal cores. Amplification, D-level amplifies the effect of spiritual skills by 5 times. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 silver-grade ordinary crystal cores. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Gold-grade crystal cores were worth 1,000 military merits. His next upgrade would require 10 million military merits. That is to say 1 billion. The key point is that upgrading to sea level for the crouch skill only costs 100 million, but the amplification requires 1 billion. It's simply outrageous. Lin Fan stood up and looked out the window. Wait, why am I thinking so much? Whether there will be a future is still uncertain. I am actually quite afraid of death, but seeing those brothers die in front of me makes me extremely upset. Qin Haibao, right. You want me dead, but I won't let you off either. Lin Fan walked to the counter outside, thought for a moment, and withdrew 1,000 military merits from Xie Gang's account to exchange for a silver-grade spiritual energy weapon, the Gale Dagger. Spiritual energy weapons only need to be infused with spiritual power to unleash remarkable attacks. However, they still fell short compared to spiritual skills. Lin Fan secured the dagger and hurried back to the black-red door. At this moment, the black-red door was in chaos. Two large groups of spiritual energy soldiers were at a standoff. Damn, are you all blind? Didn't you hear the shouts that we are one of our own? In such chaos, rushing out and dying is their own fault. Can we be blamed? Let go of Officer Qin. Are you reckless hunters trying to rebel? Someone clearly saw Qin Haibao, yet he commanded an attack. This is a massacre of comrades. Luo Chunlei grabbed the bruised and battered Qin Haibao, his gaze cold, as if he wanted to devour him. My men can die on the battlefield, but I cannot accept them dying so unjustly. I want. Even with his injuries, Qin Haibao's face was still filled with resentment. What do you want? I said I didn't see it was your people and you left the team without permission, which caused my unit to lose 168 men. How should this account be settled? Qin Haibao puffed out his chest. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. Luo Chunlei repeatedly raised his fist. Beside him, Wang Gang and Zhang Hong were trying to dissuade him. Killing Qin Haibao would indeed be simple, but what would happen afterward? Luo Chunlei was willing to face a military tribunal. He wasn't afraid, but if he was found guilty, what would happen to his brothers? They would also face retribution from the Qin family. If he was charged with violating military discipline, his brothers would also meet a grim fate. Zhang Hong grasped Luo Chunlei's fist, his eyes red. Old Luo, we can't do this. He spoke this with teeth clenched as if forcing out the words. Luo Chunlei understood as well. He slowly released his grip on Qin Haibao's collar, his entire being deflating like a punctured balloon collapsing to the ground. Ah! Luo Chunlei cried out loudly. He pounded his chest. But what good would it do? He had to choose between protecting the remaining 100 brothers and avenging the 10 or so fallen brothers. Qin Haibao straightened his clothing. Luo Chunlei, do you think this matter is settled just like that? It won't be. You attacked me without cause, and you will still face a military tribunal. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, and your brothers who defy military orders will also face consequences. Luo Chunlei glared fiercely at Qin Haibao. You saw my people and still commanded an attack. You are also at fault. Qin Haibao shrugged. Oh, did I? He grabbed a spiritual energy soldier. This person was standing in the front row. I asked him if he saw your people. The spiritual energy soldier trembled all over. He knew he had no background and could not contend with the Qin family. He shook his head. I didn't see anything. Qin Haibao then pointed to the group of soldiers in the front row. Did any of you see it? One by one they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Luo Chunlei's gaze. They had seen it, but they dared not speak. Seeing this, Luo Chunlei fell into complete despair, his entire being, as though it had lost its soul. Qin Haibao kicked Luo Chunlei in the chest. What else do you have to say? No one can prove it, no one can convict me. What can you do? Just as his words fell, someone interjected. I saw it. Qin Haibao paused, visibly displeased as he followed the voice. Lin Fan walked over, picking up a brother's clothing from the ground and draping it over himself. What did you say? Qin Haibao asked fiercely. Luo Chunlei was taken aback, suddenly standing up and glaring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what does this have to do with you? You are just a reserve, hurry up and get lost. Lin Fan shook his head. He knew that Luo Chunlei was protecting him. Qin Haibao snorted coldly. He can't leave. He killed my subordinate brother Song Gang. They'll send both of you to a military court. Luo Chunlei burst out laughing. Qin Haibao, you fool, he's just a black iron level waste. How could he kill a silver level? His spiritual skill is only F rank. Tell me, how could he kill? But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan said, it was indeed me who killed him. Luo Chunlei roared in anger. You little brat, looking like that, do you really think you can kill a silver level? Lin Fan nodded seriously. I can't. Luo Chunlei was infuriated. He felt utterly powerless. No one could protect him. What good was his golden level strength? Qin Haibao was amused, not expecting things to go so smoothly. With the culprit admitting to the crime, there was no need for a military court. They could simply kill Lin Fan right here. Kid, you killed my man, and I'll kill you here. Brothers attack. There's no need for a military court, you just kill him on the spot. Lin Fan, however, didn't even glance at Qin Haiba, but smiled at Luo Chunlei. Old Luo, didn't you want to see how I kill a silver level? He grinned widely. He'll show you how to kill a golden level. Luo Chunlei's gaze sharpened, but he hadn't had the chance to say anything. Cover your heads and squat down. Lin Fan shouted loudly. Instantly, dozens of spiritual energy soldiers around Qin Haiba, along with Qin Haiba himself, all squatted down covering their heads. Dozens of faces were left bewildered. Their spiritual skills were sealed, rendering them unable to move. What kind of spiritual skill was this? Wasn't it said to be F rank? Lin Fan also sealed Luo Chunlei. This man was a real man and shouldn't be treated so poorly. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Luo Chunlei shouted. Lin Fan kicked Luo Chunlei directly. Old Luo, why are you so annoying? He looked around and raised his hand down. Cover your heads and squat down. With a loud crash, large numbers of people squatted down on the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Lin Fan's spiritual skill could control 10 targets at once, but under enhancement, it could control 50 people for 50 seconds. In this situation, at most there were golden levels. Before his spiritual energy ran out, he was the king of this battlefield. Lin Fan walked up to Qin Haiba. This matter is easy to discuss. You sent someone to kill me, but I countered and killed them, namely Song Gang and his brothers. So in retaliation, you deliberately had people attack and kill Officer Luo's subordinates. Do you have any objections? Qin Haiba spat. Little brat I have. Oh. Lin Fan directly gouged out one of Qin Haiba's eyes. I heard your eyesight is poor, so you won't need that eye anymore. Qin Haiba writhed in pain, but his body remained immobile. He never expected that a teenager could be so ruthless. I'll ask you again, is what I said true? Qin Haiba glared at Lin Fan. You. Oh. Lin Fan stabbed him through with another knife. My. Oh. Qin Haiba's pig-like screams echoed through the scene. He couldn't even move to cover his wound, watching helplessly as blood poured from his body. Qin Haiba was scared. The reason he felt confident was that he was a member of the Qin family. Luo Chunlei didn't dare to kill him, would Lin Fan dare? But now he understood. Lin Fan was a wolf cub, a hungry wolf capable of tearing someone apart. I admit it. I sent Song Gang and them to kill you. Later, when I saw you still came out, I was furious, so I had people act to take advantage of the chaos to kill you all. I want to go to a military court. I should be punished. Qin Haiba kept begging for mercy, his eyes filled with pleading. But once it went to the military court, there would be room for negotiation. He could use military merit to maneuver, preventing himself from being executed. However, now he wasn't begging for mercy, he was truly going to be killed by Lin Fan. Admitted. That's fine, you can die. Inciting the murder of a colleague is equivalent to directly killing a colleague. According to military regulations, you deserve to die. No. With a splat, blood sprayed out. Lin Fan stood in front of Qin Haiba's corpse covered in blood. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. The effect of covering heads and squatting had ended, but no one stood up. Zhang Hong gave a thumbs up, well done. But he also felt regret. Such a spirited rookie, if he were to grow, how much could he contribute to Huaxiao in the future? However, in front of so many witnesses, killing Qin Haiba, Lin Fan would surely pay with his life under the Qin family's influence. You've got some guts killing an officer in front of everyone. Do you really think military law can't touch you? Kid, for killing a member of the Qin family, are you seeking death? Seize him and take him to a military court, he will surely die. Shouts rang out. Streams of light streaked across the sky. Those who could fly were at least golden-level spiritualists. With 3 or 4 dozen golden levels appearing, the pressure made everyone present feel breathless. Lin Fan simply raised his head. Since it's already such a big deal, why not have another wave? At that moment, an old man with white hair stepped forward. He was a high-ranking member of the Qin family. Qin Wuhua. Qin Wuhua snorted coldly. Brat, you killed my son. I will tear you into pieces. Lin Fan dug in his ears. Old man, I really dislike speaking while looking up at you, so come down. Boom. The 30 or so golden levels in the sky vanished and reappeared, now obediently squatting in front of Lin Fan. Qin Wuhua was dumbfounded. The high-ranking members of the Qin family and the officers who rushed over were all bewildered. Were they all golden levels, so easily controlled? And in such a shameful position, squatting while covering their heads? Lin Fan walked up to Qin Wuhua and directly gave him a slap. You old fool, your son wanted to kill me. Can I not fight back? You want to tear me to pieces? Show me one piece. Qin Wuhua was so angry that his beard trembled. The red mark on his face was the disgrace of the Qin family. Everyone go. Seize this brat. My Qin family will reward you with 10,000 military merits. Qin Wuhua roared in anger. The people he brought immediately flew toward Lin Fan. Just one wave, and they all squatted down in response. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people were squatting in front of Lin Fan, all like they were punished during military training, squatting with heads covered, their upper bodies straight, their posture very standard. Luo Chunlei's face darkened. He truly wanted to help Lin Fan take on this matter, but now even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. He lit a cigarette. "I'm tired, Xiao Fan, let's die together." Lin Fan, however, chuckled. "I don't think Qin Wuo was furious. "Kid, I believe you will die, and it will be a miserable death." Lin Fan shrugged. "I don't need your belief, I only need my own." At this moment in the sky, a figure stood with hands behind his back. It was Yi Lingfeng, one of the 5 platinum-level figures in Tianwu City. Looking down, his face trembled uncontrollably. The sight of hundreds of people squatting together was indeed a grand spectacle. Hundreds of them mostly at silver level with dozens at golden level, just squatting there waiting to be slaughtered. Were they forced to squat by a bronze level? Upon seeing Yi Lingfeng arrive, Qin Wuhua immediately shouted, "Major Yi, are you really going to let this kid run wild here?" Yi Lingfeng coughed lightly. "I have heard about this matter as well. Although Lin Fan is indeed impulsive, he is still young, and much of this can be understood. In that case, we won't need to go to a military court. After all, it will be us officers judging this matter. You all squat properly, and let's settle this." His words left everyone present in shock. What do you mean by understandable? Letting hundreds of spiritual soldiers squat and publicly kill, or even torture, is called understandable. Qin Wuhua gritted his teeth. "Major Yi, what do you mean by that?" Yi Lingfeng snorted coldly, and a shadow of a sword appeared behind him, scattering countless sword energies. A terrifying pressure swept over the crowd. "You diamond level." Qin Wuhua was dumbfounded. Yi Lingfeng stepped forward, as if descending stairs, exuding an unmatched aura. At this moment, the effect of Lin Fan's spiritual skill vanished. His hands trembled. Having made hundreds squat had been exhilarating for him. Now seeing Yi Lingfeng arrive, he wanted to test the waters. But reason told him that this was a diamond-level powerhouse. He couldn't act recklessly. Unfortunately, sometimes the hands are quicker than the mind. "Cover your heads and squat down," Lin Fan whispered. Yi Lingfeng's mouth twitched as he shot Lin Fan a glare. This kid truly amazed him. Oh, what kind of occasion was this? And he still dared to act up. However, this was not the time to pursue that. Squat properly, and keep your minds clear. He relied solely on his pressure to keep everyone from standing up. Yi Lingfeng's voice turned cold. "Qin Wuo, what kind of person is your son? He sent someone to kill 2 reserves. Does he have the face to do?" Later, he intentionally retaliated, causing the spiritual soldiers to turn against their comrades. "What is the first iron rule of our Huaxia spiritual army? Tell me." Qin Wuo's mouth twitched as he took a deep breath and said, "The first iron rule is that on the battlefield, no matter the deep-seated enmity, we cannot turn against our comrades." Yi Lingfeng nodded. "This rule is to ensure we can trust our backs to our comrades when fighting against alien races. But what your son did is simply outrageous." Qin Wuhua suddenly raised his head. "There is no evidence." Yi Lingfeng frowned slightly. Qin Wuhua stood up step by step, straightened his back, and swept his cold gaze across the crowd, exuding a clear threat. "Major Yi, I know you are diamond level and the highest commander in Tianwu City, but you cannot act recklessly. What you said is just one-sided from this kid. Can anyone testify for him?" As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual soldiers from Luo Chunlei's side shouted one after another, all willing to testify for Lin Fan. However, Qin Wuhua calmly said, "They are all from the same team. They might be committing perjury. I want to know, besides their team, can anyone else testify?" Yi Lingfeng's breath hitched as he looked around, only to find the spiritual soldiers with their heads bowed. This was an extremely terrifying situation. Clearly what had just happened was before everyone's eyes, yet not a single person among the hundreds dared to step forward to testify. Moreover, this was under the clear bias of the highest commander towards Lin Fan. Had these spiritual families really become so powerful in Tianwu City that they could operate with impunity? At that moment, one person stood up. He had barely spoken a word. A nearby spiritual soldier charged up, slitting his throat. Then this spiritual soldier directly surrendered. "I'm sorry, I just can't stand him. I'm willing to face military court punishment." This scene chilled everyone's hearts. Originally, only 2 or 3 people dared to testify, but now there was completely no one. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. "Listen to me, Qin Wuhua, you cannot touch Lin Fan. I can let this matter go like this." Qin Wuhua shook his head. "No, this cannot be overlooked. He killed my son, and I want him to be torn to pieces." He stepped forward 2 paces. "Major Yi, now there's no one to testify. You tell me he killed my son for no reason and slandered my son, who has made contributions to Huaxiahi." At that moment, Lin Fan raised his phone. "But who said there must be someone to testify? I recorded it all." The crowd fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Qin Wuhua suddenly realized and reached for Lin Fan's phone. Cover your heads and squat down. Whoosh. Qin Wuhua appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hands and threw two big punches. Damn, you scared me. Major Yi, he wants to destroy the evidence. Yi Feng reacted and nodded. Are you sure you recorded it? Seeing the disbelief on this old man's face, Lin Fan immediately pulled up the video. The testimonies of Brother Song Gang and Qin Haiba were crystal clear. Yi Feng was also excited. Good kid. You could still record in that kind of situation, and it was recorded so clearly. With a clear mind and unique approach. You say you're impulsive, but you still thought to record it. You claim to be rational, yet you made Qin Haiba suffer so terribly in public. Yi Feng started clapping. He stood tall facing Qin Wuhua. Head of the Qin family, do you have anything else to say? Furthermore, since this matter is true and you threaten the safety of the spiritual soldiers, may I punish you? Qin Wuhuo's face was already dark, interspersed with two bright red palm prints. As the effect of the spiritual skill wore off, Qin Wuhua slowly stood up. All right, very well. My Qin family accepts the punishment. Major Yi, please remember who you are protecting and who you are opposing. Qin Wuhua directly took out his spiritual soldier badge and threw it on the ground. I from the Qin family willingly accept the punishment and withdraw from the spiritual army from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people around simultaneously turned on their neighbors. We willingly accept punishment for attacking our comrades for no reason and withdraw from the spiritual army. In the end, the number of spiritual soldiers withdrawing reached 200, already the size of a team, and included several captains. Yi Feng watched this scene, feeling a chill in his heart. The spiritual soldiers who had once fought for the welfare of countless families in Huaxia had now turned into this decayed state. Qin Wuhua walked 10 meters. Major Yi, you need to think carefully. Are you protecting this kid or ensuring the stable operation of the spiritual army? I will make you personally deliver this kid to my Qin family. Trust me, I have the means to do so. By the way, you did repel that wave of rabbit-like aliens, but I sense that the rabbit-like aliens are about to charge again. With that, Qin Wuhua led a group of people away in a grand manner. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a sigh. To be honest, he never expected things to develop to this extent. Major Yi, I know you are a good officer, and so is old Luo, but it's not worth it for me. Tianwu City still needs these people to protect it. He felt helpless, even powerless. These individuals lacked the strength of Yi Feng, yet their tactics were enough to trouble him. With so many golden-level fighters gone who would guard the gate of 10,000 races. Yi Feng shook his head. If it were someone else, he might have compromised. But damn it, Lin Fan is Lin Ao's son. He and Lin Ao had been brothers many years ago. He didn't know Lin Ao was current strength, but he had seen him single-handedly block a platinum-level gate of 10,000 races. Moreover, he had never seen Lin Ao was peculiar private soldier rank. Alright, the matters of the gate of 10,000 races are quite important. Everyone, don't hang your heads in despair. Stand up. The black-red gate is trembling, and a wave of alien creatures will soon rush out. In your current state, you're essentially inviting death. Yi Feng's words carried a pressure that invigorated everyone. Luo Chunlei quickly called to his men, clean up troops, team 2 of Tianwu, get up and hold the upcoming charge. Everyone appeared on high alert. Just then Lin Fan chuckled. Major Yi, how about I take charge of the command? Yi Feng was curious. They say a tiger's son is never a dog. If the father is so formidable, the son should also be quite extraordinary. Of course, that spirit technique that made hundreds of people squat was indeed extraordinary. Alright, you can command. Lin Fan raised his arm and cleared his throat. Yi Feng was confused, wondering what the kid's constant winking meant. Major Yi, how did you reach this position without any awareness? Fly me up so I can see the entire battlefield. Yi Feng. He was at a loss for words, almost wanting to laugh. He immediately grabbed Lin Fan's arm and lifted him into the air. Lin Fan started making arrangements. 200-man squads were positioned on the sides with 50-man formations directly in front, armed with long spears. Furthermore, a clear path of several hundred meters was left in front of the black-red gate for charging. Front squad, wait for the right moment to thrust forward. The sides are free to engage in battle, Lin Fan shouted. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of battle arrangement was this? Is the best arrangement one with no arrangement at all? What does wait for the right moment even mean? What does free engagement imply? But in the next moment, the black-red gate began to tremble. Violent rabbits burst forth at high speed, expecting to face devastating attacks upon emerging. To their surprise, there was nothing. Did the humans really leave them a several hundred-meter runway? Isn't this just giving them an opportunity to charge? One by one, the violent rabbits charged forward with all their might, intent on dispersing the human ranks. The violent rabbits moved at incredible speeds, dashing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, while Lin Fan still had not acted. Lin Fan couldn't bear it any longer. On the battlefield, the worst thing is to let the alien races charge. But just then Lin Fan raised his hand and shouted, "Cover your heads and squat down." The first few dozen violent rabbits suddenly squatted while those behind could not stop in time and crashed into them, throwing the entire formation into chaos. Some violent rabbits were even sent flying into the air. The 50-man formation finally understood what the right moment was. The formation simultaneously thrust their long spears upwards, instantly killing dozens of violent rabbits. They then casually tossed the rabbits' corpses behind them, waiting for them to be dealt with. Then some violent rabbits managed to break just in time, forcing them to maneuver to the sides, dispersing the formation. Now the people on the sides understood why they needed to engage freely. All they had to do was team up and take down these scattered violent rabbits. This situation occurred across several battlefields. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, using his spirit technique to divide the battlefield into several segments over hundreds of meters. Some violent rabbits, while running, suddenly squatted down. How could the rabbits behind maintain their stability? In an instant, the entire charging formation became a chaotic mess. Lin Fan had no choice but to applaud. Although this battle arrangement was quite unreasonable, combined with the unreasonable spirit techniques, everything turned out to be the most reasonable. This feeling was exhilarating. One by one, the violent rabbits were killed. Even if flame rabbits appeared, they would be restrained immediately and brought before the spirit energy troops to await execution. The corpses piled up layer upon layer. After a solid 7 to 8 hours of killing, no more rabbits charged out from the Black-Red Gate. Lin Fan had long led his men inside and wiped out the entire nest of Lord-level creatures. He laughed heartily. The Black-Red Gate don't even talk about a year, it won't recover in 2 or 3 years. This Black-Red Gate won't even need a garrison anymore. Is the Qin family still threatening me? Lin kid, let me take you around a few gates of 10,000 races and deal with those alien creatures. Let's see what the Qin family can use to threaten me. Lin Fan felt a surge of relief. He was confident that given a month, he could lead Lin Fan on a tour around Tianwu City and directly eliminate over a dozen garrison troops. What could that group of spirit user families possibly threaten him with? Just as he was about to say something else, he found that Lin Fan had already fallen asleep. Old Luo, you guys take care of the cleanup. He'll take this kid to heal. Lin Fan took off with Lin Fan. When Lin Fan woke up, he found that he had returned home at some point. A tempting aroma wafted from outside. He chuckled and opened the door to step out. Mom, Dad. Sure enough, outside the house, his father Lin Ao Wu was wearing his tattered spirit energy military uniform, as usual, sitting on the sofa watching TV. His mother Guan Yuan peeked her head out from the kitchen. You're awake. I've made a lot of spicy rabbit heads for you, and dinner will be ready soon. The table was filled with meat, spicy, braised, and stir-fried. Lin Fan's mouth watered. In the years since he crossed over, this was about the only impression he had of his humble parents. His mother's cooking skills rivaled those Michelin chefs from his previous life. As for his father, he was just a devoted husband. Last dish coming up, son. How many bowls of rice do you want? Guan Yuan's voice rang out again. Lin Ao Wu, who had been focused on the TV, suddenly jumped up and slipped into the kitchen. Wife, you've worked hard. Let me serve you, and they'll give you a shoulder massage. Did you burn your hand? Lin Fan looked helplessly toward the kitchen. Lin Ao Wu held the dishes in one hand, while fanning Guan Yuan with the other, massaging her shoulders. His eyes were filled with love and indulgence for his wife, free of any impurities. Guan Yuan helplessly tapped Lin Ao Wu, saying, Our son is still here. Lin Ao Wu suddenly realized, Son, I heard you got hurt today. Did the Qin family and the Zheng family give you a hard time? Lin Fan paused with his chopsticks, raised his head, and revealed a brilliant smile. Mom, Dad, you still don't know me. Who could make me suffer? He didn't want to tell his parents. Guan Yuan raised her hand and gently patted Lin Fan's head, saying, If you feel wronged, just tell Mommy. She has connections. Lin Fan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Lin Fan's favoritism. Zhang Hong had always claimed that they could only join the reserves because of their background. He immediately asked, Mom, Dad, do you have any identities I don't know about? Lin Ao Wu, who was serving vegetables to Guan Yuan, trembled, causing the food to fall onto the table. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Wait, do you really have a hidden identity? Why are you so nervous, Dad? Guan Yuan glared at Lin Ao Wu. What could your father be nervous about? He's just a big soldier spending his whole life guarding the gate of 10,000 clans. Guan Yuan patted her chest. But I, your mother, indeed have a hidden identity. Lin Fan's breathing quickened in excitement. He thought he was just a small fry with no support, but unexpectedly his family had connections. It made sense. His father's name looked ordinary, but his mother Guan Yuan sounded like a young lady from a wealthy family. Guan Yuan smiled gently. Your mother is not just an ordinary cook. Lin Fan straightened his back, filled with anticipation. Guan Yuan continued. I am the head of the cooking team. There are indeed many from the Qin and Zheng families, but those soldiers must eat right. If they dare to let you feel wronged, immobilize my sisters. When they come to serve food, their hands will tremble. I can make sure they don't have enough to eat. Lin Fan's excited expression froze on his face, and he slumped on the table like a deflated balloon. However, thinking about it, this was indeed an exciting way to take revenge. Wow, I'm so looking forward to it. Mom, maybe you shouldn't abuse your power. I rely on connections, you know. Time to eat, time to eat. After the meal, Lin Fan felt a warmth of family he hadn't experienced in a long time. Before he crossed over, he was an orphan. After crossing over, upon seeing the memories of the original host, he realized that this was also a family that was often apart. He thought that the family members would all be strangers. Unexpectedly, even though the soul had switched, the warmth engraved in his bones had never changed. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Luo Chunlei, and he immediately answered. Old Luo, when are you going to pay back the 30 million you owe me? Luo Chunlei was currently at the military camp, and his previously joyful expression darkened instantly. He had some good news to share with Lin Fan, but upon hearing this, he wanted to give Lin Fan a beating. When did I ever owe you 30 million? A teasing voice from Lin Fan came through the phone. You tell me where you live, and I'll come smash your phone. Tianwu City, 1st Avenue No. 3888. I'll be there soon. Wait, your home address is recorded. Just wait for me. Luo Chunlei hung up and immediately checked Lin Fan's home address. It read West Suburb Xiaohua Alley Building 3 Unit 4. Luo Chunlei crushed his phone. Sure enough, he knew that Lin Fan's quick response was just a joke. Kid, I'm coming over right away, you better be Luo Chunlei rushed out. Zhang Hong was puzzled. Old Luo, where are you going? Luo Chunlei replied without looking back. I'm going to smash Lin Fan's phone. Why, oi? If I don't smash it, how can I pay him back the 30 million? Luo Chunlei hurriedly arrived, but just as he entered the building, he felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. It was a sixth sense warning him of great terror ahead. Two people were slowly walking down. The woman wore a floral dress, slightly plump, but her features were exquisite, her face adorned with a gentle and warm smile. The man was tall and sturdy, but he acted like a husky, clinging to the woman's arm and nudging his head against her. Luo Chunlei held his breath and pressed himself against the wall in the corner. Behind him, the shadow of a black tiger flickered, but the black tiger kept its head low, trembling in fear. Soon a man and a woman approached. The man wore the combat uniform of the Pioneer Army with the insignia of a private, and there was a twist in the fabric. However, above the insignia were two intertwined black dragons protecting 5 shining stars. Luo Chunlei had never seen such a private insignia, but it looked extraordinary. Are you looking for Xiao Fan? He went out. Guan Yuan smiled slightly. The two walked far away. Only then did Luo Chunlei come to his senses, gasping for breath. His beast transformation skill was the Overlord Black Tiger, the king of beasts. Even among tigers, he was a ruler. Yet he felt utterly suppressed. Just how terrifying were these two? Luo Chunlei walked away dejectedly, looking up at the night sky, his face forlorn. Damn it, 30 million, should I mortgage my house? No way. He didn't dare. That night, the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Zuangbi's father, Zheng Desai, trembled as he knelt on the ground, soaked in sweat. In front of him sat a gentle woman on the sofa, while a man stood beside her. Moonlight poured through the curtains onto Guan Yuan's face, half of it in shadow, and the other half revealing a gentle smile. Zheng family, take care of your son. No matter how he bullies my son, I won't intervene, but if he uses the Zheng family's power to bully my son, I will be very unhappy, and might even cut off the entire Zheng family's hand. Zheng Desai nodded vigorously. As a platinum-level spiritual practitioner, he felt as small as an ant in front of these two. He was genuinely perplexed. Oh, what had the Zheng family done? Yes. I will take good care of my son. He slowly raised his head. Milady, may I ask if your surname is Shangguan? Guan Yuan stood up slowly. Yes, Shangguan Yuan. Zheng Desai trembled even more violently. The Shangguan family was the top of the 5 great families in the capital, and their head's only daughter was known as the witch of the capital, Shangguan Yuan. She was known as a witch who fought her way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. After an unknown amount of time, Zheng Desai dared to raise his head, only to find that Guan Yuan and the others had already left. Someone bring Zheng Zhuangbi to me. I want to ask what outrageous thing he has done. Meanwhile, at the Qin family in the banquet hall, the heads of several second-rate families were present. Qin Wu was sat in the main seat, raising his wine glass. Everyone, it's time to let Yi Lingfeng know who's in charge of Tianwu City. Several family heads raised their glasses. Just then a somewhat plump man with a receding hairline suddenly walked in. Despite having only golden level strength, he made the heads of several families panic, and they all stood up. Qin Wuhua, I heard you've been bullying my student. Bai Feng walked in step by step, pushing Qin Wuhua aside and sitting in the main seat. Oh, you probably don't know my student is Lin Fan. Qin Wuhuo's expression darkened as he coldly said, Principal Bai, I know you are formidable, but Lin Fan killed my son, and I will not let this matter go. He subtly gestured with his hand. The heads of several second-rate families immediately slammed their hands on the table. That Lin Fan is simply slapping the faces of our spiritual families. A mere reserve with no family background, where does he get the audacity to kill in public? Principal Bai, you really have the ability to help your student save face today. Qin Wuhua sneered coldly in his heart. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Bai Feng, half of the spiritual army in Tianwu City consists of our second-rate family members. Even if there was a mistake, it can be understood. Bai Feng held a cup of wine, took a small sip, and gestured for Qin Wuhua to continue. Qin Wuhua didn't mind and spoke for himself. My Qin family has made considerable contributions to Tianwu City. My son only made a single mistake and died. It truly shouldn't have happened. If you say the murderer should be punished, I have no objections, but Yi Lingfeng wants to support him, and you, Principal Bai, are here to seek us out. I am quite curious what is Lin Fan's background. He didn't make his words absolute. If Lin Fan had some background they were unaware of and couldn't investigate, there would still be room for maneuver. Bai Feng chuckled lightly. Lin Fan is my student, isn't that enough? Qin Wuhua slammed his hand on the table. If that's all the status he is, then I'm sorry, I will definitely kill Lin Fan, and you, Bai Feng, won't be able to protect him, mark my words. If Yi Lingfeng doesn't bring Lin Fan over, then I, along with the 6 second-rate families and 42 golden-ranked officers, will resign immediately. He leaned closer to Bai Feng's ear and whispered, I remember that the Bull Rampart and Thunder Gate haven't been cleared for over a year. If 42 officers resign at such a critical moment, how many would die in Tianwu City? Bai Feng's smile froze on his face. Just a few dozen golden-ranked resignations aren't much, but each golden-ranked officer represents an entire spiritual army, and the number resigning would be at least 3,000. This represents the majority of the station military strength in Tianwu City. The Bull Rampart is Black Iron level, while the Thunder Gate is Silver level. Once the Multitude Gate revolts, thousands of creatures comparable to the Silver level Thunderbirds would rush out, capable of destroying a large part of Tianwu City. He took a deep breath and said coldly, Qin Wuhua, are you really this ruthless? Qin Wuhua laughed loudly, appearing somewhat deranged. I have only one son who is the continuation of my Qin family's legacy. He says to kill, and you think that's not ruthless? Lin Fan has cut off my Qin family's legacy, and there are people protecting him. Why should that be allowed? Anyway, the several major families have the power to protect themselves. The deaths of others in Tianwu City are of no concern to us. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng slowly stood up and glanced around at the heads of the families. Each one was standing with their arms crossed, appearing indifferent. Bang! The wine cup in Bai Feng's hand shattered. Very well. A mysterious aura began to emanate from him. Several golden-ranked family heads snorted in unison, slamming their hands on the table. A fierce battle was brewing. Bai Feng coldly said seal. Qin Wuhua inwardly thought it was bad, but it was already too late. Suddenly darkness engulfed his vision. His sight was sealed. Immediately after, his spiritual techniques and all his spiritual power, including his limbs, were completely sealed. Bai Feng's icy voice rang out. You haven't been punished for so many years because you've become arrogant, or is it that I, Bai, cannot wield a blade anymore? Below platinum, I am invincible. Above platinum, you must still give me some face. As the words fell, the entire banquet hall erupted with screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Those proud family heads were all beaten black and blue, their limbs broken. When Qin Wuhuo's vision recovered, what he saw was utter devastation. His Qin family's members and the guards brought by the heads of the other families were all lying on the ground wailing. Bai Feng simply dusted off his sleeves nonchalantly and sat back down on a chair. Lin Fan is my student too. I will protect him. Today I came to reason with you. If you can listen, that's good. If not, don't forget my other identity. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuhuo's heart suddenly stopped for a moment. 30 years ago, there were 2 legendary figures in Tianwu City. Aside from Bai Feng, the first under platinum, there was also the business queen Heiji. The two were a married couple. Heiji was a business genius with exceptional talent for accumulating wealth, amassing a large capital in just a few short years. Her Heiji group was comparable to first-rate families, growing strong all the way to the provincial city. Bai Feng said lightly, the family background you pride yourselves on is nothing in front of the Heiji group. Today I am simply here to talk to you about the principles of martial arts, but if you refuse to listen, what then? Bai Feng stood up, his bald head shining brightly under the light of the crystal chandelier. Then I won't mind letting the He Ji group come play with you. After saying this, Bai Feng turned and left. As the wind blew, one could vaguely see a few strands of hair flying from his bald head. Qin Wuhua was slumped on the ground, feeling utterly hopeless. It didn't matter that he was beaten down, even Bai Feng wouldn't dare to kill him recklessly. But if the He Ji group intervened to suppress his Qin family, the foundation of the Qin family would be ruined on his watch. That was the He Ji group, which had already reached the level of the provincial city. Master Qin, I think we should let this matter go. We indeed aren't afraid of Bai Feng alone, but if the He Ji group acts, we cannot resist. We are a second-rate family in Tianwu City, and compared to those major powers in the provincial city, we are smaller than ants. Listen to me, Master Qin, you are only 64 years old, you just retire from the limelight. One by one the family heads spoke, assisted by their guards as they left in a disgraced manner. Qin Wuhua was furious at the sight, but he was utterly helpless. Lin Fan, what charm do you possess that makes Bai Feng protect you so? He didn't understand. However, if I can't kill you openly, I have plenty of ways to do so secretly. Just as his words fell, Qin Wuhua suddenly disappeared from the spot. The servants who had wanted to help Qin Wuhua were dumbfounded. Wasn't he a major family head? Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Qin family. Ah! Qin Wuhuo's scream was as miserable as that of a slaughtered pig. He crouched on the ground, holding his head, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Damn it, he, a man with broken limbs, was still trying to assume this position. It was simply torture upon torture. He could feel the broken bones grating against the flesh. What the hell, why are you screaming so loudly? I haven't even done anything yet, Lin Fan said, completely bewildered. He originally just wanted to avoid Luo Chunlei and go out for a walk, but thinking of Qin Wuhuo's arrogant demeanor, he couldn't help it. He covered his face and climbed over the wall into the Qin family, planning to drag Qin Wuhua out for a beating. But why was Qin Wuhua in such a miserable state before he even made a move? Qin Wuhuo's cries grew louder and more tragic. Lin Fan sensed that someone was approaching nearby. He immediately took off his socks and stuffed them into Qin Wuhuo's mouth, then dragged him into the bushes. Fortunately, the greenery in the Qin family's estate was impressive. Qin Wuhua was taken aback. Who on earth dared to stuff a sock into the mouth of the family head? Qin Wuhua hurriedly held his breath, but he couldn't hold it for long. The pain was unbearable, and he could only gasp for air. The stench surged to his head, downright sour and refreshing. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lin Fan noticed that the patrolling guards had walked far away and breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned around, he found Qin Wuhua had already rolled his eyes back. Damn, he isn't dead, is he? Who can say for sure? He nervously checked Qin Wuhuo's breath, felt that he was still alive, and finally relaxed. But at that moment he became conflicted. If he didn't beat him up, wouldn't it be a waste of effort sneaking over the wall tonight? And if he did hit him again, he wasn't sure if this old fellow could take it. Just then a hand suddenly reached out and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Damn! Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand and unleashed a spiritual technique. In the next moment, a person dressed in heavy clothing squatted before him, holding their head. Lin Fan patted his chest, genuinely startled. You bastard, I was already holding in a belly full of rage, and now you scare me. He directly took off his other sock and stuffed it into the person's mouth, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Just by looking at your attire, you don't seem like a good person. Sneaking into someone else's backyard. Speak. What are you here for? What do you have to say? The person was beaten for a full minute. Once the spiritual technique wore off, they hurriedly pulled off their hood. In the moonlight, Xie Gang's bruised face was streaked with tears. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. Xie Gang quickly yanked the sock out of his mouth and began to dry. Feiner, ugh, damn you, ugh. Lin Fan coughed lightly. Gongzi, don't blame me. Who told you to sneak into someone else's backyard dressed like this? Xie Gang tilted his head in confusion, looking at Lin Fan, wearing the same night gear, tightly wrapped up, even covering his eyes. Dressed like this? What does he mean by that? Why not take a look at himself before speaking? Isn't he also a bad person? Sneaking over to someone else's backyard. Is this your backyard? Where does your righteous demeanor come from? But after all was said and done, Xie Gang could only utter one sentence. Fan, let's just say wash our feet, ugh. After a while, Xie Gang and Lin Fan squatted in the bushes, troubled. I know about that incident. I intended to come and find you to settle the score, but unexpectedly you took action yourself. Tisk tisk, you really hit hard to get this outcome. Lin Fan's expression darkened. Do you believe me when I say I didn't take action? Xie Gang suspiciously looked at Lin Fan, managing a smile. He said nothing, yet it seemed he said everything. Lin Fan fell silent. Indeed, the current scene had absolutely no persuasive power. The key point was that Qin Wuhua had a sock stuffed in his mouth. Alright, let's retreat, otherwise when Qin Wuhua, this pathetic loser, wakes up, we're done for. Lin Fan said helplessly. Xie Gang nodded. Since we're already here, can I kick him a couple of times? He immediately stood up and lifted his size 44 foot to kick Qin Wuhua in the face. Just then Qin Wuhua suddenly opened his eyes. Xie Gang's mouth twitched. Damn, he woke up. Cover your face. Lin Fan hurriedly exclaimed. They could sneak in a beating, but now that they had shed their disguises, if discovered, they wouldn't be able to explain. Of course, if they really hit him and got discovered, it wouldn't be a problem. But what if Qin Wuhua blamed them for his misery? Upon hearing this, Xie Gang realized the truth and stepped on Qin Wuhua's face. Damn, my foot isn't big enough. You kick him too, but it would definitely cover this old fool's face. Lin Fan face-bombed. He was talking about covering his own face. But it seemed there was some truth to that. Lin Fan said, if you step on his eyes, he won't see it, and that's fine. Xie Gang suddenly realized. Alright. Then you go, since you've already enjoyed yourself, can I kick a couple of times too? Lin Fan hurriedly went over to switch feet with Xie Gang. With that kick, he felt utterly relieved. How arrogant was Qin Wuhua? In broad daylight, the events that transpired had everyone scared to testify. If he just threw a glance, no one dared to speak up. Lin Fan claimed to have recorded it. Would Qin Wuhua dare to destroy the evidence directly? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for Yi Lingfeng's strong support, he might have been done for at the hands of this old fool. What evidence? With his family background, he wasn't afraid at all. Even black could be spun into white. Let me'll kick a few times too. Lin Fan couldn't care less. He thought that if he had to die, he might as well express this frustration. So the two of them continued kicking away. Qin Wuhua cried. He had never felt so humiliated. As the head of the Qin family, he had enjoyed glory for decades. Having already been beaten up by Bai Feng today was one thing, and now he was severely injured and being mercilessly kicked by two little brats in the bushes. Whoa, my leg is broken, stop kicking. Ugh, my hand is broken too, it hurts. Qin Wuhua wanted to speak, but the sock was still in his mouth, leaving him only able to whimper continuously. In the end, the dignified head of the Qin family, a man who had seen it all, lay on the grass with streaks of tears on his face, a sock stuffed in his mouth. All four limbs broken, his jaw dislocated from a kick. He couldn't even turn over. The night wind was so. At this time at the barbecue stall, Xie Gang and Lin Fan raised their glasses, their faces full of exhilaration. You can't deny kicking that cripple's broken leg was truly satisfying. Xie Gang laughed heartily. Lin Fan felt quite warm inside. As long as he led the charge, Gongzi would instantly follow. After all, Qin Wuhua had been seriously injured. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be done for. Moreover, how did Gongzi, being only at the bronze level, dare to sneak over the wall at night to the Qin family to seek revenge for him? Lin Fan took a big swig of beer. He dared to go because his spiritual techniques could affect golden level opponents. Gongzi didn't have that power, yet he still went. Gongzi, it's all in the beer. Xie Gang raised his glass and suddenly remembered something, slapping his thigh. Crap, we forgot the physical evidence. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Xie Gang was filled with regret. Fainter with the smell of your sock, it's unique in Tianwu City. If it goes to court, it would be ironclad evidence. Lin Fan looked down at his dark, filthy feet, his face darkening. Ironclad evidence, my ass. Xie Gang didn't say anything more, his brows furrowing. Fainter, what should we do next? That old fool is definitely going to come after us. Lin Fan also began to ponder. Just then the phone rang. He looked and saw it was a call from Luo Chunlei. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer. Old Luo, you bastard, I've been waiting for you at First Avenue all night. Where's the money? On the other end of the line, Luo Chunlei fell silent. This strategy of taking the initiative really clarified things for this kid. If it were anyone else, how would they dare to question him? You brat, I've transferred the 3 military merits to you, and there's another thing, you've been promoted. This time Lin Fan was dumbfounded. No way did old Luo really do it. His overlord level crystal core was only worth 3 million at most, and now it had multiplied tenfold. Lin Fan sighed. Old Luo, are you trying to accuse me of fraud? Luo Chunlei was silent, raging internally, but managing to hold back. You brat, I promised you 30 million in compensation, not a penny less. Besides, you've offended the Qin family, and the garrison at Guangyo Gate only has about 20 men left. You will take up the position of officer there, be awarded the rank of private, and recruit Xie Gang, who will serve as your deputy. Lin Fan was stunned. Is this for real, eh? Luo Chunlei replied. Yes, it's an official appointment from above, and there are 4 reservists relying on you for training. Lin Fan couldn't help but point at himself. How long had he been a reservist? Not only was he being made an officer, but he also had to train other reservists. Is this reasonable? He understood, they must really be short on personnel up top. All right, remember to report tomorrow. That's it, bot. After saying that, Luo Chunlei hung up the phone, afraid Lin Fan would have a change of heart. The military merit system on Lin Fan's phone also popped up with numerous notifications. Just as Luo Chunlei had said, he had become a private. Not only had he officially joined the spiritual energy army, but he had also truly become an officer. Feiner, how did I suddenly become a corporal? Xie Gang was also holding his phone, looking utterly baffled. Lin Fan thought about it. This was indeed an opportunity. Gongzi, let's take this chance to go to Guangyo Gate and lay low for a while and make some money on the side. Xie Gang was indifferent. I'm with you, and being an officer is pretty awesome to think about. Lin Fan immediately took out his phone and started fiddling with it. Controlling at the gold level was still a bit shaky. If he could manage at the platinum level, he would be considered a minor expert. However, to elevate the head-down ability to rank required 10 billion. That number was simply despairing. Fortunately, he could now kill Black Iron Lords, and one crystal core was worth 3 million, so this 10 billion didn't seem impossible. Moreover, he was now at the bronze level, which meant an additional spiritual skill slot, so he needed to consider his skill options. Lin Fan thought for a moment and sent a message to Bai Feng. Principal, you're also from the ceiling system. Can you recommend a spiritual skill for me? Bai Feng hadn't made it home yet, and upon seeing Lin Fan's message, he promptly replied, send me your location, I'll come over. Not long after, the three of them sat at a barbecue stand. Bai Feng stroked his chin. Lin, your spiritual skill can't possibly be from the ceiling system. Lin Fan replied confusedly, but my skill conceal movement, isn't that correct? Bai Feng shook his head. The ceiling system was uniquely from the Bai family skill set. According to your explanation, enemies within a few hundred meters can be instantly pulled to kneel before you. Don't you find that has the flavor of the spatial system? Lin Fan scratched his head. Does it? Bai Feng nearly slapped him. This academic underachiever. He immediately stood up, and with a flash appeared 100 meters away. Use your skill on me. Lin Fan nodded, head down. Almost the moment he shouted, Bai Feng was already crouching in front of him. See, there's a flavor of the spatial system. Bai Feng said, all right, help me undo it. Lin Fan coughed. Principal, I can't undo it. Bai Feng immediately shouted, what do you mean you can't undo it? You want me to stay like this? I'm your Lin Fan felt a bit guilty and slowly stood up. Principal, actually, if you don't shout, they wouldn't know you're the principal and wouldn't even notice you crouching here. Bai Feng was taken aback. He looked around. Indeed, everyone had been minding their own business, but once he shouted, everyone turned to look and pointed at him. Yet he was completely unable to move. Good. He had always sealed others, and now he was the one being sealed. Bai Feng snorted lightly. Lin, you give me. Before he could finish, he realized Lin Fan and Xie Gang had already run away. After a while, Bai Feng stood up, his face black as a pot bottom. These two brats. The nearby boss walked over. Principal, Bai, it's a total of 455. Will you pay by card or cash? Bai Feng was left speechless. What 455? The boss smiled innocently. Your student said you would settle the bill. I saw they all left, but you didn't, so. His smile became even more sincere. You wouldn't default on a bill as a high-ranking principal, would you? Bai Feng slapped his forehead. This boss was quite perceptive. With that said, could he not pay? The next day, at the Guangyo Gate military camp, 3 students were lazily basking in the sun. Zheng Zhuangbi took a sip of his ice-cold drink with satisfaction. We should be the easiest reservists, right? The lackey chuckled. That has to be because of Zheng Xiao, otherwise we'd still have to train and fight. How could it be this easy? Zheng Zhuangbi was so proud, showing off his big teeth. Just as he was about to laugh, he pulled at the wound on his mouth and winced in pain. He was speechless. Last night he had been sleeping well, only to be pulled up by the steward. Then his father, through the screen, had the steward slap him dozens of times. He was asked who he had bullied. My dad really doesn't know what kind of temper I have. The lackey immediately flattered. Exactly, who doesn't know our Zheng Xiao? Even the dogs passing by would get kicked. The people he bullied could line up from 1st Avenue to 2nd Avenue. Zheng Zhuangbi frowned. Are you saying I'm just an arrogant 2nd-generation rich kid? The lackey hurriedly apologized. But before he could say anything, Zheng Zhuangbi chuckled. So what if I'm a 2nd-generation rich kid? My dad is so impressive. Oh, what's wrong with me being a bit arrogant? The lackey wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, if Zheng Xiao isn't arrogant, that would be a waste of Master Zheng's efforts. Zheng Zhuangbi nodded in satisfaction. But the Qin family is really something else. They resigned for no reason. I wonder who the new officer is from. The lackey immediately said, whoever comes, Zheng Xiao shouldn't be made to train right. Zheng Zhuangbi nodded. Exactly, no matter who it is. Just then he saw Lin Fan and Xie Gang striding and wearing military coats, walking with an air of indifference. He looked up at the blazing sun. It was indeed the height of summer, right? Wasn't it hot wearing such thick military coats? Lin Fan and Xie Gang walked to the center of the military camp. Around them, a dozen soldiers sat scattered, all focused their attention on the two. One glanced at the sky, then at his own short sleeves, and then at the heavy military coats worn by the two. Their expressions clearly conveyed disrespect and confusion. "Fainter, it's a bit hot," Xie Gang said, already sweating profusely. "Hot?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I don't feel it." Xie Gang looked at the fine beads of sweat on Lin Fan's forehead and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In terms of stubbornness, he was no match for Lin Fan. Lin Fan cleared his throat. "Everyone." His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the camp. "Without a commanding officer to lead, are you all so idle? I'll give you 30 seconds to assemble." Lin Fan was clearly dissatisfied. He hadn't graduated yet, but he was officially an officer now. Why was there no one to welcome him? The reception was a flat zero. At this moment, the soldiers in the camp looked at him with a bewildered expression, as if he were an idiot. 30 seconds to assemble. Who would listen? Zhang Zhuanbi stood up directly, hands in his pockets, shifting his weight to his left foot, while his right foot kept shaking. He raised his chin at Lin Fan. "I say, Lin Fan, the weakest spiritual technique holder in history, what are you pretending to be? You took a loan using my photo and filled your bank card, and now you're acting tough in front of me. What are you pretending for?" He became increasingly irritated. It was always Zhang Zhuanbi who showed off, who dared to act. As his words fell, the sycophants around them began to mock Lin Fan, all looking down their noses as if they were the real Zhang Zhuanbi. Seeing this, Lin Fan merely shook his head lightly and extended his hand to check. 10 seconds left. Xie Gang blinked. "Feigner, you don't have a watch." He looked at Lin Fan's empty wrist and then looked again. He was sure he wasn't imagining things. Lin Fan was speechless. Does pretending mean anything? Whether or not I have a watch isn't the issue. The issue is I'm giving these people a sense of urgency that time is running out, yet they still don't hurry to follow my orders. Unexpectedly, Gongzi directly exposed him. The people around were also speechless, but they were extremely speechless at Lin Fan. "Without a watch, what are you pretending to check?" "Checking the air." Zhang Zhuanbi laughed even harder. "Lin Fan, you really can't do it." Lin Fan, hearing this, slowly raised his hand. "Raising your hand isn't an apology, it's for all of you to practice. Everyone, time's up. Since you're unwilling to stand for assembly, then everyone squat down and cover your heads." As his words fell, a strange force enveloped the dozen or so people around, and they could not control their bodies. Suddenly, 5 people lined up, neatly squatting in front of Lin Fan, hands covering their heads, their upper bodies perfectly straight. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "This is more like it." I cleared my throat and said loudly, "I heard that the guard army of your Guangyo sect is missing an officer, right?" No one replied. Lin Fan directly looked at a tall soldier to his side. "What's your name?" "Sun Ikuan." Lin Fan paused for a second. "Do you like to wear suspenders?" Sun Ikuan looked puzzled. Lin Fan coughed and pointed to the prominent shoulder insignia on his military coat. "Come on, tell me what this is." Sun Ikuan looked and saw that the insignia was indeed that of a private. "Wait, a private? Whose shoulder insignia did you steal?" Lin Fan stumbled upon hearing this. He couldn't take it anymore. Today he wore this military coat precisely because the insignia on it was the most conspicuous. He never expected that no one would recognize him. He immediately looked at Sun Ikuan again. "Hey, how did you know I'm your newly appointed officer, Lin Fan?" Sun Ikuan pointed at himself. No, he didn't say anything. How could this person still be boasting? "Wait a minute. Lin Fan. Wow, you're the one who suppressed hundreds of spiritual energy soldiers. The demon god Lin Fan, who massacred Qinhaiba without blinking." A chorus of exclamations erupted. Why not just report his name earlier? Why go through all this? Xie Gang stepped forward, patting his chest. "I Xie Gang." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Who is Xie Gang? Xie Gang froze, and he instantly seemed to lose color, petrified in place. How is it that no one knows me? After a brief hesitation, everyone turned their gaze back to Lin Fan. Their expressions had completely changed. Lin Fan's deeds had spread throughout the entire Tianwu city's spiritual energy army. It wasn't just a reserve force suppressing hundreds of spiritual soldiers, it was an ordinary person's rebellion against the spiritual families. They could still be here because they were not from the spiritual families. Each of them was looking forward to seeing Lin Fan. "Awesome, our idol has come, we are safe. Spiritual energy army guard, salute the squatting god. Salute the squatting god." Zhang Zhuanbi watched the crowd's attitude change dramatically and couldn't take it anymore. No one had ever been able to show off in front of him. "What are you doing? Lin Fan is just in class spiritual technique holder, who any one of you could easily be stronger than him. Why do you all submit to him? What the hell is a squatting god?" The crowd directly tilted their heads, looking at Zhang Zhuanbi with a "what an idiot" expression. Class spiritual technique. Laughable, that's called a legendary spiritual technique. Using it at the black iron level can suppress golden level class spiritual techniques. Find one for me. My squatting god is just being modest. Do you really think his spiritual technique is class? Hearing this, Lin Fan applauded in his heart for the crowd. What a bunch of delusional people. God knows his spiritual technique was indeed class at first, but now it certainly wasn't. Nevertheless, what does squatting god mean? Lin Fan didn't care anymore. He slowly raised his hand to press down. The noisy sounds instantly returned to silence. At this moment, everyone looked at him with eyes full of reverence. Lin Fan felt great. Understanding Zheng Zhuanbi becoming Zheng Zhuanbi. Who wouldn't be dazed by that? Disobeying my command once is fine, but now it's serious. I'll give you 30 minutes to prepare. We will all enter the Kuangyo sect and suppress the Kuangyo sect. Sun Ikuan stood up first, raising his right hand high above his head. Yes. The remaining dozen or so also responded in unison. Not a single coward among them. Zheng Zhuanbi couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward, releasing a bronze-level aura. I don't care if you all want to be fools, I won't submit to him. Lin Fan, accept my challenge, or I won't acknowledge you as the officer of this guard army. His gaze was Zheng Zhuanbi, holder of dual-class spiritual techniques, heir to the Zheng family's future 300 billion fortune, always the number one in Linghai Spirit High. Before he could finish, Lin Fan raised his hand and threw a spiritual technique. Lao Di, if you want to fight me, you first need to... Zheng Zhuangbi had barely finished his words when he crouched down with his head in his hands along with several of his followers. Zheng Zhuangbi vomited. Why wouldn't this person let him finish? If you don't let me finish, isn't that a slap in the face? Shouldn't we give the pretentious person the respect he deserves? You let me up, you let me finish. Lin Fan spread his hands, then get up. Zheng Zhuangbi struggled desperately, but could hardly move. You let me up, I want to challenge you. Am I not letting you up? I'll let go of me. Then get up. The two exchanged verbal jabs for dozens of rounds. It was hilarious. Zheng Zhuangbi couldn't stand up at all. Lin Fan lost interest, saying, is this the level of a reserve? He waved his hand. You all go back to what you were doing, clean up, and leave immediately. The others got busy. Lin Fan also walked towards the military achievement office with Xie Gang. Gangzi, what are you thinking about? He saw Xie Gang looking dazed, and was quite curious. Xie Gang pointed at himself. Feiner, how come I'm not as famous as you, even as your foster father? I shatter the darkness with lightning. Lin Fan comforted him. Isn't it enough? Once you obtain Xian Yao thunder breathing 200 million volts and thunder side, you'll become a qualified Misaka Mikoto. Xie Gang grew more confused as he listened. He had never heard of any of these spiritual techniques, but they sounded impressive. Wait, last time you mentioned Sikongzhen, and now you're talking about a name from the Sophie Kingdom. Lin Fan scratched his head, realizing he had mixed things up. That's because your equipment isn't enough. Once the electric sword Saint Sword is out, you're fierce, and with 10 Hunt, 10 Heart, Eye, and 10 Red Moon, you can land 10 elbow strikes in 1 second. Lin Fan draped his arm over Xie Gang's shoulders, spinning a tail. We're going to the military achievement office, right? We need to get some gear. It would be best to exchange all the military achievements. Xie Gang suddenly realized. Oh right, we beat Qin Wuhua to that state. What if he retaliates and stops our military achievements? Lin Fan fell silent. Why bring up Qin Wuhua again? He hadn't even laid a hand on Qin Wuhua. Suddenly Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and looked back. He saw a small girl with purple hair, petite, but striking, following behind. Who are you? The little girl walked over proudly, raised her head, hands on her hips, and puffed out her chest. Ji Shangxiang. I want to join you and become your friend. Lin Fan looked at her with, are you serious? You're trying to make friends while being so proud. You must have no friends at all. No appointment, no searching, please do not disturb. Lin Fan pulled Xie Gang and turned to leave when out of the corner of his eye he suddenly spotted 2 shiny round spheres. Ji Shangxiang was holding 2 bronze overlord-level crystal cores. Welcome gift. By the way, what did you just say? Lin Fan felt his knees go weak, nearly kneeling before the young lady. Bronze overlord level, each worth a small target. He kept hearing a phrase echo in his mind, the young lady has arrived. Oh, everyone step aside. Lin Fan slid forward, rushing to Ji Shangxiang, raising his hands above his head and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Young lady, it's an honor to be your friend. Xie Gang went down on his knees. Me too. Ji Shangxiang casually tossed the crystal cores to the two, crossing her arms and huffing. I have a bad temper. Although I possess SS level spiritual techniques, I have no power before reaching the silver level. You need to protect me. Lin Fan hurriedly nodded, rubbing one of the small targets in his hand. All right. Only after he spoke did he realize he was looking at Ji Shangxiang in disbelief. What did you say? SS level spiritual techniques, but no attack power. Ji Shangxiang seemed somewhat dissatisfied and corrected him, "I have no power at all. Ooh, I can't assist, defend, or attack." Lin Fan gave her a thumbs up. Alright. This was the right team to find. If we're talking about bizarre spiritual techniques, the three of them combined probably represented the pinnacle of 1,000 years of spiritual technique history in Huaxia. One is about to summon lightning onto himself. One is crouching down holding his head. One has SS level spiritual techniques that are utterly useless. Lin Fan felt a bit curious. By the way, why must it be before reaching the silver level? Ji Shangxiang seemed quite helpless as well. My spiritual technique, awakening, occupies 3 spiritual technique slots, and I can't use them. Only at the silver level can I unleash my spiritual power for attacks. However, when necessary, I won't hold you back. Ji Shangxiang patted her chest. Suddenly, a golden light flickered around her. Lin Fan couldn't help but close his eyes. An entire suit of spiritual energy armor. All kinds of spiritual energy weapons, and even a space ring. Such peculiar and valuable equipment. This is the power of money. He felt a deep resentment. There are so many wealthy people, why can't he be one of them? If he had money, would he still need to struggle for his own spiritual technique upgrades? Lin Fan sighed. Soon he composed himself and said seriously, "It's fine to join us, but we might have a bit of trouble on our hands." Ji Shangxiang took a tactical step back, looking at them with uncertainty. "Are you going to use spiritual techniques on me while I'm in the bathroom?" No. Lin Fan was speechless. He had grown. He was no longer the person he was just over a dozen days ago. He said, "Qin Wuhua was almost crippled by us. Zheng Zhuangbi, you should have seen that too." Ji Shangxiang was silent for a second. "I thought you were being modest, though I didn't expect it to be real trouble." Lin Fan also fell silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. "Young lady, welcome to the team." Ji Shangxiang said nothing further and walked ahead with her arms crossed. Lin Fan and Xie Gang flanked her, resembling 2 bodyguards. The 3 of them walked along. Lin Fan instinctively shouted, "The young lady has arrived. Oh, everyone step aside." Soon the 3 reached the military achievement office. Lin Fan borrowed some military achievements from Xie Gang. He upgraded his small dagger, then picked up 10 black iron level crystal cores and 1,000 silver level cores. This time he planned to find a spiritual technique for himself and upgrade it along the way. Half an hour later, everyone gathered and entered the Crazy Bull Gate in order. The scene inside the Crazy Bull Gate was completely different. There were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was delightful. However, similar to the Black-Red Gate, the ground was covered in lush green grass, all tender shoots. A herd of cattle was swaying about, lowering their heads to graze quite at ease. Ji Shangxiang directly found a cool spot to sit down and took out a small fan to cool herself. Sun Ikuan leaned over to Lin Fan and nervously swallowed before tremblingly asking, "Boss, are we really going to suppress the Crazy Bull Gate? Do you know anything about the Crazy Bull?" Lin Fan nodded. "It's alright. I know the Crazy Bull has spatial-type spiritual techniques." Sun Ikuan instinctively tightened his legs. "Then do you know that Crazy Bull's horns specialize in ramming butts?" Lin Fan was taken aback. Oh. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. No one had told him about this. He looked at the group of rampaging bulls. Each bull's horns were at least as long as half an arm, shimmering with spatial power. He inexplicably tightened his legs, feeling a chill creeping up his back. Sun Ikuan was oblivious to Lin Fan's unease. Seeing Lin Fan silent, he mistakenly thought he was confident. "Everyone, it seems the god of squatting has come up with a plan, so let's charge with him." Even if the rampaging bulls charge like they are teleporting, swift and unstoppable. Even if the bull's horns possess spatial attributes, they can truly injure and break defenses. But as soon as he finished speaking, over 20 guards went wild, raising their hands as if they couldn't wait to wrestle with the bulls right then. Lin Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wait, are these guys really that brave? These are a group of rampaging bulls equipped with teleportation and 1,000-year kill techniques. Who gave them the courage? Oh, it was him who did. Then it's no issue. As the guards shouted, the group of rampaging bulls were drawn to the commotion, all raising their heads to look in the direction of the crowd. Sun Ikuan and the others frowned, immediately shielding Lin Fan in front. God of squatting, they are about to charge. Lin Fan's fists clenched. These people were all reincarnations of Han Li, right? Clearing his throat, he slowly said, "If the bulls aim to charge with their rears, then you all behind me." Before he finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized that this position was unsafe, hurriedly moving in front of Lin Fan. This truly left Lin Fan speechless. It was confirmed, they were all reincarnations of Han Li. At this moment, a group of rampaging bulls began to paw the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before instantly charging. As they charged, their figures flickered continuously, each step covering over 10 meters with incredible speed. Lin Fan felt his vision blur. The dozens of charging bulls appeared right behind him. He immediately felt a tremor in his body and shouted loudly, "Cover your heads, duck!" With a whoosh, dozens of bulls executed a synchronized slide, crouching in front of Lin Fan. Their hind legs bent, their upper bodies raised, and their front legs drooped over their heads. Moo! The bulls looked baffled. As this group of rampaging bulls charged, several herds near the bull gate went wild, all rushing toward this spot. Everyone grab your weapons, I will control them, and you all will kill. Leave one of the leader-level ones for me. Lin Fan shouted, drawing out a small dagger and charging forward. After hearing that he might possess spatial attributes, he specifically upgraded the small dagger. Once spirit weapons reach the silver level, they all have some spiritual technique effects. The dagger he chose was for cutting through space, possessing spatial cutting abilities. Lin Fan approached the herd, aiming the dagger at a bull's horn. Ding! 2 bull horns fell with a sound. The spatial cutting carried by the small dagger smoothly severed a significant portion of the rampaging bull's head. Lin Fan grinned, holding a woven bag in one hand and the dagger in the other as he charged forward. Sun Ikuin and the others watched this scene, initially being cautious, but after killing a few rampaging bulls they immediately grew bolder. The god of squatting truly lived up to his name. With this display of spiritual technique, each rampaging bull was left covering their heads, waiting to be slaughtered. This was such a thrilling experience. At this moment, Xie Gang suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Brothers, I am Vice Officer Xie Gang, remember me? He was still bothered that no one remembered him. Xie Gang raised his hand, summoning a thunderbolt. His whole body sparkled with electric snakes, and in an instant he plunged into the herd, sparks flying and electricity crackling. Sun Ikuin and the others were stunned. Damn, there's no way you wouldn't remember this. Who starts a battle by striking themselves first? The battle lasted for over 10 minutes, and they had slaughtered 7 or 8 herds with rampaging bull corpses piling up like small mountains around them. Lin Fan was happily killing when he suddenly felt a murderous gaze fixed upon him. He immediately followed the gaze. He saw a figure from the herd continuously being tossed into the air, only to fall back down, driven up again by the bull's horns. While the young lady is quite enthusiastic, playing high toss among the rampaging bulls. Lin Fan. Ji Shangxiang's eyes filled with the desire to stab someone were impossible to hide. Well, she just sent out 1 billion crystal cores, and this guy turns around and forgets her right. Wasn't she supposed to be protected? Wasn't she supposed to be a young lady? She was worth less than a blade of grass, right? Cover your heads and duck. Suddenly Ji Shangxiang felt a peculiar force envelop her, and in the blink of an eye, she was crouching beside Lin Fan. Before she could say anything, Lin Fan quickly hung the woven bag around Ji Shangxiang's neck, then lifted her high, resting her on his shoulders. Young lady, hold on tight. He couldn't afford to be careless. These murderous bulls showed no mercy when slaughtering. Why kill such cute bulls? Lin Fan shouted as he charged into the herd. Because of potato braised beef, ribeye sirloin tomahawk, stir-fried bull meat. Lin Fan was speechless. All 20-some people were just foodies, weren't they? By the way, I wonder if Gongzi brought potatoes and tomatoes. Ji Shangxiang perched on Lin Fan's shoulder, ground her silver teeth. Lin Fan, you're still thinking about this? It put me down. That's not possible. I'm ensuring your safety. You can't treat me like a child hanging around your neck. Look down at your height before you say that. What I see when I look down is a bear. Do you want me to squeeze you under my armpit? Ji Shangxiang fell silent. Between being squeezed under his armpit and hanging around his neck, she chose to accept it. Life is like a violation. If you can't resist, choose to. At that moment, Ji Shangxiang's poised politeness and pride as a young lady shattered into pieces. The battle continued until Lin Fan's spiritual power was exhausted, and the crowd quietly retreated in a circle. No one would think of protecting anyone behind them. Moments later, a group of people set up a campfire on a safe hillside, and over 20 guards began to slice meat. Their knife skills were deft, and the meat from the rampaging bulls was sliced thin as a cicada's wing, then skewered and handed to Xie Gang. At this point, Sun Ikuin and the others finally understood what supplies were. Bread, compressed biscuits, water bottles. Wrong. Supplies are cumin, salt, chili powder, 5-spice powder, skewers, and most importantly, a barbecue grill. Ji Shangxiang hugged her legs, squatting on the ground, looking utterly disillusioned. She suddenly regretted joining Lin Fan. She had just ridden Lin Fan into a fierce battle, but there was not a hint of romance like a girl riding a white horse prince. In her melancholy moment, a small skewer of meat was presented to Ji Shangxiang's nose. She uncontrollably flared her nostrils. The aroma of the roasted meat shot straight to her head, completely obliterating all her unhappiness. So fragrant. But Ji Shangxiang would rather jump off here and die than eat. Before she finished speaking, a small skewer was shoved directly into her mouth. Eat the small skewer, bring me 100 more. Lin Fan watched as Ji Shangxiang devoured the skewers, unable to suppress a smile. He never expected that the young lady would eat so heartily, with grease dripping from her mouth and chili powder smudged on her nose. Having eaten her fill, Ji Shangxiang no longer felt unhappy, though there seemed to be a hint of discontent. Lin Fan hum. Lin Fan chuckled. Young lady, who are you sulking about? Ji Shangxiang widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this person be so oblivious? Did he have no idea who she was upset with? Thus she turned her head away, choosing to ignore this unreliable person for the time being. Lin Fan suddenly sighed and said, Young lady, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Ji Shangxiang instantly became curious. Quickly tell me. Well, you've got some chili powder stuck in your teeth, which tarnishes your image as the young lady. Ji Shangxiang gasped, jumped up, and pulled out a small mirror to check her teeth, searching high and low, both inside and out. There was nothing. Lin Fan, you tricked me. Hee, come hit me then. Ji Shangxiang could hardly contain her anger, which erupted instantaneously. Lin Fan, indifferent to her, had already been knocked around by the raging bull dozens of times. If not for the heavenly pivot battle armor he wore, he couldn't imagine what would have happened. She was after all a girl. Lin Fan, I'm going to beat you up. They chased and fled, with Lin Fan unable to escape. Ji Shangxiang unleashed a large net that seemed to have eyes of its own, swiftly ensnaring Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan attempted to break free, he discovered that the iron net was electrified. The moment he touched it, he convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, the power of in-game purchases. The intensity of the electric current was just enough to incapacitate him without causing injury. Ji Shangxiang approached her, small shoes clicking on the ground, a wicked smile on her face. Run, go ahead and run. Lin Fan immediately glanced at Xie Gang. Xie Gang suddenly stood up and changed direction, continuing to skewer meat. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. This was the first time Xie Gang had sold him out. Is this the power of capital? Comrade Xie, you have been corrupted. Lin Fan lay on the ground, resigned to his fate. Ji Shangxiang walked over. Not going to struggle anymore. Not going to resist. Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand. Cover your head and squat down. He knew had never truly accept his fate. Ji Shangxiang performed a pose, legs apart, hands on her head, squatting in front of Lin Fan in a very standard position. Lin Fan lay down while Ji Shangxiang squatted. One looked down, the other looked up, their eyes locked in a stare. Lin Fan awkwardly turned his head away. This stalemate isn't going to work. Ji Shangxiang, unwilling to back down, said, No, you must look at me. We'll have a staring contest. Whoever blinks first loses. Lin Fan shook his head vigorously. No, this really won't do. Ji Shangxiang burst into laughter, feeling victorious. Then you say if you can't do this, you won't be able to let me ride on your horse, nor can you use this head-covering technique against me. Lin Fan fell silent for 2 seconds. It was impossible to say. Therefore he moved his lips and mouthed 2 words, purple. Ji Shangxiang was taken aback. She understood his lip reading, but what did it mean? Just a second later her face flushed. You bastard. Pervert. Big pigs trotters. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan, sporting a bright red handprint, followed Ji Shangxiang closely. Sun Iquan hurriedly stepped in to ease the tension. Squatting God, where are we going next? Lin Fan took advantage of the momentum and pointed north. Let's go deeper. I'm looking for a leader-level spirit skill to absorb. Today the raging bulls they killed were just elite level. The spirit skills of the raging bulls aren't that great, right? Ji Shangxiang chimed in. Lin Fan nodded. However, there aren't many choices for spatial type skills. Near Tianwu City, only the Gate of Raging Bulls belongs to that category. Ji Shangxiang opened her hands. Then let's wait a bit longer. After we go out, I'll give you money to find a spatial type spirit skill you like to absorb. Lin Fan sighed. Young lady, absorbing spirit skills isn't that simple. You need to subdue the other races yourself. Ji Shangxiang seemed a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. I didn't know that. Lin Fan looked puzzled. Your family background is pretty good, right? There must be strong spiritual practitioners at home. How do you not know this? Ji Shangxiang shook her head, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes, and walked away without saying anything. Lin Fan spread his hands. Sigh, he really couldn't understand the young lady's temperament. After this small episode, everyone continued northward, delving deeper into the world of the Gate of Raging Bulls. Even as they advanced, everyone felt their hands growing weak. The number of raging bulls was simply They arrived near a deep pit with young grass covering the cliffs. Thousands of raging bulls surrounded this area, densely packed. Among them, there were numerous leader-level, lord-level, and overlord-level bulls. The strength of the raging bull tribe could be seen from the silver patterns on their horns. As this was the bronze-level gate of 10,000 races, the raging bulls were born with bronze-level strength. Ordinary bulls had no patterns. Elite bulls had 1 circle of silver, leader level had 2 circles, lord level had 3 circles, and overlord level had 4 circles. Sun Iquan explained, the gate of raging bulls hasn't been cleared for over half a year. Last time there was almost a riot, but it was suppressed in time. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. Among that group of raging bulls he spotted the presence of 3 circles of silver indicating a Lord-level raging bull equivalent to a platinum-level spiritual practitioner among humans. Deep within the raging bull herd were several calves. Lin Fan stroked his chin and said, speaking of which, isn't this called protecting the calves? Sun Iquan stumbled, and if not for the overwhelming presence of raging bulls, he would have burst out laughing. However, looking at it this way, the raging bulls indeed seemed to be protecting their calves, which was a very astute observation. If these calves were taken out, could they be sold for money? Sun Iquan's smile vanished upon hearing Lin Fan's words. The others were also stunned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. You think while adult raging bulls might not be easy to defeat, but these juvenile raging bulls, isn't that just a matter of a single slap? Absorbing the initial spirit skills of the young ones should be no problem, right? After hearing this, everyone felt astonished, marveling at Lin Fan's unique thought process, which was unprecedented. This was virtually the same as punching a kindergarten. Chun-Yi chuckled, still wearing a look of nonchalant ease. Lin, the great campus belle, you wouldn't want everyone knowing that your spirit beast form is a lizard, would you? Come with me. Toward Lin Fan. Is that even human? Simply pure evil, isn't it? Sun Iquan couldn't help it anymore, and directly covered his mouth. Duncha, my god, your reasoning isn't illegal, but he's sick. Just listen, when we get out, I'll introduce you to the best psychologist. How about that? Lin Fan. Whoa, I'm not sick. I'm really not sick. Don't you think this reasoning is feasible? Sun Iquan again raised a finger to his mouth. Dunshan, just stop talking. We need to go. This is too dangerous. Lin Fan hurriedly pointed to the side. Sun Iquan was taken aback and turned his head to look. At this moment, everyone was startled. They saw dozens of calves squatting there in a neat row. Moo. The sounds of the cattle echoed through the sky, and the ground began to shake. Everyone panicked and turned to look at the deep pit, only to see a group of raging bulls stamping their front hooves, their eyes red with fury. The raging bulls were running around wildly, seemingly searching for their lost calves. Dunshan, you truly are my god. Who could withstand this? Stealing their calves right under the noses of thousands of raging bulls, what kind of brutal punishment would they face if discovered? Those raging bulls were specifically charging at their backsides. More terrifying than the 10 most brutal tortures. Don't panic. Xie Gang waved his hand. We can find a bull hole to hide temporarily until their chaos ends. A group of people turned their heads, staring at Xie Gang with expressions of concern for the mentally challenged. Sun Iquan coughed. Brother, let's just say, is there a possibility that the raging bulls are sleeping on a pile of grass? Oh, Xie Gang suddenly realized. A second later he panicked. Damn, there are no holes here. What should we do? Everyone looked around. Near the deep pit was a flat grassland, and the grass here was all tender with no obstacles for the raging bulls to charge through. Everyone was helpless. They were dumbfounded. It felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through their hearts. Just then the instigator Lin Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes sparkling. I finally understand where the term protecting calves comes from. Everyone turned their heads looking at him, as if to say, you only just realized this. Why don't the children of other races have names like horse calves or tiger calves? Sun Iquan revealed a polite, yet slightly sarcastic smile. Lin Fan chuckled. I have a... Ji Shangxiang realized Lin Fan's unreliability at this moment, and hurriedly waved her hand to interrupt him. All right, your idea is very bold, but don't be so bold next time. Lin Fan felt extremely wronged. Why did no one believe him? He really had a very bold and advanced... Lin Fan squatted in the corner feeling aggrieved, drawing circles on the ground with a stick. Ji Shangxiang, feeling helpless, walked over. All right, tell me what your bold idea is. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. We know that after a certain level of strength, different races will have a certain level of intelligence, right? Seeing his serious expression, everyone immediately gathered around, listening intently to Lin Fan's plan. Lin Fan, brimming with pride, cleared his throat and continued. We can completely negotiate with the raging bulls. We've kidnapped their calves, and we demand a crystal core as ransom, otherwise we will tear up the ticket. Everyone fell silent. If this was a bad idea, it could indeed resolve their current crisis, and if negotiations were successful, they could even make a hefty profit. But if this wasn't a bad idea, they just wanted to ask who would go negotiate with the raging bulls. The term protecting calves is indeed correct. But isn't there also a saying, playing the lute to a cow? Can negotiations really happen? Sun Iquan immediately gathered everyone. I think we should find a few fast runners and quickly return the calves. Nearby Lin Fan jumped up and waved to everyone. Lin Fan Exu. Xie Gang nodded. I think it's feasible. Even I know the idiom, playing the lute to a cow, how could Feiner not know? He should go back and redo his 9 years of compulsory education. Lin Fan wanted to come over and discuss together, but was pushed aside by Ji Shanxiang. Ji Shanxiang took out a few talismans. These contained some escape techniques sealed within, crafted by a golden-level spiritual practitioner. Take these and hurry back to return the calves. Xie Gang clasped his hands together and reverently accepted the talismans. Thank you, miss. Sun Ikuan immediately selected a few people and went off carrying the calves. Lin Fan felt isolated. I said I was in charge, but no one listened to me. Everyone was also at a loss for words. Your plan is good, but the premise is not to plan all right. On the grassland, several figures were sneaking around looking for the resting place of the raging bulls. But all they saw were large piles of stacked hay. They had no idea which bull was whose home. Xie Gang, holding 7 or 8 hungry calves, looked bewildered. Wait, these calves all look the same. Where should they be placed? Who cares? Xie Gang casually dropped a few calves and took off running. He couldn't recognize them, so he didn't believe the raging bulls could recognize them either. Not long after he left, a large group of raging bulls charged over, pushing aside the hay and discovering the hidden calves. One of the raging bull leaders jumped out, mooing incessantly. Moo, you don't have a son, why did you steal mine? Moo, no wonder my son suddenly disappeared. It turns out it was a familiar. Another raging bull leader was also mooing loudly. Moo, don't talk nonsense, why would I steal your son? The two raging bull leaders glared at each other, their eyes filled with furious flames. Xie Gang and the others were mistaken. Oh, in this world, how could a mother not recognize her own child? Is it possible that while they saw no difference among the raging bulls, the bulls themselves could still recognize individual differences? Just like how the raging bulls viewed the human race, we are all some kinds of creatures with 2 eyes, a mouth, 2 hands, and 2 legs. In the next moment, the 2 raging bull leaders charged at each other. When those 2 female raging bulls collided, the male raging bull naturally couldn't just sit back. Moo, do you also want to contest with the bull? Moo, haha, who isn't like a bull? Moo, come on, who is afraid of who? Thus the drama of 2 female raging bulls fighting over their calves turned into a chaotic struggle among a large group of raging bulls. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his group were hiding in a pile of hay, waiting for the situation to calm down. Sun Ikuan patted his chest. Fortunately, we returned all the calves. I believe it won't be long before the raging bull herd stops their riot, and we can all leave then. Xie Gang scratched his head. By the way, can you tell those calves apart? Sun Ikuan chuckled. Haha, they all look alike, who can tell apart? Exactly. Don't mention the calves, even the raging bull nests all look the same, who can tell them apart? As soon as he spoke, the surroundings suddenly fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a herd of wild bulls scattered in all directions, but they could not find any trace of the calf. Most of the wild bulls began to return to their nests to rest. A wild bull leader returned to the nest with its subordinates. Before it could lie down, it suddenly heard the cries of a group of calves. The wild bull leader was taken aback, and after pushing aside the haystack with its horns, discovered 7 or 8 calves curled up inside. No, these aren't its children. Moo, master, those seem to be calves from the neighboring tribe. Moo, that's right, those are my sons. Master, don't steal my sons since you have none. Moo. The sounds of mooing echoed continuously. The herd suddenly became chaotic, and a wild bull commander roared, charging at the wild bull leader with red eyes. It felt it. Those were its sons, and they had been taken away by this crazed wild bull leader. Was it really necessary? Even without sons, it shouldn't steal his sons. They were the legacy of their old bull family. The wild bull leader let out a strange cry, turning its head in an instant, its eyes turning red as the silver patterns on its horns began to glow. With its hind hooves digging into the ground, it charged out. It was the leader. The authority of the leader was not to be provoked. Moreover, this was not something it had done. Only the wronged bulls knew how wronged a bull could feel. The wild bull commander did not back down and met the charge head-on. With a loud bang, the wild bull commander was sent flying, as it was no match for the strength of the wild bull leader. But the next moment, several wild bull commanders moved, all charging towards the wild bull leader at once. A chaotic battle began. The wild bull leader's trusted subordinates started to fight back, affecting more wild bull commanders. The battle gradually escalated. One herd, several herds. After 7 or 8 hours. On the plain, several groups of bulls stood in confrontation. The wind blew, and a herd of wild bulls sprinted wildly, charging at each other in a unique bull wrestling style. These wild bulls were single-minded, not considering anything else, only knowing that their calves were dead. It became a life-and-death battle between tribes. The horns of the bulls clashed, the power of space collided, and the entire space within the wild bull gate began to fluctuate. At the moment the 2 wild bull leaders collided, the raging power of space tore open a rift. In the next moment, the rift transformed into a gaping maw of blood frantically devouring everything around it. It was like a fuse as the storm of space accumulated from the previous collisions of wild bulls erupted at this moment. Rifts in space were torn open one after another. The earth was devoured, mountains were ripped apart, and rivers began to flow backward. The terrifying storm of space rampaged over the land, wildly spreading in all directions. The space shattered like mirrors, quickly collapsing. The rift merely grazed one wild bull leader, instantly bisecting it. The wild bull leader exerted all its strength, finally managing to escape, with half of its body lying on the ground gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the instigators of it all were hiding in the haystack, trembling. Who could have imagined that returning the calves would lead to such a situation? Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems like things have gotten a bit out of hand. Xie Gang's eyes lit up. Brother Fan, that wild bull leader is the leader. Everyone's gaze immediately locked onto the wild bull leader, who was gasping for breath on the ground. It was truly a gift from the heavens. Lin Fan looked around and noticed that most of the wild bulls were fleeing. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the wild bull leader, who had only half of its body left. Running along, he pulled out a woven bag midway. Lin Fan rushed over, sweeping the bag to tighten its opening, and then slung it over his shoulders, starting to run wildly. The entire process was smooth as flowing water. At this moment, the space fluctuations also spread nearby, and everyone jumped out from the haystack, running faster than rabbits. Lin Fan wanted to urge everyone to run, but he found no one was slower than him. Even Ji Shangxiang had changed to a pair of shoes, and with the help of spirit energy equipment, she was running faster than anyone. Damn, wait for me! Lin Fan shouted. His shout only made everyone run even faster. Xie Gang raised his hand to summon lightning, and after a thunderous roar, he suddenly accelerated, saying, "Feiner, I'm waiting for you. Hurry up." No time to feel moved. Lin Fan saw Xie Gang transform into a beam of lightning, leaving behind an afterimage, disappearing from his sight in the blink of an eye. His mouth twitched wildly. He decided not to run anymore, and simply threw the woven bag to the ground. If the wild bull has a teleportation skill, once I get it, it'll surpass all of you in no time. He raised his hand and pressed down on the wild bull leader's head. The wild bull leader roared in fury, still refusing to submit, even though it was on the brink of death. Lin Fan attempted several times without success, pulling out a small dagger and stabbing it forward. "Will you submit or not?" "Moo." The brave bull simply would not submit. Lin Fan continued to crouch down and stab repeatedly with the small dagger in his hand, stabbing again and again. His thoughts were simple. Although crouching down could only control the wild bull commander for now, it was enough, since the leader was already on its last legs. After several attempts, just as he was about to try again, the wild bull leader's eyes froze. Despite having only half of its body left, it suddenly jumped up, wrapping its front hooves around its head. Got it. Lin Fan hurriedly absorbed the spiritual skill. He suddenly felt a change before his eye. It was as if he were in a desolate cosmic void, where before him were only 4 dim stars, all shimmering with silver blue light, beautifully magnificent. He sensed a rich aura of space from above. Lin Fan controlled his body, frantically moving towards the most brilliant star. At the moment he touched that star, an overwhelming force of attraction burst forth from within him, causing the massive star to start rapidly shrinking. Then it all fused into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with silver blue light. Did it work? So the skill of crouching down can absorb spiritual skills directly after sealing them, without worrying about the rules of submission. He understood well that the wild bull leader would absolutely not submit to him. After all, the wild bull leader had been gravely injured by the rift in space, not by him. The wild bull leader was a bronze-level leader, equivalent to a platinum-level spiritualist among humans. How could it ever look down on Lin Fan, this insignificant character? Lin Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What he absorbed was not teleportation, but dimensional kill. He raised his hand, and the power of space converged into a vortex, forming a silver bull horn about the length of a half-arm. Damn! Lin Fan lay down on the ground. Hundreds of wild bulls were about to attack from behind, and since he had not absorbed the teleportation skill, he could only helplessly wait for death. The hooves of the bulls stomped on the ground, causing continuous tremors. Lin Fan felt that the sky was incredibly blue. "I've heard that getting trampled by bulls is very painful," he murmured. But at that moment, Lin Fan's skill upgrade panel popped up. Dimensional killed level converged spatial bull horns, causing damage while ignoring defenses. Length of horns 30 centimeters, maximum attack distance 15 meters. Upgrade requires 100 bronze crystal cores. Detected spatial spiritual skill, awakening second spatial skill for the host. Lin Fan suddenly jumped up and ran wildly. "Help! Damn, I can still save myself. Before he finished speaking, a flash of lightning appeared, and Xie Gang had already rushed over. Lin Fan's footsteps suddenly halted. It was not just Xie Gang. Sun Ikuan and his group along with Ji Shangxiang had returned as well. Sun Ikuan and his companions were shaking in fear, finding it hard to remain calm in the face of the hundreds of raging bulls. That was equivalent to the presence of hundreds of golden-level spiritualists, especially with a leader among them. Ji Shangxiang shot a glance at Lin Fan saying, "You big fool can't even figure out how to run away." Xie Gang chuckled, "Feigner, without your dad watching over you, what would you do?" He turned around, drawing out his spear, his expression unusually serious. Lin Fan stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. The system panel before him had finished loading. The host has comprehended the spiritual technique phase charge. Phase charge, a level conjures a sphere of spatial power around the body, controlling it to charge forward 50 meters, with all kinetic energy released upon stopping. Upgrade requirements: 10 black iron crystals. Lin Fan pulled out a woven bag filled with a multitude of crystals ranging from black iron to silver. However, in an instant, all the crystals were gone. His two new spiritual techniques also underwent change. Dimensional kill level conjures spatial bull horns, dealing damage while ignoring defenses with a length of 50 centimeters and a maximum attack range of 50 meters. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 silver level crystals. Phase charged level conjures a sphere of spatial power around the body, controlling it to charge forward 500 meters, with all kinetic energy released upon stopping. Note: power increases with the distance moved. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 golden level crystals. Lin Fan chuckled. "Not bad, brothers, none of you have abandoned me." He raised his arm and declared, "I will lead you into battle." He simultaneously activated dimensional kill and phase charge. Silver blue spatial power swirled around him, forming a bubble about 10 meters in diameter. Normally, phase charge would only create a 2-meter diameter spatial bubble, but Lin Fan had an amplification technique that allowed the bubble to reach 5 times its effect, thus 10 meters. Simultaneously, the charge distance could reach 2,500 meters, which was also 5 times the power. Lin Fan tilted his head to look at everyone. "Brothers, it's a bit crowded, but everyone get in here." Sun Ikuan and the others curiously observed this new spiritual technique. With 30 of them, it was a bit challenging to fit into the bubble, but they managed. 2 people stacked on top of each other effectively saved a lot of space. At that moment, only Ji Shangxiang and Lin Fan remained facing each other. In the first second, Ji Shangxiang firmly refused. "No, who do you think I am, Ji Shangxiang? Don't I care about my reputation?" In the second, Lin Fan swiftly squatted down, lifting Ji Shangxiang onto his shoulder. Everyone were off. "This isn't a kindergarten bus. Oh, I've welded the doors shut, so charge forward with." As the spatial bubble appeared, horns formed, each half a meter long, surrounded by spatial power. Lin Fan took a step forward. The surrounding scenery suddenly transformed into white lines rapidly retreating behind him. The entire spatial bubble was spinning at high speed. However, everyone within felt no discomfort, not even realizing they were moving forward. Only from outside the spatial bubble could one see the enormous bubble adorned with dozens of horns charging violently toward the hundreds of raging bulls. In an instant, the distance of over 1,000 meters was covered, and the spatial bubble compressed into a conical shape, the elongated bubble spanning kilometers before making a sharp turn, reshaping into a ring and abruptly stopping back at the starting point. The rear bubble began to rebound, rapidly crashing forward with terrifying force against the hundreds of raging bulls. The bulls under the lead of the Bull Lord went berserk, charging at the bubble. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed. One raging bull after another was thrown into the air. At the moment of impact against the spatial bubble, the Bull Lord's horns shimmered with dazzling silver patterns. With a ripping sound, the spatial bubble was torn apart, and Lin Fan's group was instantly thrown 100 meters away, tumbling in disarray. Immediately, a terrifying wave surged forth, creating a half-finger-long spatial crack. Though the crack was only half a finger wide, it emitted a terrifying suction force. The Bull Lord closest to the bubble was swept away by the suction, its massive body pressed against the spatial crack. Lin Fan and the others got up. They saw the Bull Lord displaying a pained expression, its flesh rapidly shrinking towards the spatial crack. Lin Fan, not caring about anything else, unleashed another phase charge. This time, everyone saw clearly. A spatial bubble was being stretched out hundreds of meters, rushing towards. As Lin Fan came to a halt, his dagger was already plunged into the Bull Lord's forehead. He twisted his wrist, extracting the crystal, within hastily stowing it away. The Bull Lord completely lost its ability to resist being sucked into the spatial crack. The massive body of over 5 or 6 meters was crushed by the half-finger-wide crack. Lin Fan dared not look longer, unleashing another phase charge, stopping right in front of his companions. Sun Ikuan and the others promptly applauded, showering him with compliments. However, at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly erupted, sending Lin Fan's group flying dozens of meters away. They were caught off guard, hitting the ground face-first, mouths full of dirt. As everyone stood up, they were all either disheveled or covered in mud, with some even having cow dung on their faces, stinking up the place. They all looked at Lin Fan with bewilderment. Lin Fan scratched his head, coughing to mask his embarrassment. I said this technique would equally mess everyone up. I couldn't control it, do you believe me? Xie Gang smiled slightly, quickly wrapping an arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. I thought so. How could feigners stand in front of us knowing the technique's effects and not do it on purpose? Lin Fan nodded eagerly. Yes, I really didn't mean to. He paused, suddenly realizing. Zhangzi is messing with me. Sun Ikuan waved his hand. Hey, we're all brothers, why bring this up? While speaking, he dashed up to Lin Fan, covering him with a... As the lightning struck Xie Gang, it also zapped Lin Fan, leaving him dazed and frothing at the mouth. Brothers, he did it on purpose, beat him up. Sun Ikuan waved his hand. Hey, we're all brothers, why bring this up? While speaking, he dashed up to Lin Fan, covering him with a woven bag and kicking hard. At that moment, everyone sprang into action. We're all brothers, how could we hold grudges? The cow dung on my face isn't the Lord God's fault. The Lord God absolutely didn't do it on purpose, I believe him. The sound of slaughtering pigs echoed across the grassland. After a while, Lin Fan finally regained his ability to move and hurriedly tore off the woven bag from his head. When he looked up, he saw everyone standing nearby, arms crossed, whistling and pretending as if they had never laid a hand on him. He truly couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. You bastards. However, Lin Fan was also in the wrong himself. He simply couldn't control the outburst when it happened. Lin Fan stroked his chin in thought, but his spiritual techniques combined quite effectively. First, he squatted down with his head in his hands, rendering those raging bulls powerless to resist. Then he charged forward with a phase rush, just like bowling. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Before he could finish speaking, Xie Gang jumped over and struck him on the back of the head. Feigner, I beg you don't have any more ideas. After hitting him, Xie Gang started to cry. From the first incident with the Smoke Emperor to this riot of the raging bulls, wasn't it all due to Lin Fan's bold ideas? The idea was good, but next time don't have any ideas. Lin Fan covered his head. I really have an idea now. I have a brand new spiritual technique, one that can advance or retreat. We can definitely choose to hunt some powerful raging bulls. Even the raging bull lord wouldn't be a problem. He expressed his thoughts. The collision of spatial power easily creates spatial fluctuations. All of them gathered within the spatial bubble, exerting all their spiritual power, bursting forth at the moment they stopped. Even just a brush with the raging bull lord wouldn't be an issue. As long as they tore open a spatial rift, or even just a spatial opening, there would be a chance to kill the raging bull lord. Even if not charging through, killing the raging bull leader wouldn't be a problem at all. Lin Fan took out a crystal core. A leader's crystal core is worth 5 million, which is 5,000 military merits, while a lord's crystal core is worth 30,000 military merits. His voice was like a devil's whisper, and as soon as it slipped out, everyone was moved. They had worked hard for a year guarding the Raging Bull Gate, and only earned 3,600 military merits as their annual salary. But this time the crystal cores they had in hand were worth at least 3,000 military merits, a haul that could surpass a year's worth of earnings. Who could resist that? And the Bronze Lord level crystal cores were scarce goods on the market. The children of spiritual families needed crystal cores of this level. Trading them for military merits was indeed good, but selling them could even exceed 30 million. Let's do it. Sun Ikuan roared. It's just a raging bull lord equivalent to a platinum-level spiritualist. Xie Gang bellowed. Everyone rolled up their sleeves. We silver level can kill a raging bull lord. That's enough to brag about for a year. I could brag about it for a lifetime. With the god of squatting leading the raging bull leader would be no problem. I think it's feasible. A group of them decided to go for it. At this moment, the raging bull herd was in an uproar, gathering a group of elite raging bulls and their leader. They found a group of raging bulls, about 100 in total, the weakest of which were elite raging bulls. Lin Fan raised his hand to condense the spatial bubble. They stacked themselves once more to create enough space. Ji Shangxiang jumped onto Lin Fan's neck with a forlorn expression. If you dare to say anything, I will make you suffer. Everyone got ready. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Concentrate spiritual power at the front, we charge. In the next moment, the spatial bubble suddenly traversed a distance of 1,000 meters. Before the group of raging bulls could react, the spatial bubble had already crashed into them. The concentrated spiritual power at the front was like a steel plate. The high-speed moving spatial bubble was like a large transport vehicle. Imagine a fully speeding transport vehicle crashing into you with a steel plate. What would that feel like? One by one, elite Raging Bulls were smashed into a pulp. The Raging Bull leaders, wanting to resist, heard a voice like that of a demon in their ears. Cover your heads and squat down. A group of Raging Bull leaders all hugged their front hooves, squatting in the path of the spatial bubble. Bang! A loud sound erupted. One by one, the Raging Bull leaders were thrown into the air. If they had the strength to resist, it would have been fine, but with their spiritual techniques sealed, they appeared right where the phase rush came to a halt, utterly unable to withstand it. Thus, laughter erupted all across the grassland. Charge! This isn't a bus to kindergarten. Brothers, this time I'll take the lead, I'll do it. I think we should add thunderous power to the spatial bubble. Boom. Thunder crashed down. Arcs of electricity danced atop the spatial bubble, increasing its might once more. Even if they encountered the Raging Bull Lord, everyone dared to charge in without hesitation. The combined spiritual power of 30 people, along with dimensional kill and thunderous power, plus the enhanced effects after the phase rush, buffs stacked up completely. If one charge didn't work, they'd charge a second time. After the collision of spatial power tore open a spatial rift, everyone turned and ran, leaving the Raging Bull Lord dumbfounded in place. The result was that it was sucked into the spatial rift, utterly defenseless, as its crystal core was extracted. The more they attacked, the more confident they became. After killing 3 Raging Bull Lords, the Raging Bulls on the grassland were no match for them. They charged recklessly, then proceeded to extract crystal cores, having a great time. Meanwhile, Luo Chunlei had just gotten a day off and was heading towards the Raging Bull Gate. That Raging Bull Gate is about to riot. I hope nothing goes wrong. His feelings were quite complex. He had been cheated out of 30 million by Lin Fan, and had to swallow it, especially since Lin Fan's parents were rather unfathomable. He had inquired previously. That special private soldier badge had existed since the opening of the gate of all races, passed down for thousands of years. That had frightened him. He originally didn't want to have any more dealings with Lin Fan. But Luo Chunlei thought of Lin Fan's act of killing Qin Haiba. He was moved. What he dared not do, Lin Fan did, and he had to thank Lin Fan for avenging his brothers. Therefore, he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fan while guarding the Raging Bull Gate. Amidst his complicated thoughts, Luo Chunlei's vehicle stopped near the Raging Bull Gate. He frowned as he couldn't see a single station soldier. Raging Bulls were hard to kill, plus they specialized in blocking, so idle spiritualists wouldn't enter. Only station soldiers existed nearby. At that moment, he saw Zheng Zhuangbi and his group. He lightly exclaimed and waved at them. "You're the reserves, right? Where are Lin Fan and the others?" Zheng Zhuangbi saw the newcomer, scoffed. "A mere lieutenant wasn't worth his..." The dog-legged follower, seeing Luo Chunlei was an officer, replied, "They are neglecting their duties. The station soldiers should do their job, but they insist on forming a team to hunt Raging Bulls. Now they're probably being violently attacked by Raging Bulls." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around burst into laughter. Luo Chunlei opened the car door and stepped out, clenching his fists, his face dark and gloomy. He realized that yet again it was a group of descendants from the military achievement-seeking families of spiritualists. "Gather," he coldly shouted. Zheng Zhuangbi scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Commander, you are not our direct superior." "On what grounds?" His words were cut short. A black tiger materialized behind Luo Chunlei, its gaping maw opening wide as a roar thundered across the military camp. The sound wave swept through like a tangible force, stirring up gusts of wind. The hurricane hit them heat. Zheng Zhuangbi and his group trembled in fear, feeling as if they were facing not a person but a fierce tiger. "I said gather." In less than 10 seconds, Zheng Zhuangbi and the other 3 had assembled. Luo Chunlei's gaze was grim. "As reserves, why aren't you training properly? While our comrades are fighting inside the gate of all races, you're outside mocking them." Zheng Zhuangbi stiffened his neck, unwilling to submit. "Commander, the spiritual energy army hasn't mandated that we follow them into death, right?" Luo Chunlei swiftly moved in, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Seemingly unsatisfied, he struck Zheng Zhuangbi repeatedly, turning him into a swollen mess. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. The sycophants shrank back, afraid to stand up for Zheng Zhuangbi. Luo Chunlei cast a cold glance at them. "From the day you joined the spiritual energy army, you should have been prepared for death, especially as part of the station troops. Perhaps you've forgotten that behind the station troops lies the warmth of countless homes. The former station troops would rather sacrifice their lives to block the onslaught of foreign races than take a step back. But somewhere along the line, the station troops became infested with parasites, a place where families of spiritualists send their offspring to gild their resumes. Perhaps these people have long forgotten the scenes of the foreign races' revolts and their repeated assaults. You're about the same age as Lin Fan. You should all be classmates, right? Luo Chunlei's eyes were deep. But Lin Fan had the courage to lead people into battle against the raging bulls. While each of you possesses considerable talent, yet you only dare to bark from the sidelines. Regardless of who you are, return to class. This is not a place for you. Your reserve qualifications have been revoked. With that, he turned and walked towards the gate of the raging bulls. Behind him, Zheng Zhuangbi was still unconvinced. Why should he be compared to Lin Fan? That Lin Fan who awakened in class spiritual technique and was regarded as the weakest spiritual high school student in history could not possibly be compared to him, a natural-born genius with class dual spiritual technique. Commander, I refuse to accept your decision. Zheng Zhuangbi shouted angrily. Luo Chunlei paused his steps. Oh. Zheng Zhuangbi clenched his fists. We all possess remarkable talent, though our worst spiritual techniques are class. In the future, none of our spiritual techniques will be inferior to class as long as we are given time to grow. He raised his fist, pointing directly at Luo Chunlei. Commander, when I reach the golden level, I'll kill you like slaughtering a dog. Luo Chunlei was not angered. He even nodded in agreement. Yes, my first spiritual technique is only a class. When you reach the golden level with all class techniques, killing me would be like slaughtering a dog, but so what? But you only dare to incite conflict within the human race. When you break through to the golden level, why aren't you thinking about slaughtering the golden level foreign races like dogs? Luo Chunlei said, stepping into the gate of the raging bulls. He couldn't be bothered to argue further with Zheng Zhuangbi. Zheng Zhuangbi clenched his fists. Why? It was all because of Lin Fan. If not for Lin Fan, he would have always been a second-generation aristocrat, and no one would dare treat him this way. In fact, he could have been the most outstanding reserve. Lin Fan, I won't let you have it easy. Zheng Zhuangbi turned and left, pulling out his phone to log onto a hidden website. Meanwhile, Luo Chunlei stepped into the gate of the raging bulls, his eyes filled with worry. The raging bulls are not like those crazy rabbits. That time the black-red gate had major issues which allowed them to take advantage of the situation. This time, his words were left unfinished. Luo Chunlei clearly understood the situation inside the gate of the raging bulls. He saw that on the lush green grass, wild winds swept through and storms containing spatial fluctuations tore across the land. Visible to the naked eye, interwoven spatial rifts appeared. Luo Chunlei was stunned. He had never seen such a situation. Has the gate of the raging bulls mutated again? This is bad. Those kids are likely in danger again. Luo Chunlei immediately soared into the air, diving deep into the gate of the raging bulls to explore. As he flew, his heart sank. The raging bulls charged in herds, seemingly fleeing from something terrifying within. Spatial rifts were visible everywhere, and the rampant spatial storms made his heart race. That Lin Fan is so unlucky. Every time he enters the gate of all races, there's an accident. I must find them quickly and contact the extermination army to come and station themselves in advance. If the gate of the raging bulls erupts, we'll be prepared. Luo Chunlei was extremely worried. He kept searching for Lin Fan and his group. He even imagined Lin Fan along with the mere 20 or so stationed troops dodging spatial rifts, while also avoiding the crazed raging bulls. They must be trembling in fear, waiting for rescue. Those reserve troops are truly despicable. Even if they don't dare to charge, and can't they at least come in to gather some intelligence? Just then Luo Chunlei spotted a spatial bubble. The bubble stretched, covering a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. In front of the spatial bubble stood a group of raging bulls. The leading raging bull lord charged forward, sprinting along with silver glimmers shimmering on its horns, raging spatial power fluctuating. Who is colliding with the raging bull lord? Luo Chunlei murmured, unable to recall any space-type spiritualists in Tianwu City. How fast is spatial power? Almost the instant he thought of it, the spatial bubble collided with the raging bull. Bang! A muffled sound. The spatial bubble was pierced by the raging bull lord's horns, and two entirely different spatial powers clashed, tearing open a spatial rift the size of a thumb. Luo Chunlei's gaze sharpened. Any spatial rift is extremely dangerous, no matter how small. The raging bull lord only paused for a moment before its body was drawn into the spatial rift, its flesh and blood rapidly flowing towards the rift. At that moment, the spatial bubble exploded and Lin Fan and his group were sent flying out, each falling to the ground in a tangle. Luo Chunlei's eyes nearly bulged. This is bad. Those kids are in danger. He had no idea that it was Lin Fan and his group inside that spatial bubble. He intended to rush to their aid, but was stunned. Despite the perilous situation, Lin Fan and his group became increasingly excited. Lin Fan even swiftly moved, condensing a spatial bubble, charging towards the raging bull lord. Here it comes, another lord's crystal core. Laughter echoed across the grassland. Luo Chunlei fell silent. Luo Chunlei opened his eyes and glanced at the people rampaging across the grassland, then quickly closed them again. How he wished this were merely a hallucination. Weren't they supposed to be cowering with their heads held in their arms? How could a group of silver-tier individuals dare to chase after a pack of raging bulls? The raging bull leader, after all, possessed the strength of a golden-tier spiritualist. Luo Chunlei had even envisioned a heroic pose to save the day, and yet this was the situation. This hardly seemed like a scenario in need of his rescue. Come over here. Luo Chunlei shouted angrily. The individuals extracting crystal cores on the grassland immediately halted their actions, each one looking up. They happened to catch sight of Luo Chunlei, whose face was filled with rage. Few in the Tianwu city's spiritual energy army were unaware of the name Luo Chunlei. Sun Ikuan and his group involuntarily stood at attention, forming a line and bowing respectfully to Luo Chunlei. Luo Chunlei strode forward, observing the woven bags beside the crowd. Then it was as if he had discovered a new continent, eagerly looking again. Goodness! The bags were filled to the brim with crystal cores, each worth at least 100 military merits as elite bronze-level cores. One bag per person meant that each individual had hundreds of such cores. Each person had at least 10,000 military merits. Luo Chunlei felt his heart skip a beat. As the commander of the cleansing army, he risked his life daily, yet he hadn't reaped as many rewards from a trip to the gate of 10,000 races as these youngsters did. I ask you, what are you all doing? Hearing the grim tone of Luo Chunlei, the crowd shivered. Xie Gang immediately pounded his chest. It was all Lin Fan's doing, my son. I advised him against it, but he insisted on kidnapping the calves of the raging bulls, which led to the upheaval of the bull clan. Lin Fan was baffled. Is this really the kind of brotherhood we're talking about? He stepped forward. I did indeed kidnap the calves, but that was because Gongzi and the others made a mistake when they were returning them, which caused the raging bull uprising. Xie Gang, upon being named, immediately pointed to Ji Shangxiang. It was all the young lady, as she provided the talismans. Ji Shangxiang was bewildered. She had merely provided financial support. Did she get sold out as well? What the heck? Luo Chunlei's face darkened. He wasn't blaming anyone, he just wanted to know where they had obtained the crystal cores. He was also quite tempted, wasn't he? But seeing how these youngsters were so adept at selling out their teammates, their attitude of shifting blame was so obvious. He felt utterly speechless. Luo Chunlei cleared his throat. What I mean is... Lin Fan interjected. I understand, even though I am the commander, I will not shield Gongzi and Ikuan. Luo Chunlei felt extremely awkward and could only quietly say, what I mean is I want to join in. Lin Fan fell silent. Luo Chunlei snorted coldly. You little brat cost me 30,000 military merits, and now I've mortgaged the house I just bought. Shouldn't I find some opportunity to earn military merits? Xie Gang swiftly sidestepped and threw his arm around Luo Chunlei's shoulders. You should have said so earlier. You got us all excited, and we nearly capsized our friendship boat. Luo Chunlei twitched his mouth. With guys like you, did the friendship boat even exist? Alright, that spatial skill you all had seems quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantly became proud. Of course, my brand new spiritual skill phase charge. Thus, this trip, which was supposed to be heading to kindergarten, now had a golden tier powerhouse Luo Chunlei added to it. Luo Chunlei led the way, his spiritual power becoming more solidified. Lin Fan unleashed phase charge. It wasn't just ordinary steel plating, it was practically titanium alloy plating with countless barbs on it. With one charge, not a single raging bull could withstand it within a span of 2,500 meters. Previously, the group had to rely on spatial rifts to kill the raging bull leader, but now it was completely unnecessary. Luo Chunlei unleashed several spiritual skills in advance, then charged with phase charge, directly crashing through, leaving no room for counterattack. After losing any threat, the group continued to slay for 3 days and nights. The grassland was littered with the corpses of raging bulls. Little did they know the outside world had descended into chaos. Zheng Zhuangbi and his group reported the situation here. Prior to this, Luo Chunlei had also sent word that the Gate of Raging Bulls was in upheaval. Thus, wave after wave of cleansing troops gathered outside the Gate of Raging Bulls. Yi Lingfeng, who had just broken through to Diamond Tier, rushed into the Gate of Raging Bulls before his realm had stabilized. If I remember correctly, there are several Raging Bull overlords inside the Gate of Raging Bulls. He was extremely worried. Luo Chunlei had also gone in without return, and Lin Fan was still among them. That would truly be a huge problem. After all, Lin Fan was the son of that individual. If something happened, he could not bear the consequences. However, when Yi Lingfeng rushed in, he was completely bewildered. The scene was a total wreck. Intertwined spatial rifts continuously erupted into spatial storms, ravaging the land, turning lush green hills and waters into barren wasteland. There were also countless corpses of raging bulls scattered everywhere. Lin Fan was somewhat curious. These raging bull corpses had been stripped of their crystal cores. This was clearly man-made. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a colorful woven bag. He quickly dashed over to the woven bag, and upon opening it was left dumbfounded. The woven bag was filled with fist-sized crystal cores, countless elite bronze cores, and bronze leader cores. 300 woven bags filled with elite bronze cores amounted to over 30,000 cores. There were also 30 woven bags containing only bronze leader cores, which accounted for 3,000 cores. Lin Fan was tempted. To be honest, he had never seen such wealth and military merits as the overall commander. 30,000 elite bronze cores equated to 3 million military merits. 3,000 bronze leader cores were worth 3 million military merits. Damn it, did they rob the gate of raging bulls? Lin Fan gasped in shock. The crucial point was that what was left here amounted to 6 million. How much military merit would those youngsters have on them? No, that's not what I should be considering. The situation here had become so perilous it was easy to imagine that Lin Fan and the others might also be facing danger. Lin Fan immediately took off into the air, extremely anxious to find Lin Fan and his group as soon as possible. Before long, another person joined the little vehicle. On the grassland, spatial bubbles wreaked havoc as Lin Fan raised his hand, summoning countless wind blades attached to the spatial bubbles. It was like a meat grinder wherever it went. It signaled the doom of the raging bulls. Tens of thousands of raging bulls were chased by the spatial bubbles. The key was that they couldn't outrun them. This day would be remembered by the Raging Bull clan as the day of the Great Cleansing. 3 days later, there were hardly any living raging bulls left on the grassland. Only a group of wild men were nimbly harvesting the crystal cores from the raging bulls. It turned out that the joys and sorrows of humans and bulls were not in sync. On the grassland littered with the corpses of raging bulls echoed the hearty laughter of a group of people. Luo Chunlei was overjoyed. The crystal cores he had collected were worth a small fortune, and he had recouped all the money Lin Fan had previously swindled from him. But at that moment, Luo Chunlei's hair stood on end. He suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a black tiger, and roared towards the depths of the grassland. In the depths of the grassland, a monstrous bull towering at about 10 meters high descended, as if it were a small building. Its casual aura exuded the dignity of a superior. The tyrant bull. Its strength was equivalent to that of a diamond-level spiritual practitioner. Even Lin Fan became serious. He soared into the air, waving his hand, and a hurricane swept up Lin Fan and the others, sending them flying 100 meters away. Hurry, don't worry about us, it's just a tyrant bull. Before he could finish, Lin Fan directly condensed a spatial bubble. All right, goodbye, Officer Yi. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed away, with dozens of people disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan's words caught in his throat. Damn it, this group of kids doesn't even bother to be polite. Taking a deep breath, he said, Xiao Luo, how long has it been since we fought side by side? Turning around, Lin Fan found that Luo Chunlei was nowhere to be seen. Officer Yi, I won't hold you back anymore. In the air, only the lingering voice of Luo Chunlei echoed. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He felt that Luo Chunlei had changed. The guy who always charged to the front before just left without a word. And what about Lin Fan and the others? Don't they worry about him at all? However, it is precisely this character that allows them to survive better on the battlefield. The calamity of the 10,000 clans has lasted for 1,000 years. Lin Fan murmured, a circle of azure wind blades swirling around him. He raised his hand in a virtual grip, and the hurricane transformed into a longbow. The full moon bow with a 100-meter-long azure arrow locked onto the tyrant bull ahead. It's been a while since I've made a move. It's just right to break through to diamond level and stretch my muscles. Whoosh. The azure arrow shot through the air, targeting the tyrant bull. On the other side, Lin Fan led his group, using phase dash, to quickly return to the exit of the tyrant bull gate. They collected the previously packed crystal nuclei and rushed out towards the military merit office. Handing in the crystal nuclei, exchanging for military merits, and obtaining training resources in one go. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the military merit office, grinning widely. With over 1,000 crystal nuclei, including some from the tyrant bulls, they accumulated 38 million military merits. Lin Fan allocated 8 million to Sun Ikuan and the others, while the rest was divided equally among them. Ji Shangxiang was somewhat surprised. Why are you giving me so much? Lin Fan suddenly realized, Miss, you don't lack money, so what about this military merit? Ji Shangxiang tightly grabbed her phone as if protecting her food. What you give me is mine. Lin Fan laughed heartily. I have always been fair to friends, but 10 million military merits for each. Of course, if the young lady feels awkward, you can exchange 100 silver-level crystal nuclei for me. Ji Shangxiang was somewhat moved. She could sense that Lin Fan was sincere, recalling everything that had happened inside the Tyrant Bull Gate. Though Lin Fan always called her miss, his actions seemed to treat her as if she were not an untouchable noble. Is this what it feels like to be friends? It's just 100 silver crystal nuclei. Ew, I have plenty of money, I'll exchange it for you. Ji Shangxiang tapped on her phone, spending 1 million military merits to exchange for crystal nuclei, and then purchased several items, bringing her 10 million military merits down to 0. She didn't care about the military merits, but she lacked friends. The young lady is generous, Lin Fan thought, almost crying. Is this what it feels like to be kept? Ji Shangxiang snorted. Who kept you? She paused. Don't forget me next time you enter the gate of the 10,000 clans. Lin Fan nodded eagerly. Of course not. The young lady, adorned in luxurious spiritual equipment, had been rammed by the Tyrant Bull over 100 times without a scratch, yet she was still so generous. This person is worth keeping. Lin Fan exchanged for 100 golden-level crystal nuclei, and also asked Gongzi for a deal, acquiring 100 silver-level crystal nuclei. He then proceeded to give his spiritual skills a significant upgrade. Lin Fan opened his panel. Crouched down, B level, shouting the corresponding slogan. It pulls 30 visible enemies within a 300-meter range to crouch down with their heads held, during which they cannot use spiritual skills or move, lasting for 30 seconds. Dimensional kill. B level condenses 5 spatial bullhorns, dealing damage that ignores defense with a horn length of 50 centimeters and a maximum attack distance of 150 meters. Enhancement. C level enhances the effects of spiritual skills by 7 times. Upgrade requirement 100 golden level ordinary crystal nuclei. Lin Fan did not want to upgrade phase dash, but with only 100 golden level crystal nuclei, it was naturally better to upgrade crouch down first. This meant he could use this spiritual skill against platinum level practitioners. He was still just a bronze level practitioner and could control a platinum level 1. It felt truly wonderful. Of course, Lin Fan had his own little schemes. After upgrading the enhancement skill, all his spiritual skills became stronger, increasing from a 5-fold to a 7-fold enhancement. Phase dash could dash up to 3500 meters. This level didn't change, but there was also an increase. Just then Xie Gang scratched his head. Feiner, did we forget something? Lin Fan looked bewildered. No, we brought all the crystal nuclei out. He paused and the three of them exchanged glances. That's right, they exchanged all the crystal nuclei and distributed them to Sun Ikuan and the others, but they completely forgot about Yi Lingfeng and Luo Chunlei. I think. Lin Fan coughed to cover his embarrassment. The officers won't care about this little bit of military merit. Xie Gang fell silent. You call military merits worth millions this little bit? He began frantically operating his phone to exchange for training resources. You guys hurry up and clear your military merits. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Gongzi, your brain works fast. As long as we have no military merits, they can't come looking for us to settle scores. After they exchanged their items, the three didn't dare to linger and immediately fled the military merit office. Just a few minutes after they left, Luo Chunlei rushed over anxiously and slapped the counter. Check if Lin Fan and the others just came to exchange military merits. Upon returning to the entrance, he found that all the crystal nuclei they had left were gone. Remembering Lin Fan's unreliability, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The staff quickly checked. Yes, they exchanged a total of 38 million military merits. Luo Chunlei breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as the military merits were still there, he quickly cleared his throat and said, in this batch of military merits, there's my share. Just allocate 30 million for me. Luo Chunlei chuckled. He seemed to see countless small bills waving at him. 30 million military merits. That's 300 small goals. He could get back all the properties and cars he had previously pawned. No, he could live in a mansion and drive a sports car. But just then the staff smiled and said, sorry, Officer Luo, they have already exhausted all their military merits. Luo Chunlei felt his vision darken upon hearing this, and his body collapsed straight to the ground. Lin Fan returned home after exchanging his supplies. He gazed at the bare walls of his house and sighed inexplicably. I almost forgot, after crossing over, my parents have been quite good to me. I should change the house for them. Lin Fan pushed open the door, and the aroma of food instantly wafted into his nose. The table was already piled high, with dishes steaming hot. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Lin Fan rushed to the table and sat down, looking at the exquisite dishes before him, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his mouth. Dad and Mom, you are so good to me. I've been gone for so many days, yet you still prepared meals for me. A scene appeared in his mind. During his absence, his parents prepared meals for him day after day, warming them time and again, yet sorrowfully gazed at the tightly shut door. Lin Fan was moved to tears. A home is still a home, no matter how long he's been away. Opening the door means there's a light and his mother's cooking waiting for him. But why were there only 2 sets of chopsticks on the table? Xiao Fan, why are you back? Guan Yuewan asked curiously. Lin Awu grumbled while holding a newspaper. You chose the wrong time to come back. Lin Fan was stunned. Guan Yuewan poked her head out from the kitchen. I didn't prepare any meals for you. We'll just make do with what we have tonight. Lin Fan was speechless. Dad, Mom, didn't you notice I haven't been home for many days? Guan Yuewan let out a soft sound. Oh, it seems so. Lin Fan fell silent. All right, it really is a sign of blood relation. This family is the same whether he's here or not. After running around at the gate of 10,000 races for so many days, he returned home to find not even a single set of chopsticks waiting for him. Guan Yuewan walked over and patted Lin Fan's head. Seeing her son looking so aggrieved, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, my son doesn't need to suffer. It's okay if your talent isn't the best. Your dad has connections, and after graduation you can join the spiritual energy military with him directly. Lin Fan shook his head, breaking free from Guan Yuan's hand. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, I'm now an officer with a rank higher than Dad's. Who knows, maybe Dad will need me to look after him in the future. Guan Yuan nodded gently. Yes, my son is the most promising. She reached out to touch Lin Fan's head, as if checking if he had a fever that had affected his brain. Lin Fan felt helpless, noticing that his parents looked at him with disbelief. Just wait, in a few days I will get us a bigger house. Guan Yuan shook her head gently while serving Lin Fan some food. We don't need that. If our son becomes successful, he should save money for the future when he needs to find a wife. Lin Fan muttered, I'm only 18. Indeed, parents everywhere are the same. Even at 18, they are already worrying about life's big matters for him. After finishing the meal, Lin Fan suggested several times that they should move, but his parents refused, saying they had developed feelings for this place. He returned to his room somewhat angrily. After calming down, he felt a bit helpless. It's really hard to change my parents' mindset all of a sudden. Also, Dad has always been a private in the army, and Mom has always been a cook. They have never lived a good life. Next time I exchange military merits, I'll save some to buy a house. Lin Fan muttered to himself, and immediately took out the bronze-level crystal core to cultivate. The spiritual power contained within was extremely pure, requiring little refinement to merge into his body as his own strength. He felt that if he continued to cultivate with crystal cores of this level, he could become a silver-level spiritual practitioner in less than a month. He didn't care much about the rank. However, an increase in rank would allow him to have more abundant spiritual power and release more spiritual techniques. Ultimately, it would also enhance the strength of his spiritual power. Lin Fan knew that he could now control platinum-level spiritual practitioners, but even if they stood still for him to attack, his current strength of spiritual power wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. Just like the Mad Bull Lord, even with 30 of them gathering their spiritual power to charge, they couldn't hurt the Mad Bull Lord, relying instead on spatial rifts to kill. Lin Fan was quietly cultivating. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound from the window. He looked up and nearly got frightened. There was Luo Chunlei's face floating outside the window, staring at him with a resentful expression. Lin Fan initially wanted to ignore it, but his home was on the 12th floor. How could anyone not be scared with a face full of resentment floating outside? Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally opened the window to let Luo Chunlei in. What do you mean, old Luo? I haven't even slept yet, and you want to haunt me in my dreams. Luo Chunlei's fists clenched. How much did this kid want him dead? He took a deep breath. Lin, shouldn't I get my share of those military merits? Lin Fan's eyes revealed a look of confusion, which quickly turned into anger. Damn it, didn't that brat Xie Gang give you your share of the military merits? I need to have a good talk with him. He divided the military merits equally, and everyone got a share. How could he greedily take yours? Luo Chunlei looked at Lin Fan, who was filled with righteous indignation, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. If he hadn't approached Xie Gang in advance and heard the same thing from him, he might have actually believed Lin Fan's nonsense. He recalled Xie Gang patting his chest and saying, Old Luo, I will definitely help you denounce Lin Fan. He actually greedily took your military merits. That's just too much. Luo Chunlei really wanted to punch Lin Fan, but he didn't dare. The two overwhelming auras in the living room turned him from a fierce tiger into a little kitten. Luo Chunlei clenched his left fist. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he quickly stepped back. Old Luo, don't get rough. Luo Chunlei held one fist and the other in salute as tears streamed down his face. Fan, just give me a share. I still owe you 30 million, and I had to mortgage my house. My wife has gone back to her parents. A man's tears do not flow lightly, but they have not reached the point of sorrow. Lin Fan coughed and hurriedly patted Luo Chunlei's shoulder. Well, old Luo, next time for sure. He couldn't help it, he had already exchanged the military merits, and he couldn't spare a single cent. Luo Chunlei sighed. At this point, he could only accept his fate. All right, you and Xia Gang should go back to class tomorrow. Lin Fan was taken aback. Old Luo, don't take personal revenge. How long have I and Gongzi been officers? Luo Chunlei was left speechless. Going back to class doesn't mean it's your life at stake. Don't you remember that the spiritual practitioner martial exam is in half a month? Lin Fan suddenly realized. Oh right, I'm still a student. Luo Chunlei felt inexplicably relieved. At least this kid knows his identity. The Mad Bull Gate won't have any problems in the short term. He sighed. It's not just that it won't have problems in the short term, the interwoven spatial rifts have directly destroyed the Mad Bull Gate. The Mad Bull is finished. Let's leave it at that. I sincerely thank you for your contribution to the Tianwu City Spiritual Energy Military. I appreciate all your ancestors for consecutively destroying 2 gates of 10,000 races. Hurry and pass the martial exam, go to university and seek opportunities in other cities, or rather develop in broader spaces. After finishing, Luo Chunlei jumped out of the window. Moments later at the Spiritual Energy Military Camp in Tianwu City. In Yi Lingfeng's office, Yi Lingfeng sat face to face with Luo Chunlei. Yi Lingfeng asked, have the ancestors been sent off? Luo Chunlei nodded. In half a month the martial arts examination will take place. With their abilities, they will definitely be able to get into the Spiritual Energy Capital University. Yi Lingfeng was taken aback and curiously said, you have so much confidence in them. Luo Chunlei fell silent. After a few seconds he sighed and said, at first I thought they were just useless stragglers who got in through the back door, but over the past few days I've discovered they possess a certain resilience. Recalling what had happened recently, Luo Chunlei felt both comforted and helpless. To be honest, I understand them. Kids from the slums are afraid of poverty, so it's normal for them to be greedy for wealth. They may seem unreliable, yet they have accomplished many things, blowing up the Black-Red Gate, causing a stir in Tianwu City that hasn't been seen for years. Yi Lingfeng, however, saw further. Today's Huaxia is different from the past. When the Gate of 10,000 races first appeared, everyone united to protect the survival of humanity. But after 1,000 years, many hidden dangers are gradually surfacing. They are not incapable of eradicating the Black-Red Gate and the Mad Cow Gate. Rather, there are many hands unwilling to let them do so. Yi Lingfeng would not forget that he once heard a big shot say, if this world were too peaceful, where would the gap between ordinary people and spiritualists lie? How can the wealth, status, and power that spiritualists work so hard for be secured? 1,000 years have passed, and the world's structure has stabilized, but without the threat of the Gate of 10,000 races, where would spiritualists go? Yi Lingfeng still did not know how to refute this statement. From the perspective of the higher-ups, the real threats are the golden and platinum level gates of 10,000 races, not the black iron and bronze levels. On the contrary, behind the black iron and bronze level gates of 10,000 races are immense interests. Under normal circumstances, if Lin Fan and the others acted like this with the gates of 10,000 races, they would definitely face problems, even being held accountable. Even with Lin Fan's background of Lin Aowu, it wouldn't be enough. Yet the higher-ups' attitude is very vague. They discovered that the Black-Red Gate was completely burned down because of Lin Fan and Xia Gang. After the incident with the Black-Red Gate, they sent Lin Fan to the Mad Cow Gate, and after dealing with that, they threw him back into school. Yi Lingfeng was completely baffled. After all, the ultimate goal of spiritualists is to become officers in the spiritual energy military, climbing step by step. However, Lin Fan has already been assigned the identity of an officer, yet he still has to return for the martial arts examination, then attend the Spiritual Energy University, and after graduation return to the Spiritual Energy Military. What exactly is going on? Forget it, how could we understand the thoughts of those above? Yi Lingfeng sighed. Luo Chunlei's expression became serious, and after a while he seemed to have made a decision. At least in Tianwu City, I will protect Lin Fan and Xia Gang. They are excellent spiritual energy military personnel. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand. In Tianwu City, they won't run into trouble. At least from my perspective, those above want Lin Fan to go wild. Luo Chunlei was taken aback. Why? Yi Lingfeng didn't understand either, and didn't know how to answer. At least Lin Fan has caused a lot of trouble, but in the end it all came to nothing. The next day, Lin Fan arranged to return to school with Xia Gang. The two stood at the school gate looking up at the entrance at a 45-degree angle, revealing a look of nostalgia. Gongzi, it's been a long time since we've returned to our alma mater, Lin Fan said with emotion. Xia Gang nodded deeply in agreement. Looking back, it seems like just yesterday that we were fighting in the hallways, and in the blink of an eye we have already reached this position. Lin Fan was startled, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Indeed, being in this position, the joy we had in school seems to be irretrievable. Xie Gang repeated this sentence, irretrievable. Chewing on it, it seemed that each repetition revealed a new flavor. The two's conversation did not escape the notice of others. The high school first and second year students passing by looked at them with curiosity and a hint of admiration. These two were undoubtedly excellent alumni returning to their school, back to familiar grounds filled with sentiment. From their tone, it seemed they had already reached high positions at such a young age, which naturally earned them respect from the younger students. Xie Gang, Lin Fan, what are you two acting out? A sharp voice echoed at the school gate. A teacher wearing black-framed glasses, a brown jacket, and flat-soled leather boots approached with quick steps. She grabbed Lin Fan and Xie Gang by their ears. You two were punished to stand just 2 weeks ago. Have you not come to class for a while, or did you think I wouldn't notice? The homeroom teacher was truly exasperated with these two troublemakers. The surrounding first and second year students were also bewildered. Haven't they been gone for a long time? Does a long time mean just half a month? What's there to lament? It wasted their expressions. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were being pulled by their ears, immediately donning painful expressions, stepping lightly as they followed the homeroom teacher into the school. Ouch, 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 Lin Fan kept huffing. Teacher, we have our dignity, let go, please let go. The homeroom teacher's face was filled with black lines. If I don't keep an eye on you two, you'll forget you're still students. The awakened spiritual skills aren't that great, and you don't even know to study hard in your cultural classes. With this attitude, you won't even make it into the spiritual energy specialty, do you know that? As they passed through, those third-year students who knew Lin Fan and Xie Gang burst into suppressed laughter. In the end, the two were dragged onto the playground by their homeroom teacher. Only then did she let go of them and adjust. It's a good thing you two came today. The principal will be giving a speech inviting excellent students to the stage to express their aspirations and encourage others to strive for progress. You two even getting into the spiritual energy specialty will be a problem. Listen carefully to the speeches of those excellent students. Put in some effort, at least aim for the spiritual energy specialty, or else in the future, when you go to farm, no one will want you. Got it? Listening to the homeroom teacher's incessant chatter, Lin Fan couldn't help but yawn. Teacher, I and Gongzi won't make it into the spiritual energy specialty. The homeroom teacher sighed and shot them a glare. Then what will you two aim for? Roasted sweet potatoes or skewered meat? There are only half a month left, work hard. Lin Fan hurriedly interrupted the homeroom teacher. Our target is the most outstanding spiritual university in Huaxia, the spiritual energy capital university. The homeroom teacher was taken aback, as if Lin Fan's words had flattened the wrinkles in her brain. She couldn't help but reach out to pat Lin Fan's head and then touch her own. Not feverish, this kid can still talk nonsense. The surrounding students all burst into ridicule. It's hilarious, those two can get into the spiritual energy capital university. I might as well go to the moon. You mean you want to fly? They dare to dream, but I can't aim for the sky. A group of people simply didn't, but just then Bifeng was already standing on the playground platform. He coughed and cleared his throat. Students, let us invite the excellent third-year students Lin Fan and Xie Gang to the stage. The moment those words were spoken, silence descended upon the entire hall. All senior 3 students had awakened their spiritual techniques simultaneously, and these two names were far from unfamiliar to them. Xie Gang might have awakened and Shrank's spiritual technique, but whose sensible ability is meant to cleave oneself. As for Lin Fan, no further explanation was needed, and Frank's spiritual technique hadn't appeared in decades, so feeble it could scarcely threaten anyone caught mid-urination. That's it. Outstanding students. After the hush came an eruption of dissent. Principal, did you misread the names? I get it now. This is reverse pedagogy, putting the two weakest up front to inspire us. Even if it's reverse pedagogy, listening to them boast on stage still grates on my nerves. Bifeng let out a cold snort, raised his hand, and pressed downward. A ripple of invisible force instantly spreading across the assembly. Do you object to my decision? Who dared voice objections against Bifeng? None dared utter a word. One by one they fell utterly silent. Bifeng turned toward Lin Fan and Xie Gang at the back of the crowd and beckoned them forward. Hurry up, must I personally invite you? Principal, you mean His Highness summons you to the stage? Xie Gang sprang to his feet. Veins throbbed violently across Bifeng's forehead. The sight of Lin Fan and Xie Gang's smug grins made him want to strike them. Yet he knew full well both now held official military commissions. Among senior 3 students, most were merely probationary members of the Spiritual Energy Corps. Actual enlistment remained exceedingly rare. Let alone attaining officer rank, a senior 3 student commissioned as an officer was unprecedented in history. precisely why he'd invited them to speak as exemplary students. And yet, Xie Gang dared posture. I'll say this once, get up here. Now? Bai Feng suppressed his temper, but his oppressive aura radiated outward. Lin Fan and Xie Gang ceased their antics instantly and dashed onto the stage. Bai Feng cleared his throat and rekindled a gentle smile. Students Lin and Xie, you are both exceptionally outstanding seniors. May I ask which university you intend to apply to? Xie Gang pounded his chest proudly. Spiritual Energy University of Beijing. No other choice. At those words a chorus of derisive murmurs rose from below. Bai Feng nodded. And why Spiritual Energy University of Beijing? Lin Fan stepped forward. Need we even ask? Either don't attend, or attend only the finest. The Spiritual Energy University of Beijing is China's pinnacle institution, the apex of our nation, not mine. He paused, then swept the crowd with a commanding, disdainful gaze. Understood. The instant he spoke, plastic water bottles, takeout containers, and phone cases rained down upon the stage. Too arrogant. I can't hold back anymore. Brothers, let's storm the stage and beat him. What the hell are you posing as? Getting into SEUB would require your ancestors' graves exploding. If you so much as touch Sub's threshold, I'll eat feces standing on my head, and freshly liquefied. Lin Fan lounged casually, legs swinging, absorbing the torrent of mockery, before replying coolly, shall we wager? If I gain admission to SEUB, each of you pays me 100 million yuan. If I fail, I pay every single one of you 100 million yuan. Instantly the crowd erupted in raucous cheers. And Frank's spiritual technique aspiring to SEUB. Was this not sheer surrender? Bai Feng could bear it no longer. What on earth were these children thinking? Roughly 200 Senior 3 students would sit the martial examination. If each paid Lin Fan 100 million yuan, that totaled 20 billion yuan. While Lin Fan's loss would obligate him to distribute just 100 million yuan among all. Lin Fan stood to profit regardless. No wonder someone who'd used a monstrous beast skull as a toilet possessed such incomprehensible logic. Bai Feng raised his voice sharply. Students, please quiet down. I know your resentment runs deep, but hold your objections for now. Students Lin Fan and Xie Gang have already been formally commissioned into the Spiritual Energy Corps with official officer ranks. They are guaranteed admission to SEUB. Silence. Absolute death-like silence. Lin Fan coughed lightly, shook his jacket, and an officer's commission card tumbled onto the stage. Those nearby saw it clearly. Damn, it's real. Where'd he get such a convincing fake ID? What if no one dares counterfeit an officer's commission for the Spiritual Energy Corps, meaning this one is genuine? Chaos erupted across the field. They nearly accepted Lin Fan's wager. Had they done so, each would shoulder 100 million yuan debt before even stepping foot on campus, condemning them to lifetimes of repayment. Outrage surged. Even Lin Fan, whose frank spiritual technique marked him as weak, was granted direct admission to SEUB. Why not them? Among them, the weakest wielded rank techniques, far superior to Lin Fan's. I'm going straight home to grind. I'll retake the exam if I don't get into SEUB. I'll retake it for 3 years, enrolling today. All I want to know is what entitles him to this. Waves of furious, unyielding cries echoed across the playground. This was precisely Bai Feng's aim. To ignite their fury, compelling them to seize these final 15 days to intensify spiritual cultivation and hone combat experience. By the time of the martial examination, the admission rate would skyrocket. Enough. We won't detain you from your studies any longer. What I wish to emphasize is this: as you've witnessed, Lin Fan and Xie Gang were branded failures just 15 days ago. Yet look where they stand now. Why can't you do the same? Push forward. In these final 15 days, strive for results that surpass even your own expectations. 15 days ago, the river flowed east. 15 days hence, it may flow west. Destiny remains unwritten. You and I alike may yet emerge as dark horses. Bai Feng launched into an impassioned, unceasing speech. Lin Fan and Xie Gang seized the opportunity to slip away, wandering the campus, yet still hearing Bai Feng's fervent oration echoing faintly beyond a classroom building. Fanner, suddenly school feels dull. The gate of 10,000 races is infinitely more thrilling. Xie Gang grumbled, glancing around. Why are we heading to the restroom? Lin Fan stroked his chin. I pasted a notice there before 5 yuan per use. It's been ages since I collected anything. I need to replace it. Xie Gang froze. The school restroom. That public latrine. You charge people. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, palms upturned. So what? Refuse to pay, and I'll teach them humility with a headlock and squat. Xie Gang raised a thumb. When it came to resourcefulness, Lin Fan reigned supreme. He scratched his head. Wait, didn't the restroom used to be right here? But all that stands now is that newly built high-rise. Where did the restroom go? Lin Fan peered curiously too. Where the restroom once stood now rose a three-story Western-style villa, its facade sheathed in gold bricks that reflected sunlight blindingly. Above the villa hung a sign reading WC. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, then stared again. Gongzi, did I wake up too early? Did they gild the restroom? Lin Fan and Xie Gang curiously walked towards the restroom. Upon reaching the entrance, a technologically advanced metal door blocked their way. Beep. A red light swept over Lin Fan and Xie Gang, followed by a cold mechanical voice. Detected high school seniors Lin Fan and Xie Gang, who have not activated the premium restroom membership service. Would you like to view advertisements to enter the restroom? Lin Fan felt an itch in his head, as if some strange familiarity was drilling into his mind. Yes, Xie Gang replied. Lin Fan looked up at Xie Gang with an expression that seemed to say, are you out of your mind? Xie Gang chuckled, since we're here, let's go take a look. At that moment, a holographic projection was cast. Young students, do you wish to use the golden toilet, platinum toilet, diamond toilet, or this seemingly worn-out ordinary toilet that lacks dignity? Lin Fan was filled with question marks. Unexpectedly, Xie Gang showed interest. Damn, the diamond toilet. That's a must-have. The cold mechanical voice chimed in again. The diamond toilet requires an annual premium membership. Today's special offer is only $99999 per month. Would you like to activate it? Upon hearing the price, Xie Gang immediately rejected it with a snort. Almost $100 a month, just to use a toilet. Are you out of your mind, or am I? The mechanical voice suddenly let out a light chuckle, and the holographic figure rolled its eyes at the same time. Xie Gang's veins began to throb on his forehead. The holographic projection said nothing, yet it seemed to convey everything. Was Xie Gang really that powerless? Just 100,000. He had millions in military merits and a fortune worth billions. Activated, I must have it. Who do you think you're looking down on? Lin Fan, squatting beside him, couldn't help but sigh at the sky. He couldn't tell if it was the holographic projection that was problematic or if Xie Gang was the one with issues. At that moment, after Xie Gang completed the recharge, the holographic projection burst into dazzling fireworks and colorful ribbons flew in the air. The projected figure displayed a polite and flattering expression, gesturing to Xie Gang to enter. Diamond Room No. 1 esteemed guest. We sincerely thank you for becoming a premium member, wishing you a comfortable and satisfying experience. Xie Gang, feeling quite smug, swaggered into the restroom. Lin Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly found this scene very familiar. Upon reflection, wasn't this the business plan he had previously mentioned to the principal? Plagiarism, this was definitely plagiarism. Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer. Back then, Bai Feng had scolded him with a righteous demeanor, forbidding him from charging for restroom use, yet now Bai Feng had devised such a scheme. He only charged 5 yuan each time, while Bai Feng had a premium membership fee of 100 a month. That was even more unscrupulous. Lin Fan immediately stormed back to the playground. He watched Bai Feng giving a self-satisfied speech on stage, and the more he looked, the more displeased he became. He raised his hand and softly said, "Crouch down and cover your head." On stage, Bai Feng was envisioning the future when his body suddenly became uncontrollable. He flung the microphone aside and squatted down, covering his head, looking utterly confused. Damn, principal, are you going to perform a public act of defecation? Lin Fan shouted from the crowd. The classmates froze for a few seconds before pulling out their phones and turning on the cameras, aiming them at Bai Feng. Bai Feng was both embarrassed and furious. After all, he was the principal. How could he defecate in public? Wasn't that losing face? He didn't intend for it to come to this. He frantically searched the crowd and soon spotted Lin Fan, who wore a mischievous smile. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, hearing this, directly made a face at the principal. You dare to plagiarize my idea and even be more unscrupulous than I am. His current spiritual technique lasted 30 seconds, but with a 7-fold amplification, it equated to 210 seconds. For a full 3.5 minutes, Bai Feng maintained that position, squatting while the students snapped pictures, the flashes almost blinding him. Bai Feng's anger reached its peak as time passed. At the moment he felt his spiritual technique unsealed, Bai Feng abruptly stood up and shouted, "Lin Fan, you're quite the player, huh? Spiritual technique seal." Lin Fan was taken aback. He realized his head covering squat technique had been sealed. He looked at Bai Feng on stage, who wore a sinister grin, and his mouth twitched. "Principal, I swear it's a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Bai Feng roared. "I don't believe your nonsense, kid. Today I will definitely teach you a lesson." He rushed down from the stage furiously. Lin Fan, panicked, waved his hand to conjure a spatial bubble and activated a phase dash to run around the school. Bai Feng chased after him frantically. He soon realized something was off. As a golden level spiritual practitioner, how could he not catch up to Lin Fan? Spatial attribute. Continuously compressing and stretching spatial bubbles. What kind of spiritual technique is this, eh? Lin Fan, stop, right now. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Fan also reached the limit distance of the phase dash and suddenly stopped. In the next second, the kinetic energy accumulated from the phase dash combined with spatial power surged towards the teaching building in front of him. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. The teaching building was blown out with a large hole. Bai Feng was dumbfounded. The students inside the classroom who were still attending class were also stunned. What did it mean for a classroom to be blown out while they were having class? Lin Fan. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, rushing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised both hands in surrender. Principal, it was an accident, truly an accident. Seeing Bai Feng charging over fiercely, it was clear that he wouldn't calm down without giving him a beating. He immediately activated the phase dash again. A few seconds later, boom. This time the administrative building was affected, and the spot hit was precisely the principal's office. Bai Feng was completely enraged. Spiritual power seal. 5 senses deprivation. He raised his hand and unleashed one spiritual technique after another. Lin Fan dared not stop. He sprinted wildly. The phase dash was incredibly fast, carrying a spatial aura comparable to teleportation. Bai Feng's spiritual techniques couldn't catch up to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had no choice but to keep running. He chased, he fled, he was like a bird trying to escape. Bai Feng was reedied with rage. Lin Fan in a panic ran frantically. As a result, one teaching building after another was blown out, and the administrative building was almost demolished. The playground was riddled with large pits. Damn it, Lin Fan, stop running. I'm scared. Principal, please stop chasing. I'm scared too. You stop first, I really won't hit you. Then don't chase, I'll stop right away. Alright. Bai Feng hurriedly stopped. He didn't dare chase anymore if the school was about to be demolished. But just as Lin Fan stopped, the phase dash's momentum erupted once more. Boom. A teaching building that had already been blasted with dozens of large pits finally could not withstand the collapse under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Lin Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth, turned around rubbing his hands, and revealed an innocent smile. Principal, it was an accident, I promise it was truly an accident. Bai Feng looked at the devastated campus around him and squatted down, covering his head. He felt numb all over. Lin Fan looked at Bai Feng squatting on the ground, feeling a bit guilty. He immediately walked over and patted Bai Feng on the shoulder. Principal, although this is unexpected, if you didn't pursue me, I wouldn't have. Bai Feng suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan thought to himself that it was bad. The next moment, he shouted, seals spiritual power, seals spiritual techniques, deprive the 5 senses, deprive the 5 senses, deprive the 5 senses. Bai Feng's continuous spiritual techniques struck Lin Fan. He stood up, his fists cracking ominously. Lin Fan wanted to run, but everything around him was pitch black, and he had no spiritual power left, so he couldn't escape. He had only one thought in his mind: he was doomed. Then a relentless barrage of fists rained down upon him, like raindrops. The deprivation of the 5 senses took away his sight, hearing, and smell, but it did not take away his sense of touch, and the pain was very real. The entire playground echoed with Lin Fan's screams resembling that of a slaughtered pig. At this moment, the classmates had video material each, trying to find various angles to film. You deserve this for pretending to be tough, didn't you? Principal, he must be severely punished, stripped of his recommendation quota, and it should be given to me instead. You really know how to play, or I'd say just give it to me, I have a level spiritual techniques. The classmates were thrilled, feeling so good that they wished they could go up and punch him a few times. After more than an hour, Bai Feng finally stopped. He grabbed Lin Fan. Classmates, the school will undergo renovations. The first and second year students will have a half-month break, and the third year students can improve themselves without coming to school. Lin Fan, I have already given him the most serious punishment. Bai Feng said, dragging Lin Fan away. The remaining students were left in confusion. Is this what you call a serious punishment, just beating him up? And he just has a bruised face, no bones were— Damn it, no need to think. A Lin Fan and the principal must have an undefeatable deal. They simply could. Linghai High School is the best spiritual energy high school in Tianwu City, and even compares to the first-class Ling High in the provincial capital Tianwu City. The school rules are naturally extremely strict. What with serious demerits, probation, and even the possibility of revoking a student's qualification to participate in the spiritual practitioner martial examination. Lin Fan caused all this, even demolishing a teaching building, and all he got was a beating. No pun. If they could just give him a punishment to strip Lin Fan of his recommendation qualification, they would feel a bit more balanced. In the crowd, Zhuang took out his phone. Without Lin Fan, he would have been the one standing on stage, eloquently motivating his classmates as the outstanding student representative. His double-level spiritual techniques would definitely make him shine. But Lin Fan stole his thunder. And the principal showed such obvious favoritism towards Lin Fan. Why? Just because he was stripped of his reserve status, while Lin Fan had already become a spiritual energy military officer. Zheng Zhuang was unwilling to accept this. He glared at his phone with resentment, his fingers heavily typing the next message. Lin Fan has returned to school. This is your chance to take action, kill him. After sending the message, his phone quickly buzzed again. Received, sending a silver-level killer to Ling Hai. Meanwhile, in the principal's office with drafts blowing through it, Lin Fan stood obediently with his hands behind his back. This was an accident, principal. Bai Feng rubbed his temples, feeling a severe headache. This matter wasn't entirely Lin Fan's fault. Of course, he could not blame Lin Fan either. But this kid had a quirky personality, and his spiritual techniques were just as odd. Alright, I won't blame you. Lin Fan smiled, but wanted to speak. However, his swollen face made his pronunciation off, so he simply gave up. Bai Feng frowned slightly. Remember, you are always a student of Ling Hai, a student of mine, and your military officer status cannot be taken away by anyone in Tianwu City. So if you came back because you were bullied in the spiritual energy military, you can tell me. Lin Fan was taken aback. He never expected Bai Feng would say such a thing. This old fellow was truly black-hearted, but it seemed he was also quite protective. He waved his hand and slowly said, "No one can bully me. I just came back to school to take the martial examination." Bai Feng nodded upon hearing this. In that case, that's good. That guy Qin Wuwo wouldn't dare to cause you trouble. However, if he does something behind the scenes, you can tell me. For the last half-month, work hard. Although you do have a recommendation qualification, those above sent you back to participate in the martial examination, which is quite puzzling. But don't overthink it. Since you're back for the martial examination, give it your all. Your spiritual techniques are effective against golden-level beings, and even based on your skills, you can still get into Ling Energy Capital University. Lin Fan scratched his head, thanked Bai Feng, and then turned to leave. Upon exiting the school gate, Lin Fan sent a message to Xie Gang. Soon Xie Gang replied with a photo. In the picture, Xie Gang stood in a small room about 10 square meters wide, and the golden base with a diamond-encrusted toilet was incredibly eye-catching. Feiner, it's 100,000 a month while stay here for 2 days and won't go back. They also provide meals so I can eat and relieve myself at the same time. I'm very satisfied with this service. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He simply ignored Xie Gang. He thought to himself that if he were in that position, he wouldn't leave either. 100,000 a month, he'd have to enjoy it to the fullest. Lin Fan walked out of the school gate contemplating. Although today was an accident, the cost of repairing the school would still be substantial. Bai Feng was also quite good to him. Forget it, I'll go to the gate of all races to earn some money to help with the school repairs. Lin Fan thought as he walked. The most popular gate of all races in Tianwu City was those related to elemental systems. This was due to the high proportion of spiritual practitioners awakening elemental spiritual techniques. Some people were even willing to pay a high price for live specimens of elemental races. The live specimens could be imprisoned, not given food or water, and when they were weakened to the extreme, they could be killed for easier absorption of spiritual techniques. His spiritual techniques were also suitable for capturing live specimens. With that in mind, Lin Fan decided to capture some elemental race live specimens to make more money. After all, now he needed 1 trillion to upgrade once, which was no small amount. Make money, make money. Lin Fan immediately headed towards the gate of fire lizards. After passing a few street corners, he got closer to the gate of fire lizards, and there were no pedestrians around. Suddenly, Lin Fan's ears perked up. Whoosh! He instinctively shifted his body. A green arrow shot towards him, piercing directly through his arm. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. If he hadn't turned, the arrow would have pierced his heart. He immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Lin Fan secretly thought it was bad as a phase dash suddenly surged, and he vanished from his original position. On the house, several silver-level assassins exchanged glances, bewildered that they had lost their target in an instant. What should we do now? The next moment, a cloud of dust erupted in the distance. The corners of several silver-level assassins' mouths twitched. What does the target mean by this? The person has run away, yet they have exposed their location so ostentatiously. Are they looking down on these silver-level assassins? The few of them swiftly maneuvered and pursued several kilometers away. At this moment, Lin Fan was running for his life. He truly had no words to express his plight. This phase dash was completely uncontrollable. If he stopped, it would explode. The sound of wind breaking came from behind. He knew that group of assassins was chasing him again. Don't let me see any chance to catch you. Lin Fan's eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. As long as he guided the assassins to an open area, he could lure them in front of himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan activated the phase dash again. The spatial bubble formed, charging forward like a bolt of lightning, while several assassins pursued closely behind. The place he's heading is quite open. That's our chance to strike. Once the spirit technique is unleashed, he will have nowhere to hide. The assassins exchanged brief words and suddenly accelerated their pursuit. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan suddenly halted, standing in an open space. The assassins appeared behind him, coming into Lin Fan's view. He looked at them with a slight smirk. "You're all surrounded by me now. Surrender and crouch down with your heads in your hands, or face the consequences." Upon hearing this, the assassins burst into laughter. Surrounded. Clearly they were the ones surrounding Lin Fan. There was no way they would do something as foolish as surrendering. However, the next second the assassins suddenly felt a strange wave of energy as their spirit techniques were sealed. Everything before them blurred. The assassins, as if teleported, appeared in front of Lin Fan, crouching with their heads in their hands. They exchanged glances, puzzled. Did this kid have some kind of spirit technique that enforced his commands? Otherwise, how could they inexplicably obey Lin Fan's command to crouch down with their heads in their hands? At this moment, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, having successfully lured them out. Now it was his territory. He chuckled. "You all were quite arrogant earlier, wanting to kill me, right?" A sense of foreboding rose within the assassins. Now that their spirit techniques were sealed and they were unable to move, were they not merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Lin Fan snorted coldly. "Tell me who sent you to kill me." One assassin sneered. "Do you really think we lack professionalism? We would never expose our employer's identity." Oh. His words were cut short. That assassin suddenly let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The other assassins turned around, stunned. What kind of spirit technique was this 1,000-year kill? Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He swore that he hadn't gathered the dimensional kill at that spot. Did he not have a single normal spirit technique? This was dimensional kill, not 1,000-year kill. Lin Fan coughed to hide his embarrassment. "If he doesn't speak, how about you?" Another assassin coldly laughed. "Even as assassins we have our morals, absolutely." His words were cut off as another bullhorn emerged. In an instant, blood splattered. The two assassins who were attacked turned as pale as paper. Do assassins have no rights? Should they only be attacked at their weakest points? The remaining assassins exchanged glances and shook their heads frantically. Professionalism? Non-existent. We are assassins from an organization. Morality is not something assassins should possess. The employer's surname is Zheng, and he is currently with our boss. However, our boss is a gold medal assassin, a golden level spirit user. He's very powerful. You'd best let us go. You absolutely cannot use the spirit technique you just displayed. Absolutely. The assassins felt a tightening in their bodies. That bullhorn carried a spatial attribute aura. Ignoring defense meant certain real injury. Each of them feared they would suffer if they delayed their response, facing Lin Fan's attack again. Lin Fan frowned. He was not the kind to suffer losses. Zheng. That must be Zheng Zhuangbi. But which organization dares to take on tasks? They must be cleaned up. He looked at the assassins with a sinister smile. So now tell me, in what dark corner is your organization hiding? The assassins immediately became, "What do you mean hiding in a dark corner? We are a legitimate company. Joining the assassin department requires paying 5 insurances and 1 fund, and we work in a 3-class office building, bright and spacious." Lin Fan was filled with questions. Was this really the kind of treatment an assassin should have? He pulled the assassin close. "Brother, is your organization still hiring?" The assassin nodded. "Of course we are, brother. Come on with your skills. Getting a job in the company is definitely not a problem." He was overjoyed in his heart. Recommending a newcomer to the organization meant he could get a cut. That felt great. The other assassins were completely dumbfounded. "Is this right?" Lin Fan directly hooked his arm around the not-so-smart assassin. "Brother, what was your code name again?" "Lone Wolf." Lone Wolf pulled off his mask, revealing a face weathered by stories. "Brother, I see you're also a straightforward person. Well, once you join, I'll take you on missions, and rising from a bronze-level assassin to a gold medal assassin will be absolutely no problem." Lin Fan quietly pressed the recording button on his phone. "Brother, tell me about your organization. How does it work?" The two of them talked while laughing together. Lone Wolf practically exposed the entire organization. The other assassins couldn't bear to watch. Even when Lin Fan's spirit technique ended, they still crouched on the ground, looking utterly despondent. After a while, the sound of police sirens echoed. Lone Wolf suddenly jumped up. "Brother, the people from the Spirit Management Bureau are here. I have to go." Lin Fan maintained a polite smile. "Brother, you might not be able to leave that easily." Lone Wolf looked Lin Fan took out his phone and coughed. "As a qualified citizen of Tianwu City, I'm reporting the existence of an assassin organization. That's perfectly reasonable, right?" Lone Wolf's face changed from sunny to cloudy. He didn't understand. "Weren't you supposed to join the organization?" Good. Oh, were we not brothers connected at heart? Were you playing tricks on me?" Even after the Spirit Management Bureau took Lone Wolf away, he still wore a face of confusion. Why do people have to have so many schemes? After Lin Fan dealt with the assassins, his eyes flickered. He had just been thinking about making money within the myriad races gate, yet the organization had directly crashed into him. As a qualified citizen of Tianwu City, he strongly condemned such money-grabbing assassin organizations. 5 insurances and 1 fund, huh? A 3-class office building, is it? Lin Fan immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Xie Gang. Gongzi, if we rob an assassin organization, does that count as us eliminating harm for the people, or as a crime? Soon Lin Fan met with Xie Gang. Xie Gang waved his hand and said, "Feiner, that's definitely a way to eliminate harm for the people." Lin Fan pouted and pondered, "But I heard that assassins said they are a legitimate company with social insurance and housing funds." Xie Gang was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "Are you kidding? How could there be such a legitimate assassin organization?" Lin Fan, however, asked with a serious face, "I'm quite curious, when they pay personal income tax, do they note it as income from murder? When paying for accident insurance, are there any compensation clauses for being counterattacked due to a botched job?" Xie Gang felt his brain was being smoothed out. He thought Lin Fan was joking, but seeing Lin Fan's serious expression, it was definitely not a joke. Whom should we ask the young lady? Lin Fan suddenly had a realization. Soon Lin Fan, Ji Shangxiang, and Xie Gang squatted by the roadside looking troubled. Ji Shangxiang opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. What exactly does it mean to rob a legitimate assassin organization? After a long time, she suddenly stood up and said, "I know how to solve this problem." Xie Gang's eyes lit up. "I said the young lady is well informed and must have a way." Ji Shangxiang nodded seriously and looked at Lin Fan. "Since we can't solve the problem, I think we can solve the person who raised the problem." Xie Gang fell silent for a second, then suddenly realized. Instead of 3 people being troubled, why not just deal with Lin Fan, who raised the problem, to bring comfort to him and Ji Shangxiang? Good idea. Xie Gang stood up and raised his hand to summon Lei. Ji Shangxiang swiftly pulled out 18 energy weapons armed to the teeth and stepped closer to Lin Fan. The two surrounded Lin Fan, one on each side, with mischievous smiles on their faces. Lin Fan couldn't smile anymore. He hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. "Wait, the root of this problem isn't with me. I want to raise money to repair the school." Xie Gang was taken aback. "What the hell? I thought I saw the school almost turn into ruins when we came out." Lin Fan quickly coughed and said, "I think the root of this problem lies with the principal. He was chasing me, so I had to use phase dash to run, which caused the school to be destroyed. That's quite reasonable, right?" Xie Gang scratched his head. "You could just run out of the school and find an open space to use phase dash, then the school wouldn't have been destroyed." Lin Fan lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, looking as if he had just woken from a dream. "Right, I could have just run out of the school." Ji Shangxiang was utterly exasperated. She finally understood how the saying "birds of a feather flock together" came about. They were simply 2 clowns. "Are you guys seriously discussing this now? Did we not agree to rob the organization?" Lin Fan hurriedly nodded, took out his phone, and called Bai Feng. Meanwhile, Bai Feng sat in the wreckage of the school, sighing. What should he do? It would cost a huge sum to repair. If only there was a big fool who could pay to repair the school. Suddenly his phone rang. Bai Feng looked at the caller ID and realized it was Lin Fan calling, his eyes sparkling. "Isn't this big fool here?" He immediately answered the phone. "Fan, how did you know I was crying in the ruins of the school?" "Principal, my heart aches. This Ling Gao by the sea has taken so many years of my hard work. I watched this school being built brick by brick." On the other end of the line, Lin Fan said, "Principal, I haven't even spoken yet." Bai Feng coughed to cover his embarrassment. "Oh, you don't want to spend money to rebuild the school? Then goodbye. No will block you. Thanks." "Wait a minute," Lin Fan hurriedly said. Bai Feng's eyes brightened. "The principal knows that Lin is a caring student. 200 million, do you want to transfer via WeChat or bank directly? I heard you have a lot of military achievements and I accept military credits too." On the other end of the line, Lin Fan fell silent. How realistic. If you don't spend money to repair the school, you're blocked. If you do, you're Lin's student. Lin Fan sighed. "Principal, actually, I do want to spend money to rebuild the school, but am currently facing a century-old dilemma." Bai Feng snorted. "If you say you have no money, then just block you." "I indeed have no money, but the problem is a bit complex, so I want to hear your opinion. I'm planning to rob a so-called legitimate assassin organization, and I don't know if this is illegal." Bai Feng asked, "Are you using the money from the robbery to repair the school?" "Of course," Lin Fan replied. Bai Feng suddenly became excited. "Then there's no problem. The assassin organization can't be legitimate. That's not called robbery, that's eliminating harm for the people and helping the poor." Bai Feng praised Lin Fan before hanging up the phone. He immediately stood up, feeling no more back pain or leg soreness. With the school's issues resolved, the heavy burden on his heart lifted. As long as they don't go robbing the organization, the other assassin organizations are all illegitimate, so it doesn't matter. Bai Feng scratched his head as he seemed to have forgotten to ask Lin Fan which organization he was going to rob. But it should be fine. The organization publicly claims to be the Min Group, specializing in the living alien industry, and has a kind of sealing technology that can seal the spiritual energy of aliens, which is indeed a legitimate company. However, those registered spiritualists within Min organization secretly take on some assassin jobs. Of course, the big shots above protect the Min organization because they value the sealing technology in their hands. This is a matter of common sense. Lin Fan and the others shouldn't be foolish enough to go against the Min organization, right? On the other end of the phone, Lin Fan hung up and left a recording. You all heard it. The principal said robbing the wealthy to help the poor, eliminating harm for the people. Ji Shangshang nodded. What old Bai said should be fine. He is an elder. After the three discussed, they decisively went ahead. 1 hour later, 3 people dressed in black appeared at the entrance of a luxurious office building in the city center, sneaking around. Lin Fan looked at the map navigation and scratched his head. That's right, the lone wolf said their office is right here. But which good person's assassin organization operates in such a luxurious office building? Moreover, it's called Min Group. Isn't that just saying that it's a righteous assassin organization? Xie Gang directly covered his face. No problem, this is it. Prepare to act. The three didn't care anymore and bent over to enter the luxurious office building from the side. Meanwhile, at the top of the office building, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat looking gloomy held a glass of red wine. He was Fang Shihua, the head of the Min Group's Tianwu City branch. Fang Shihua frowned as he watched the 3 suspicious individuals on the monitor. Whose kids are these? Didn't their parents teach them what stealth means? He was truly exasperated. The 3 dressed in night gear and covering their faces sneaked in as if they had "I am not a good person" written on their foreheads. Moreover, they swaggered in under the surveillance cameras. Did they look down on their security system? Fang Shihua turned to look at the other 2 people in the office. One was a gold medal assassin from a door organization codenamed Blood Eye, who possessed incredibly strong long-range sniping spiritual skills and had even killed platinum-level spiritualists. The other person was Zheng Zhuangbi. Blood Eye swirled his wine glass lazily, saying, "The lone wolf side should be wrapping up. Sheng Xiao can rest assured." Zheng Zhuangbi wore a smug expression. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally, saying, "Let Lin Fan steal my thunder. He's just a low-level individual with an awakened garbage spiritual skill. How dare he oppose me multiple times? Now he knows my means, doesn't he? Despairing are we? I could easily find a whole bunch of silver-level spiritualists to kill you. What can you do then?" He was already fantasizing about that scene. Lin Fan trembled under the attack of several silver-level spiritualists. Even using all his strength, he couldn't escape, destined to die in some dark corner in despair. But at that moment, Fang Shi's phone rang. He glanced at it, recognizing it as a call from the higher-ups. He frowned slightly and answered. What, the lone wolf and his team were caught by the Spirit Management Bureau. A failed assassination. How is that possible? They are a team of gold medal assassins. Even if the assassination fails, they shouldn't be caught. I understand. Fang Shi's face grew darker with each word he heard. He already knew the entire story. Beside him, Zheng Zhuangbi's smile had frozen on his face. Just moments ago, he had been fantasizing about Lin Fan dying in a dark corner, and now he immediately learned of the failed assassination. The disparity drove him mad. What exactly happened? Lin Fan escaped. Fang Shi's face was grim. He did not escape. Zheng Zhuangbi was furious. If he didn't escape, how could the assassination fail? Are you telling me that 10 of you silver-level assassins couldn't kill a bronze-level Lin Fan? Don't tell me that Lin Fan, with his awakened level spiritual skill, managed to wipe out your gold medal assassin team. Fang Shihua opened his mouth. He wanted to say that was indeed the case, but he couldn't get the words out. The whole process was nothing short of surreal. He had investigated that Lin Fan possessed a peculiar sealing-type spiritual skill, which is why he had chosen Blood Eye's team. All the team members had long-range assassination spiritual skills capable of attacking Lin Fan without showing their faces. Little did he expect Lin Fan to escape to an open area and unleash his spiritual skills from hundreds of meters away, directly controlling the entire silver-level assassin team. Several silver-level assassins had suffered a devastating blow and were now wailing in the Spirit Management Bureau. I know you find it unbelievable, but the facts are as such. Lin Fan, in a lightly injured state, counter-killed 10 silver-level assassins. To be precise, if Lin Fan wanted to kill, wiping out a silver-level team would be as easy as slaughter. With his sealing spiritual skills, they were unable to move, huddling together in despair, waiting for death. Saying it was like slaughtering dogs was already overestimating their team. Zheng Zhuangbi, upon hearing this, slumped onto the sofa. How is that possible? I, with my double-class spiritual skills, should be able to fight beyond my level and kill 1 or 2 silver-level spiritualists. But Lin Fan faced 10 highly experienced silver-level assassin spiritualists and was still only lightly injured. He was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Lin Fan, but the reality was just that. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A subordinate walked in and reported, "The three who infiltrated have been identified. According to the database comparison, one of them is Lin Fan and the other is Lin Hai." Zhang Zhuangbi suddenly leaped up and grabbed the subordinate's collar. "It's Lin Fan. How dare he? He captured the assassins from the door organization and then infiltrated the door organization under the cover of night. What do they want?" His eyes were bloodshot, bulging, as if they might pop out. Even the subordinate was startled, stammering. According to the surveillance, they seemed to be looking for a warehouse. Fang Shihua furrowed his brow, quickly understanding. So he feels wronged and wants to come here to regain face by robbing something from the warehouse, right? The subordinate nodded. That should be it. Fang Shihua stepped forward, grabbing Zheng Zuangbi's hand. "Zheng Xiao, we still have a chance. They infiltrated our group secretly. This situation is enough for us to act and kill them." Zheng Zhuangbi snapped back to reality, excitement flooding back. Yes, we can kill them. Kill, not one left." Fang Shihua nodded, looking at Blood Eye. Blood Eye chuckled softly. "I understand he'll wait for them in the warehouse." Fang Shihua nodded. "Prepare a grand welcome for them, gather all security at the warehouse, and show them the way to the warehouse." He paused, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Right, point them towards a path of death." Blood Eye laughed heartily. "I never expected that after having assassinated platinum-level spiritualists, I would one day have to ambush 3 little bronze-level brats." Fang Shihua's eyes darkened. "Be careful, Lin Fan's spiritual skills have issues. I suspect he is the illegitimate child of Bai Feng." This caught Zheng Zhuangbi off guard. Fang Shihua pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Ceiling-type spiritual skills are a legacy of the Bai family, and Bai Feng had previously intruded into the Qin family, strongly backing him up. "I don't believe it. If there were no connections, why would Bai Feng dare to offend the 6 major second-tier families for Lin Fan?" Blood Eye waved his hand, clearly impatient. Enough. Even if he does have blood ties to the Bai family, he's just a bronze level. Can that ceiling spiritual skill still have any effect on me? That's simply a fantasy. After saying this, Blood Eye directly opened the door and walked out. Before long, within the door organization building, all the spiritualists responsible for security received the message and gathered towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan and his 2 companions swaggered down the corridor. "Damn, there's not a single security force here. What does this mean?" They were all prepared for a great battle, but were told that no one was seen. At this moment, Xie Gang also patted the wall. "Feiner, look at this sign." Lin Fan walked over. A sign was hanging on the wall stating "Warehouse this way." Below it, an arrow was helpfully marked. He reached out to touch it. The ink on that handwritten sign was still fresh. He twitched his mouth. "Gongzi, don't you think this is a trap?" Xie Gang smirked slightly. "Feiner, do you really think I'm foolish? This is definitely a trap, and I feel that the warehouse is absolutely in the opposite direction." The 3 of them deliberated, and it seemed likely to be just that. The sign looked like it had been temporarily hung up, clearly indicating a problem, but as long as they went in the opposite direction, it wouldn't be an issue. At the same time, on the top floor, Zheng Zhuangbi watched the 3 people on the monitor moving in the opposite direction, his fists clenched tightly. "Is this your plan, eh? It's simply too childish." Fang Shihua looked at Zheng Zhuangbi with a look of disdain. He had a feeling that with such an heir in the Zheng family, it was a stroke of luck, but the century-long legacy would definitely be ruined in Zheng Zuangbi's hands. He dared to hang up the sign because he had anticipated Lin Fan's 3-person prediction. At this moment, Lin Fan and his 2 companions, having walked against the current, came across a tightly shut alloy door after passing through several corridors. The door bore the inscription "Warehouse." Xie Gang immediately patted his chest, saying, "I told you most of the time I'm quite clever." Lin Fan and Ji Shangsheng both gave him a thumbs up. Although truth be told, there wasn't much to be proud of. However, as friends, it's good to provide a bit of emotional support. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. "Next, we need to figure out how to open this alloy door." Before he could finish, Xie Gang raised his hand and pressed the green button on the wall, worrying about something as trivial as opening a door. Lin Fan's lips twitched. "Are you saying that a prestigious corporation's warehouse housing the company's assets doesn't require any access control or verification procedures and can be opened simply by pressing a green button?" Boom. The alloy door retracted to the sides, opening a gap. Seeing this, Xie Gang was filled with pride, his nose almost in the air. His demeanor was practically screaming, "Compliment me." Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang fell silent. To be honest, the security procedures of this warehouse were indeed a bit hasty. The 3 entered the warehouse. What greeted their eyes was an expansive room with shelves neatly arranged. On the shelves were cages, each containing various alien creatures, a staggering number, though each one looked feeble and emaciated. Xie Gang's eyes lit up. I heard that live alien creatures are extremely valuable, worth 10 times the corresponding crystal cores. He nearly leaned over the shelves. Every shelf had at least hundreds of alien creatures, and the neatly arranged shelves stretched endlessly. Who knows how many there were in total? Lin Fan was similarly overwhelmed by the immense wealth before him. After a while, he and Xie Gang collapsed to the ground, exchanging a glance, and seeing the despair reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, this sight was a treasure trove. Each alien creature was worth at least hundreds of thousands to millions. However, they couldn't take any with them. The feeling was akin to a 70-year-old man visiting a brothel, getting surrounded by the top attractions, only to realize he was powerless to act. At that moment, Ji Shangxiang's voice rang out, "There are crystal cores over here, don't miss them." The two sprang to their feet, rushing towards her position at lightning speed. Behind the alien shelves was a row of racks displaying crystal cores. Although most were at the black iron and bronze levels, the sheer quantity was enough to induce a sense of claustrophobia. The crystal cores were categorized neatly. The front ones were ordinary bronze and black iron, while the back housed elite and commander-level cores. Even further back, the last few rows held lord-level crystal cores. Beyond that, Lin Fan even spotted silver and some golden-level cores. The sensation was akin to a 70-year-old man suddenly feeling rejuvenated. Lin Fan opened his hand and shook, causing the woven bag to spill open. Gongzi grabbed the ordinary-level crystal cores quickly. "I'll first collect the silver and golden ones, then the lord-level." "Fainer, I wish I could buy a space equipment. I have some brothers." The three of them busily collected the crystal cores, oblivious to their surroundings. Ji Shangxiang possessed space equipment, and with a wave of her hand, numerous crystal cores vanished. Although Lin Fan and Xie Gang lacked such devices, the capacity of the woven bags they carried was astonishing. As Lin Fan continued to pack, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Gongzi, I have a strange feeling that there are pairs of eyes watching us from behind." Xie Gang didn't turn his head, chuckling. "You mean in this empty warehouse, there are actually dozens or hundreds of spiritual beings surrounding us? That can't be possible." At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps, deliberately muffled, came to a halt. A group of spiritual beings hidden in the shadows exchanged glances. How did they know we were surrounding them? "Blood," I snorted, lightly stepping forward to pat Lin Fan and Xie Gang on the shoulder. "Actually, there are a row of platinum-level crystal cores deeper inside." Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Platinum-level cores were exceedingly rare. "Thanks, bro." As Lin Fan turned around, he froze. He saw over 100 spiritual beings surrounding them completely. The one who had just patted them radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Those eyes had pupils of a strange red color, quite disturbing. Lin Fan desperately tried to tap Xie Gang's shoulder, but Xie Gang waved him off. "Without looking, fainer, don't disturb me. I still need to." "What the hell?" Xie Gang was also taken aback when he turned around. "Blood," I spread his hands and smiled slightly. "Surprised, aren't you? You three little bronze-level kids trespassed into the men group to commit theft, and I have the right to eliminate you here, correct?" He raised his hand, forming a gun gesture, pointing it at Lin Fan's forehead. "Spirit skill, blood, kill finger." His finger turned completely blood-red, shining with a blinding brilliance. Lin Fan's scalp tingled, and the hair on his body stood on end, sending chills down his spine. He grasped Xie Gang tightly. With a sudden burst of speed, they surged forward. In the next second, a beam of red light erupted from Blood Eye's crimson finger, instantly piercing through a row of metal shelves and creating a large crater several dozen meters away. The terrifying power penetrated through multiple layers of flooring. Blood Eye furrowed his brow. "A space-type spirit skill. No wonder you managed to escape from the Lone Wolf group. Now I'm interested. A golden-level spiritual being, and yet I couldn't eliminate a bronze-level kid at such close range." Blood Eye raised his hand again, fingers intertwined. But at that moment, Lin Fan and Xie Gang were moving at breakneck speed. Their burst of speed was akin to teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the warehouse. "Damn, Fainer, we're going to crash." "I know." Lin Fan was aware, but he couldn't react fast enough due to the incredible speed. Bang! The thick warehouse wall was smashed open, and Lin Fan and Xie Gang vanished in an instant. Blood Eye was stunned. Were they that fast? He coughed slightly and glanced at Ji Shangxiang in the corner. "It's fine, there's still one left." Ji Shangxiang's lips twitched, forcing a polite, yet awkward smile. "Actually, I'm not with them." She was on the verge of tears. If they were escaping, they should take her with them. But bang! Lin Fan and Xie Gang reappeared, skidding to a halt right in front of Blood Eye. Confusion filled Blood Eye's eyes. Did they not regard him at all? They ran away and then returned to provoke him. But what Blood-Eye didn't know was that the burst of speed could easily crush anyone. In the next second, an overwhelming force of spatial energy slammed into him, and Blood-Eye didn't have a chance to utter a word before being blasted away by the storm. The blood-eyed man was caught off guard by this burst of power, losing control and flying back several dozen meters, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. The damage wasn't severe, but the humiliation was immense. Good. As a dignified golden-level powerhouse, having killed platinum-level spiritualists, I was thrown back by a few bronze-level fools. Suddenly a drop of blood fell from his forehead, running down his brow and across his eye socket. The blood-eyed man burst into laughter. Not only had he been thrown back, but he had also sustained some injuries. He immediately raised his hand, his 10 fingers radiating a dazzling red light. In the next moment, the red light intertwined to form a large net, scattering outward, cutting through everything in its path, even the metallic ground and alloy shelves. Seeing this, Lin Fan grabbed Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang and ran. Phase charge. The spatial bubbles charged forward with unstoppable momentum, crashing through one wall after another. Upon reaching the limit distance, a terrifying shockwave was released, shattering a load-bearing wall of the building. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances, their lips suddenly curling into smiles. Since it was unstoppable, what was there to fear? Phase charge was activated again, heading straight for the blood-eye. As the blood-eyed man watched the spatial bubble approach, a violent surge of spiritual power suddenly erupted from him. "I am a golden-level spiritualist. Do you really think you can?" His words were cut short. The blood-eyed man suddenly felt a strange force approaching. His spiritual techniques and powers were completely sealed, and he had no control over his limbs, instinctively crouching down and protecting his head. Right in the path of the spatial bubble. The blood-eyed man's words about being able to withstand the attack never left his lips before he was once again blasted away by a terrifying force. Strangely, he maintained his crouching position, continuously rolling on the ground and crashing through several walls. The hundreds of spiritualists lying in ambush in the warehouse also reacted, each raising their hands to release their spiritual techniques. Lin Fan turned around and crouched down. The hundreds of spiritualists had not released their techniques, and all squatted down in unison. Lin Fan chuckled. "Keep pretending." Thus the hundreds of spiritualists crouched down, staring blankly, as these three bandit-like figures continued to loot the warehouse's crystal cores. The blood-eyed man squatted on the ground, questioning his life. He was a golden-level spiritualist, a top assassin, who had killed platinum-level beings, yet he was utterly helpless against 3 bronze-level fools. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Suddenly, he felt his spiritual techniques recovering. The blood-eyed man sprang up, his blood-red eyes shining with terrifying red light, like 2 laser cannons sweeping out. "No way can a bronze-level trash control me." In the instant the laser cannon struck, Lin Fan had already activated phase charge. He charged through recklessly. Then he appeared right in front of the blood-eyed man. Surprised. Unexpected. The blood-eyed man didn't have time to react before he was once again crouching down, and another wave of terrifying force crashed into him. He felt as if he had been hit multiple times by a truck, his whole body feeling like it was about to fall apart. If it weren't for the spiritual power defense of a golden-level spiritualist, he would have been turned into scraps long ago. A few minutes later. "I don't believe it. I am a golden-level spiritualist I have killed." Before he could finish, the blood-eyed man once again crouched down, helplessly watching Lin Fan charge recklessly and appear before him. He was knocked away again. The blood-eyed man completely gave up, struggling. By the time the effects of the spiritual technique ended, he hadn't even gotten back up before he squatted down again, and the same scene repeated itself. "What are you doing? Can I at least finish my sentence?" At this moment in the office on the top floor, Fang Shiwa's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was also a golden-level spiritualist, but seeing the blood-eyed man's miserable state, he suddenly felt fear and didn't dare to approach. Zheng Zhuangbi was also watching the surveillance, seeing Lin Fan charging through as if in a no-man's land, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. What was terrifying was not Lin Fan's relentless momentum. It was that he couldn't muster a shred of desire to battle Lin Fan again. He had always thought of himself as a dual-level spiritual technique awakener, a uniquely gifted genius spiritualist capable of battling above his rank against bronze-level enemies. Yet compared to Lin Fan, he seemed to be nothing at all. The golden-level blood-eyed man, immensely powerful, could only suffer setbacks in front of Lin Fan. Was this the same top assassin who had killed platinum-level spiritualists? He even felt a twinge of sympathy for the blood-eyed man who was repeatedly thrown away. After a long time, Zheng Zhuangbi suddenly asked, "Fang, what should we do?" Fang Shihua coughed lightly and took out his phone. "What else can we do?" "Call the police." Zheng Zhuangbi's mind went blank. He thought long and hard, even considering whether Fang Shihua would go out to fight, or if they should gather all the spiritualists in Tianwu City to surround the building tightly, preventing Lin Fan and the others from escaping. But he never thought that the dignified men group would have to resort to calling the police. At this moment, Fang Shihua had already made the call. Is this the spiritual administration? I am Fang Shihua from the men group. 3 bandits have entered our group right now. Yes, that's right, our group's security force cannot match these 3, even golden level cannot restrain them. Yes, even our hundreds of spiritualists cannot stop these 3 bandits. Oh, they are not platinum level, just 3 bronze level ones. Fang Shihua had the phone on speaker. As soon as this was said, a burst of suppressed laughter came from the other end. Fang Shihua's face darkened. What are you laughing at? I'm sorry, sir. The person on the other end continued to suppress their laughter. I am a professional. I only laugh when I can't help it. Lastly, sir, I can transfer you to the first psychiatric hospital in Tianwu City, where you will receive extremely professional treatment. Fang Shihua nearly crushed his phone. Does this mean they don't trust him? Well, if it were any person, would they believe that a dignified men group with several golden level members and hundreds of silver level spiritualists as security couldn't stop bronze level spiritualists? Who would believe that? I am indeed Fang Shihua. I know, Mr. Fang, you might have a bit of delusion here. I will transfer you. I'll give you 2 seconds to check my number. I am indeed Fang Shihua. There was silence on the other end then suddenly another person spoke very seriously. Sir, if you find Mr. Fang Shihua's phone, please return it promptly. If you continue to say such nonsense and waste public resources, I will immediately locate you and have you arrested. Fang Shihua fell silent. He knew all that happened tonight was absurd, but compared to no one believing he was Fang Shihua, he still couldn't accept it. Yes, I admit it. Oh, I am not Fang Shihua. I am stealing from the men group. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Fang Shihua paused. Fool. Fang Shihua hung up the phone. The staff from the spiritual administration was still shouting insistently that he must be brought to justice. He glanced at Zheng Zhuangbi, who was already in a daze beside him. So what's the problem? No matter what, just say whether the spiritual administration dispatched any officers or not. Zheng Zhuangbi gave a thumbs up, nodding repeatedly. After a long while, Zheng Zhuangbi said, President Fang, your group's branch in Tianwu City is going bankrupt. Fang Shihua nodded. I know. I know. He remained calm, though a strange sense of madness seeped through his tranquility. I know. Fang Shihua repeated it several times, suddenly raising his voice. What do you expect me to do? I'm also at the golden level. I don't possess the blood eye ability. It has left me questioning life itself. Do you want me to go over to the warehouse and question life too? Now I understand that Qin Wuhua was not beaten by Feng, but by Lin Fan. It was only for the sake of face that Qin Wuhua, claimed by Feng, attacked him. Fang Shihua frantically grabbed his head, his slicked back hair turning into a bird's nest. What was once a gloomy middle-aged man had now turned into a madman. I earn a salary in the millions, but does that mean I should risk my life? Thus the 2 men nodded in tacit agreement, sitting in front of the surveillance monitor, quietly watching Lin Fan and the others rampaging, collecting spirit cores in large bundles. At this moment, the spiritual administration suddenly lit up one by one. Dozens of members from the spiritual administration, several golden level captains, and even the platinum level director Zhang Tianhong were deployed. How many years had it been since the spiritual administration faced such provocation? They were bound to mobilize their entire force. Warehouse. The surroundings were filled with gaping holes, and the shelves lay shattered on the ground. The foreign beings trapped in the ceiling cages had escaped, but they were killed by Lin Fan and the others, who then extracted their spirit cores. They couldn't take these living beings away, so they decided to directly extract the spirit cores. Ji Shangxiang's space equipment was filled to the brim, carrying 2 large woven bags on her back, and another hanging around her neck, while her hands held 4 more. Lin Fan and Xia Gang were even more unrecognizable, appearing like a collection of bulging woven bags that had come to life. The more than 100 spirit users led by the blood eye crouched in a corner trembling. Lin Fan looked around. That should be enough. Let's go, let's go. Xia Gang lamented. I can't shake the feeling that there are still several billion left to collect. However, just then the sound of alarms pierced through the quiet night, with dozens of spiritual administration vehicles racing towards them. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances. At this point, they had nothing left to hold on to, and could only run. Lin Fan raised his hand, forming a spatial bubble aimed at a wall, and crashed directly into it. Bang! A loud noise echoed. The spatial bubble burst through the wall, tracing an arc in the air, before crashing to the ground. Lin Fan activated phase charge again, disappearing down the street, with Ji Shangxiang and the others. Shortly after they left, dozens of spiritual administration vehicles stopped in front of the men group skyscraper. Zhang Tianhong, leading the charge, got out of the car and stared at the numerous gaping holes, falling silent for a moment. He suddenly soared into the air, a terrifying pressure spreading out. "Whoever you are, surrender immediately." His thunderous shout, amplified by spiritual energy, turned the sound waves into something tangible that spread outward. At the moment the sound waves struck the skyscraper, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire building began to collapse, the middle floors crashing down quickly, followed by the upper levels. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed. The skyscraper collapsed before the terrified gazes of the crowd, turning into a heap of ruins in the blink of an eye. Wow, has Director Zhang's power increased again? He must be the second diamond level in Tianwu City. What a force! A single roar directly shattered a 30-story building. Zhang Tianhong's eyes were filled with fear as well. For the first time he felt that this fanfare was entirely unnecessary. The men group's skyscraper cost at least 5 billion. He couldn't bear this responsibility. Cough, cough. Zhang Tianhong cleared his throat. Didn't you see? The skyscraper was already riddled with holes. The members of the spiritual administration nodded furiously. That was indeed the case. However, without your platinum-level spiritual users' furious shout, this skyscraper could still have been salvaged. Now it was too late. They would have to knock it down and rebuild it. In an instant, everyone looked at Zhang Tianhong with sympathetic eyes. It seemed that the position of director was coming to an end. Zhang Tianhong appeared to understand the expressions of the crowd, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the others had already arrived at the outskirts. This time they had gathered many golden and platinum-level spirit cores. When dividing the spoils, Lin Fan discussed with the two that he would take all the golden and platinum-level spirit cores, and he wouldn't take any other spirit cores. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang had no objections. Among the black iron and bronze-level spirit cores, there were also lord-level cores whose value was comparable to that of golden-level cores. In fact, those bronze overlord-level cores could help them rapidly enhance their power during cultivation. After dividing the spoils, Lin Fan sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit cores. This time he acquired 3800 golden-level cores. He immediately upgraded his dimensional kill and phase charge. Dimensional kill, a level, condenses 10 spatial horns, dealing damage that ignores defenses. Horn length is 50 centimeters with a maximum attack range of 300 meters. Phase charge, C level, condenses a ball of spatial power around oneself, controlling it to charge forward 1000 meters. After the charge, a shockwave can be released. Note: power increases with the distance traveled. Upgrade requires 1000 platinum level spirit cores. The remaining golden level spirit cores were entirely invested in enhancement. Although it didn't lead to an upgrade, it reduced the upgrade requirement by 1.8 million. Simultaneously, there were also 500 platinum level spirit cores, all of which were invested into the crouching position. Though compared to the 1000 upgrade requirement, it felt somewhat like a drop in the bucket. However, Lin Fan also knew that platinum-level spirit cores were rare. These 500 were likely the accumulated resources of the Min group over several years. Moreover, what surprised Lin Fan was the final strike of phase charge had become controllable. He still had to release it, but he could control the rhythm and direction of the release. He believed that after further upgrades, phase charge would be entirely controllable. Throughout that night, the entire Tianwu city was in chaos. Zhang Tianhong frantically explained to Feng Shihua that the collapse of the skyscraper had nothing to do with him. However, Feng Shihua was dazed, squatting in a corner with people questioning life. His once thriving branch had vanished just like that, and his position as the president with a salary in the millions was likely coming to an end. Feng Shihua took out his phone and called a big shot above. That's right, it was Lin Fan. He took all our reserves of golden and platinum level spirit cores. More than half of the living foreign beings were killed, and conservatively we suffered a loss of hundreds of billions. After Feng Shihua finished speaking, he moved his phone a little further away. With a flick of his foot, it was obvious that the person on the other end was likely scolding him fiercely. But what could he do? That Lin Fan was simply uncanny, a mere bronze level, yet he rendered over 100 silver level and several gold level opponents powerless. After a full half hour, Feng Shihua finally dared to lean in closer to listen as the noise on the other end diminished slightly. A calm voice then sounded. Lin Fan, I remember this. You report to the Spiritual Management Bureau as normal. Whatever they consume, I will make them pay back in kind. Feng Shihua breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, the people from the Spiritual Management Bureau have already arrived, but I have one thing to report. The voice on the other end shifted from calm to furious. Feng Shihua, what else is there? Can't you say it all at once? Feng Shihua coughed once and replied, our group building has collapsed. Silence, a deathly silence. It took a full 5 minutes before the voice returned on the other end. I understand. Only then did Feng Shihua dare to hang up. This is the art of conversation. They first mention the biggest loss, and then ease into discussing the building's collapse, making it seem more acceptable. Looking over at the big shot, the response was just a few simple words. At that moment, Zhang Tianhong leaned over and patted Feng Shihua on the shoulder. Well, we've looked into it. Although we can't confirm it was Lin Fan and the others, the spiritual technique used by the leader was indeed unique to Lin Fan. By comparing their body shapes, we can confirm it was undoubtedly Lin Fan. Feng Shihua nodded. We will compile a list of losses and hope Director Zhang will enforce the law fairly and give us justice soon. He raised his hand and pointed upward, implying that those above shared the same sentiment. Zhang Tianhong eagerly nodded. Also, the collapse of this building really has nothing to do with me. Feng Shihua sighed deeply, looking at Zhang Tianhong with a strange expression. In his heart, he silently complained. Don't say anything more. Without your shout, would the building have collapsed? Can we not tacitly push everything on a Lin Fan? Zhang Tianhong, seeing Feng Shihua silent, chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. It's all Lin Fan's fault. He even used your phone to report to the police, cursing us as fools. I will settle this account with him later. It was now Feng Shihua's turn to feel awkward. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, it was Lin Fan who cursed us. Zhang Tianhong laughed heartily. To be honest, the voice in that phone recording does sound somewhat like President Fang's. They exchanged glances, each seeing the awkwardness in the other's eyes. Then both shared a knowing smile and changed the topic. On the other side, Lin Fan and Xie Gang, carrying crystal nuclei, knocked on by Feng's door. They had originally planned to bring Ji Shangxiang along, but the young lady had directly said, I'm tired. Bai Feng opened the door, and upon seeing Lin Fan and Xie Gang, his forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Why are you two bothering me so late at night? Lin Fan stepped forward a couple of paces, grinning. Principal, you're still awake. Bai Feng fell silent as he looked down at his pajamas and caught a glimpse of his sleep-deprived self in the mirror. He truly had no idea where Lin Fan got such a conclusion. Lin Fan, aware of the awkwardness, cleared his throat and stepped into Bai Feng's house. If the principal is awake, shall we have a chat? Bai Feng's mouth twitched. He hadn't even let Lin Fan and Xie Gang in yet. However, the two had already walked in on their own. In the living room, Lin Fan and Xie Gang sat on the sofa, exchanging glances and making subtle signals. In fact, they hadn't stated their purpose right away. They wanted to see if Bai Feng knew what had happened tonight. Bai Feng plopped down on the sofa helplessly, saying, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. By the way, I just ran out of water, so I won't be serving you any. Lin Fan felt that Bai Feng probably had no idea what was going on, so he cleared his throat and said, Principal, I actually wanted to talk to you about the reconstruction of the school. Bai Feng suddenly stood up, instantly wide awake. That's not urgent. Let me pour you a glass of water. Do you want Bai Luo Chun or Tai Guanyin? Lin Fan couldn't help but spam 666. When it came to reality, the principal was top-notch. He immediately waved his hand to pull out 2 woven bags filled with crystal nuclei. This space equipment was borrowed from Ji Shangxiang. Bai Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing the crystal nuclei. They were all bronze level, and while the black iron level was decent, among them were leader and lord crystal nuclei, their value easily reaching several billion. Are these all for me? Lin Fan shook his head. Bai Feng's expression immediately drooped. I just remembered we've run out of Bai Luo Chun and Tai Guanyin. Lin Fan's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, pulling out all the crystal nuclei. What I mean is, these are all for you. Bai Feng swallowed hard. Dozens of woven bags were filled to the brim with crystal nuclei, their value easily amounting to hundreds of billions. Money, it's all money. Bai Feng immediately shifted his tone. What I mean is, Bai Luo Chun is not worthy of my 2 favorite students. I also have some top-tier Longjing tea that I only use on special occasions. Let me brew you a pot. Soon Bai Feng brewed a pot of tea using a purple clay pot personally, serving Lin Fan and Xie Gang each a cup. The rich aroma of tea instantly filled the living room. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, its flavor lingering on his palate, and couldn't help but silently praise it as good tea. Principal, we calculated that this crystal nuclei is worth at least 800 million. You should have connections to help us handle this, whether exchanging it for military merit or cash. Bai Feng's hand paused while pouring tea, his attitude growing cold again. Oh, so you just want me to help you handle this? Lin Fan was rendered speechless. The principal's expression changed faster than flipping a book. We will pay you. Bai Feng sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with cunning. This is probably from the organization you robbed, right? You came to me because you know the origins of this crystal nuclei are not clean. However, I am a principal, a public figure, a model representative for teachers. You want me to help you handle stolen goods. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He understood Bai Feng's meaning perfectly. We will add more money. Bai Feng laughed heartily, clapping Lin Fan on the shoulder. What's stolen goods? This is a symbol of your act of robbing the rich, to help the poor, a good deed. I will help you handle it. In the end they agreed. 800 million, with 80 million going to Bai Feng as a labor fee, and then another 120 million for donating a building and repairing the campus. Bai Feng was gleefully calculating this hefty sum. If he took action personally, he could even raise the price. By that time the money he would get would far exceed that 80 million target. With just a bit of effort so much money would flow in. How delightful. Yet Bai Feng was also puzzled. Which organization did you rob to obtain so much money? Lin Fan's expression stiffened. In fact, upon seeing the Spirit Bureau's operation tonight, he had his suspicions that this door organization was not simple. Of course he would not speak the truth. It's just an unremarkable little organization. Bai Feng expressed no doubt, saying, it doesn't matter as long as you're not robbing the door organization, then there's no issue. Lin Fan began to sweat on his forehead, unable to resist, asking, what if we did rob the door? Bai Feng snorted lightly, saying, don't even think about it. Even if the door organization is just a branch, it has hundreds of silver-level experts and several gold-level experts stationed there. You want to rob it? You're not strong enough for that. Xie Gang began to feel restless. Bai Feng continued, the sealing technology of the door organization has received recognition from the upper echelons, which is why they have a colonel-level officer as their protector. Otherwise, do you think they would dare to train a killer organization? At this moment Lin Fan felt restless as well, unable to suppress a gulp. Tonight things had escalated. He coughed, saying, well, what if the principal encounters that colonel officer? Bai Feng immediately shot Lin Fan a glare, cutting him off, and saying in a low voice, I'm just a principal, how can I compare with him? However, he wouldn't dare to completely tear his face with me either. Bai Feng stroked his beard with pride, saying, don't underestimate your principal. In time you'll understand what the Bai family name signifies. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if the weight on his heart had lifted. He laughed heartily, saying, then I'll wait for good news from the principal. By the way, it's best to transfer the funds quickly. Bai Feng waved his hand, saying, I'll make a few calls, and someone will come to collect the crystal cores. This money will be in before dawn. With that, he took out his phone to make the call. I must say Bai Feng's efficiency was impressive. In just 2 hours, 3 or 4 groups arrived to collect all the crystal cores, and the payments were settled on the spot. After Lin Fan received 78 billion, he let out a breath of relief and dragged Xie Gang to take their leave. Bai Feng saw the two off and couldn't help but yawn. What's so urgent for them? Forget it. I'm getting old and can't stay up, so I'll just take a quick nap. However, a few hours later Bai Feng was called to the municipal office building by a phone call. Moreover, he was taken straight to the mayor's office on the top floor. When Bai Feng opened the door, he saw Yi Lingfeng, Zhang Tianhong, and Mayor Qiu Qian all seated together, each with an incredibly grim expression. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. As soon as Bai Feng sat down, Qiu Qian slammed his palm on the table, causing it to explode into wood shavings. He looked coldly at Bai Feng. You are truly something. A prestigious principal of the Spirit Academy, a representative of education, and you go handling stolen goods. Pretty quick too, you dispersed that batch of crystal cores in just a few hours. Bai Feng was still in a daze. I merely handled a batch of crystal cores, and they were taken from a killer organization. There was no need to escalate it this far, right? Zhang Tianhong let out a cold laugh, saying, what if I say these were taken from the door organization? Bai Feng was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wasn't afraid of that colonel normally, but this was under ordinary circumstances. Now that the door organization had lost $1 billion, that was enough to make the colonel tear his face with him. He recalled Lin Fan and Xie Gang's behavior from last night, and understood that the two were clearly feeling guilty. However, he had been blinded by immense profits. Bai Feng felt like crying without tears. He had seen people betray fathers, but never a principal. At this point, he could only play dumb. Well, I'm not aware. I just accidentally obtained a batch of crystal cores, so I acted to handle them. Qiu Qian let out a cold snort, saying, now's not the time to play dumb, you old fox. We have already investigated this matter thoroughly. Although we didn't see the face based on the effects of the spirit techniques and the size comparison, the one who acted was Lin Fan, and there were 2 people beside him, possibly Xie Gang and a girl. However, the higher-ups said that this matter would only cause trouble for Lin Fan. Bai Feng sighed, slumping back on the sofa. He really wanted to sell Lin Fan out. But then he thought Lin Fan was trying to repair the school. This kid still had some conscience. Moreover, he was his student. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this matter still requires investigation. Although Lin Fan is unreliable, I know this person. If you don't provoke him, he won't act recklessly. Zhang Tianhong let out a cold laugh, saying, Regardless of his reasons, as a spirit user who breaks the law, he should receive the appropriate punishment. Bai Feng coldly snorted, saying, "That's an exaggeration. Lin Fan is a spirit energy military member and is about to take the martial arts exam. To say he's breaking the law is inappropriate." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingfeng suddenly spoke up, saying, "I think this matter still requires investigation. There are many spirit users in the world, right? If we can't see the face, we can't determine the identity. What if it's someone who looks very much like Lin Fan and even has the same spirit techniques? If we don't investigate properly, it would be unfair to Lin Fan." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Each person had a peculiar expression. This was simply a sophistry. What does it mean to look very much like Lin Fan, coincidentally have the same spirit techniques, and every single spirit technique slot is the same, while also having the same bronze level strength? It would be nearly impossible to find such a person in all of Huaxia, and to find someone similar in the small Tianwu city. The odds are harder than winning the lottery. Bai Feng understood Yi Lingfeng's meaning as well. After all, since they hadn't seen the face, they couldn't be sure it was Lin Fan. "I think Commander Yi is right. To say it was Lin Fan without seeing the face is simply chilling for a student." He covered his chest. He prayed once in his heart before continuing to speak. Lin Fan is an honest and reliable student. Although he comes from a poor family and has inadequate spirit abilities, he has never been one to back down and dares to fight within the gates of the myriad tribes. He is a good student who can sacrifice himself for the country, a good soldier. Bai Feng had to pray. He feared that this speech would bring down lightning. Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but cough. Is this the Lin Fan he knows? He couldn't help but hold his forehead. Then Yi Lingfeng took out a document and handed it to Qiu Qian. "Mayor, why don't we talk about this matter? Zheng Zhuang must have hired a top-ranked killer team to secretly assassinate Lin Fan, and later Lin Fan sent the person to the Spirit Bureau. Director Zhang, you should be more aware of this matter than I am." At this moment, Qiu Qian and Zhang Tianhong couldn't sit still. They had deliberately not mentioned this matter to avoid suspicion. Now it's good. The Door organization was the first to send assassins to attack Lin Fan, so even if Lin Fan retaliated against the Door organization, it would be understandable. However, who made Lin Fan have no background? Enough. This matter will be investigated separately. We need to first address the serious violation of the law by the Door organization. But just then, bang. The office door was kicked open by someone. Lin Ao Wu entered with a stoic expression, disregarding the presence of several individuals in the room, and chose a single sofa to sit down heavily. Qiu Qian furrowed his brow, about to reprimand the newcomer, but instinctively glanced at Lin Ao Wu's tattered military uniform. It belonged to the spiritual energy army, adorned with several patches, and appeared rather ordinary. What truly astonished him, however, was that this style of military uniform had long been discontinued, and the rank insignia on the shoulder was exceptionally rare. Suddenly Qiu Qian recalled something, his breath hitching. "Sir, you are..." Lin Ao Wu raised a finger to his lips, silencing Qiu Qian's words, then said, "No need to elaborate, please continue your discussion." Qiu Qian took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions. He understood that the visitor's identity was not simple, and while he had already formulated a strategy, his mind went blank at this moment. It was Yi Lingfeng who spoke up next. "We are discussing how to handle the robbery incident involving the Min Group." Qiu Qian quickly found his bearings and continued, "Yes, we suspect that the robbery of the Min Group's branch was carried out by a member of the spiritual energy army named Lin Fan." Yi Lingfeng, however, voiced his dissatisfaction, saying, "Mayor, shouldn't we discuss the matter of the Min Group sending assassins to attack Lin Fan?" Qiu Qian fell silent. There had already been a conclusion drawn, but with Lin Ao Wu's sudden and forceful entrance, he was now at a loss regarding the other party's stance, unsure of how to continue the discussion. Lin Ao Wu suddenly spoke up. "The Min Group is quite audacious to dare send people to assassinate my son." A simple statement. Qiu Qian nearly lost his composure. He had previously thought of Lin Fan as a nobody with no background, merely a lowly individual who had awakened at the F level. Now it seemed this person had an extraordinary background. He quickly realized that Lin Ao Wu's direct entrance represented a significant level of dissatisfaction. Qiu Qian opened his mouth, gathered his thoughts, and finally said, "Sir, this matter comes from pressure from higher-ups requiring us to conduct a thorough investigation. In fact, we also understand that the Min Group is at fault in this situation." Lin Ao Wu nodded. "How can you be certain that my son is the one who robbed the Min Group?" Qiu Qian's breath hitched. They had no evidence, only the understanding that everyone knew it was Lin Fan. The physique comparison, the identical spiritual technique. Who else could it be but Lin Fan? Yet without solid proof, there was room for maneuvering. Indeed, this matter still requires investigation. those three masked individuals may not necessarily be your son. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's words, Lin Ao Wu finally showed a satisfied expression. He grabbed a teacup from the table and took a hearty sip. All right, since you know how to investigate, I'll take my leave now. He still had to return to accompany his wife. This outing had already kept him away from her for nearly an hour. Lin Ao Wu stood up and left. As he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "As for Tianhe City, he'll take care of it. You are free to conduct your investigation as you see fit." After finishing his words, Lin Ao Wu turned and left. Xiao Qian immediately collapsed onto the sofa, feeling soaked in cold sweat. This man, whether in terms of identity or strength, exuded an immense pressure that nearly terrified him. Yiling foam cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention back. "What do you all think we should say about this matter?" Xiao Qian instantly changed his demeanor, glaring at Zhang Tianhong. "Director Zhang, am still counting the building you shattered with a single shout against you. What do you mean by this now?" Zhang Tianhong was dumbfounded. Was this about to be thrown onto his shoulders? Being an old fox, he quickly understood Xiao Qian's implication and hurriedly apologized. Yes, this matter was due to my inadequate investigation and my rush for results. In fact, this incident does have many suspicious points." "What suspicious points?" Xiao Qian asked again. Zhang Tianhong's mouth twitched. What suspicious points could there be? The two bizarre spiritual techniques were solely Lin Fan's. Zhang Tianhong chuckled awkwardly. "How about you concoct one for me, Mayor? Oh no, guide me a bit." Xiao Qian shot Zhang Tianhong a glare and slammed the table. Ridiculous, 3 bronze-level individuals could create such a scene for the men group. This is undoubtedly framing. Zhang Tianhong's eyes lit up at these words. Indeed, this matter itself was absurd. 3 bronze-level individuals taking down a few golden-level ones. Who would believe such a tale? He immediately followed this line of thought and said seriously, yes, the attackers were definitely 3 platinum-level spiritualists who deliberately disguised themselves as bronze-level to frame the men group. Additionally, with Zheng Xiao, oh no, Zheng Zhuang, by having hired assassins, it's possible that the Zheng family is operating behind the scenes. Xiao Qian cast a satisfied glance at Zhang Tianhong. The men group was powerful, and so was the Zheng family. Oh, let them bite each other. Only the Zheng family could muster the strength of 3 platinum-level individuals in Tianwu City. He patted Zhang Tianhong on the shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. That's more like it, Director Zhang. We must base our actions on evidence and not wrong any good person. Zhang Tianhong fell silent. So you're profiting while pretending to be virtuous, huh? The evidence is right in front of you, yet you directly shift the blame onto the Zheng family, without wronging any good person. Nonetheless, this tactic was indeed brilliant. Let 2 powerful factions devour each other, while dragging the Zheng family into the fray to avenge that important figure's son, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon after, the 4 reached an agreement. A notice was sent simultaneously to several factions. The Zheng family was made aware of this matter. Zheng Disur was furious. He summoned Zheng Zhuang by to clarify the circumstances and was left trembling with rage. Was Lin Fan someone the Zheng family could afford to provoke and to hire assassins for murder? Did they think the Zheng family was living too well and needed to find trouble? Zheng Disur slumped onto the sofa. He had no choice but to reluctantly accept this situation. Once it got out, if that witch from the Shangwan family came after them, the Zheng family would be utterly doomed. That witch never followed the rules. Zheng Disur instantly felt as if he aged 10 years, raising his hand to pat Zheng Zhuang's shoulder. Son, please stop opposing Lin Fan, I beg you. Otherwise the Zheng family will be finished. He earnestly pleaded with him. Subsequently, Zheng Disur ordered the release of 100 billion in assets to compensate the men group and assist them in rebuilding a large building in Tianwu City. The Zheng family, with their total assets barely reaching 300 billion, saw a 1/3 reduction in their wealth, causing a significant upheaval as they fell from the ranks of top-tier families. Zheng Zhuangbai was completely bewildered. He had no idea that his small action would bring such a disastrous consequence to the Zheng family. He pondered deeply, yet could never understand why targeting a lowly individual would result in such severe repercussions. Zheng Zhuang must be perplexed. He dared not stir things up any further, especially since the Zheng family's assets had already suffered a 1/3 loss, and many were eager to take advantage of his misfortune. His status was no longer what it once was. Zheng Zhuang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I still have a chance to prove my worth. If I can achieve the best results in Tianwu City and gain admission to Lingming Jingda, the Zheng family's position will rise once more. He fixed his gaze on the photo of Lin Fan on the wall, raising his hand to throw darts, piercing Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan, I still have a chance to kill you myself. The Lingning martial examination would be arranged at the gate of 10,000 races where results would be determined by the number of foes slain, straightforward and brutal. Moreover, within these gates of 10,000 races there would be no means to monitor. All he needed to do was ally with a group to launch a surprise attack, and he would undoubtedly be able to kill Lin Fan. By the way, there's also Qin Wuhua. He must be thinking of avenging Lin Fan. Zheng Zhuang calculated the time. Qin Wuhua had been injured before, but he should have recovered by now. He immediately went to find Qin Wuhua. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate it was already late at night, yet only candles were lit in the courtyard. The servants of the Qin family seemed to have been replaced. Everyone was dressed in black robes covering their heads, carrying candles, and hurrying through the courtyard. In the back courtyard of the Qin family a bonfire was burning. Qin Wuhua sat before the fire, the flames reflecting on his face, revealing his devout, yet solemn expression. "Praise the Mother Goddess," he uttered with a low voice, and one by one the black-robed figures approached with candles, kneeling on the ground, and chanting in unison, "Praise the Mother Goddess." As his words fell, a face formed from flames appeared within the bonfire. "Qin Wuhua, do you still wish?" Qin Wuhua replied sincerely, "No, Qin Haiba has killed many messengers of the Mother Goddess. He is a sinner." Suddenly he knelt down in fear, raising his hands above his head and bowing deeply. "I am also a sinner. 1,000 years ago it was our human race that ravaged this land, provoking the Mother Goddess' wrath and drawing down divine punishment. The myriad races are the messengers of the Mother Goddess here to purge the sinners. And we in our ignorance continue to slay the messengers of the Mother Goddess for 1,000 years. We are all sinners." The face in the flames trembled and a hoarse voice echoed once more. "But you have awakened, as long as you assist the Mother Goddess in cleansing the human race, we shall attain forgiveness." Qin Wuhua bowed down again, devout and fervent. "Praise the Mother Goddess." The crowd fervently echoed in unison. After a long while the bonfire extinguished, Qin Wuhua rose to his feet. Initially he had only intended to ally with the fire worship sect to seek revenge on Lin Fan. However, as he learned more about the fire worship sect, he suddenly realized the depth of his sins. He had regarded the messengers of the Mother Goddess as mere means to an end. How mistaken he had been. The Earth Mother Goddess possessed supreme power, unleashing divine punishment to cleanse this land, and he dared defy such a mighty being. It was akin to seeking death. One must understand that the currently open gates of 10,000 races only reach the silver level at most. As for the golden and platinum level gates, the human race only dared to seal them. Why? Because the human race did not dare to open them. A platinum overlord equated to the strength of a royal-level spiritual practitioner. Should a platinum-caliber alien appear, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the human race. Moreover, above the platinum gates, there were diamond star royal and emperor-level gates. Once an emperor-level alien emerged, it would be the end of the human race. What could the human race use to resist? Fortunately, he had awakened early. This martial examination would be their journey of atonement. Just then, a figure in black approached, saying, "My lord, young master Zheng Zhuang has come to pay a visit." Qin Wuhua's eyes brightened. Zheng Zhuang would also participate in this martial examination, and he held a grudge against Lin Fan. His visit likely aimed to unite against Lin Fan for revenge. Zheng Zhuang is also a sinner. He deserves to die, but perhaps he can be of use before he does. Qin Wuhua waved his hand, saying, "Bring him in." At this moment, at the entrance of the Qin family, Zheng Zhuang instinctively wrapped his clothes tighter. The Qin family seemed to have taken on an eerie atmosphere. In this age of bright lights, why were people lighting candles at night? He turned his head. In the darkness, a line of candle flames moved in unison, advancing in an orderly manner. This scene made Zheng Zhuang's breath hitch, as if he had stumbled into a horror film set. Just as he was about to flee, Qin Wuhua and his group finally emerged from the shadows, the moonlight casting down to reveal their appearances. "Young Master Zheng, long time no see." Zheng Zhuang nodded but couldn't help but ask first, "Master Qin, why are there no lights?" Qin Wuhua paused before replying, "I haven't paid the electricity bill." Zheng Zhuang was taken aback, suddenly finding it quite reasonable. Of course, if the bill wasn't paid, the lights wouldn't be on. He was merely scaring himself. He no longer beat around the bush and said directly, "I know Master Qin also has a grudge against Lin Fan. This martial examination is our only chance." Qin Wuhuo's lips curled into a sinister arc. "Indeed. Young Master Zheng, let's go inside and discuss this in detail." A few days later, Lin Fan was bored at home. He had been waiting for news from the Spiritual Management Bureau and dared not venture out. Unexpectedly, the Spiritual Management Bureau had no news at all. The Min Group also hadn't made a peep. Meanwhile, the Zheng family had been busy selling off many assets, though he had no idea what they were up to. But it didn't matter. Zheng Zhuang had always been at odds with him, and he would be thrilled if the Zheng family went bankrupt. Lin Fan had also been diligently cultivating for a few days, getting closer to advancing to the silver level, but there was still a considerable distance. Training dual spiritual techniques is troublesome. I've been using a bronze overlord level crystal core for cultivation, and this is the result. He felt helpless. This was already the top-tier cultivation resource among bronze levels. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was a message from Xie Gang. Xie Gang, come quickly, urgent. Lin Fan frowned, sensing trouble. Is something wrong on Gangzi's side? Yes, the Min group has a killer squad. They don't dare to seek revenge openly, but they'll definitely resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Fan immediately dressed and left the house. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the location Xie Gang mentioned. It was on the outskirts of Tianwu City, a remote area with only a small village. Lin Fan recalled that this seemed to be Xie Gang's home. He cautiously made his way towards Xie Gang's house. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and all the sounds around him vanished. He opened his mouth to scream, but his voice was caught in his throat. In the next second, a flurry of punches rained down on him, like raindrops landing incessantly on his body. This was nothing short of a brutal beating lasting a full hour. Lin Fan felt as if every part of his body ached, and since his voice had been stripped away, he couldn't even cry out. This sensation was sheer torment. After a long while, Lin Fan finally felt his senses returning, and light gradually appeared before his eyes. He staggered to his feet and saw a gigantic corpse lying opposite him. Feigner, feigner. The giant spoke. Lin Fan jumped up with a start like a startled cat, but the sudden movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. It took Lin Fan a moment to realize that the person was Xie Gang. Suddenly, he noticed that compared to his own bruises and soreness, Xie Gang's state was far worse. Lin Fan threw his arms around Xie Gang, and the two of them cried together. Xie Gang wailed, "Feigner, I told you not to mess around. Look at what we've gotten ourselves into." Lin Fan slapped Xie Gang's back. "You were right there with me." The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. It felt just like their school days when they would fight together outnumbered and taking beatings side by side. Lin Fan had a good idea of who was behind it. Only Bai Feng in Tianwu City possessed sealing spiritual techniques. However, they couldn't say much about it. They had already tricked Bai Feng once, making him help them deal with stolen goods. Just thinking about Bai Feng, who held the identity of a principal and was a model educator helping them with stolen goods, made Lin Fan want to laugh at the stark contrast. Perhaps Bai Feng even helped them handle this matter, and their beating could only be considered a wasted effort. Lin Fan pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and finally realized he could only call Ji Shangxiang. The call was quickly connected. "Is anyone there?" "No way, uncle, I'm not free. I've been beaten up. Send me your location, I'll bring people over immediately. How dare they hit my little follower? They are just asking for death. I can't move much, just come over to take care of us for a while." "All right." Ji Shangxiang arrived quickly. In less than half an hour, she reached the vicinity. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Xie Gang like this, she was furious and clamored to take revenge for them. However, Lin Fan and Xie Gang did not mention who did it, or perhaps they both knew, but did not want to say. Ji Shangxiang had no choice but to give up, went out to buy bandages and healing medicine and bandage the two of them up. Over the next few days, Lin Fan and Xie Gang lay in bed with butterfly knots made from the bandages on their heads. Ji Shangxiang took out her phone and started posing for pictures beside them, having a great time. But despite the fun and games, her care was thorough. Every day they received takeout from a 5-star hotel for every meal, and Ji Shangxiang personally changed their dressings, though her bandaging skills, as evidenced by the butterfly knots on their heads, left much to be desired. Time flew by, and it was the day before the martial arts exam. Lin Fan and Xie Gang removed their bandages and moved their limbs, feeling as if they had fully revived. "Finally, we can go wild again," Xie Gang shouted loudly. Ji Shangxiang pulled the two of them down and said seriously, "Let me tell you about the martial arts exam." Lin Fan was taken aback. "You're a student too?" Ji Shangxiang was puzzled, not looking like a student. She shot Lin Fan a glare before continuing. "The martial arts exam usually takes place in the provincial capital Tianwu City, and this time the location is the White Mouse Gate in Tianwu City. Inside the White Mouse Gate reside the White Mouse exotic clan, which primarily uses mental attacks. However, because they are a mouse clan, their reproductive abilities are extremely strong, and if not cleaned up regularly, a riot can occur within a short period. Therefore, the White Mouse Gate frequently conducts exterminations, ensuring a high level of safety. Moreover, it has been a long time since a White Mouse leader has appeared. This Black Iron Gate, even if a White Mouse leader appears, would only correspond to the strength of a silver-level spiritualist. With our strength, it's not a problem, but we still need to be cautious. Although they are often cleaned out, they rarely delve deep into the white mouse gate, so we have no way of knowing what undesirable things may be hidden inside. Ji Shangxiang finished speaking in one breath, but noticed that Lin Fan and Xie Gang both seemed a bit disinterested. The highest possible strength was only silver level, completely lacking any challenge. However, having had a long break, they welcomed the opportunity to stretch their limbs and didn't think too much about it. The next day, the school gathered everyone and headed to Tianhe City together. Tianwu City is only a little over 100 kilometers from Tianhe City, and the White Mouse Gate is located in the suburbs. The bus took just over an hour to reach the destination. At this moment, the area outside the White Mouse Gate was quite lively. Tianhe City has 8 high spiritual schools, which is significantly more than Tianwu City, but the strength of the coastal spiritual school was also impressive, not much inferior to Tianhe. 1 high. Nearly 300 people from nearby schools gathered around the White Mouse Gate waiting for the martial arts exam to begin. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were also in the school's lineup. Unlike usual, as soon as the two arrived, the previously arrogant classmates all gathered around. Fan Gang, go make sure to cover us a bit when we go into the White Mouse Gate, alright? Yeah, even though there was a bit of misunderstanding before, we don't blame you, Fan Go, and you shouldn't hold it against us either. Big brothers, do you need any trinkets? I've specially trained in handling exotic corpses, I guarantee I'm quick at it. Surrounded by a crowd, the two were the center of attention. Lin Fan was speechless. Just a short time ago, this group had said he was destined to be a mere toilet guard, yet now they had all changed their tune. They only knew about his and Gangzi's connection to the spiritual military, otherwise how could this group of proud classmates lower themselves to talk to them? Lin Fan directly pulled Xie Gang away. Yesterday these people ignored him, and today he wouldn't let them feel like they could reach him. He wasn't that kind-hearted to cover for them. On the edge of the crowd, Zhang Zuangbi's face darkened. He was the one who should have been surrounded. However, during this time his reputation had plummeted. He had been publicly humiliated, mocked for taking loans to train, and even expelled from the spiritual military, so very few people wanted to speak with him now. Zhang Zhuangbi secretly touched his chest where there was a round protrusion. Lin Fan, just wait, you will you wallflowers, you were all fawning over me before, and now you are going to find Lin Fan. You all will die. Zhang Zhuangbi glared at Lin Fan's back, his eyes filled with resentment. Soon the examiner announced the start of the martial arts exam. The entire process was simple and straightforward, lasting 3 days. Killing ordinary white mice counted as 1 point, white mouse elites counted as 10 points, white mouse leaders counted as 100 points, and white mouse lords counted as 1,000 points. And so on. Lin Fan, accompanied by Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang, queued up to prepare to enter. He touched the space equipment on his hand, which had cost a full 10 billion. However, it contained a space of 100 cubic units, enough to hold many crystal cores. Since there are many exotic creatures within the White Mouse Gate, this time we shall win by quantity. Soon it was Lin Fan and his companions' turn. The Spirit Energy Army inspected their spatial equipment and belongings to ensure they carried no other crystal cores into the arena. After verifying their exam numbers, they were allowed to enter. Lin Fan stepped through the White Mouse Gate, and everything spun around him. When he regained his senses, the surroundings had changed dramatically. Endless mountains rolled in waves exhibiting characteristics of karst topography. Upon entering, the sound of white mice squeaking could be heard with groups of them not far away. White mice have a remarkably strong reproductive ability. It is said that they can multiply into an army of 100,000 in just a few months. However, they also produce a significant number of black iron-grade crystal cores, which is why this place has not been completely shut down. The various schools had already discussed their plans to group together after entering. The martial exam did not discourage teamwork, in fact it encouraged it. After all, the number of alien species was terrifying, and for most of the time spiritual practitioners fought in teams, though the final scores were still calculated individually. Lin Fan and his companions did not linger nearby. He grabbed Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang, activated a spatial bubble, and dashed deep into the area. He was now able to control the final release of the phase charge. After stopping, he released it directly towards the sky, which wouldn't cause much of a disturbance. After they left, Zheng Zhuang must have entered as well. He searched fiercely for the traces of Lin Fan and his companions, only to be stunned. Lin Fan and the others had completely vanished. Damn it, where on earth should I look for them? After several consecutive phase charges, Lin Fan stopped again, having traveled several dozen miles deep into the area where there was no one around, though the number of white mice was indeed terrifying. Buzz. Suddenly a ripple spread through the air, and invisible waves of mental energy swept in. Xie Gang's expression turned dull, and he began to grin foolishly. Suehua, Suehua. Lin Fan's vision suddenly blurred, and he saw a mountain of crystal cores. Platinum grade, diamond grade, starstone grade. Countless varieties. He lunged forward, activated the system, and began to voraciously absorb them. Then he saw a diamond-grade crystal core sprout a face and hands which immediately gave him a resounding slap. Lin Fan was taken aback. The scene before him began to blur, and then it vanished like a mirage. He covered his face nearly in tears. At this moment, upgrading his spiritual skills required too much energy. He knew it was an illusion, but wanted to immerse himself in it. Ji Shangxiang looked at the two of them and shook her head helplessly. It's not the godlike opponents that scare me, but... Lin Fan quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth. Don't say it. This illusion is too beautiful. Ooh, I can't resist it. Xie Gang nodded in agreement. Suwa actually invited me to dinner and prepared a whole table of dishes. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang were stunned. Just now Xie Gang's silly grin made them think he had thought of something inappropriate. But it was because he was drooling from too much food. Ji Shangxiang cleared her throat and brought the conversation back on track. There are many white mice nearby, and the mental impact is too strong. My awakening pendant can only hold for a while. We need to act quickly. Lin Fan nodded, stopping his nonsense. We have 3 days. The task ahead is heavy. Our goal is to fill our spatial equipment. Ji Shangxiang contemplated for a moment. Calculating based on the size of the crystal cores, 1 cubic meter can hold about 1400 cores. A 100 cubic meter spatial equipment could hold 140000. 3 of us means 420000. Are we going to wipe out the white mice entirely? Are we going to treat them like the Japanese? Lin Fan chuckled and raised a hand. Cover your heads and crouch down. Whoosh. Over 200 white mice appeared in front of them. Ji Shangxiang's mouth twitched. Well, it seems like we can do this. Lin Fan swiftly dodged spatial bubbles appearing around him. His figure flickered but quickly returned to its original position. In his hand, he now held a bullhorn. He raised his hand and threw the bullhorn. It crashed into the group of white mice, exploding with a roar, creating a large pit in the ground, and a swarm of white mice were violently shredded by the spatial force. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He thought since he could now control the final explosion of the phase charge, it should yield good results if he added this power to the dimensional strike at the last moment. Now it seemed the effect was far beyond his expectations. Division of labor. Gongzi goes for the kill, and Axiang digs for crystal cores. By the way, Axiang, why don't you change into a short skirt? Ji Shangxiang looked bewildered. Why? Lin Fan dodged away, leaving only a sentence. Miss can only be a cheerleader now. Ji Shangxiang paused for a moment, and an image appeared in her mind. Clad in a short skirt, holding 2 pom-poms, executing high kicks, while cheerfully shouting encouragement. Seeing this, she realized her figure was quite graceful. Lin Fan, you dog man, do you think I lack combat power? Next to her, Xie Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Turning around, he saw Ji Shangxiang's murderous expression. Xie Gang immediately raised his hand to summon thunder, vanishing from the spot in a flash. Ji Shangxiang chased after him. Although she lacked spiritual skills, she had financial capabilities and was equipped with spiritual gear. How could she fall behind these 2 dogmen? The 3 of them joked and fought while killing white mice. The mouse horde was in jeopardy. Lin Fan yelled to cover their heads and crouch, pulling over 100 or 200 white mice to wait for slaughter. Moreover, his base control time was now 30 seconds, and after amplification it was 210 seconds, 3.5 minutes. He pulled in large numbers of white mice. Xie Gang stood in place, summoning thunder with his left hand, while extending his right hand. Fingers clawed arcs of electricity, shooting through his fingers, dancing among the mouse horde. With each leap, a white mouse perished. Ji Shangxiang also helped with the killing, but without spiritual skills, she had to activate her spiritual equipment, consuming much energy, and the effect wasn't as good as with spiritual skills. In the end, she had no choice but to accept her role as a sidekick, wielding a small knife to dig for crystal cores behind them. Occasionally, she would shout, Gongzi, you're awesome. Fan Ji, you're mighty, providing emotional support. The 3 of them continued to kill. When tired, they sat down to eat, absorbing the Bronze Lord crystal cores to replenish their spiritual energy, leaving a trail of corpses and blood behind them. At this moment, Zheng Zhuang had been on the road for half a day, searching in vain, still unable to find the trace of Lin Fan and his companions. He felt like crying without tears. Damn it, where on earth did these 3 go? Zheng Zhuang took a deep breath. He decided not to search anymore. Qin Wuhua said that as long as I crush this thing, Lin Fan and his companions will surely die within the White Mouse Gate. Zheng Zhuang immediately tore open his shirt, revealing a round pearl embedded in his flesh. Its interior pulsed with a rich spatial aura. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the pearl, and smashed it to the ground. The orb shattered, releasing a surge of black viscous liquid. Zheng Zhuangbi hurriedly turned and ran to a distance, gazing at the place where the orb had broken with a look of uncertainty. The black viscous liquid spread outwards, quickly covering dozens of meters. It possessed corrosive properties, causing the soil it touched to rapidly vanish. Soon the viscous liquid came to a halt. Zheng Zhuangbi watched this scene from afar, his face filled with confusion. Is that all? In the next moment, a vortex suddenly emerged where the black viscous liquid had settled, as if the gates of myriad races were opening. Zheng Zhuangbi could not comprehend it. Within the gates of myriad races was another opening to the gates of myriad races. How on earth could he kill Lin Fan and his group? As the vortex took shape, a screeching sound began to arise, accompanied by arcs of electricity flickering. Countless rats surged out from the vortex, swiftly occupying a vast area as if a tide had descended. These rats stood 2 to 3 meters tall, their fur a dark purple bristling with arcs of electricity. At the center of their foreheads was a tuft of white fur shaped like lightning, and they possessed 2 sharp teeth in their mouths with arcs of electricity dancing as they flicked their tails. Zheng Zhuangbi's breath caught in his throat. These were Thunderfang rats. His body began to tremble, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran. Madman Xin Wuhua is simply a madman. He doesn't just want Lin Fan dead. He wants all the examinees within the White Mouse Gate, even those from the spiritual energy army, to die. Zheng Zhuangbi was filled with extreme panic. This was a previous opening of the gates of myriad races 3 years ago, reaching a golden level. At first, everyone thought a stable golden core was supplying it, but when they actually entered, they discovered the habitat of the Thunderfang rats was filled with massive amounts of lightning, and weaker golden-level beings could not remain there for long. Most importantly, it was the sheer number. The rat race had an extraordinarily strong reproductive capability, with dense swarms of Thunderfang rats numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands in number. Among them, there were several 100,000 elite Thunderfang rats, with tens of thousands at the commanding level and thousands at the lord level. In the later stages, hundreds to thousands of Thunderfang rat overlords would emerge, their terrifying thunderous power forming a domain that was daunting to behold. Thunderfang rat overlords were equivalent to the existence of royal-level spiritualists. The upper echelons did not dare to take risks. If dozens of Thunderfang rat disasters appeared, it would be a catastrophe for humankind. The Thunderfang rat disaster equated to royal-level power among humankind, yet there were only about 10 royal-level spiritualists in all of Huaxia. After 3 days and nights of extermination, the upper echelons chose to seal the Thunderfang Gate after suffering significant losses. Zheng Zhuangbi thought of this and felt tears welling up. The appearance of the Thunderfang rats here was akin to a dimensional strike. The average strength of the spiritual energy army was at the silver level, while ordinary Thunderfang rats possessed golden level strength. Among the examinees, at most a few were at the silver level. How could they stand against the Thunderfang rats? Run. Zheng Zhuangbi had only this one word in his mind. He kept looking back. The overwhelming tide of rats was still visible from a distance. That place had turned into a sea of thunder. The Thunderfang rats continued to pour out, yet they showed no signs of aggression, merely waiting silently. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept forth. Zheng Zhuangbi's breath caught again, his feet felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't help but turn to look back. In that direction, purple lightning appeared. The purple lightning was roughly the thickness of chopsticks, and the moment it struck the ground, it exploded into a mushroom cloud. Many other examinees also noticed the anomaly and paused to watch. Zheng Zhuangbi wanted to warn them to run, but he found his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a word. In the next moment, one after another purple-furred Thunderfang rats emerged in a line. These were Thunderfang rat lords, powerful entities equivalent to Starstone-level spiritualists. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning suddenly expanded. Those still watching the spectacle realized something was wrong and scattered in all directions. However, their speed could not match that of the purple lightning. A single strand of lightning swept over, and those examinees were reduced to ashes. Zheng Zhuangbi was fortunate. He had been running all along, driven by a strong will to survive that forced him not to stop. But just then, arcs of electricity began to scatter, and the Thunderfang rats finally made their move. As each examinee ran in a panic, the Thunderfang rats were even faster, and they could not escape. The sounds of screams and wails echoed in all directions. Once caught, the 2 sharp teeth of the Thunderfang rats would mercilessly pierce into the bodies of those examinees, tearing apart their flesh and blood. Zheng Zhuangbi was finally caught. The scattered arcs of electricity converged before him, consisting of dozens of ordinary Thunderfang rats equivalent to golden-level strength. No, I am a double-level spiritualist. Even if I am only at the bronze level, I still have the strength to fight against golden-level beings. Zheng Zhuangbi raised his hands above his head. 2 level spiritual techniques were unleashed. The scorching flames spread and a violent hurricane swept across the ground, merging into a terrifying firestorm that charged towards the swarm of Thunderfang rats. The Thunderfang rats squeaked loudly, suddenly transforming into arcs of lightning, fearlessly charging towards the firestorm. Lightning and flames intertwined. In an instant the firestorm ceased, and the Thunderfang rats landed on the ground, merely having slightly ruffled fur. Zheng Zhuangbi clenched his fists. He had overestimated himself, and he was no match for these Thunderfang rats. With his strength, he couldn't break through their defenses. No, I don't believe it. I still have this level spiritual technique absorbed at the bronze level. Black Blade Chain. Zheng Zhuangbi's spiritual power surged forth from within him. This was the level spiritual technique he absorbed at the bronze level. The hurricane compressed, transforming from blue to black, merging into a scythe 100 meters long. Zheng Zhuangbi swung his hand, and the scythe shot out. However, the Thunderfang rats seemed to have lost interest and darted several hundred meters away, making it impossible for the 100-meter scythe to touch them. Zheng Zhuangbi suddenly recalled. The spiritual technique of ordinary Thunderfang rats is a level lightning shadow illusion. Using a level techniques with golden level strength, he couldn't even touch the shadow of the Thunderfang rats. In the next second, Zheng Zhuangbi was engulfed by the lightning, and sharp teeth pierced into him. A chill ran through him. His face twisted in pain. Regret filled his eyes. He should have listened to his father's advice and not opposed Lin Fan. But this time there was no remedy for regret. He lost a third of the Zheng family's fortune and died inexplicably within the White Mouse Gate. As time passed, the spiritual energy army received the news and began to evacuate the crowd, establishing a defensive line. High-ranking officials of the spiritual energy army gathered together. Their only topic of discussion was to seal the White Mouse Gate. The commander of the Lingning army in Tianhe City, Hu Jun, and the deputy commander Sima He. The commander of Tianwu City, Yi Lingfeng. Officers from various Lingning army and presidents of major universities. A crowd gathered in the conference room, chattering incessantly. Hu Jun slammed his hand on the table, unleashing the aura of a star-level spiritual practitioner. The entire room fell silent in an instant. I know you want to conduct a search and rescue, but the last time the Thunderfang Gate opened, it caused immense losses to our Huaxiao, and it vaguely exuded the aura of the Thunderfang Mouse disaster. Out of 3,000 candidates, only 288 were evacuated, less than one-tenth. I am equally pained, but there is nothing we can do. Compared to the millions in Tianhe City, you all understand which is more important. Yi Lingfeng stood up abruptly, bearing immense pressure. This cannot be allowed. At least until Lin Fan comes out, sealing cannot proceed. Bai Feng also stood up, saying, they are all my students and I will do my utmost to protect them. Hu Jun glanced at the two. What will you use to protect them? One is diamond level, and the other is gold level. That's not enough to stop a Thunderfang mouse. Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath. Lin Fan, nothing must go wrong. He remained steadfast to this principle. Initially, perhaps he was motivated by the overwhelming presence behind Lin Fan. Gradually, he realized that Lin Fan represented a different kind of hope. That bizarre spiritual skill indeed seemed amusing, but the ability to directly seal spiritual skills and powers across several levels carried significant meaning for humanity's struggle against foreign races. Lin Fan, being bronze level, could seal gold-level entities, something even the Bai family's sealing experts could not achieve. As long as Lin Fan is given time to grow, when he reaches diamond level, or even star level, he could likely seal numerous royal-level foreign beings. At that moment, Sima He let out a sinister smile. Commander Yi, you are being too selfish, playing with the lives of millions in Tianhe City. I think voting on whether to sacrifice one person at a great cost is better than sealing the White Mouse Gate while the Thunderfang Mouse hasn't surged out. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people raised their hands. Some showed hesitant expressions, most of whom were presidents of major Linggao universities. Not solely for Lin Fan, they were also doing it for their own students. Once the White Mouse Gate is sealed, it would mean sentencing those children to death. Not to mention the formidable Thunderfang mice inside. If by chance they were lucky enough to avoid detection, they would still be trapped within the gate of all races and unable to escape. Without food, they would die of starvation within. As for hunting Thunderfang mice, even the weakest among them is equivalent to gold level. How could these candidates achieve that? Suddenly, the large screen in the conference room lit up. An elderly figure appeared. He exuded an aura of authority from long-held power, causing everyone to fall silent, even through the screen. Seal it. 3 simple words caused those who disagreed to slump back in their chairs. At that moment, Bai Feng appeared to age 10 years, slumping in his seat. The speaker was the overall commander of the Lingning army, the highest decision-maker in Huaxia. He could also sense the helplessness behind those 3 words. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Tianwu City, Guan Yuewan gently adjusted Lin A's collar, saying, "I will wait for you to come home." Lin Aowu smiled foolishly, filled with affection. "This time I might have to be apart from my wife for a long time." Guan Yuewan stroked Lin A's face. I know. She merely whispered. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Aowu opened it. The elderly man who had appeared on the screen stood smiling at the door. "Old Lin, I cannot allow you to be reckless this time." Lin Aowu remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "That is my son." The elder nodded. "I understand, but the fire cult is preparing more than just this. You all cannot move." Lin Aowu seemed to deflate, suddenly sinking down. "But that is my son. He is my son. I have only one wife and one son." The elder patted Lin A's shoulder. "Those 3 boys are not simple, but you all cannot act. You cannot." The elder sighed heavily. He knew this was cruel, but he also believed that Lin Aowu and the others would come to understand. He personally came to inform them, because this matter was of great importance. "Old Lin, if you act, it will be a calamity for Huaxia." With that, the elder turned and left. Lin Aowu remained crouched on the ground, not getting up for a long time. Guan Yuewan walked over, her eyes filled with tears. She could only embrace Lin A's head, silently weeping. She was Shengwan Ma Nu, and she had never known the rules. But she had also become a mother. She knew what those words meant. "Trust our son, he will be fine." Lin Aowu took a deep breath and stood up. "Wife, take action." "Ooh, I cannot act, but you can." Guan Yuewan nodded, her gentle smile still present, but her eyes held a palpable killing intent. "Fire cult trash." The cold words rang out. Within half an hour, at the Qin family, shadows rushed in, all of them women. Yet these female warriors were decisive in killing, attacking anyone in sight. Qin Wuhua knelt on the ground, his hands and feet bloodied, staring in terror at the group of women in black. "Who are you?" The leading woman stepped on Qin Wuhuo's shoulder, demanding, "Where are the fire cult members? How many in Tianwu City are colluding with the fire cult?" Qin Wuhuo's eyes were fervent, praised the mother goddess. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Qin family was brought up. "This is your niece, right? Kill." Qin Wuhua was stunned, watching helplessly as his niece fell into a pool of blood. "Will you speak?" "Kill." One by one, members of the Qin family fell to the ground, losing their voices, their wide eyes revealing their unwillingness. Qin Wuhuo's fervor turned into fear, then despair. He lay on the ground. "No, don't kill them. "Ooh, I will speak, I will speak." On this day, a bloody assault swept through Tianhe City and Tianwu City. Anything even slightly related to the fire cult was swept away by a terrifying force, obliterated into nothingness. Meanwhile, inside the White Mouse Gate, Lin Fan and the others faced thousands of Thunderfang mice with heaps of their corpses behind them. The 3 looked pale as paper. Lin Fan could indeed control these Thunderfang mice, but they were gold-level foes, and they were only bronze level. Even if the Thunderfang mice stood still, it would take considerable effort to defeat them. "Run, we cannot kill them." Lin Fan raised his hand to conjure a spatial bubble, suddenly darting towards the distance. He ran without stopping. Lin Fan wanted to escape, but found that the perimeter was filled with groups of Thunderfang mice. He could only change direction and run deeper into the White Mouse Gate. There the White Mouse clan existed, providing a temporary refuge from the Thunderfang mice. That might be our only chance of survival. Lin Fan, accompanied by Xie Gang, sprinted through the White Mouse Gate, plunging deeper into the mountains. The terrain around them grew increasingly complex, providing the 3 with ample opportunities to hide. Lin Fan found a cave on a sheer cliff, and the 3 took refuge inside, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. What the hell, has the White Mouse mutated? Lin Fan couldn't help but scoff. Xie Gang's mind conjured up a comparison between the White Mouse and the Thunderfang mouse. One was slightly larger than a kitten, covered in white fur, and appeared harmless. The other had 2 tusks, was covered in purple-black fur, and stood 2 to 3 meters tall. It was unclear whether the Thunderfang mouse had injured its leg, or if the White Mouse had gone off track, leading them to appear in the same gate of all races. After all, in their millennia of understanding, within a single gate of all races there could only be one type of foreign race. Ji Shangxiang regained her composure and gathered the 2 closer. "So what should we do next?" Xie Gang produced the core of a bronze overlord. "I'm not far from reaching silver rank. When that time comes, I'll absorb a Thunderfang mouse's spiritual technique and fight them heathen." Lin Fan rubbed his forehead, realizing that Xie Gang was being predictably bold. Ji Shangxiang, however, nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, that's a good approach. The ordinary Thunderfang mouse possesses the lightning shadow technique, which is rated A. The elite ones have class techniques like Thunderfang tier. If we managed to hunt an elite Thunderfang mouse and absorb the Thunderfang tier, we wouldn't be without fighting power." Lin Fan's eyes twinkled. It was indeed true. and class technique granted the ability to fight above one's rank, and with Xie Gang able to absorb thunder to temporarily enhance his strength, they could potentially kill a golden rank. With his spiritual technique, they could indeed break through this place. However, he also had the chance to achieve in class technique. I have a bold idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang simultaneously exclaimed, "No way." Xie Gang recalled the Emperor of Smoke and the rampaging bull protecting its own, as well as the robbery gate group. Each of Lin Fan's ideas was indeed bold, but they came with risks. Lin Fan scratched his head and said helplessly, "Just hear me out, this time it's really a good plan. Think about it, why would foreign races erupt into chaos in a short period?" Ji Shangxiang frowned slightly. "Are you suggesting that they have no enemies?" Lin Fan snapped his fingers, looking at Ji Shangxiang with a gratifying expression akin to that of a proud father. It's well known that foreign races are bloodthirsty. However, as long as humans don't intrude, they cannot turn on each other. They can only absorb spiritual energy to sustain their consumption. This is akin to the instinct of foreign races. Their attacks on humans are also instinctual, firstly for flesh, and secondly, because humans harbor spiritual energy, which constitutes their food. Ji Shangxiang's eyes lit up. With this foundational logic in place, the mutual hunting between the White Mouse and Thunderfang Mouse became understandable. Although it was unclear why the Thunderfang Mouse appeared here after devouring the candidates and spiritual energy soldiers within the gate, it had only two options. Either hunt the White Mouse for food or charge out of the gate of all races. Ji Shangxiang was well aware that the Thunderfang Mouse had no chance of breaking out. 3 years ago, after the Thunderfang Mouse rampaged, the spiritual energy army's choice was to seal this gate of all races. Thus the Thunderfang Mouse and the White Mouse would only attack each other. Are you suggesting we escalate the conflict between the Thunderfang Mouse and the White Mouse? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of camaraderie, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He proudly patted his chest. In terms of strength, the Thunderfang Mouse is indeed formidable, but we are primates endowed with remarkable intelligence. He pointed to his head. When it comes to dirty tricks, let alone the Thunderfang Mouse overlord, even the Thunderfang Mouse calamity is not my match. Lin Fan leaned closer to the two, lowering his voice, and wore a sinister smile. Accelerating their conflict is incredibly simple. We can split up one to attract the Thunderfang Mouse's firepower, and one to draw the White Mouse's firepower, and then meet up. He'll use phase charge to bring everyone out. Taking advantage of the chaos between the two sides, we can immediately turn around and raid the Thunderfang Mouse's den. Once the Thunderfang Mouse mobilizes, won't their home be left with only the weak and old? Lin Fan laughed maniacally. Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang exchanged glances. What was the difference between this and punching the elderly home in the south and kicking the kindergarten in the north? However, it did seem quite feasible. At the very least, in the Thunderfang Mouse's lair there would indeed be young ones, and the old and the cores of the dead Thunderfang mice could also be collected. As long as enough Thunderfang mice were mobilized, wouldn't raiding their home be as easy as pie? Ji Shangxiang's eyes flickered. She was also close to reaching silver rank. If we can truly enter the Thunderfang gate, I believe I have a way to get you all out. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were taken aback. Lin Fan laughed heartily, kneeling on one knee, one hand clutching his heart, while the other took Ji Shangxiang's hand. "It's still my family's young lady." Ji Shangxiang snorted lightly. "I allow you to kiss the back of my hand." Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise, turning away in disdain. "I saw you didn't wash your hands after handling the White Mouse, so I'm not interested." Ji Shangxiang's face turned green as she chased Lin Fan, giving him a good beating. The three of them engaged in playful antics. All the pressure from being hunted vanished, and they dared not start a fire, instead resting back to back. Xie Gang seemed to understand the effort required holding the bronze overlord's core to cultivate. However, just 3 minutes later, Lin Fan heard Xie Gang snoring. He shook his head helplessly and nudged Xie Gang. Xie Gang opened his eyes groggily. "What's wrong?" "Off." Lin Fan feigned confusion. "Gongzi, did you fall asleep? I was going to wake you up to take a leak." Xie Gang immediately got angry. "Are you crazy?" Lin Fan seemed to have been waiting for this line. He was delighted and stopped paying attention to Xie Gang. Xie Gang was speechless, but after waking up he lost interest in sleeping and instead began to truly cultivate. Lin Fan took out the core, his face filled with worry. During the previous division of spoils, he had taken most of the golden and platinum cores, so the final 78 billion belonged to Xie Gang. However, Gongzi still gave him 20 billion. The platinum cores were worth 10 million each, and he had only received 2,000 of them. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have invested the previous 5,000 cores into the huddled position. Perhaps now, he could have upgraded a spiritual technique if he pulled them together. Upgrading dimensional kill to class and upgrading phase charge to increase its distance would make it safer here. Just then, Ji Xiangxiang leaned over. You seem to be in dire need of cores. Lin Fan nodded. Isn't that the— You don't want to ask me why despite absorbing so many cores my strength remains at bronze rank. Ji Xiangxiang shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. You don't ask me why I had no combat power at silver rank before. Of course I won't ask you. Friends need honesty, but they also need to pretend to be deaf and mute. Lin Fan exclaimed, That's quite reasonable. Ji Xiangxiang glanced at the platinum cores on the ground. How many more do you need? Lin Fan's eyes brightened. 8,000. Ji Xiangxiang fell silent for a moment. This was indeed just a tiny bit off. Ji Xiangxiang drew a pendant from her bosom. It was finely wrought set with a blue gemstone that emitted a faint, ghostly azure glow in the dimness. Are you sure you'll return it to me? Lin Fan blinked in surprise. Wait, sister, you actually have one. Didn't you search yourself when you came in? Wouldn't there be crystal cores in your spatial gear? He nodded so earnestly it looked comical. Really? Actually, I'm short 12000. Do you have it? Ji Shangxiang's mouth twitched. Lin Fan. Her private cache contained 8,100 platinum-grade crystal cores given to her by her mother as part of the family's reserve. I was joking. 8,000 is never too few. 18,000 is never too many. Lin Fan raised both hands in surrender. Ji Xiangxiang produced 8,000 cores. You must return this to me. It's my mother's. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I understand. Your mother's. Ji Shangxiang's expression darkened. She thumped Lin Fan, a scoundrel who took advantage and still dared to taunt her. Lin Fan accepted the cores and immediately began to absorb them. After a moment's thought, he decided to invest the cores into Xiangwei Mengchong. After all, Xie Gang could soon reach silver rank, absorb the offensive spirit technique of the Lei Yishu, and boost his attack power. He could crouch behind and support Xie Gang. Moreover, Ji Xiangxiang, dressed head to toe in spiritual energy gear, would break silver and raise her spiritual power another tier, becoming a potent force in her own right. With Xiangwei Mengchong at his command, he could carry everyone into action. At that thought, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. Over 10,000 crystal cores vanished in an instant. Xiangwei Mengchong phase charge rank B. Condense a mass of spatial force around the body and drive it to surge forward for 2,000 meters. Upon completing the dash, release a concussive shockwave. Note power increases with travel distance. Upgrade requirement 1000 diamond grade crystal cores. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. It had not explicitly said the distance would simply double upon upgrading. With an amplifying spirit technique applied, his phase charge stretched to 1400 meters, each thrust spanning well over 10 kilometers. His margin of safety was greatly improved. Harboring an appetite for mischief, Lin Fan set about cultivating with the crystal cores. The next day, the three of them set their plan into motion. Ji Xiangxiang remained to train. In a day or two, she could very likely break into silver rank if she pushed herself. Xie Gang would draw the attention of the Lei Yishu, while Lin Fan sought to lure the Baishu. After all, the Baishu were only black iron rank heterodox species inside Wanzhou Gate. Their individual strength was limited. Lin Fan needed to find Baishu lords, Baishu overlords, possibly even a Baishu calamity. Lin Fan pressed deeper. Each phase charge carried him tens of kilometers. In minutes, he could surge hundreds of li away. Trailing him was a swelling army of Baishu, no fewer than 100,000, a dense shifting sea. At last, 200 li, and he came upon a dozen Baishu prostrate upon the ground. Even before he drew near, a wave of oppressive aura washed over him. It was the scent peculiar to calamity-level creatures, like the imminence of a natural disaster. Lin Fan swallowed. Ew, at that level, even a casual exhalation could end him. Yet life would be dull without a little daring. With a flash, he charged toward one Baishu calamity. The beast seemed to sleep, breathing steadily until Lin Fan drew close, and its eyes gradually opened. The next instant, Lin Fan unleashed the power he had accumulated over tens of thousands of meters and struck the Baishu calamity in full. Boom! The creature was sent spinning into the air and hurled hundreds of meters away. Before it could fall, spatial energies coalesced beneath it, and rows of dimensional killing horns thrust from the earth. 10 horns at base amplified to 70, like a spiked slab of steel rising from the ground. With a thunderous crash, the Baishu calamity slammed to the ground, raising a pall of dust. It shrieked in fury. It had been dozing and had been rudely woken. Is this person insane? Even Baishu have a morning temper, they thought. With a roar, the other Baishu calamities opened their eyes, each gaze steeped in a world-weary, hostile contempt. In a heartbeat, every Baishu calamity turned its attention to Lin Fan. After a few moments of thought, he extended his hand and beckoned them with a curl of his finger. Come on then, he projected through his spiritual power. The Baishu calamities churred and began to swell in size. In the blink of an eye, each Baishu calamity had grown to the size of a 10-story building. Lin Fan swallowed. No one had warned him how terrifying they could be. He raised his hand with feigned levity. Such cute little rats. Surely they wouldn't kill anyone, right? The squeaks stitched into a chorus. Their eyes flashed blood-red, brimming with savage, murderous intent. One Baishu calamity reached out and tore up the earth as if it were paper, flinging a chunk toward Lin Fan. Boom. A cacophony of falling stones filled the air. From the eddying dust, a spatial bubble launched, and in an instant blinked tens of thousands of meters away. Yet the Baishu calamities seemed to scent his presence. They lifted their snouts and flexed their hind legs. Boom. The ground fractured. One after another, the Baishu calamities rocketed forth like shells, each leap spanning thousands of meters and raising plumes of dust on impact. Lin Fan dared not linger. He spun and fled. It was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The Baishu surged out from every direction like a deluge, trailing him in a vast thunderous tide. The dense mass of beasts shook the very earth. Lin Fan vaulted a ridge at reckless speed. Behind him, the Baishu horde charged. In mere breaths, an entire ridge crumbled beneath their assault. Dust billowed as the Baishu continued their relentless pursuit. Lin Fan did not pause. He kept launching phase charges, the horde dogging his heels without respite. From a high vantage, the mountains unrolled like waves. To the left, a white ocean of Baishu. To the right, streaks of electric light racing across the ground. A dense, chaotic scene. Before long, Lin Fan met Xie Gang. He scooped him up and changed direction, resuming phase charge at full force. In the blink of an eye, they were tens of thousands of meters away. Minutes later, the two of them finally escaped the battlefield. After their departure, the Baishu army collided with the Lei Yishu forces. At first, they met without shrieking, then crashed into one another. Though the Baishu were weak individually, their numbers were overwhelming. And in the melee, they managed to slay a surprising number of Lei Yishu. Swarms of Baishu devoured the fallen Lei Yishu. Their auras began to mutate. Within breaths, some advanced to elite rank, and then swiftly broke through to become commanders. As the battle war on the Baishu gained the upper hand and pressed a ferocious assault. Yet the Lei Yishu were fleet and reinforcements poured in from all directions. The tide of battle ground into a stalemate. At the fringes of the battlefield, 3 furtive figures appeared, shouldering woven sacks and skulking like thieves. The battlefield was ablaze with intensity. The white rats and thunder-toothed rats clashed endlessly. The sheer number of white rats was overwhelming, with dozens attacking a single thunder-toothed rat. Moreover, the increasing presence of elite and commander-level white rats meant they were not at a disadvantage. Nearby, the collision of spiritual energy stirred up violent storms. As Lin Fan and the others approached, the white rats and thunder-toothed rats around them detected their presence, squeaking loudly before suddenly turning and charging towards them. Lin Fan took a large step forward, shielding Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang behind him. Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang exchanged glances, and in unison they reached out and threw Lin Fan forward. They want to use him as a shield. Lin Fan felt a rush of urgency and quickly unleashed his spiritual technique. Crouch and cover your heads. The approaching white rats and thunder-toothed rats all crouched down in unison. Among them was even an elite thunder-toothed rat. However, the elite thunder-toothed rat was the limit of Lin Fan's abilities. His current spiritual techniques only had an effect on platinum-level foes. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang ceased their bickering and rushed in together, beginning to reap the lives of the white rats and thunder-toothed rats. Lin Fan took charge of controlling the incoming white and thunder-toothed rats. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang were responsible for the kills. The trio coordinated seamlessly. In no time, a large pile of corpses from the white rats and thunder-toothed rats accumulated around them. However, as the bodies piled up, the white rats and thunder-toothed rats started fighting amongst themselves once more. Lin Fan sat atop the head of an elite thunder-toothed rat, panting heavily as he surveyed the battlefield. Why do they fight us and then suddenly rush back to battle among themselves? Xie Gang scratched his head. Are they scared of being killed? Lin Fan's mouth twitched. If it were only Xie Gang, his thought process remained so simplistic. Looking at the pile of corpses below, a light bulb suddenly went off in his head. What if we were the skins of the white rats? Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Fan leaped down, grabbed his small dagger, and began skinning the rats, smearing their blood and flesh on himself. I suspect it has to do with the scent. Lin Fan worked quickly, soon donning the skin of a white rat, and then boldly strode towards the battlefield. The nearby white rats squeaked at Lin Fan a couple of times and surprisingly veered away from him. His eyes shifted and a plan formed in his mind. Lin Fan jumped to a high point, landing on all fours like a white rat, emitting squeaks. For a moment, many of the white rats around him paused. Yet in their eyes there was a hint of confusion. They could not understand this language system at all. Seeing the white rat stop, Lin Fan felt his strategy might actually work. He immediately raised his hand, pointing towards the thunder-toothed rats. Crouch and cover your heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 200 thunder-toothed rats suddenly appeared among the white rats, all crouching down. Lin Fan squeaked a few more times. This time it seemed as if the white rats understood as they charged forward en masse to attack the thunder-toothed rats. Under their fierce, gnawing thunder-toothed rats fell one after another. The white rats began to devour the flesh and blood of the thunder-toothed rats, gradually growing stronger. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stealthily moved across the battlefield, collecting the cores from the thunder-toothed rats. After the feast, he found himself surrounded by over 100 commander-level white rats. There was even one that had evolved into a white rat lord. Lin Fan squeaked once more and lifted his hand. Again, 200 thunder-toothed rats appeared in the clearing. This time the surrounding white rats showed no hesitation, directly pouncing to tear them apart. The white rat lord charged through the ranks of thunder-toothed rats, swiftly killing dozens in mere moments. After all, the white rat lord was equivalent to a golden level and matched well against these ordinary thunder-toothed rats. Yet with their spiritual techniques sealed, the thunder-toothed rats were utterly helpless, becoming mere prey for the white rat lord. Lin Fan employed the same tactic, extracting the cores. Then, standing on high ground, he raised his hand again for another command to crouch and cover heads. The white rat army displayed remarkable military discipline. As soon as the thunder-toothed rats appeared, they lunged forward, gutting and devouring them. Sometimes Lin Fan didn't even need to dig out the cores himself, though after the thunder-toothed rats were devoured, the cores would automatically drop out, and he could simply collect them. Thus the tide of battle completely shifted. Lin Fan, draped in white rat skin, stood high, effortlessly summoning thunder-toothed rats, while the white rats became his mounts, charging forward to slay and feast, growing stronger. Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang crouched in a corner, utterly stunned. Wait, am I seeing things? You're not mistaken. He infiltrated the white rat horde and had them do his bidding. It's simply outrageous. Ji Shangxiang peeked out. She saw Lin Fan continually squeaking, with the surrounding white rats responding. It was as if they could truly communicate. Ji Shangxiang rubbed her eyes. While she still couldn't accept it, silently she took out a small dagger and prepared to gut a white rat. Xie Gang was taken aback. What are you doing? Ji Shangxiang looked up, forcing a smile. I plan to join in. Xie Gang fell silent for a moment. Thus next, the three donned white rat skins and formed a faction within the white rat army. Lin Fan raised his hand to unleash a spiritual technique, summoning thunder-toothed rats, and the army charged in to slay. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang moved through the battlefield, extracting cores with impressive efficiency. After several hours, Lin Fan had gathered 20 white rat lords around him. One white rat lord approached Lin Fan, sniffing the air. Squeak, 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 you seem to smell a bit foul. Lin Fan pondered for a few seconds and seemed to understand the white rat lord's meaning. The weather was too hot, and after several hours the white rat skin began to rot. Squeak, 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 hold on, I'll change my skin. Squeak, 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 what do you mean? Squeak, 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 it means, brother, are you about to die? Squeak, 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 your accent is heavy, I can't understand. Lin Fan directly executed a crouch and raised his hand to condense a dimensional strike, piercing the chest of the white rat lord. The white rat lord, even in death, could not comprehend how a perfectly fine companion suddenly extended an evil hand towards him. Moments later, Lin Fan transformed into the white rat lord, standing high, and called out, gathering hundreds of white rats. Seeing the army grow larger, he raised his hand and continuously unleashed spiritual techniques. Thousands of thunder-toothed rats suddenly appeared around them. The newly arrived white rats were frightened and scattered. The older white rats emitted disdainful squeaks and charged forward to kill. The new white rats gawked for several seconds, tilting their heads, sensing that these thunder-toothed rats seemed suddenly harmless, and immediately joined the fray. Thus Lin Fan held a core in his left hand, while releasing spiritual techniques, with his right lounging in the still warm skin of the white rat lord, leisurely awaiting the white rats to help him slay the thunder-toothed rats. He would rest when his spiritual energy was exhausted. Several white rat lords even guarded him nearby. It was a situation where he thrived as if he were a fish in water. Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang were digging for crystal cores with great difficulty, while cautiously weaving through the horde of mice. They looked up at Lin Fan, who was being attended to from above, feeling a sense of imbalance in their hearts. Lin Fan had changed into the skin of a white mouse lord, and around him white mice even brought offerings of the heart flesh of Thunderfang mice to Lin Fan. This was the most refined part of a Thunderfang mouse's entire body. Xie Gang could not take it anymore. He feared that his brother was not doing well, yet he also feared that his brother was driving a Land Rover. That was how he felt right now. I want to change my skin too. I'll kill a commander level 1 first. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Not long after Xie Gang had changed into the skin of a white mouse, commander turned in a different direction and stood atop a high place, squeaking, rallying a wave of white mice numbering over 50. He raised his hand and pointed directly at the horde of Thunderfang mice bathing in the lightning as he initiated the charge. The white mouse elites behind him, after a brief pause, followed Xie Gang into the fray. Xie Gang was indeed fierce, but it wasn't reckless. He led 50 white mouse elites around the edge of the battlefield, specifically targeting lone Thunderfang mice to kill. 50 white mice besieged a single Thunderfang mouse, and the outcome was without suspense. After several successful hunts, the white mouse elites behind him had completely become his diehard fans, following him into battle without fear. After a while, the white mouse skin on Xie Gang had completely turned to char from multiple lightning strikes. A white mouse elite approached, staring at the lump of charcoal with a flicker of human-like concern in its eyes. "Squeak, boss, you seem to be a bit dead." Xie Gang waved his hand. "Squeak, don't worry, it's just some wind." The white mouse elite was moved, then filled with rage. It turned back to the horde of mice to spread the word. Their boss led them through. The Thunderfang mice was struck by lightning into char, and despite being severely injured, refused to rest. Even in a near-death state, he persisted bravely, leading them to fight on the battlefield. The other white mice, upon hearing this, were filled with respect. They knew they could also be struck by lightning from the Thunderfang mice. It was a painful process. If the boss had been struck like that, he must be enduring great pain. This was a battle for the clan, a matter of life and death. The surrounding squeaks of cries echoed continuously. A new squad of 200 elite white mice emerged on the battlefield under the leadership of a charred white mouse commander, displaying a unique brilliance. When the Thunderfang mice were isolated, they charged in unison. If they weren't isolated, no problem, just turn around and run. No, that was called tactical retreat, luring the enemy deep, waiting for the Thunderfang mice to be isolated, and then taking them down one by one. What if the Thunderfang mice weren't fooled? No problem, a group of white mice would simply turn around, lift their tails, and sway provocatively. It was a blatant taunt. Could the Thunderfang mice endure that? Of course not. A group rushed into the white mouse army, and then they were picked off one by one. After a bout of lightning strikes, the layer of white mouse skin on Xie Gang began to flake off, and he could only change into a new skin with tears in his eyes. The skin was changed, and the scent also shifted. However, what remained unchanged was that a white mouse commander struck by lightning would always appear, leading the other white mice to execute brilliant tactics. At this moment, Ji Shangxiang crouched among the mice. To her left was Lin Fan, draped in the skin of a white mouse lord, calmly seated on a high platform, and whenever he called, the army would respond. To her right was Xie Gang, rallying his ever-growing team, charging through the Thunderfang mice. Engaging in guerrilla tactics, luring the enemy deep, laying traps, surrounding reinforcements, tactical retreats, encircling from 4 directions. Various tactics were expertly played by Xie Gang. The Thunderfang mice, encountering a strategist, were truly suffering. The most classic moment came when Ji Shangxiang even saw a white mouse commander lowering its proud head before Xie Gang. Xie Gang directly raised his hand, casually squeaking, as if he were enjoying a drink and barbecue with his brothers. Right. Xie Gang was indeed barbecuing. With a fire, he sprinkled generous amounts of cumin salt and chili powder, roasting the Thunderfang mice. After eating the roasted meat, the group of white mice immediately surrendered. Even those who had advanced to white mouse lords nodded in admiration at the skin Xie Gang wore. After one opportunity, Xie Gang successfully changed into the skin of a white mouse lord. Then he began to confidently command the hundreds below, all at least commander-level, white mice to launch attacks. Occasionally he would engage in battle. That one squeak would ignite the morale of all the white mice, filling them with fighting spirit. This was quite difficult for Ji Shangxiang. She had to keep weaving around, digging for crystal cores of the Thunderfang mice. Her hands were numb, and she felt exhausted. Ji Shangxiang realized a fact: she was far too normal. If only she had a shred of madness like Lin Fan and Xie Gang, this situation of the 2 heroes would surely become a 3-hero stalemate. No way, why are they having so much fun while I'm here digging for crystal cores? Just then Ji Shangxiang suddenly spotted some scattered white mice at the edge of the battlefield. Those white mice wanted to join the battle, but had no team. With a glint in her eye, Ji Shangxiang immediately made a decision. She changed her strategy. She gathered those scattered white mice, even though they were just ordinary white mice and couldn't participate in the battle. But it didn't matter as long as they could navigate the battlefield. Ji Shangxiang led her small team, personally teaching them to dig for crystal cores. Then she used the crystal cores from Thunderfang mice and the deceased white mice to trade with Xie Gang and Lin Fan. On Lin Fan's side, there was a large pile of heart flesh from Thunderfang mice, all offered by the white mice. Ji Shangxiang approached, pointing at that pile of heart flesh. Crystal cores for heart flesh, how about that? Lin Fan was unsure what Ji Shangxiang was planning. He had already immersed himself in this automated slaughter, waving his hand dismissively. Whatever. Ji Shangxiang immediately handed the dug-out crystal cores to Lin Fan and left with the heart flesh. Then she began to gather her subordinates using the heart flesh. This was the most essential flesh of the Thunderfang mice. After ordinary white mice consumed it, their strength would significantly increase in a short time. Ji Shangxiang then found Xie Gang trading heart flesh for roasted meat, which she then traded with Lin Fan, acting as a middleman to profit. Thus days later, Ji Shangxiang, Xie Gang, and Lin Fan sat confidently on high platforms draped in the skins of white mouse lords, establishing a three-way territorial division. Lin Fan simply raised his hand, releasing spiritual techniques to let the white mice kill. Meanwhile, Xie Gang had to constantly maneuver around the battlefield using tactics, which meant he couldn't stay in one place for long. Ji Shangxiang directly opened a supply line. After all, the white mice under Lin Fan and Xie Gang couldn't dig for crystal cores, yet they only knew how to devour flesh. This supply line consisted of trading roasted meat for crystal cores from Xie Gang, then using the large amount of roasted meat to find Lin Fan in exchange for Thunderfang mouse corpses, digging for crystal cores, skinning and butchering, sending them back to Xie Gang for processing, and trading for new roasted meat. The trading formed a closed loop. But just when the situation was looking good, a conflict arose. The white mice on Xie Gang's side discovered that they could also dig out crystal cores themselves and split off to form their own supply line. Why should they trade? The white mice on Lin Fan's side found that as long as there was fire, they could also roast meat. The middleman profit situation erupted. The three-way territorial division was shattered. One day, Lin Fan, Xie Gang, and Ji Shangxiang each occupied their respective territories, staring intensely at each other. In this world, what has been united must be divided, and what has been divided must be united. Haji Fan, you've killed too many Thunderfang mice. Haji Xiang, as a capitalist, you're too heartless. Three furious roars heralded the beginning of a chaotic battle. Xie Gang donned a pelt from a blind white rat, leading the charge as he fought for freedom. They could only kill those defenseless layer rats. How dare they look down on us? Xie Gang was unsure if the white rats understood, but he was already hyping himself up. The battle song of freedom echoed in his ears as he prepared to charge forward, ready to crush everything in his path. Lightning roared, striking him repeatedly. As he raised his hand, arcs of electricity leapt out, claiming the lives of the white rats. The white rats behind him were unsure why they were fighting, but their leader charged ahead, and they dared not stop. Lin Fan wore the luxurious pelt of the white rat lord and ascended to a high point. Haji Gang, I am the rightful leader. How dare you rebel against me? And Haji Xiang, the crystal nuclei you collect all belong to me. Have you all forgotten that I led you into the white rat horde? He was furious, heartbroken. As the legitimate white rat lord, he faced such treachery. If you want war, then let it be. The three rat factions clashed, with brutal carnage ensuing. By the end, Lin Fan and his companions joined the fray, fighting so fiercely that their pelts began to tear. Ji Shangxiang had already broken through to the silver level, her spirit energy gear shimmering with various lights. Lin Fan and Xie Gang were not to be outdone, exchanging blows in a chaotic melee. The three rat squads were equally matched, resulting in mutual devastation. Finally, the three lay in the center of the rat corpses, bruised and battered, but all had regained their senses. Lin Fan rubbed his face, saying, "Why are we even fighting? Wouldn't it be better to simply gather the white rats and harvest the layer rats?" Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang fell silent. For some reason, the atmosphere had escalated. Not fighting seemed unacceptable. Ji Shangxiang said softly, "I think we are blinded by power." Xie Gang scratched his head. "My brothers follow me, and I just want to secure better benefits for them." Lin Fan pondered this. Just like in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, where three factions contended, a victor must be determined. Just as in the Valley of the End, where Mingzhou fought Kagaya, battling for the future of the tailed beasts. It was akin to the Spring Day Defense Force competing for the captain's allegiance in a land dispute at Little Green's house. In any case, the atmosphere was charged. Lin Fan pulled up Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang. After days and nights of fierce battle, this conflict was nearing its end, with both layer rats and white rats suffering heavy casualties. The real fire had ignited. The three silently harvested the crystal nuclei, slipping into the night, vanishing from sight. They had disappeared, but within the White Rat tribe their legend remained. Once there was a blind White Rat Lord who rose from obscurity, leading them to fight for freedom and There was also a prosperous White Rat Lord whose valiant generals led 5 White Rat Lords dominating the scene and slaying countless layer rats. And there was an ordinary White Rat, though of low rank, who opened a barter trade channel for their tribe, marking the beginning of commerce. Meanwhile, the 3 legends found the dark vortex. Lin Fan and his companions hid in a cave, watching the direction of the vortex from a distance. This place was too conspicuous, guarded by the Leia Rat Lord, with lightning spilling out, as if the surroundings had become a sea of thunder. Countless Leia rats surged forth as if their numbers were endless. The 3 found themselves in a predicament. They intended to raid the Leia Rat's lair, but given the circumstances there were still many Leia rats, and the dominant Rat Lord was guarding the entrance. How could they get in? Lin Fan stroked his chin. I have a bold idea. Let's charge directly and using phase shift. After all, we are fast, and the Leia Rat Lord may not react in time. Ji Shangxiang's mouth twitched. That truly was a bold idea. No, the power emanating from the Leia Rat Lord is enough to tear us apart. Before we even reach them, we would be obliterated. Xia Gang patted his chest. We must at least try. We should charge straight in. Lin Fan spread his hands, feeling helpless. They only had a little over 300 golden level crystal nuclei, nowhere near enough to upgrade and amplify their spirit techniques. If they didn't enter, they couldn't gather the 100 nuclei required for amplification. Moreover, they could only enter if Ji Shangxiang had a way to lead them out. They had been trapped here for an unknown number of days. All 3 were on the verge of losing their minds. At that moment, several Leia Rat Lords suddenly raised their heads, gazing deep into the mountain range. Lin Fan followed their gaze, feeling an unprecedented, formidable aura, both imposing and powerful. In the depths of the mountains, a mountain suddenly moved. Yes, it was truly moving. Dust fell away, revealing strands of white fur. Lin Fan instinctively covered his mouth, gazing uncertainly in that direction. The ground trembled slightly. When the mountain turned its head, Lin Fan realized it was a gigantic white rat. At this moment, the guarding Leia Rat Lord seemed unsettled, with lightning erupting around them, and a sense of destruction filled the air. In the next moment, the Leia rats erupted in chaos. The Leia Rat Lord led the surrounding horde toward the depths of the mountains. Once the rat horde left, Lin Fan and his companions regained their senses, soaked in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a sauna. Lin Fan swallowed hard, saying, "That must be the White Rat King." Ji Shangxiang nodded. Even if it's a white rat disaster, it wouldn't warrant these Leia Rat Lords to act. The only explanation is that it's a king-level white rat. Lin Fan immediately jumped up. That's our opportunity. Charge, charge, charge. Lin Fan grabbed Ji Shangxiang and Xia Gang, and with a phase shift they plunged directly into the vortex. After a whirlwind of chaos, the 3 landed on the ground, where dark clouds rolled and lightning flashed within, occasionally striking down to the earth. Here vast stretches of desolate mountains were scattered with deep purple plants. Perhaps due to the numerous Leia rats venturing out, they saw no trace of them nearby. Lin Fan and his companions exchanged glances and began to explore the surroundings. The barren mountains had large holes which were the nests of the Leia rats, where they occasionally found some golden-level crystal nuclei. After searching, the 3 crossed several mountain peaks. These desolate mountains had been extensively tunneled by the Leia rats, crisscrossed with many signs of their habitation. They saw a mountain covered in purple weeds, which had a single hole over 10 meters high located in the center of the mountain. Lin Fan immediately activated his phase shift and dashed into the cave with Ji Shangxiang and the others in a flash. Once inside, the 3 exchanged glances, all astonished. The cave was meticulously carved, emanating a faint and refreshing fragrance. At the very center there was an opening at the top, through which thunder sometimes struck down, hitting a pile of purple grass. Surprisingly, the purple grass seemed impervious to the lightning. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he noticed something sparkling beneath the grass, and rushed over. Among the grass lay numerous crystal cores. In the central position, there was even a crystal core of a golden lord, which was absolutely priceless. A golden lord was equivalent to a human-level starstone practitioner, with a single crystal core valued at 1 billion, and such items were rare. The other crystal cores were at least of the golden elite level, equivalent to platinum tier, with each worth tens of millions. Lin Fan and his companions frantically gathered the crystal cores, not forgetting to take the purple grass, as well as it could withstand lightning strikes, and was presumably not an ordinary item. Before long, the entire cave was left spotless. Not a single blade of grass remained, and compared to before, it felt as if they were left with nothing. Lin Fan lifted his nose and sniffed. Did you notice? The fragrant smell is still here. Xiaojing also caught a whiff, looking puzzled. Does this thunder-toothed mouse even use aromatherapy? Lin Fan's lips twitched. What aromatherapy? Xiaojing, be smart. I'm worried that in the future, when you see 10 billion, you'll think it's just some worthless stones. Lin Fan patted Xiaojing on the shoulder, feeling quite emotional. This peculiar fragrance was definitely a treasure. He immediately followed the scent. Xiaojing scratched his head. What do you mean? Ji Shangxiang also approached, patted his shoulder, and then turned to Lin Fan, delved deeper into the cave, following the scent. There were many branching paths inside, but the aroma was so enticing that he could easily find the right direction. After walking for nearly half an hour, he suddenly found himself in a vast valley shaped like a bowl nestled among towering stone mountains. Surrounding cliffs rose steeply into the clouds with large openings leading into the valley. Above, dark clouds rolled ominously with thunder continuously striking down, filling the valley with flickering arcs of electricity and crackling sounds in the air. At the center of the valley stood a withered tree constantly struck by lightning, yet the pitch-black, desiccated trunk withstood the blows. Here the fragrance was even more intense. Lin Fan could even confirm that the scent was emanating from that withered tree. He reached out to test it. The moment his hand extended from the cave, a bolt of electricity suddenly shot towards him, striking his hand. Lin Fan's lips curled as he was sent flying, foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground. Xiaojing and Ji Shangxiang gasped in shock. This valley was practically a death zone. A single bolt of lightning had such power, and the valley was teeming with arcs. After a while, Lin Fan managed to recover. This could cost me my life. If I go through that, it'll definitely end up as a pile of ashes. Ji Shangxiang pondered for a moment. I can give it a try. She reached into her spatial gear and immediately donned a suit of silver armor. The silver pieces overlapped, featuring unique patterns, and a tiger's head adorned the shoulders, exquisitely crafted and exuding a commanding presence. Wearing the Tianshu armor, Ji Shangxiang felt her spiritual power draining away. Not daring to hesitate, she stepped out. The moment she left the cave, it was as if she had stirred a hornet's nest, and countless arcs of electricity immediately surged towards her. Her spiritual power vanished at a visible rate, and she quickly ran back. It's too powerful. My Tianshu armor can even defend against diamond-level practitioners' attacks, yet after just a few seconds outside, my spiritual power was almost entirely depleted. Lin Fan looked at the impressive silver armor, feeling exhilarated. Wait, are you saying this armor can withstand? Then take it off. He'll use a phase shift to dash back and forth. I can definitely bring back whatever's on that withered tree. Ji Shangxiang considered for a moment. You're only at the bronze level. Are you sure your spiritual power is sufficient? Being at the silver level, her spiritual power was not only a tier higher, but also about 10 times more than Lin Fan's bronze level, and she could only hold out for a few seconds. Lin Fan fell silent. This indeed was a problem. However, Xiaojing stepped forward. He'll go. I'm about to break through to silver level 2, and my speed is not slow. I'm originally from the lightning element, so my lightning resistance is relatively high. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang exchanged glances, both feeling this plan was feasible. Ji Shangxiang immediately began to remove her armor. The Tianshu armor was made up of interlinked silver plates, and even with Xiaojing's robust physique, the plates could stretch and fit snugly against him. Once Xiaojing donned the armor, he nodded at Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang, then swiftly leaped out. He activated his devouring technique, continuously absorbing the lightning that spilled from the armor. The ferocious lightning instantly enhanced his physical capabilities by several tiers. To the naked eye, dense arcs surrounded Xiaojing, as if he were clad in a lightning suit attached to the armor. He moved at incredible speed, leaving only a trail of lightning in his wake. In mere seconds, he reached the withered tree and saw 3 silver fruits hanging from it. To be precise, they were 3 spherical lightning constructs made of silver lightning, merely resembling fruit in shape. Sensing his spiritual power was nearly depleted, Xiaojing did not hesitate and reached out to grab the 3 silver fruits. In the next moment, he felt his entire being pulsating with spiritual energy, as if that strange fragrance were entering his body through every pore. Xiaojing instinctively halted. Arcs of electricity surged towards him from all directions, funneling into his body. He shuddered and unexpectedly broke through to the silver level. Xiaojing let out a hearty laugh, tapping his toes on the ground. The earth abruptly shattered. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot, returning to the cave in what seemed like an instant. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Xiaojing turned and roared towards the valley, unleashing countless arcs of electricity that surged into the valley. Boom! The thunder in the valley became utterly furious, with bolts as thick as arms descending and cleansing the valley. Awesome! Xiaojing shouted. Lin Fan approached and gave him a playful smack on the back of the head. Stop showing off. Quickly tell us what you got. Xiaojing grinned and waved his hand, revealing the 3 fruits he had just obtained. At that moment, Lin Fan's system panel, which had been quiet, suddenly popped up. Lin Fan was astonished. He had always thought the system was dormant, only occasionally showing signs of life when absorbing crystal nuclei. To his surprise, it had actively awakened this time. Spiritual thunder body refining fruit. Absorbing its silver lightning can refine the flesh, and it can only be consumed once. Consuming it a second time is ineffective. Lin Fan stroked his chin, pondering the refinement of his body. This must be some kind of rare treasure. 1 for each person. Let's divide them directly, said Xie Gang, who without hesitation separated 2 fruits, giving 1 each to Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang. The 3 of them sat cross-legged, exchanged glances, and simultaneously closed their eyes to begin absorbing the spiritual thunder body refining fruit. Lin Fan was initially worried. The fruit looked like a ball of lightning, and absorbing it would likely be quite painful. However, it was not painful at all. The overall absorption was quite gentle as the silver lightning refined every inch of flesh, quietly merging within. Lin Fan could feel a continuous surge of power throughout his body. His flesh became firm and full, with each muscle brimming with a sense of strength. The silver lightning entered his bones, which also seemed to be refined, each inch shimmering with silver light. This enhancement was entirely different from absorbing spiritual power. While spiritual power enters the body and nurtures the flesh, the effect is very gentle, and one cannot feel significant changes in strength. In contrast, this enhancement allowed him to tangibly feel the power surging throughout his body. His firm flesh provided greater defense, and his solid bones could withstand stronger explosive power. Lin Fan's vision flickered with system prompts. Absorb the spiritual thunder body, refining fruit. Spiritual skill upgraded. Thunder cleaving blade. S rank condenses a blade infused with thunder and spatial power to attack the target, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters. Upgrade requirement 1000 diamond level, crystal nuclei. Lin Fan was taken aback. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. The dimensional kill had directly advanced to S rank, and it had undergone some kind of transformation. He could not help but try it once. He mobilized his spiritual power. In the next moment, a deep blue blade appeared in Lin Fan's hand, nearly a meter long, flickering with thunder and emanating a sense of destruction. He casually threw the blade. Whoosh! The blade vanished into thin air, only to reappear 100 meters away, embedding itself into the stone wall, creating a spatial vortex that exploded. The vortex wreaked havoc, and surrounding thunder flickered, obliterating a large area of earth and stone. Lin Fan observed closely. The earth and stone simply vanished without leaving a trace. Moreover, after the blue blade was shot out, it also disappeared, as if it had directly teleported in front of the target. Is this because it contains spatial power? Lin Fan smiled. Now this move, combined with phase charge, should be more than enough to take down a golden rank, right? The commotion also awakened Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang. Xie Gang suddenly stood up, arcs of electricity dancing around him, exuding an imposing aura. I told you I am a chosen one. Of my spiritual skills have evolved. Thunder calling has become SS rank, capable of summoning thunder across a wide area. Upon hearing this, Ji Shangxiang and Lin Fan exchanged peculiar expressions. Seeing the commotion caused by Lin Fan, Ji Shangxiang began to understand. It seems your spiritual skills have all changed. Lin Fan nodded. Xie Gang paused, then squatted back down. He thought he was the only one whose spiritual skill had undergone transformation, but it turned out everyone had. Lin Fan ignored Xie Gang and turned to Ji Shangxiang. If I remember correctly, your spiritual skill occupied 3 skill slots. Ji Shangxiang's expression became somewhat strange. I don't understand the situation either. Originally, I would only gain a second skill upon reaching golden rank, but this fruit awakened a new skill for me. She opened her hand. Thunder danced within, intertwining into a vast net of lightning. Ji Shangxiang clenched her fist again, causing the net to contract into a sphere. This skill of mine is called Thunder Prison, which carries a sealing effect. She raised her hand, holding the thunder sphere, and threw it towards Xie Gang. Xie Gang was taken aback, but soon understood Ji Shangxiang's intention and stood still without resisting. The sphere expanded in the wind, opening a gap and enveloping Xie Gang in a net-like formation before contracting back into a sphere. The thunder coiled into chains that bound Xie Gang's limbs. Xie Gang felt it and said, "It has a strong paralyzing effect, and these chains restrict the flow of spiritual power. As soon as I use my spiritual power, the thunder energy will wreak havoc within my meridians." He often suffered from lightning strikes, and given that he was also of the lightning element, he didn't feel much discomfort. However, he could confirm that this skill could definitely seal a golden rank existence. Ji Shangxiang nodded in satisfaction. Oh, at least she could now unleash a skill. She waved her hand to dismiss the thunder prison. Lin Fan gazed at the various cave entrances around the valley, his eyes flickering. This could be the lair of the thunder-toothed mice. However, they seem to have all left for now. Xie Gang's eyes brightened. Are you saying we can raid their home? Lin Fan chuckled. The two exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. After all, they had gained a fortune of billions in this one cave, and there were dozens of caves surrounding the valley. If they could plunder them all, it would amount to at least thousands of billions. Even Ji Shangxiang felt a bit excited. Golden rank crystal nuclei were not rare, but those of the golden elite and leaders were quite scarce. Most golden rank spiritualists would go to great lengths for a golden leader level crystal nucleus to enhance their speed in breaking through to platinum rank. Shall we go? Lin Fan winked at the two. Xie Gang pounded his chest. Let's go, let's go. Ji Shangxiang coughed lightly. Look at you both. Lin Fan pouted. Oh dear miss, you look down on these mere thousands of billions. Then what about us? Ji Shangxiang, hearing his sarcastic tone, couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan. You want to die, dog man? Lin Fan scoffed, shaking his head, and asking, so miss, are you tempted? Ji Shangxiang, feeling annoyed, nodded. Yes, okay. The three of them quickly came to an agreement and followed the valley toward the other caves. Earlier they had been wary of the lightning within the valley, but after consuming the body refining fruit, their resistance to lightning seemed to have increased, and they were no longer afraid. They looted all the way. Every cave contained golden elite and golden leader level crystal nuclei. Occasionally, a golden lord would appear. In no time, all of their spatial equipment was filled to the brim with golden rank crystal nuclei, most of which were not even of the ordinary level. Just as the three were looting, chaos erupted around them. A horde of thunder-toothed mice gathered, all raising their noses to sniff the air. They had been able to detect the scent of the spiritual thunder body refining fruit, but just a short while ago that scent had disappeared. Dozens of thunder-toothed rat leaders gathered together, squeaking in alarm, their voices tinged with panic. The other lower-level thunder-toothed rats lay flat on the ground, trembling all over. The spirit thunder body refinement fruit is the hope of their entire clan, crucial for their evolution into the thunder-toothed rat calamity. It was nearly ripe, but unexpectedly its flavor had vanished, sending the thunder-toothed rats into a frenzy. Soon the thunder-toothed rats scattered. Some headed towards the vortex, seemingly to send out a warning. The majority of the remaining thunder-toothed rats completely dispersed, surrounding the nests of the rat overlords, searching for clues. They did not dare to enter the cave of the overlord casually, as it would be seen as an act of provocation. As time passed, the number of thunder-toothed rats surrounding the area reached at least tens of thousands, and many returned near the vortex. Inside the cave, Lin Fan and the others hummed a tune, happily rummaging through the cave. This is the last one. Xie Gang put away the spatial equipment. Haji Fan, I feel it's very noisy outside. Let me take a look. After saying that, Xie Gang walked towards the cave exit. Before he got close to the exit, he heard the irritating squeaking sound, which was extremely loud. Xie Gang sensed something was wrong. He stealthily crept forward and poked his head out of the cave. At a glance, he was met with thousands of small eyes staring back at him. Xie Gang hurriedly retracted his head, shaking it in disbelief. Damn, am I hallucinating? There are so many thunder-toothed rats outside. He took a cautious glance and confirmed he wasn't mistaken. He swallowed hard and peeked out again, nearly scared out of his wits. The thunder-toothed rats were stacked one on top of another, forming a pyramid of flesh, each pair of small eyes blood red, exuding a savage and cruel aura. Gongzi, what did you see to scare you like this? Lin Fan approached with a nonchalant stride. He was floating, but anyone carrying more than 10,000 golden-grade crystal cores worth at least hundreds of billions would be on edge. Xie Gang quickly put a finger to his lips. Show. Lin Fan shivered. The shushing had him anxious. He walked beside Xie Gang and glanced outward, only to take a step back and squat down. Lin Fan exaggeratedly mouthed a curse, unable to make a sound. What the hell? He truly witnessed what a rat tide looked like. Tens of thousands of thunder-toothed rats, the smallest being 2 to 3 meters long, created a dense mass as far as the eye could see. The three of them leaned against the cave entrance, trying their best to suppress their breathing. This scene left everyone bewildered. After a brief moment of distraction, Lin Fan took a deep breath. By the way, why haven't they attacked yet? Xie Gang scratched his head. Didn't you see us? Lin Fan shook his head. They must have seen us. Could it be that they dare not come in? Ji Shangxiang pondered for a few seconds and said, there is indeed a possibility. Different races have territorial awareness. If this is the nest of the thunder-toothed rat overlord, that would explain it. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. If they dare not come in, then why fear? Let's kill them. He squatted down, cradling his head as 200 thunder-toothed rats appeared in front of the three. Xie Gang licked his lips. I want to catch a thunder-toothed rat elite to absorb its spiritual skills. He directly aimed at a thunder-toothed rat elite charging forward with a gesture. Boom. Thunder roared within the cave, deafening as bolts of lightning as thick as arms descended. Xie Gang stood in the center of the thunderstorm, arms outstretched, basking in the lightning, his face displaying a look of enjoyment. His physical body grew stronger, and he would absorb even more thunder power, increasing at least 3 to 4 times. Xie Gang stood in the center of the thunderstorm, arms outstretched, basking in the lightning, his face displaying a look of enjoyment. His physical body grew stronger, and he would absorb even more thunder power. He swiftly appeared before the thunder-toothed rat elite, raising his hand to strike down. The ensuing moments were nothing short of a brutal beating. The thunder-toothed rat elite indeed possessed platinum-level strength, but its spiritual skills and spiritual power were sealed, rendering it unable to fight back. As Xie Gang continued to strike, the expression on his face grew increasingly twisted. The thunder-toothed rat elite was utterly defeated, on the verge of collapse, not daring to resist. Only then did Xie Gang sit cross-legged, beginning to absorb spiritual skills. This absorption process wasn't just about strength. For example, for the thunder-toothed rat, 1 skill for ordinary level, 2 for elite level, and 3 for commander level. The stronger the individual, the more skills they possess, and the probability of absorbing the desired skill decreases. Moreover, current conditions didn't allow for it. The 1 thunder-toothed rat elite was sufficient. Xie Gang clasped his hands together, praying that he could absorb the thunder tier. Fortunately, with a 50-50 chance, he succeeded in absorbing the thunder tier and level spiritual skill. Xie Gang sprang up, raising his hand to summon thunder before launching himself out. With fingers spread wide, bolts of lightning gathered in his hands like 2 sharp fangs. He charged forward, tearing through the thunder-toothed rats with thunderous power. Lin Fan decided not to take action, instead crouching down to let Xie Gang do the killing. Ji Shangxiang, on the other hand, swiftly pulled out a brand new spiritual energy device. The top of this device was a large tiger's head supported by several rods. Ji Shangxiang reached in with one hand from behind, and the rods quickly retracted, firmly securing themselves onto her right hand. She adjusted the angle and infused spiritual energy into it. The next second, a tiger's roar resonated through the cave as the tiger mouth opened, shooting out a red energy orb that pierced through several thunder-toothed rats in a straight line. Lin Fan had initially wanted Ji Shangxiang to dig for crystal cores. Now it was up to him. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang worked in tandem, managing to eliminate a wave of 210 thunder-toothed rats in just a few dozen seconds. Only when a thunder-toothed rat elite appeared would they expend significant effort. Lin Fan could only match the quantities half elite and half ordinary. As for the commander level, that was equivalent to diamond-level spiritualists, and his spiritual skills wouldn't have any effect. However, the numbers of elite and ordinary levels were still considerable. After a moment, Lin Fan felt his hands going numb. He decided to change his approach, directly pressing down on the thunder-toothed rat's head to absorb. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. Moreover, Lin Fan was astonished to find that 1 elite crystal core was equivalent to 10 upgrading shares, reducing the requirements for upgrading spiritual skills. Lin Fan dug up a batch, absorbed another, then dug up another batch, enjoying himself immensely. When tired, he would pause to absorb crystal cores, quickly restoring his spiritual energy. Thus they killed for a whole day and night. The pile of thunder-toothed rat corpses in the cave had formed a small mountain, filling more than half of the entrance. Meanwhile, the remaining thunder-toothed rats began to panic. The inexplicable disappearance of their companions felt like encountering a supernatural event. The group of Leia mice chattered amongst themselves and slowly approached the direction of their nest. They caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood emanating from the den of the Leia mouse leader. This was no longer a matter of territory. One by one, the Leia mouse leaders took the lead and gradually drew closer to the nest. Inside the nest, Lin Fan glanced outside, and his expression suddenly darkened. Damn, do they seem to be planning an attack. Ji Shangxiang turned around and said, "Be more confident, remove seam, they are definitely planning an attack." She finished speaking and turned back to fire another shot. The next second, Ji Shangxiang realized, they are about to attack. Why are we still hesitating? Lin Fan also jumped up. If they come in, we won't have a single hair left. He grabbed Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang and rushed deep into the cave with a phase dash. They returned to the valley filled with lightning and chose a cave farther away, diving into it. Not long after they left. One by one, the Leia mouse leaders poked their heads out of the cave, their nostrils flaring as they sniffed the scent lingering in the air. But that scent was gone. The important thing concerning their evolution had vanished. The Leia mouse leaders exchanged glances, their small eyes reflecting great panic. They immediately began to squeal. The Leia Mouse group behind them became completely frantic, darting around like headless flies. The Leia Mouse leader called out again, and the panicked Leia mice found their backbone, all staring with blood-red eyes at the cave directly opposite. That was the very cave where Lin Fan and the others had left. In the next moment, the mouse group erupted into chaos, surging towards that cave like bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the other two arrived at a new cave and then dashed out from the entrance. Behind them, the Leia Mouse group was hot on their heels. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and activated phase dash, disappearing from the spot with Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang. He was incredibly fast, but he couldn't shake off the Leia mice, all of whom activated their skills, and the great skill Lightning Shadow Clone was no slouch either. The speed of that group of Leia Mouse leaders was even comparable to Lightning, chasing closely behind Lin Fan and the others, the distance between them gradually narrowing. Lin Fan executed phase dash multiple times, but still couldn't evade those Leia Mouse leaders. Due to excessive energy expenditure, his complexion was growing increasingly pale. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang were anxious, but they knew that at their speed, once they left the spatial bubble, they would be caught up instantly. After another 100 miles, Lin Fan looked ahead at the spatial vortex, his eyes sharp. "I'm betting it all." Ji Shangxiang hurriedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Lin Fan spoke quickly, saying, "I've never entered a spatial vortex while using phase dash before. I believe the principle of the Gate of Myriad Races is that it serves as a spatial channel." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan, enveloped by the spatial bubble, charged directly into the spatial vortex. Ji Shangxiang's eyes were filled with panic. The first page of the high school textbook said that space is relatively stable, yet incredibly fragile and terrifying. If someone awakens a spatial type skill, the first prohibition is that spatial type skills must not be used to pass through the Gate of Myriad Races, nor should spatial skills be employed during the crossing. But now it was too late. They had no choice but to gamble. The moment they entered, the sensation of spinning intensified, and a strong tearing force acted upon the spatial bubble. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and surged forward. In an instant, the scene before him opened up, and he found himself back inside the White Mouse Gate. In the distance, terrifying waves of energy spread out, shaking the ground. That was the battle between the White Mouse King and the Leia Mouse leader. Lin Fan took a quick glance. The White Mouse King was scorched all over, and while it was strong, the Leia Mouse leader surrounding it was even more formidable. The defeat of the White Mouse King was only a matter of time. Lin Fan seized this opportunity without hesitation and activated phase dash again to enter the spatial vortex. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spatial vortex, the Leia Mouse leaders arrived and confirmed that the three auras had entered the spatial vortex. They dashed in without hesitation. In that instant, a violent force surged towards them. The Leia Mouse leaders squeaked, their voices filled with a human-like terror. They saw a spatial bubble hurtling towards them at great speed within the spatial channel. Before they could react, they collided. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed and narrow fissures appeared around them. A violent spatial storm swept in again. As the spatial storm made contact with the Leia Mouse leaders, it tore dozens of bloody marks across their bodies. Meanwhile, the spatial bubble surrounding Lin Fan and the others was instantly riddled with holes on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, the inertia from phase dash propelled them forward, and in the blink of an eye they disappeared into the space channel filled with cracks. Xie Gang widened his eyes, tightly embracing Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang. All of this happened in an instant. The next second, at the outlet of the spatial vortex, a shaky spatial bubble appeared and then exploded. Three figures tumbled out, awkwardly crashing to the ground, and a terrifying storm swept out. Where the storm passed, layers of soil and stone were hurled into the air. After a long while, Lin Fan stood up, stretched his limbs, and tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Ji Shangxiang had previously put the Tianshu battle armor on Xie Gang, and now she had no defense, her body similarly torn with dozens of bloody marks. She hurriedly took out some healing medicine and swallowed it. As the medicine took effect, she finally felt much more comfortable. Xie Gang was rather fortunate. He wore the Tianshu battle armor, and having often been struck by lightning, his physical constitution was exceptionally strong, so he appeared to have sustained little injury. Though the Tianshu battle armor was now riddled with dozens of holes. Lin Fan exhaled, chuckling. "What of the Leia Mouse leaders? I took care of them." Ji Shangxiang did a flip and jumped next to Lin Fan, reaching out to slap his mouth. "Are you trying to You took care of them, but we almost didn't make it ourselves." She said this while shoving a handful of healing medicine into Lin Fan's mouth. After finishing all this, Ji Shangxiang finally released her grip and sat down on the ground, pouting in annoyance. After a moment, the three exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Indeed, the entire process was thrilling and perilous, but who wouldn't be happy to survive? They had taken down dozens of Leia Mouse leaders, all killed in the spatial channel. That's enough to brag about for 10 years, right? The Leia Mouse leaders' golden grade leaders were equivalent to human-level Starstone powerhouses. Super impressive. After calming down for over 10 minutes, Lin Fan grabbed Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang, and with a sudden burst of spatial acceleration, they left their original position. They were now dozens of miles away. The three of them took refuge in a lair of a Thunderfang rat hiding inside to recuperate. I must say the healing medicine Ji Shangxiang carried was remarkably effective. In just half a day, the bloodstains on Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang had scabbed over, healing quite well. Xie Gang also recovered from the impact, roasting the meat of the Thunderfang rat lord, happily preparing extra meals for the two. As for how they acquired the meat of the Thunderfang rat lord, it was due to the spatial rift that appeared in the previous spatial passage, tearing apart the flesh of the Thunderfang rat lord, which was then swept up by the spatial storm. Xie Gang, as always, was exceptionally brave, daring to reach out during that critical moment to use spatial equipment to collect a piece. After eating, Ji Shangxiang said seriously, "We need to leave. We don't know how many days have passed. What if our martial examination results become void?" Lin Fan, chewing on a toothpick, nonchalantly replied, "With dozens of Thunderfang rat lords dead, aren't we going to raid their homes?" He paused, purposely feigning a look of regret. "Alas, we can only give up this golden opportunity." Ji Shangxiang had a frown on her forehead. "This is definitely the last time." Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, a smile plastered on his face. He chuckled. "Besides, don't you think that with dozens of Thunderfang rat lords taken down, how many are left? If the lords don't show up, the Thunderfang rat leaders can't do anything to us." Indeed, the Thunderfang rat leaders were comparable to human diamond-level spiritualists, unable to hinder them, yet the leaders couldn't catch up with them. Ji Shangxiang twitched her lips. "Then we must definitely leave next time." The three burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, they departed from that place, embarking on a path of slaughter. Ordinary Thunderfang rats and Thunderfang rat elites could not withstand Lin Fan's spiritual techniques, merely cowering and taking the hits. The Thunderfang rat leader was indeed formidable, yet couldn't keep up with Lin Fan's spatial acceleration. In a normal state, a spatial acceleration of 2,000 meters would be unable to evade the speed of, but with Lin Fan's enhancement technique achieving 7 times the effect, he could dash a full 140 meters in an instant, leaving only afterimages in the leader's wake, still unable to catch up. Ultimately, the spatial system was far too authoritative. The spatial passage was riddled with rifts, effectively destroyed. The Thunderfang rat sovereign wouldn't return in a short time, and the other levels of Thunderfang rats were similarly affected. Thus, the Thunderfang Gate became a paradise for Lin Fan and his companions. Ji Shangxiang would always say that they must leave tomorrow, yet tomorrow kept turning into the next day, and how many tomorrows were there? The main allure was the golden-level crystal cores, each worth 1 million, while golden elites were worth tens of millions. It was like stuffing money into a bag, and even she, the young miss, couldn't resist the temptation. Thus, tomorrow inevitably turned into an endless delay. Time passed, and it had been a month since the martial examination. In Tianhe City, the White Rat Gate had already been sealed off. The spatial vortex disappeared, leaving only some remnants of the seal. Yet people still came here often. However, each visitor bore a forlorn expression, standing silently sometimes for an entire day without a word. Among these individuals were the parents of the examinees, as well as the principals of various universities in Tianhe City. Yi Lingfeng, Baifeng, Luo Chunlei, Guan Yuan, and Ji Wushuang were also present. Baifeng was hunched over as if aging over a decade in a short span, his hair shifting from speckled gray to pure white, exuding a sense of despair. He had lost all 200 students he brought. None had made it out. Now a month had passed since the martial examination results were final, and many had almost forgotten the chaos within the White Rat Gate. Yet Baifeng would not forget. He still held hope, believing Lin Fan and the others would surely emerge. At that moment, Luo Chunlei approached and patted Baifeng on the shoulder. "Old Bai, it's been a few days since you returned. You smell terrible." Baifeng forced a bitter smile, covering his nose in disgust. "Where could you possibly go?" Luo Chunlei sighed, his face covered in stubble, with bits of rotten flesh tangled in his hair. Baifeng replied, "These past days after finishing my mission, I rushed here from Tianwu City without a moment to wash up." "Aren't you worried about them?" Luo Chunlei immediately turned cold. "Who cares about them? A bunch of brats who never let me rest easy. I told them that on the battlefield they don't need to fight to the death, but they must protect themselves at all costs. Did they listen? No." As Luo Chunlei spoke, his voice trailed off. He wanted to scold Lin Fan and the others, but ultimately those kids were his soldiers. "It's also my fault for being too busy. I should have trained them well from the start, teaching them to protect themselves, so this wouldn't have happened." In the distance, Guan Yuan maintained a gentle smile, eagerly gazing towards the direction of the White Rat Gate, as if waiting for Lin Fan to return from school, just like usual. Ji Wushuang stood beside her, and after a long pause said, "I have some matters to attend to, so I'm leaving." Guan Yuan nodded. "Don't be pessimistic, they will surely come out. Have faith in them." Ji Wushuang replied with a sound of agreement, dragging her heavy steps, as she left, looking back 3 times. At that moment a subordinate rushed over holding a tablet. "There's news. The place where the Thunderfang Gate was sealed 3 years ago has shown fluctuations again, possibly about to reopen." Guan Yuan immediately turned and vanished from the spot in a flash. Ji Wushuang yelled at Luo Chunlei and the others, "The Thunderfang Gate might mean they are about to come out." Bai Feng and Luo Chunlei exchanged glances and soared into the sky, hurrying toward the Thunderfang Gate. At the Thunderfang Gate, Sima He, Hu Jun, and Yi Lingfeng argued heatedly, their faces flushed. "What do you mean by needing to seal it again? What if Lin Fan and the others are coming out?" Hu Jun snickered. "Are you those 3 bronze levels surviving in the golden level myriad races gate?" Sima He sneered. "Commander Yi, did you drink before coming to work?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Feng descended from the sky, shouting furiously, "No one can seal the Thunderfang Gate. Hu Jun, if you want to seal it, go ahead, and use your subordinates' lives to do so. My Bai family will not provide any assistance." Hu Jun's expression darkened. "Bai Feng, what are you being so stubborn about?" Bai Feng resembled a madman, his eyes bloodshot, the despairing atmosphere transformed into pure rage. "In being stubborn? If I were really stubborn, I wouldn't have acted to seal the White Rat Gate a month ago. I personally blocked the escape routes of those 200 students. How can you call me stubborn? Let me make this clear, this time of disturbance at the Thunderfang Gate must mean my children are returning. Whoever wants to seal it, I will be the first to fight them." Bai Feng was like an enraged lion, clearly possessing only golden level strength, yet exuding an overwhelming aura in front of Hu Jun and the platinum and diamond level spiritualists. He widened his eyes, and anyone who dared to speak was met with a fierce glare from him. In an instant, no one around dared to utter a word. Suddenly, the spatial aura fluctuated, breaking the silence. Hu Jun's expression darkened immediately. "Bai Feng, this is not the time for your nonsense. The Thunderfang Gate is showing signs of disturbance and must be sealed immediately." Bai Feng simply shook his head firmly. Seeing this, Hu Jun could not afford to let their relationship deteriorate, and his aura exploded. "If you don't seal it, I will take you down right now. If any damage occurs because of the Thunderfang mice, I will hold you responsible." Bai Feng pressed his lips together, silently watching Hu Jun. He said nothing, but expressed his stance with unwavering determination. No matter what, he would not seal this door again. The White Mouse Gate remained silent. Oh, perhaps the children would emerge from the Thunderfang Gate. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he would hold his ground. Hu Jun turned to look, the spatial vortex flickering into view. The Thunderfang Gate was about to reopen. He clapped his hands. "Good, very good. Bai Feng, if there are any losses in Tianhe City, you will bear full responsibility." He turned to the spiritual army behind him. "Line up, get ready. Once any Thunderfang mice show up, attack with full force." Yi Lingfeng observed and nodded slightly. "Hu Jun, it's good that you haven't forgotten your responsibility." Hu Jun snorted coldly, remaining silent, his expression darkening, giving off the feeling of an impending storm. As time passed, the surroundings were silent, everyone anxiously watching the gradually forming spatial vortex. They all understood that once the spatial vortex was fully formed, it meant the Thunderfang Gate, a golden level gate for all races, was about to open. 3 years of confinement, with the characteristics of the mouse race, who knew how many golden level Thunderfang mice had been born inside. An invisible pressure swept over everyone's hearts. At this moment, Bai Feng flashed forward, appearing before everyone. Hu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right, the dead aren't just your students. Tianhe City has also lost countless excellent students and colleagues from the spiritual army." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Feng shook his head. "I'm not here to seal it. However, if the Thunderfang mice charge out, they can only attack you over my dead body." Hu Jun's face stiffened, and he fell silent again. After a moment, he sighed. It seemed he understood Bai Feng's obsession. Bringing 200 students for the martial arts exam, yet all of them ended up perishing in the Gate of All Race. Moreover, Bai Feng personally sealed the White Mouse Gate, cutting off all escape routes for the students, which was undoubtedly a top-tier torment for him as the principal. Hu Jun flashed to Bai Feng's side. Following closely was Yi Lingfeng. The 3 of them stood in a row. Bai Feng seemed somewhat surprised. Hu Jun snorted coldly. "You have your obsession, and I have my duty. As the commander of Tianhe City's spiritual army, once the Thunderfang Gate erupts, I will lead the charge." At that moment, figures shot in from all directions, landing behind Bai Feng. Ji Wushuang stepped forward. "I, from the Black G Group, am willing to spare no effort in supporting Bai Feng." Another wave of slender dark figures rushed in, standing neatly to one side. No one spoke, but judging by their figures they all seemed to be women. Yet the murderous aura they exuded overshadowed the thousands of spiritual army personnel present. From the shadows a chilling voice echoed. "The night dancers fully support you." Hu Jun immediately gasped. 18 years ago the night dancers were fearsome mercenaries leaving a trail of corpses wherever they went. However, 18 years ago the entire night dancers suddenly vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly they appeared again. Were they here to support Bai Feng? No, the night dancers did not say they supported Bai Feng. Could it be because of those inside the gate of all races? Who exactly possesses such tremendous power to offer support? Buzz. The space suddenly trembled. Hu Jun pulled back his thoughts and looked up. He saw the spatial vortex had completely formed, but it was different. 9 points of light emerged, outlining a strange pattern. Hu Jun glanced at the pattern and suddenly felt his spiritual power stagnate for a moment. It seemed to be a highly powerful sealing spiritual technique. He suddenly remembered that the technique used to seal the Thunderfang gate back then was an SS level sealing spiritual technique. Crack. Hu Jun immediately focused his gaze. A corner of the strange pattern was torn open. In the next moment 3 figures rushed out, landing in front of him. The foremost girl quickly turned her head, raising her hands above her head, a strange wave spreading out and merging into the strange pattern. The broken pattern was repaired. The spatial vortex began to shake violently. Everyone stared intently at the spatial vortex, their only movement being the swallowing of saliva. They feared that this spatial vortex would fully form and that countless Thunderfang mice would rush out. Time ticked away, and each second felt like an eternity. The spatial vortex completely vanished. The leading girl's body softened, collapsing to the ground, while the 2 beside her quickly reached out to assist her. Only then did everyone come to their senses, examining the 3 who emerged. 2 were silver level, and 1 was bronze level. All 3 were covered in thick dust, looking like wild people. Lin Fan, Xie Gang. Bai Feng's voice trembled as he took a step forward, only to retreat 2 steps, seemingly in disbelief. "Oh." Lin Fan raised his hand and waved. "What a grand welcome for us." His words broke the heavy atmosphere, and sounds of deep breaths filled the air. Some members of the spiritual army even collapsed to the ground. They were on high alert, their spiritual techniques ready to unleash, fearing the emergence of golden-level Thunderfang mice. Unexpectedly, only 3 people emerged, which deflated the tension, and everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief. Bai Feng took several deep breaths before confirming it was indeed Lin Fan and Xie Gang, these 2 unreliable troublemakers. "You're back, you really came back. As long as you're back, that's good." His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he exhaled, rolling his eyes, and fainted. Lin Fan was shocked. He noticed that Bai Feng seemed to have aged over a decade, and looked exhausted and disheartened. He hurried towards Bai Feng. Just halfway there a roar of a tiger sounded. Lin Fan turned his head. He saw Luo Chunlei, eyes red, yet coldly, punching straight at him. "You little brats, all you do is cause trouble. Do you know how worried we were?" Caught off guard, Lin Fan was sent flying by a punch. But right after that, Luo Chunlei rushed over and hugged Lin Fan tightly. "As long as you're back." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to give Luo Chunlei a hug, gently patting his back. There, don't cry, instructor." Luo Chunlei's excited heart immediately calmed down a bit as he pushed Lin Fan away, his fists clenched once more. He looked at Lin Fan and Xie Gang with a mix of laughter and tears, opening his arms. "Little brat, let me see if you're hurt." Ji Wushuang also ran over and hugged Ji Shangxiang tightly. Ji Shangxiang glanced towards Bai Feng and asked, "Are we going to check on old Bai?" But Ji Wushuang held her tighter, not saying a word. Ji Shangxiang's eyes turned red as well. The night dancer quietly departed as silently as she had arrived. In the crowd, Guan Yuewan approached step by step, standing at a distance, gazing tenderly at Lin Fan, her eyes conveying 1,000 words. She did not rush to disturb Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan finished greeting Luo Chunlei, she smiled and opened her arms. Lin Fan chuckled and swiftly moved to embrace his mother. "Are you hungry? You can eat when we get home. I'll prepare a feast of your favorite dishes." Guan Yuewan spoke softly. Just like countless times before, she waited at home for Lin Fan to push open the door, then set a table full of delicacies and placed a bowl of rice in front of her son. Lin Fan's heart completely settled down. "I want to eat braised pork." Guan Yuewan simply nodded. "All right." Lin Fan pushed her away, saying, "Mom, wait a bit longer. My martial exam scores haven't been calculated yet." Guan Yuewan nodded again. At this moment, Hu Jun, Sima He, and Yi Lingfeng also approached. Hu Jun asked, "What happened in there?" Lin Fan glanced at Hu Jun, throwing a questioning look at Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand. "First, let them tally the martial exam scores." Hu Jun had nothing more to say. Although Lin Fan and the others' martial exam lasted a month, it was understandable, and since they had just come out, it was indeed not the right time to ask too many questions. He waved his hand behind him. Bring 3 people to check their spatial equipment and tally the scores. Lin Fan chuckled, pulling out his spatial equipment. Then you need to bring more people. With a thought, crystal cores began to fall like beans clattering to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had piled up into a small mountain, and the crystal cores continued to drop. Hu Jun's eyes widened. Most of these crystal cores were of gold grade, and there were countless black iron grade. This meant this group of kids not only killed countless white mice, but also managed to slice through gold grade thunder fong rats with ease. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, what Lin Fan produced was still relatively few. The crystal cores that Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang shook out covered the ground, and in terms of quantity, they were significantly more than Lin Fan's. Hu Jun came back to his senses and cleared his throat. Then bring more people. In the end, it took 30 people a full half-hour to complete the tally. One person stepped forward to report the totals. Lin Fan's score black iron grade counts as 1 point black iron elite 10 points totaling 124, 1240 points commander 100 points totaling 1148, 114,800 points lord 1000 points 1642 pieces 1642 million points overlord 10,000 points 143 pieces 1430 million points. The moment they tallied one black iron grade score, it left everyone stunned. One by one they gulped and extended their hands to calculate the scores. 30 million points. Even the top-performing candidates only scored around 3 or 4,000 points. This score exceeded by 10,000 times. If this was Lin Fan's score over the month and the martial exam was supposed to be 3 days, even diluted by 10 times, it would still be 3 million. Soon after, the scores for the gold-grade crystal cores were announced. Gold-grade crystal cores count as 1,000 points totaling 4,858 pieces, 4,858 million. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all around. Is this score for real? The score for gold-grade crystal cores was even higher than that for black iron grade. What they didn't know was that Lin Fan had also absorbed A2 gold grade worth to upgrade his enhancement spiritual technique. They all thought this was already the end. But it wasn't. The person swallowed hard and continued. Gold grade elite counts as 10,000 points totaling 3,258 pieces, 3,258 million. Everyone was stunned. The only feeling they had was a sense of disbelief. Even diluted by 10 times, nearly 400 million points still amounted to a staggering 40 million points, undoubtedly a historic achievement. In the past few hundred years from the inception of the martial exam until now, no one had ever achieved such, and the most outrageous were Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang, who had thousands of gold-grade crystal cores and nearly 10,000 gold elites. That was a staggering billion points. Furthermore, this was just a rough estimate. In an instant, everyone around gaped as if they had seen a ghost. At that moment, the person continued, there are also gold-grade commanders and gold lord crystal cores, which have spiritual energy overflowing and will not be counted in this martial exam score tally for now. All the gold grades present turned green with envy. Those gold-grade elite crystal cores were still relatively common, but gold commanders and gold lords were definitely rare treasures. One gold-grade crystal core is worth 1 million, a commander level 10 million, and a lord 100 million. Immediately someone approached Xie Gang and Lin Fan. Little brother, am willing to pay a 10 premium to buy the crystal cores in your hands. I'll pay a 20 premium, I'll buy 10 commander level crystal cores for 120 million. Agree to transfer the payment right away. They'll also offer a 20 premium, please be sure to leave some for me. The crowd was clamoring with bids, and the prices soared by more than 20. The commander-level crystal cores that Lin Fan and the others gathered numbered in the thousands, amounting to billions in income. They also collected over 100 lord-level cores, adding up to another 100 billion. Ji Shangxiang, however, had no intention of selling. She rejected everyone and handed the crystal cores to Ji Wushuang. Once incorporated into the Heiji group, they could cultivate a large batch of platinum-level spiritualists, which would bring even greater benefits. Lin Fan and Xie Gang, however, had no such concerns. After all, Lin Fan had already upgraded his enhancement, and now he could utilize a 9-fold enhancement technique, which required platinum-grade crystal cores for further upgrades. The two were surrounded by a group of gold grades, joyfully calculating their income. The thrill brought by that string of zeros made them almost dizzy. Just then a light snort sounded. The deputy commander of Tianhe City Sima, He, stepped forward, exuding the aura of a platinum-level spiritualist, suppressing the surrounding gold grades. Wait a moment, these crystal cores have an unclear origin. How can they count towards their martial exams? 2 silver grades and 1 bronze grade. Even facing a gold grade Thunder Fang rat would require them to expend considerable effort, not to mention the countless gold grades. Sima He waved his hand, and a group of spiritual energy soldiers suddenly rushed out, surrounding Lin Fan and the others. Lastly, how did they manage to come out of the Thunder Fang gate? Could their exit damage the seal of the Thunder Fang gate? Also, how did they survive inside for a month? Doesn't this require investigation? He cast a cold glance over the crowd. Take them down. All crystal cores are to be confiscated for investigation. I suspect these crystal cores are related to the theft case of the Tianwu City Gate Group. After a brief moment of surprise, the spiritual energy soldiers instinctively stepped aside. After all, it was the deputy commander who was speaking, and they dared not disobey. Sima He's men immediately swarmed in, ready to strike at Lin Fan and the others. In the crowd, Guan Yuan's expression turned cold, and a killing intent that starkly contrasted with her previous gentleness suddenly emerged. Even Hu Jun and Yi Lingfeng, both of whom were elite, felt their hair stand on end due to this sudden aura of murder. Hu Jun looked around in confusion. He had a feeling that anyone who dared to attack Lin Fan and the others would definitely meet their demise. Even with the protection of his identity as a commander of the spiritual energy soldiers, they would still undoubtedly die. Hu Jun quickly raised his hand to stop Sima He, saying, "Wait, how does this relate to the theft by the men group?" Yi Lingfeng gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else. "Sima He, you cannot recklessly accuse others just because you have a close relationship with the men group. These crystal cores still have residual traces of blood and flesh. You are framing us." The crowd around them nodded slightly. The men group is such a large company that if they really collected crystal cores, they would surely clean them thoroughly before displaying them. These are golden level crystal cores. However, Lin Fan and his group's crystal cores were filthy, with some flesh decaying and some still fresh, clearly indicating they had been killed recently. Ji Wushuang also stepped forward. "What's going on? I heard you suspected Lin Fan of stealing from the men group before, but you dropped it without evidence. Now you found an opportunity again." The crowd suddenly understood that this was clearly a personal vendetta. In an instant, only Sima He's confidence remained around Lin Fan, while the others instinctively stepped aside. Yi Lingfeng and Hu Jun made it clear they did not want to fight. The Heiji group is also a major force in Tianwu City. They dared not take sides against Sima He alone. Sima He's face darkened. "What do you mean?" The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. However, Lin Fan stepped forward. "Oh, I heard that the men group's Tianwu City branch was directly robbed by a group of over 100 people, and even several golden-level individuals failed to stop those robbers." His sarcastic tone drew the attention of the crowd. "Didn't they say that it was due to security vulnerabilities that led to the theft?" Theft and robbery are completely different concepts. When did the men group become so incompetent? Moreover, how did Lin Fan know so clearly? Could it be that this kid was leading the robbery? Indeed. Sima He snorted coldly. "You say there's no evidence, Lin Fan, but you seem to know a lot, almost like you were involved." Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly, saying, "I just like to wander around. That night I happened to pass by and saw it clearly. There was someone who looked a lot like me rampaging through the company building, almost tearing the building apart. It left me dumbfounded." At this point, he suddenly turned to Guan Yuan. "Mom, do you think I might have an unseen twin brother?" Guan Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Her son was truly a master of acting. How ridiculous to say he had a long-lost twin. She cleared her throat. "It's normal to look alike. Mom has only one son. You don't have a brother." Lin Fan sighed, dramatically looking at Sima He. "Commander Sima, I'm sorry, but you heard it. The lead is completely cut off, and I'm just as helpless." Sima He slowly clenched his fists, biting his lip. This kid was completely dancing on his face. After a moment, he slowly relaxed his hand, revealing a sinister smile. "Lin Fan, you feel wronged, which is understandable. After all, we cannot determine whether you have the ability to kill a golden-level fighter. You are merely a bronze level. Why don't you prove it?" Ji Wushuang and Guan Yuan stepped forward at the same time. "Lin Fan is tired." They exchanged glances. Guan Yuan stepped forward and said softly, "My son is tired. He just came out of the gate of all races and needs rest." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Fan looked at his mother in confusion. In his 3 years of memory, his mom had always been a housewife, and she seemed to only have black iron level strength. How could she face a platinum level fighter without any psychological burden? Guan Yuan, however, knew very well that Lin Fan could not make a move. If it was proven that Lin Fan could kill a golden level fighter, then Sima He could still claim Lin Fan was related to the robbery of the men group. If Lin Fan could not prove it, then his martial arts exam results would be invalid. It is common knowledge that a bronze level cannot kill a golden level. He might even be labeled as a cheat. But where did these golden level crystal cores come from? Sima He could still claim they were a large batch of golden level crystal cores stolen from the men group. It was a deadlock. The only option was to avoid the limelight. At this moment Lin Fan also came back to his senses, chuckling lightly. Prove it. Why can't I prove it? Guan Yuan frowned slightly, but still chose to trust Lin Fan. Sima He spread his hands. Then prove it to me. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Commander Sima, you are a platinum level, right? Sima He nodded. Lin Fan exchanged glances with Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang. The three had fought side by side in the Gate of All Races many times, developing a tacit understanding. Ji Shangxiang stepped back, and in her hand appeared the exaggerated cannon-like spiritual energy equipment shaped like a tiger's head. Xie Gang charged toward Sima He. Halfway through, thunder rolled and bolts of lightning descended, merging into Xie Gang's body. His aura surged and his speed increased significantly as he transformed into a streak of lightning circling around Sima He and leaving behind numerous afterimages. Sima He snorted coldly. You want to use me to prove it? Very well. Behind him, a dark magic shadow emerged, and within a 10-meter radius around him, black mist erupted, revealing dried claws. The next second, Xie Gang suddenly attacked from all directions, as if 4 Xie Gangs were simultaneously launching an assault. However, that was merely the afterimages left by Xie Gang's incredible speed. As he entered within 10 meters of Sima He, the dry claws suddenly elongated, tearing through 3 afterimages before converging into one, directly striking down towards Xie Gang. In a flash, with a bang, a spiritual energy cannonball shot out and exploded in front of the claws. Xie Gang executed and shaped maneuver, dodging the claws, his hands spread wide like claws with arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. He suddenly appeared in front of Sima He, swinging a claw. Thunderous fangs tore apart, and the violent thunder instantly enveloped Sima He. Indeed, there's something to you. Sima He remained unflustered as a dark long knife suddenly formed from the magic shadow behind him, slashing down and tearing open a gap amidst the raging thunder. But in the next second, Sima He's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding thunder suddenly converged, transforming into a spherical prison that trapped him within, with chains of thunder binding his limbs. He could feel the spiritual power and techniques within him briefly stagnate. In that instant, Lin Fan, enveloped in rich spatial power, appeared before Sima He. Sima He's breath caught momentarily as he channeled his spiritual power, attempting to break through the surrounding thunderous blockade. But Lin Fan had already made his move. The thunder-cleaving blade gathered in his hands, surging forward with a buildup of energy over a staggering 1400 meters, enveloped in formidable strength. Lin Fan grasped the thunder-cleaving blade with both hands and thrust it out. A flash of lightning streaked past. The space trembled for an instant. Lin Fan had already passed by Sima He. Though the battle seemed long, only a few seconds had passed. Sima He regained his senses and broke through the blockade. Just as he took a step forward, a tear appeared at his collar, and a streak of blood materialized on his neck. It was merely a streak of blood, yet to the onlookers it was strikingly eye-catching. Sima He was a platinum rank. 2 silver ranks and 1 bronze rank had actually teamed up to breach his defenses and draw first blood. How terrifying was such potential? That Xie Gang is built like a bear. His physical strength is... They are all using S-level spiritual techniques, and they have powers of space, thunder, and sealing, as well as a fusion of all 3. This is simply terrifying. With their strength and coordination, killing a golden rank should be no problem. Moreover, as long as they can breach defenses, taking down a platinum rank is naturally feasible, and with a golden elite core it is also possible. As for those golden commander ranks and lord-level cores, they weren't even included in the martial examination scoring. Sima He fell silent for a moment, his gaze darkening. He was certain that the 3 who attacked the door group were these 3. But what he wanted to see most was Lin Fan, who possessed a peculiar spiritual technique capable of sealing golden rank spiritualists. However, Lin Fan had not used it at all. He relied on his space attributes to prove his strength. At this moment, Lin Fan also asked Commander Sima, do you think we have the strength to kill a golden rank, or even a platinum rank? Sima He pursed his lips, remaining silent. He could imagine that if the wound on his neck were any deeper, he would be in danger. The potential of these 3 was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Most importantly, they had an extremely strong background. Lin Fan smiled. Commander Sima, do those who attack the door group have skills similar to ours? Ji Shangxiang's Thunder Prison, Xie Gang's Raging Thunder, and Lin Fan's Thunder Cleaving Blade were all different from before. What else could Sima He say? If it were said that this was an opportunity for the three within the gate of all races that led to a change in their techniques, then Lin Fan and his companions could also vehemently deny that they could not kill golden ranks before receiving such opportunities. If it weren't for the serendipity based on the footage from the scene, the skills of the three differed from those of the robbers, how could they be implicated? With so many similar skills, there simply wasn't enough evidence. Hu Jun patted Sima He on the shoulder. All right, Sima, these three little guys have proven their strength. Sima He nodded, stepping back slowly with a grim expression, his eyes fixed intensely on the three. Lin Fan, however, remained unconcerned, staring back at Sima He without flinching. A mere platinum rank, he hadn't even used his crouch and cover tactic yet. If it came to a confrontation, he wasn't afraid at all. It was true that he couldn't win, but a platinum rank shouldn't pose any threat to him. Moreover, it wasn't that they couldn't be killed at all. Just like when they took down the Thunderfang Mouse Elite, it only required a bit of effort. Hu Jun walked up to the three. I've noted down your martial examination scores, but since you've been missing for a month, a full 30 days, and the martial examination only lasts for 3 days, your scores will be divided by 10. Do you understand? Lin Fan chuckled, standing tall, divided by 10. Yet we still set a record, didn't we? He instinctively turned to look at Guan Yuan, pride evident on his face. At that moment, he resembled a child who had achieved excellent grades and wanted to show off to his parents. Guan Yuan naturally understood, giving a thumbs up and smiling slightly. Hu Jun nodded. Naturally, your score is 40 million, while Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang scored 100 million, which is simply unprecedented. Lin Fan felt elated. He opened his hand, took out his phone. Come, scan, to pay, collect military merit, and cash. The golden ranks around him were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy as they hurriedly gathered around, some scanning, to pay, others transferring money, quickly robbing Xie Gang and Lin Fan of their cores. However, Lin Fan kept the Lord-level cores to himself, looking at Bai Feng and Luo Chunlei. He noted their concerns and worries in his heart. A day later, Lin Fan and their scores were updated on the martial examination official website, and the three's phones were instantly bombarded with notifications. Renowned spiritual universities across all of China called them, promising scholarships and various benefits, all to recruit the three into their institutions. In the hotel, Lin Fan irritably set his phone to do not disturb. This is really getting a bit annoying. He finally understood what it meant to be famous. It had given him decision-making paralysis. Those spiritual universities were offering scholarships that were simply a small target. Knowing Lin Fan was still at the bronze rank, they directly offered bronze overlord-level cores, and even Kyoto's spiritual university provided bronze disaster-level cores for cultivation resources. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang also had silver lord and overlord cores for cultivation. Xie Gang was quite entertained, relaxing as he chatted like he was bargaining at a market. Wow, you guys at Shujiang Spiritual University are really stingy. Is the scholarship only 2 billion? Kyoto's Spiritual University is better, offering a direct 10 billion. What 10 billion can be negotiated? Soon he was calling his classmates and childhood friends. He hadn't missed a single person from his previous class. Zhang Heng, didn't you say my spiritual techniques were worthless? I'm here to inform you that I got into Kyoto Spiritual University. Wei Qian, how did you know I scored 100 million in the martial examination? Actually, I scored 1 billion, and did you know? It got divided by 10. Lu, the study committee member, you always said I was a useless mud that couldn't be lifted. I'm just telling you, this useless mud scored 100 million in the martial examination. As a result, Xie Gang was collectively blocked by his former classmates at Linggao and the class group. Lin Fan opened his phone, watching the messages continually popping up in the class group. He then quietly sent a message. Brothers, I only scored 40 million, but fortunately, I was still admitted to Jing University. And all the spiritual universities across the country are calling me. Have you received your admission notices? Did you also gather a pile of notices? Just as he sent it, Lin Fan saw himself being kicked out of the group. He tried calling a few times only to find himself blocked. Yet he felt inexplicably delighted. When his spiritual techniques had just awakened, a crowd called him a lowly person, saying he dragged down the class average. Now looking back, who had truly lowered the class average? Ji Shangxiang looked at the two helplessly. Speaking of which, should we head straight to Kyoto Spiritual University? Lin Fan waved his hand. Don't rush. Do you know why I haven't left yet? Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang both showed puzzled expressions. Lin Fan pulled out his phone. I plan to ask where that Sima fellow is staying, you understand? After a brief moment of astonishment, Xie Gang roared, I understand, brother. As the saying goes, do not pour cold water on others' moments of glory, or else the grudge will become significant. Previously, they had shown off in front of the army of over 10,000 spiritual energy users, accumulating a staggering 10 billion points, surrounded by a throng of golden-level spiritualists bowing and scraping to them. Yet Si Mahe insisted on coming out to challenge them. Wasn't this pouring cold water? Moreover, from Ji Wuxuan's words, Si Mahe was the hidden big shot behind the faction, clearly seeking personal revenge. How could they tolerate this? Ji Shangxiang hesitated, saying, "Isn't it inappropriate? After all, Si Mahe is the deputy commander. If we kill him." Her words trailed off. Xie Gang and Lin Fan simultaneously halted their actions, wearing expressions of concern. Lin Fan replied, "How can we kill someone? We are good youths about to be admitted to the capital spiritual university with excellent results. Killing someone would ruin our future, wouldn't it?" Xie Gang waggled a finger while making a clicking sound with his tongue. "Killing someone is just a matter of bowing one's head, but this grudge is too big. How can we kill him?" Ji Shangxiang's expression twitched. Alright, she was purely worried. But is a good youth supposed to have such a vendetta? The thought of seeking revenge on Si Mahe later made her feel a bit excited. "Damn, I've been corrupted by you all." Lin Fan chuckled, skipping the small talk and directly calling Yi Lingfeng. "Brother Yi, are you busy? We have a bit of a feud with that Commander Sima. I was thinking of bringing some fruit to ease the tension between us." On the other end of the line, Yi Lingfeng fell silent. Bringing fruit to resolve a feud. The three of them had seized over 100 billion worth of assets from the faction. What kind of fruit could possibly make up for that? Although this compensation had been begrudgingly accepted by the Zheng family, the faction's reputation was ruined. Lin Fan felt embarrassed in the silence on the line. "Oh, Brother Yi, Commander Yi Lingfeng. I can't hear you." Yi Lingfeng raised his voice. "I think you guys shouldn't waste your time. However, since you want to try, I can send you the location." Lin Fan smiled, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yi Lingfeng hung up and soon after sent a message. Lin Fan, upon seeing the location, simply fell asleep. Ji Shangxiang was bewildered, asking, "Aren't we going to seek revenge?" Xie Gang looked at her, as if she were an idiot, saying, "Who goes for revenge during the day?" Ji Shangxiang suddenly realized. Primarily, she lacked experience. As a young lady from a prominent family, how many dared to provoke her usually? In the deep of night, in a villa by the river in Tianhe City, Si Mahe sat on the bed, a small flame hovering in front of him, revealing a human face within. "Praise the Mother Goddess," Si Mahe murmured. The voice from the flame said, "So Lin Fan and the others really came out of the Thunder Tooth Gate." Si Mahe nodded and briefly recounted what he had discovered. The flame flickered and a voice emerged. "This Lin Fan seems a bit extraordinary. I've heard his awakened spiritual skill is only level, but the ones he uses later are by no means weak. I have a feeling he might influence the arrival of the Mother Goddess. Find a way to kill him." Si Mahe's expression turned grim. What influence on the arrival of the Mother Goddess? That's utter nonsense. He's just Lin Fan, nothing more. Even if the top 10 sovereigns came together, they could not stop the arrival of the Mother Goddess. However, this time things felt a bit unusual. They had originally prepared many methods. If the higher-ups had not sealed the White Mouse Gate and mobilized royal or even emperor-level experts, they could have opened a diamond-level gate to all races. Once a diamond-level gate was opened with the anchor point set, it would continuously open new diamond-level gates to all races, allowing them to further initiate the opening of a star-stone-level gate. Finally, they would welcome the Mother Goddess of the Earth, cleansing this polluted world. Yet surprisingly, the Chinese higher-ups took no action, completely disregarding the thousands of candidates, and sealed the White Mouse Gate. Moreover, their personnel in Tianhe City and Tianwu City had all been eradicated. Not just the cultists, everyone related to the fire worship cult, even their families had perished, resulting in rivers of blood. Had they not hidden deep enough, they would have been finished. Red-clad Lord, I suspect the higher-ups have intervened. The issue with Lin Fan should be put on hold for now. Upon hearing this, the flames suddenly expanded, seemingly filled with rage. After a long while, the flames shrank back. "No problem, I'll issue an order to mobilize them." "What are you doing?" The voice of surprise came from the flame. Si Mahe, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly leaped into the air, twisting in a backflip, before landing squatting down with his hands on his head. Si Mahe wore a confused expression, saying, "I don't know." In the next second, 3 figures in black rushed in. "Damn, is the fire worship cult an evil cult?" As soon as the words fell, the flame vanished with a swoosh. The figures in black were naturally Lin Fan and his companions. However, they only caught a gist of the situation and saw the talking flame. Lin Fan noticed the flame's disappearance, but didn't dwell on it. He turned to look at Si Mahe on the bed. Si Mahe swallowed hard, feeling a bit anxious. These 3 charged in aggressively, yet he was currently bound and unable to move his spiritual skills or energy. "Wait, are you Lin Fan?" Si Mahe suddenly raised his voice. Lin Fan and the others paused momentarily. Then Lin Fan swiftly tore off his mask. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang were taken aback, hurriedly reaching out to grab the mask to put it back on Lin. Lin Fan waved his hand. He walked over, placing a foot on the bed, and pointed to himself with his thumb. Look closely, no mistake, it's me, Lin Fan. Sima He sneered. So you are the Lin Fan, huh? You dare to invade my home tonight, what are you planning to do? Lin Fan cracked his knuckles. Remember, the one beating you tonight is me, Lin Fan. He raised his hand and punched Sima He squarely in the eye. With that, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang wasted no time rushing in to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. At first, Sima He tried to hold on. Lin Fan, you're finished. I'm the deputy commander of Tianhe City. If you lay a hand on me, I can have you arrested for your crimes. You better not fall into my hands, I will make you pay dearly. After an hour of beating, Sima He was left with no good flesh on his body, and his bones felt softened from the assault. Lin Fan, Lin Yi, I beg you to stop. I swear I won't dare to oppose you again. In platinum level with high defense, my tough skin hurts your hands, doesn't it? Lin Fan indeed stopped. Sima He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. This spiked club looked extremely painful, and it was covered in rust enough to risk tetanus. Fan go Lin go Grandpa Lin Dad. Sima He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move at all. In the next second, Lin Fan entered the scene holding the spiked club, and with one swing, Sima He rolled his eyes back, foaming at the mouth. This spiked club didn't seem to be a spiritual energy weapon incapable of penetrating defenses, but it hurt a lot. One hit felt like dozens of needles stabbing. Not just dozens of needles. Lin Fan pulled out 2 more spiked clubs, handing them to Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang. The 3 of them struck together their clubs, creating afterimages. Sima He finally understood the meaning of pain akin to being stabbed by needles that felt like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Amidst the haze, a familiar smiling face seemed to appear before him. Occasionally, when defenses were breached and blood flowed, Lin Fan kindly prepared tetanus shots, the needle as thick as his arm going straight in. If there were any breaches with excessive bleeding, Lin Fan would also bandage it up. Sima He fainted from the pain, then woke up from the stimulus only to faint again. The beating lasted a full 7 hours. Even though Lin Fan's self-defense crouch effect wore off, Sima He didn't dare to fight back, lying in the corner of the bed, doing his best to curl up. Devils, you are devils. I've passed out, can you just let me go? I've got tetanus and you still give me shots. I have no good flesh left on my body and you are still so considerate bandaging my wounds, making me endure the second wave of pain from the ruptured wounds. Sima He's voice was hoarse, his tears dried up. As the saying goes, a man doesn't shed tears easily, but he just hadn't encountered Lin Fan. Lin Fan and the others sat on the bed panting. Xie Gang couldn't help but worry. Fan, air, should we hide for a while? Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need. Do you think there are cameras in this bedroom? Xie Gang snorted lightly. I heard that this gloomy guy plays big. There might be 70 or 80 pinhole cameras in the room. As soon as we leave, he'll pull out the video of himself getting beaten. And then a 360 close-up shot without any blind spots. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, suddenly pulling Xie Gang closer and whispering in his ear, Gongzi, lend me a phone to talk. This guy spoke with such confidence, he must have cited references. Didn't he need to find a source? Sima He shook his head frantically. I'm not, you're framing me. The 3-piece set of shifting blame was used with such skill. Lin Fan waved his hand. Hey Z, what is 1000 minus 7? Sima He was taken aback. Lin Fan continued, it equals 993, which means that in the days to come it could be at any moment in your life. I will arrive as scheduled, beat you for 7 hours, and then ask you what 993 minus 7 is. Round and round it goes. It could be while you're in the bathroom, while you're sleeping, or even when you're holding meetings with your subordinates, listening to them fawn over you at any moment. Lin Fan extended 2 fingers, pointing at his own eyes, then at Sima He. The implication was clear, I will always be watching you. Sima He's face was filled with terror, the suppressed cries swirling in his throat, his eyes glistening with a sense of injustice. After finishing, Lin Fan clapped his hands, put away the spiked club, and even kindly cleaned up the battlefield, ensuring no footprints, fingerprints, or any biological traces were left. Then he turned to leave. Sima He watched Lin Fan's back disappear, suddenly bursting into tears. His wails were piercing and filled with terror. He couldn't bear to imagine that this kind of top-level torment would occur again, and not just once. Sima He uncontrollably wondered just how many times it would continue. 1000 minus 7 equals 993. 993 minus 7 equals 986. 986 minus 7 equals 979. With each calculation, it represented one instance of torment he would suffer in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the others were walking on the street. Xie Gang frowned. Fan Air, seriously, what if he Lin Fan spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Just deny it, let him bring out the evidence if he has any. Xie Gang blinked, a wave of joy washing over his face. Right, if we deny it, what can he do? Lin Fan chuckled. Moreover, others thought his self-defense crouch could only work on golden-level spiritualists, unaware that he had already upgraded to be effective against platinum level. Who could have guessed he had an ace up his sleeve? Ji Shangshang suddenly realized. No wonder Lin Fan asked them if there were cameras in this room. No wonder Lin Fan used phase dash when bringing them into the riverside villa. No wonder Lin Fan had to clean up on his way out. Was it because Lin Fan was kind? No, it was to destroy evidence. The finesse of the process and the rigor of the logic made it hard to imagine how many times this guy had rehearsed it in his mind. However, Sima He must be punished. He actually has connections with the fire cult. Lin Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng was on his way back to Tianwu City. He looked at the two messages on his phone and fell silent. One message said Sima He was severely injured without a single good piece of flesh on his body. The vice commander being beaten, the nature of it was quite malicious. The one who acted had a vile mind, even taking the time during several hours of beating to tend to Sima He's wounds. Upon seeing this message, Yi Lingfeng immediately thought of Lin Fan and the others. Just as he was about to question them, he saw Lin Fan send a message saying Sima He was a member of the fire cult. He suddenly recalled. When they discussed sealing the White Rat Gate earlier, Sima He seemed to be supporting the seal, but was actually fanning the flames. Moreover, even if the White Rat Gate were truly sealed, the fire cult's goals were likely not limited to just that. Yi Lingfeng suddenly thought of something, his expression tightening. They were aiming for the 10 royal powers of Yi Lingfeng held a significant position in the military and knew some secrets. The 10 royal powers of Huaxia do not appear before the public, and they have been hiding their identities because each royal power is guarding the gate to all races. They might be diamond level, even starstone level, or even higher. They were using their royal bodies to block the gate. If the White Rat Gate was not sealed, the royal powers would surely intervene, giving them an opportunity. And if sealed, it would cut off the retreat for thousands of candidates and the spiritual army, which would also cause huge losses to the spiritual army. Fortunately, they don't know who Lin Fan's parents are, otherwise if they continuously attacked Lin Fan, even sending royal-level spiritualists. Yi Lingfeng thought of this and gasped sharply. He suddenly understood, oh, perhaps this was the reason why the 10 royal powers had to hide their identities to avoid exposing their vulnerabilities. Otherwise, if the fire cult targeted the vulnerabilities of the royal powers and forced them to act, then the gate to all races suppressed by the royal powers would surely face issues. I must report this matter. If Sima He can occupy this position, then how far has the fire cult infiltrated Huaxia? Yi Lingfeng understood the significance of this matter and immediately chose to report it to Yi Lantian, known as the Night Emperor among the 10 great monarchs. Yi Lantian did not act hastily. He simply stated that he was already aware. The Kyoto Spiritual Energy Tower, the most iconic building in Kyoto, stands at an impressive 99 stories, soaring into the clouds, making it the tallest structure in the entire city. At this moment, Yi Lantian stood at the top floor, gazing down through the floor-to-ceiling windows. From this height, the figures and traffic below blurred into mere dots. In his eyes, it resembled a game of chess. The calamity of 1,000 years and myriad races has turned Huaxia into a stagnant pool. The infiltration of foreign churches, the turmoil of dark forces, the seduction of false gods, the decay of spiritual energy families. Any single faction among these would be enough to cause significant headaches. The current situation in Huaxia is quite grim. It is like a towering tree, although it stands tall, it is already riddled with wormholes. Once it reaches a certain limit, this mighty tree will collapse completely. Yi Lantian's gaze was profound. Standing atop this towering tree, he could see nothing but problem. 1,000 years ago, Huaxia boasted a population of 1.4 billion with a myriad of awakened spiritual skills. Such a large population has birthed countless enviable geniuses. Many small countries have perished, yet Huaxia remains unyielding. Even a millennium later, it still has as many as 36 large cities that allow some ordinary people with weaker spiritual skills to thrive in peace. These are the fruits of countless Huaxia masters' labor. However, today in Huaxia, there are 5 major spiritual energy families, each vying for power, even holding significant authority within the spiritual energy military. Each of the 5 major families desires more power, richer resources, and higher positions. The slightly weaker spiritual energy families also aspire to rise, aiming to replace the 5 great families and become the 6th major family, seizing their voice. Thus, open conflicts and covert struggles are incessant. Perhaps due to the large population, the gates of myriad races have continuously opened, with thousands of black iron and bronze gates appearing. Additionally, the fire worship cult spans several nations, its hidden strength capable of causing headaches for any national organization. This presents an internal crisis. The external threat lies in the infiltration from other nations. With more gates of myriad races and a growing population, Huaxia holds the world's largest share of resources. To put it simply, in terms of crystal cores alone, the quantity Huaxia possesses far exceeds that of other nations. Over the millennium, other countries have naturally conducted extensive research on spiritual energy. Those black iron, bronze, and even silver-grade crystal cores hold a position equivalent to that of oil and natural gas 1,000 years ago. They are naturally envious and wish to infiltrate to take a piece of the pie, to tear a chunk of flesh from Huaxia. And then there are the false gods' descents. Perhaps there are powerful alien races as well as those royal spiritual practitioners who have gained power and self-proclaimed themselves as gods harvesting faith. With Huaxia's vast population, it has inevitably become a farm for harvesting faith. Yilantian sighed. He had pondered for many years and still did not know how to repair this tower. Perhaps many have forgotten the calamity of 1,000 years. The struggles among myriad races have already entered their final phase. The next enemy of humanity will be countless alien races. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Yilantian kept murmuring. His father is the military king Lin Aowu, and his mother is from the prominent family of the 5 great families, the Shangwan family, Shangwan Yuewan. Beside him is Ji Shangxiang, also a descendant of the Ji family, one of the 5 great families with blood ties to the Bai family. And there is Xie Gang, an orphan taken in by the elderly village. How much burden have those old geezers placed on this kid? His eyes flickered, gradually showing a fiery enthusiasm, like a gambler who sees a winning hand ready to stake everything on a grand gamble. The Bai family possesses the only sealing bloodline, its status unlike that of the 5 great families. However, the Bai family's ancestors sacrificed themselves to seal the gates of myriad races, a merit that has left Huaxia indebted to the Bai family. The elderly village, home to those who once achieved great feats, but ultimately retired disabled, each one is a loyal hero. Therefore, these 3 are capable of uniting most of Huaxia's forces into a single strand. Yilantian truly did not know how they came together, but at this moment, it was his greatest opportunity to cleanse Huaxia. The disobedient spiritual energy families. They can simply be destroyed. With the Ji family, Shangwan family, and Yi family standing as 3 pillars, it would suffice. Even if the 5 great families place numerous agents within the spiritual energy military, the elderly village and the military king represent the faith, the benchmark, and the example of the spiritual energy military. To the 3 young lads, I apologize in advance. I will use you as bait. Any big fish that poses a threat to you will surface one by one because of you. Yi Lanshan's gaze gradually became resolute. If it doesn't break, it won't stand. Thus it must be. A day later, at a hotel in Tianhe City, Lin Fan lounged on the bed with his legs crossed, saying, "I told you nothing happened." It had been a day since they had beaten Si Mahe, and no one had come to them. Even the news of Si Mahe's injury had been suppressed. Ji Shangxiang looked at Lin Fan's proud demeanor and scoffed. "This time you were just lucky to encounter Si Mahe, who is a member of the fire worship cult." No, Lin Fan shook his head. Luck is also a part of strength. Moreover, after this incident, I've realized that the upper echelons of Huaxia are quite forgiving towards us. We can get away with many things as long as there is a reason. Ji Shangxiang was taken aback. Upon reflection, it did seem to be the case. From the time the gate group began to granting privileges and recording their martial exam scores, then to suppressing the Si Mahe incident. Of course, what Lin Fan and Xie Gang did prior was not true. Ji Shangxiang suddenly felt a bit worried. "You kid, as my little sidekick, cannot engage in illegal activities, otherwise wouldn't I, the big sister, lose face?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan looked puzzled. Just then Xie Gang also came to his senses, and they both spoke in unison. "What big sister? Aren't I the big boss? Am I not the big boss?" The 3 exchanged glances. All right, they all wanted to be together. Lin Fan waved his hand. "Follow me closely, and later I will take you to enjoy the good life." The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. Lin Fan had initially been looking forward to university life, and had even begun to contemplate how to exploit the hundreds of gates to the myriad clans near Kyoto. Now suddenly being told he had to go for an internship. Wasn't this just wasting his chance to make money? As everyone knows, internships are unpaid. Who knows if there's any behind-the-scenes trading between the school and the employers? Even if there isn't, the companies arranged by the school are merely capitalists who exploit these university students. Lin Fan slammed his hand on the table. "No, I won't go for an internship. I want to attend university. I want to enjoy the vibrant life of youth at university. I want sweet romance. I want to exploit the hundreds of gates to the myriad clans near Kyoto. I want to make money." He felt like he might vomit. Before his crossing, he hadn't even reached adulthood and hadn't attended university yet. After 3 years of crossing, it felt like he had repeated 3 years of study, and finally, he got admitted to the most prestigious Kyoto Spirit University in all of China, only to find out he wouldn't be attending university. Lin Fan shouted, "Internship my foot, even a dog wouldn't go." Ji Shangxiang suddenly interjected, "Join the Special Spirit Team at the Kyoto Spirit Administration Bureau, formerly known as the Special Spiritual Crime Investigation Team, a member with the privilege to carry firearms." Lin Fan was taken aback. "Special Spirit Team? Wait, you can carry a gun? If even a dog wouldn't go, then I will go. I'm going to the Special Spirit Team." He grinned widely, beaming with joy. You must know what pairs best with his head-down crouching spirit technique. Of course it's a gun. Every day he pointed at others, telling them to crouch down with their heads held, and it lacked any persuasion. It was a bit odd. But as long as he had a gun in hand, if he pointed it and confidently yelled for them to crouch down, wouldn't that make it reasonable? Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang exchanged a glance, unsure how Lin Fan had changed his mind. Ji Shangxiang scoffed, "You don't want sweet romance anymore." Lin Fan sprang out of bed in a flamboyant manner, standing at attention with his feet together, one hand across his forehead, solemnly saluting. "Comrade Ji Shangxiang, I must criticize you. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. We are all good sons of Huaxiao, and we should aspire to serve the country, not indulge in frivolous romance, and not neglect our national duties. Emotional entanglements should be transformed into great love for the nation, always insisting on serving the people." Before he could finish, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang simultaneously sprang up, pinning Lin Fan from both sides. Xie Gang bit his middle finger, pressing it against Lin Fan's forehead. "You demon, how dare you possess my feigner? Take a drop of my pure yang blood." Ji Shangxiang lifted one of Lin Fan's hands, producing a pair of chopsticks from nowhere, and clamped Lin Fan's middle finger tightly. "I don't care who you are, get out of Lin Fan immediately, or I'll make you pay." Despite this, the righteousness on Lin Fan's face did not diminish in the slightest. His gaze was firm and powerful, his movements grave and serious. "Special Spirit Team Captain Lin Fan is here." "Damn, the captain is me, Xie Gang." "I'm the captain, the young lady has arrived. Everyone step aside." The three of them immediately began to quarrel. In the following days, Lin Fan and the others returned to Tianwu City. They didn't announce their departure in a grand manner. Lin Fan distributed the Golden Lord crystals he had saved up one by one. Those who had followed them for a while, such as Sun Ikuan and others, each received at least 1 Golden Lord level crystal along with 10 silver Overlord level crystals. Luo Chunlei returned home to find a large package sitting in his house. He immediately looked around suspiciously. After all, he had offended quite a few people, and what if someone had sent him a bomb? He quietly approached the package and carefully began to unwrap it. After peeling off the wrapping paper, he found a box inside. Luo Chunlei activated his spiritual energy to envelop himself, took a deep breath, and opened the box. His pupils suddenly constricted as he saw that inside the box was another box. The corners of Luo Chunlei's mouth twitched as he took another deep breath and opened the second layer of the box. Then inside, still another box. Damn it! Luo Chunlei didn't dare to continue unwrapping, but thinking that he had already unwrapped 2 layers, what if the next one contained something good? He took another deep breath. Then he took another deep breath. Luo Chunlei, with veins bulging on his temples, continued to open a total of 18 layers. A total of 20 Golden Lord level crystals came into view. He was momentarily stunned. Each was worth 100 million, totaling 2 billion. He immediately thought this must be fake crystals. Luo Chunlei hurriedly picked one up, and as soon as he touched it, the crystal began to shed powder. He rubbed his fingers, and the fluorescent powder scattered on his fingertips. "I'm done playing." Luo Chunlei flipped the box away. As the crystals rolled, a piece of white paper flew out. It read, "Thank you, Instructor Luo, for your guidance. We have always been your soldiers. By the way, look outside." The corners of Luo Chunlei's mouth slightly curled up, and he mumbled, "This Lin Fan kid better not say he's my soldier if he causes trouble in the future." He turned to look outside, and saw a string of colorful balloons hanging on the window. The balloons burst, causing Golden Lord level crystals to fall to the ground with a thud. This time it was for real. Don't say it, I missed them a bit, but... Luo Chunlei looked towards the window, the direction of leaving Kyoto. He picked up a bus ticket from the table. "They've already infiltrated my home, why not take a look around?" Tianwu City Hospital. Baifeng lay on the bed looking feeble. When he received the crystals, his eyes were filled with a look of comfort. He had brought 200 candidates, and only Lin Fan and his group had returned. Fortunately, it wasn't a complete loss. Of course, there were still over 100 students, but those had family backgrounds and didn't need to take the martial arts exam, they would have a future. What pained him were the 197 candidates who had died. They all aspired to pass the martial arts exam and climb to a higher position, yet they all perished. By phone pulled out a note that read, "Principal, have you had enough rest? We found you some work to do. Remember to greet the freshmen and sophomores for us." By phone shook his head. Just the younger students. He continued to look down, and there were several photos. He saw Lin Fan and the others standing on a pile of rubble, grinning innocently at the camera while making peace signs. By phone let out a laugh. These three little rascals are going to cause trouble again. Before he could finish, he noticed the faint words near the sea in the ruins. The surrounding medical equipment began to sound alarms. By phone clutched his chest. Damn it, I just finished building the school, and these three ungrateful kids, ungrateful. By phone almost lost his breath. He took a long time to recover, and his hand holding the photo began to tremble. However, as he touched it, he discovered a bank card stuck to the back annotated for the reconstruction of the school. He let out a long sigh, finally feeling his breath return. By phone suddenly sat up as if he had found new. Lin Fan and the others have graduated, but the new semester is about to start, and the freshmen need to enroll, while the original first and second year students still have classes to attend. It's time to hurry up and rebuild the school. At the Kyoto high-speed railway station, Lin Fan and his companions struggled to squeeze off the train following the crowd as they walked slowly on the spacious platform. The surroundings were bustling with people coming and going. Several high-speed trains arrived simultaneously and many people disembarked. Some were carrying large bags, looking around with bewildered expressions as if everything here was new and exciting. Some walked hurriedly, glancing at the slow-moving crowd and checking their watches with urgency. Others took out their phones immediately after getting off the train, following along step by step. After walking for over half an hour, Lin Fan and his companions finally made it out of the station. Lin Fan gazed at the tall and densely packed buildings around him, as well as the continuous flow of traffic filled with awe. Tianwu City is not small and has a large population, but compared to Kyoto, it is nothing significant. "Young man, would you like to take a break? Our hotel is quite nice." Suddenly, a group of middle-aged women approached, all chattering excitedly, trying to promote their hotels. Lin Fan chuckled. "Is your hotel legitimate?" The women were taken aback, seemingly not expecting someone to ask so directly. "If it wasn't legitimate, how could—" One of the women immediately declared, "Of course it's legitimate. Our hotel has complete facilities." Lin Fan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "If it's not legitimate, who would go there?" The woman's face darkened, and she walked away grumbling. Another woman in a fleece jacket approached, saying, "Young man, mine is not legitimate." She made exaggerated expressions towards Lin Fan. Suddenly Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "Where is your hotel?" The woman pointed to a small alley next to the station, saying, "Just inside there, awaken guest house. Our facilities are top-notch." Lin Fan pulled out a small notebook. "Got it, awaken guest house is not legitimate. We'll investigate after we check in." The woman was taken aback. "Investigate?" Xia Gang stepped forward. "Ma'am, how did you know we were reporting to the Spirit Management Bureau later?" The woman gasped, pointing at Lin Fan and his companions. "Retreat, retreat, retreat. Look at you three, so good-looking. Are you trying to catch us off guard?" The woman spat disdainfully and turned to leave, her steps unsteady and awkward as she occasionally looked back, seemingly afraid Lin Fan and his companions would follow. Lin Fan laughed heartily, spreading his arms as if embracing the city. "Kyoto, I have arrived." Xia Gang pounded his chest, roaring, "The king who welcomes you." Ji Shangxiang covered her face, put on a mask, and turned to leave, fearing that she would be associated with these two if she walked slowly. Lin Fan turned and waved at Ji Shangxiang. "Everyone get out of the way. The young lady has arrived." Ji Shangxiang couldn't hold back. "Lin Fan, are you crazy?" Lin Fan took off running, feeling cheerful upon hearing her words. The three of them, joking and teasing, arrived at the headquarters of the Spirit Management Bureau in Kyoto. The building was square-shaped with dark gray brick walls exuding grandeur and a solemn atmosphere. Standing before this edifice instilled a sense of trepidation, making it hard to harbor any ill intentions. Even Lin Fan and Xia Gang wore serious expressions, feeling somewhat nervous. Ji Shangxiang stepped forward, announced their identities to the guard, and presented her credentials, showcasing the military merit system's orders. The guard looked on with curiosity. These three youngsters appeared as if they hadn't even graduated from university, yet they came to report to the Spirit Management Bureau. Moreover, they were part of a special team. They must have some significant backing. Once you go inside, turn right at the main square. There's a training camp there. Go report to Instructor Luo. He's new too, so be careful. The guard lowered his voice. "New officials bring new fire." Ji Shangxiang understood, thanked the guard, and handed him a bottle of water. The guard hurriedly waved his hand, standing straight, and said firmly, "I won't take a single penny from the public." Ji Shangxiang respected him, withdrew the water, and after apologizing led Lin Fan and Xie Gang inside. Following the guard's directions, the trio soon spotted an indoor gym marked with the words training camp. Ji Shangxiang said, "This is it, let's go in." Upon entering, they found many training equipment and several people training. They walked through the facility. The trio sensed that these equipment exuded a unique spiritual energy belonging to otherworldly beings, clearly not made of ordinary steel, but crafted from materials of other races. Indeed, ordinary steel wouldn't have the hardness to support the training of spiritual practitioners. After asking around, they identified where Instructor Luo was spotting a tall figure with his back to them at the edge of the venue. They approached. Ji Shangxiang was the first to speak. "Hello, Instructor Luo, we are." Before she could finish, Luo Chunlei turned around, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the three with an unmistakable smile. He said nothing, but his expression seemed to convey a sense of surprise and excitement. Lin Fan was also momentarily stunned. Xie Gang quickly recovered, trying to throw an arm around Luo Chunlei's shoulders, only to be met with a serious glare that made him back off. Luo Chunlei cleared his throat. "Stand straight. No slouching." Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly formed a line. Luo Chunlei waved at a distance, and several others approached. A total of 9 people lined up in front of Luo Chunlei, standing at attention with serious expressions. Luo Chunlei scanned each of the 9 individuals, his gaze sharp, as if scrutinizing all of them. The individuals in front dared not meet Luo Chunlei's gaze. They felt as if they were facing a fierce tiger, the king of beasts, whose ferocity and authority made them tremble. Luo Chunlei approached Lin Fan. Noticing Lin Fan's deliberately serious demeanor, which belied the wandering gaze, he could hardly contain his laughter. He quickly turned away, facing the others, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Everyone, you are all special recruits for the Special Spirit Team, and this is an important step in entering the spiritual military. Here you will not only need to complete patrol tasks, but also prevent some otherworldly beings from slipping out and posing threats to societal stability. Therefore, your own strength must be solid to ensure your safety during mission execution." Luo Chunlei turned his head, his expression now serious. "Lastly, I must emphasize once again, some individuals often like to engage in reckless and unsafe activities." He directly looked at Lin Fan and the others, his gaze sharp as it swept over them. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He couldn't hold back any longer and raised his hand. "Instructor Luo, how about you just report my ID directly?" Luo Chunlei let out a cold snort, truly feeling at a loss. Previously, he could still contend with Lin Fan, but ever since coming out of the Thunder Fang Gate, the young man's strength had become unfathomable. It wasn't just Lin Fan. There was also Xie Gang, whose aura emanated a sense of pressure. Ji Shangxiang goes without saying. The set of Tianshu battle armor he wore as a gold-level spiritualist could withstand even S-level spiritual techniques without sustaining a scratch. This was someone who had invested heavily. The 3 of them caused the others to glance over repeatedly, seemingly scrutinizing their backgrounds. All 3 were quite young. However, 2 of them were already at the silver level and appeared very strong. Lin Fan was still at the bronze level, but his aura was fluctuating, indicating he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The most important aspect was still their age. The spiritual energy military could still enlist them or allow them to enter as reserves. The Spiritual Administration Bureau was not a place one could enter freely, as it wielded power and could not be trifled with. Moreover, the Bureau also had authority over the spiritual energy military, placing it at a higher status. The special spiritual teams were the most crucial existence among them. Some spiritualists, after gaining power, could easily become lost due to that power and commit heinous acts. Ordinary people faced formidable spiritualists with no means of resistance. At such times, the special spiritual teams were needed to intervene. They had to confront criminals directly and sometimes even touch upon the interests of the capital, making it a high-risk profession. Additionally, in Kyoto, there were hundreds of gates to various races, some of which were even located within the city, making it likely that other races would sneak out. This was also the responsibility of the Spiritual Administration Bureau. In summary, the special spiritual teams were very busy, dangerous, and prone to offending people. Those who entered were undoubtedly individuals with backgrounds and strength who otherwise issues would arise within a few days. The rest of them were basically from the same circle, all acquainted with one another. However, these 3 felt unfamiliar to them, clearly not part of their circle. Luo Chunlei spoke up, "All right, this is what I mean. Due to the danger, everyone needs to focus on improving their strength. Training is essential. In the end, enhancing physical fitness is also particularly important for spiritualists. You will undergo a month of training under me before you can truly join the special spiritual team and establish your own squads." With a wave of his hand, Luo Chunlei stepped to the front of the team, leading everyone forward. He introduced the various elements of the training camp to them. During this time, numerous veteran members of the special spiritual team were training their bare bodies, showcasing firm muscles and distinct lines. While exercising, their body temperatures rose, and they were sweating profusely. As for the equipment, it was indeed crafted from materials derived from the bodies of foreign races, just as Lin Fan and the others had sensed. For instance, the plates used for weightlifting were made from materials sourced from the deep blue electric eel race. After these foreign races die, their bodies still retain residual electric currents, which can be forged into these tools through specific methods. When you lift weights, the electric current stimulates your muscles, making it difficult for you to exert force. This treadmill is crafted from the skin and bones of the Gale wolf. While running, it operates using spiritual energy, and a hurricane will come at you from all directions, so be careful to dodge or you'll be thrown off. The Dragon Gate frame is made from the spine of the crying blood-black flood dragon race, and standing beneath it you will feel a strong sense of pressure. Luo Chunlei continued with his introductions. Finally, he led everyone to a boxing machine. In front of the machine was a platform seemingly made of a strange metal that shimmered with a flowing light. Once standing on it, several targets would pop up in front of them. You must strike these targets within a short time to test your reaction, physical resilience, strength, and more. Luo Chunlei looked at everyone and said solemnly, "Do not underestimate the importance of physical fitness. Merely training spiritual energy and releasing spiritual techniques is not enough. This creates an effect where 11 is greater than 2. During the gaps while releasing spiritual techniques or in periods of spiritual energy vacuum, just being able to run fast can give you a better chance of survival. Now let's have one person step up and give it a try. How about you, Wang Haochen?" From the crowd, a chubby figure stepped forward, looking robust with muscle definition rather than being overweight, comparable to Xia Gang. Wang Haochen clenched his fist, saying, "No need for testing. My physical fitness is about to reach the 1-star level." His eyes carried a hint of arrogance. Lin Fan was taken aback, unable to help, but mumble, "Is the 1-star level really that strong? With silver level power, shouldn't it at least be 3 stars? Wang Haochen scoffed lightly, turning to look at Lin Fan. "It's clear you're a poor student." Lin Fan was left baffled. Wang Haochen continued, "You clearly didn't attend the classes on physical and spiritual energy in university, did you?" Lin Fan coughed lightly, saying, "Is it possible that we never went to university?" He didn't want to talk about it, but mentioning it made him sad. He graduated before even starting university, much like how his youth felt like it was over before it began. Lin Fan expressed his grievances. All right, I get it. You went to university, and that's impressive." Xia Gang chuckled innocently, saying, "Actually, we also wanted to attend, but they said our grades were too good, and we didn't need to go to school. We could directly intern and receive our diplomas." Ji Shangxiang spread her hands in a feigned regret. "I really wanted to attend classes." Wang Haochen paused, clearly not expecting this outcome, and suddenly asked, "Is it you 3? Xia Gang replied, "That's right, it's us 3. The lowest score for the martial arts exam was 40 million and the highest score. He pointed at himself, puffing out his chest. "I accidentally achieved a small goal." A gasp of astonishment arose around them. No doubt that martial arts exam score was absurd. What about that 40 million? For black iron level, that's 1 point. For elite level, 10 points. For commander level, 100 points. Even at the silver level, continuously fighting above their rank to kill lord level beings, it would still amount to thousands of lord level beings. Wang Haochen scratched his head, his previous pride diminishing considerably. This flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. "I'm also from Kyoto Spiritual University. Oh, I guess that makes me your senior." "Wait, that's not right. We're interning together. We should be in the same grade." Being in the same grade as someone 4 years younger than him was something Wang Haochen found hard to accept. Luo Chunlei cleared his throat. "Right, I forgot that you don't know this evaluation standard. Let me briefly explain it to you." He raised his hand, pointing at the 9 5-point stars on the machine. 1 star refers to spiritualists below the gold level. At this level, the spiritual energy within their bodies is not pure enough and solidified, thus unable to benefit their physical bodies, while 2 stars represent the standard for the gold level. Luo Chunlei looked at Lin Fan, puffing out his chest. "Let you truly experience the difference between a golden level spiritualist and a silver level one." He patted his chest. "Give me a punch with your strength, do not use your spiritual skills." He certainly didn't want to experience Lin Fan's space split blade. The spatial attribute could cause real damage, and he wanted to live a few more years. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he swiftly moved in, raising his fist and striking without mercy. Bang! Luo Chunlei was still pondering how much strength a mere bronze level could possess. The moment the fist landed on his chest, his heartbeat momentarily halted and his nonchalant expression stiffened. He firmly planted his feet on the ground to avoid being sent flying. Luo Chunlei stared hard at Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled, displaying an innocent smile. I've trained this punch for 3 months. That shouldn't be too difficult for instructor Luo, right? Luo Chunlei's fist tensed up. I've trained this punch for 20 years. Oh, let's see you try. He raised his hand and struck. Behind him, a phantom of a black tiger appeared, roaring deafeningly. Lin Fan momentarily felt disoriented, forgetting to use his spiritual skill and enduring the punch heat in. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Luo Chunlei was astonished. His punch didn't feel like it struck flesh, but rather like hitting a thick leather. The recoil made his fist ache slightly. Something was off. This kid was exceedingly unusual. What have you been doing during this time? Your strength is so strong, and your bonus defense can even rival that of a golden level. In the same rank, without using S-level spiritual skills, it seems impossible to break through your defenses. Luo Chunlei exclaimed. He intended to use the experiment to establish authority over Lin Fan and his companions. Relying on their strength, they did not take their safety seriously day by day. Given their abilities encountering danger within the White Mouse Gate, and escaping was not a difficult task. They had been toying with the White Mouse Gate seal for at least a day. Yet the 3 of them showed no intention of coming out, perhaps relying on their ability to handle golden-level threats looking down on them. This was a very dangerous mindset. In the future, these kids would face numerous dangers, and might even venture into the myriad races gate, confronting tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of alien armies. Only by maintaining reverence for life and death could they survive better on the battlefield. However, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Fan and his companions. You 3 go test it immediately right now. Luo Chunlei's tone was serious, carrying an undeniable weight. Lin Fan rubbed his chest. Instructor Luo, will my work injury be compensated? It hurts. Luo Chunlei's face turned dark. Stop messing around, hurry up. Lin Fan reluctantly walked to the machine, and the moment he stepped onto the platform, he felt his internal spiritual power stagnate, seemingly sealed by an invisible force. He tried to mobilize his spiritual power, but found it impossible to release any spiritual skills. That's right, just like that, Luo Chunlei said. You can start the test directly. Oh, I want to see your current level. Wang Haochen and the others were dumbfounded. Why did hitting instructor Luo with a punch cause him to become so serious? Spiritual power could indeed nourish flesh, making them stronger. Even without training, a silver-level spiritualist physique would certainly be stronger than that of a bronze level. Not to mention instructor Luo was golden level. Even if this Lin Fan paid great attention to physical training, he was still undoubtedly no match for... What do you think? How much strength did instructor Luo use in that punch? I didn't even realize until now. He just rubbed his chest and barely took a few steps back. Even if it was just 1/10 of his strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The group discussed animatedly. Luo Chunlei's expression was grave. I used 60%. He would not miss such an opportunity to train Lin Fan, and that was precisely why he was so astonished. 60% of strength was not something a bronze level could endure. Wang Haochen and the others were utterly amazed, each casting curious glances at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan's test began. Targets popped up around his body, some even in his visual blind. In the next second, bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted as Lin Fan's punching speed was so fast it created afterimages, completing attacks on a full 10 targets in an instant. Luo Chunlei was taken aback. Wang Haochen and the others had tested this before and understood the difficulty of such a test. Simply standing still and punching in all directions tested flexibility, vision strength, and nerve reaction speed. Even the targets were made of layers of alien beast skins stacked together. The recoil from a punch was not something easily resolved. Unless Lin Fan had not even used his full strength in this series of punches, which was why he could continue punching rapidly despite the repeated recoil. The test resumed, still with 10 targets positioned at tricky angles, 5 of which were at his sides in visual blind spots. Yet Lin Fan remained stationary, twisting his waist to punch, launching strikes to both sides, and once again demolishing the 10 targets. Suddenly a target popped up above him at least 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Lin Fan leaped into the air, twisting midair and delivering a whip kick. Bang! The target exploded. Lin Fan landed, seeming a bit awkward. That target was too high, I couldn't hit it. Everyone was left dumbfounded. That target was made of golden-level beast skin and not just a single layer, yet it was blown apart by a single kick. Though it could be said it was damaged, the power was indeed astonishing. On the machine, stars flickered. Wang Haochen and his group held their breath. Suddenly one star lit up, shining completely. Wang Haochen stared at this scene as if he had seen a ghost. This silver level of fitness enthusiast actually lost in strength to Lin Fan. Lin Fan indeed had muscles. He wasn't exactly skinny, but his muscles were not exaggerated. Compared to Wang Haochen, he could indeed be considered on the lean side. This feeling was like someone squatting 200 kilograms on the Smith machine at the gym only to be outdone by a lean guy. But then, the second star also lit up. The crowd erupted in astonishment, each gasping. Some couldn't help but slap the person next to them. Damn, does that hurt? Shouldn't this be a dream? Luo Chunlei hesitated several times, wanting to say something, but stopping short. The next ones, Ji Shanxiang and Xie Gang, were equally astonishing. Ji Shangxiang's soft body struck the target, as if performing an elegant and noble swan dance. However, that soft body was like a whip, flexible and powerful when hitting the target. Xie Gang was even more forceful. His first punch caused the target to explode. When the target appeared in the air, he leaped, clasped his hands together, and executed a move akin to a slam dunk, striking down heavily, resulting in another explosion of the target. The three of them gathered together, their bodies seemingly radiating light. Even the veteran members of the special spirit team, who were still training, turned to look. They initially thought these achievements were results produced by Luo Chunlei, only to find out it was the result of Xie Gang and the others. This shocked them. They, as gold-level members, had trained for 2 to 3 years and had barely reached 2 stars, at most 2.5 stars. How could this group of newcomers already possess 2-star strength? Lin Fan chuckled. By the way, if this machine is broken, we won't have to pay for it, right? Luo Chunlei was at a loss for words. After such a significant event, was this really the question he asked? You just casually gifted me 2 billion and then asked me this. Wang Haochen and the others exchanged glances. Weren't they supposed to avoid taking anything from the public? They wanted to report that Instructor Luo had fallen and become corrupt. Where were the morals? Where was the bottom line? Was it that having a good relationship with Lin Fan and the others meant receiving 2 billion? Everyone immediately crowded around Lin Fan and the others, introducing themselves. Wang Haochen's team consisted of him as the leader, and his 2 teammates were muscular men looking as robust as bodybuilders. One was named Wang Yu. As for the other, everyone assumed was a boy, but when she spoke, she turned out to be a girl. Called Xiong Mimi, and I will need Brother Gang's care in the future. The mention of Brother Gang sent chills down everyone's spines. The key point was that the two stood together with similar heights and builds. Who would believe they were a boy and a girl? Yet Xie Gang wore a lewd grin, waving his hand and directly putting his arm around Xiong Mimi's shoulder. Sure thing, let's work out together from now on. Another team came from the Bai family. There were 2 boys and 1 girl. The leading girl had long black hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had a tall figure exuding an aura of restraint. Her name was Bai Chenxi. The other 2 were quite handsome. Lin Fan thought to himself that this person was surprisingly on par with his own looks, genuinely astonishing. Called Bai Fuguwei. When introducing himself, Lin Fan almost stumbled. With such a name, it was simply Bai Fuguwei. Seemed a bit embarrassed in our lineage when it came time to name the generation. With Fu, my mom just casually added Gui for me. The other person, while not particularly handsome, also exuded an air of nobility, named Bai Fuchen. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. For the first time, he felt the awkwardness of coming from a noble family. Naming had to follow a generational order. One could be unfortunate, and brothers Wang Fuguwei were the best examples. After this round of introductions, the 9 of them became familiar with each other. Luo Chunlei cleared his throat. All right, let's start training. Lin Fan and the others will stay while you 6 go and get on the treadmill. Wang Haochen and the others stiffened, bringing a heavy atmosphere, as if they were walking to an execution. After they left, Luo Chunlei solemnly asked, what did you 3 do inside the Thunder Tooth Gate? Lin Fan briefly explained that they had consumed the Spirit Thunder Body refining fruit. Luo Chunlei frowned tightly. There are such strange things within the gate of the 10,000 races. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling that things had become troublesome. Otherwise, why was Luo Chunlei so serious? Had he known, he would have hidden his abilities. Isn't it just 2-star strength? Since everyone else is training their bodies, why would we be so unique? Luo Chunlei realized they had not attended university courses. He immediately began to explain to them. There is a watershed between silver level and gold level. The spiritual energy circulating in their meridians overflows, nourishing the flesh and skin. Therefore, above gold level, even if their spiritual energy is sealed, they still have a layer of spiritual energy firmly protecting their bodies beneath their skin and flesh. The stronger the strength, the denser the spiritual energy. Once you truly see king level and emperor level spiritual practitioners, you will understand. However, you haven't reached gold level yet, there is still much space within your meridians. The spiritual energy will not overflow to form defenses beneath your flesh, and you have merely achieved this level with pure physical strength. This was why Luo Chunlei was so astonished. Over a millennium, they had thoroughly studied spiritual energy, even using it as an energy source. However, the enhancement of the physical body had only begun to be explored in the past century. This concerns the breakthroughs of emperor-level practitioners, and even above emperor level, 100 years of research had yielded no progress. The gate of the 10,000 races had indeed been opened before. A royal leader had appeared inside, existing beyond the emperor-level practitioners. This was why they had become curious about levels above the emperor level, but in this millennium, the most they had encountered were emperor-level practitioners. That sounds so serious. Lin Fan clutched his chest. We're not going to be sliced for research, are we? Luo Chunlei's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Yes, you should be sliced for research to see if it can help the emperor-level practitioners break through. Lin Fan and the others were startled. Luo Chunlei waved his hand. I was just kidding, but you actually hid such a huge matter without reporting it. If this matter were reported, the higher-ups might attempt to venture deeper into the gate of the 10,000 races to search for the treasures you mentioned. As long as it's not for slicing research, that's good. Lin Fan chuckled. He leaned closer to Luo Chunlei. Could you let the higher-ups know? We have experience and can have a few emperor-level experts take us to take a look. Luo Chunlei's mouth twitched. Do you think emperor-level experts are as common as cabbages? Don't be naive. Most king-level and emperor-level practitioners have their own missions, using their bodies to block a gate of the 10,000 races. Not every gate of the 10,000 races can be sealed. Lin Fan opened his mouth, intending to make a playful remark. However, this statement brought him a heavy feeling. Using one's body to block a gate. The phrase, "there's always someone carrying the burden for you," seemed to materialize at that moment. Then forget it. Lin Fan recovered. Next up is the business of the Special Spirit Team. I say, when will we get our firearms? I heard the spiritual energy Desert Eagle is quite impressive. Luo Chunlei nodded. Very soon. Today's training is just to prepare you, and afterward I will take you three to execute a mission together. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chunlei's phone vibrated. He smiled slightly. Looks like I have time today. Gather, there's a temporary mission, and it'll take you to broaden your horizons. Wang Haochen and his companions felt a wave of relief as they rushed off the treadmill, fearing that any delay would send them back to training. Only by truly stepping onto it could one understand that the process of exercising the body was akin to self-torture. The whirlwind blowing in from all directions felt like needles piercing their skin, and they had to keep running, or otherwise they would be flung off the treadmill, tumbling head over heels. Soon the 9-member team gathered, led by Luo Chunlei, who quickly received their energy rifles and rushed to the mission location. On the way, Luo Chunlei briefed everyone on the duties of the Special Spirit Team. The most basic task was patrolling, with each team assigned to specific areas to monitor the situation at the gates of various races and ensure no foreign entities had escaped. Secondly, they needed to maintain public order. Some spiritual practitioners, having broken through their limits, lost themselves and committed acts of arson, murder, and robbery. Additionally, conflicts among practitioners could lead to casualties. Even more concerning were the spies infiltrating from various nations who posed threats to public security and needed to be dealt with. Lastly, investigations were required when abnormal deaths occurred. This time they had received a mission regarding an unusual death event. In a certain residential area, there had been several days of mysterious disappearances, and this time a body had. When they arrived at the residential area, a special spirit team was already conducting an investigation. The special spirit team consisted of 3 members working alongside regular spiritual administration personnel. Luo Chunlei approached to negotiate with several individuals. The 3 official members exchanged glances with Lin Fan and nodded in agreement. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket sucking on a lollipop stepped forward and addressed Lin Fan and his group. This time we are giving Instructor Luo a face by allowing you to observe. Just watch closely. I am Zheng Haonan, the captain of the Special Spirit Team 12. Lin Fan stepped forward, grasped Zheng Haonan's hand directly, and said, "Greetings, senior. We haven't formed our team yet, but I am the captain of our group, Lin Fan." Xie Gang was momentarily stunned and suddenly rushed to Zheng Haonan's side, saying, "Don't listen to him. I am the captain." Ji Shangxiang strode over, pushing Lin Fan and Xie Gang aside, declaring, "I am the captain." Zheng Haonan twitched the corner of his mouth. Normally, the captain of a 3-member team was not considered a significant position. It was merely a title overseeing 2 others. The fact that they were arguing over the captaincy suggested something was off. He shook his head, amused by this team. 3 supreme beings fighting over the captaincy would surely lead to further disputes in the future. All right, this isn't important. As I said, just observe closely. Zheng Haonan waved his hand and turned to leave. His meaning was clear. As long as they watched, Lin Fan and the others were not required to express their opinions. Then Zheng Haonan and his team began gathering clues through interviews. Feeling bored, Lin Fan walked into the room of the deceased to investigate. Inside the room, there were some signs of a struggle, but they weren't severe, suggesting the battle ended swiftly. 3 individuals had died, all pale-faced, and with their eyes closed. Lin Fan gazed at the 3 corpses, his expression turning serious. He stroked his chin and asked in a low voice, "I wonder if any of you have noticed anything." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What could they have observed? They had only just arrived. Could it be that Lin Fan possessed some innate detective talent, able to discern clues at a glance? The group immediately became serious, their sharp gazes scanning the entire room in an attempt to catch every detail. Seeing their demeanor, Lin Fan scoffed lightly, "You can't see this." The door was not forced open, indicating that this was clearly a locked room murder case. He continued, "Looking at our deceased, they are either men or women, so they are all human." Everyone felt something was off, but for a moment they couldn't pinpoint it. "In summary, I have a few deductions." With that, everyone became serious again. The deceased were alive before they died. He stated, "According to the characteristics of locked room murder cases, the killers are either friends or relatives, or at least friends of friends or relatives of relatives, otherwise they would not have opened the door willingly." The room fell silent. No one could find any fault. They indeed were alive before they died, right? Were they anything other than men or women? The emphasis was that other genders wouldn't be subject to examination either. As they spoke, Zheng Haonan and his group walked by. "That's correct," the murderer disguised as a delivery person knocked on the door. As they spoke, they continued to move away. The expressions of the group turned dark. They had expected a king, but instead they encountered mere bronze, their expressions wasted. Moreover, not a single point was correct. Lin Fan chuckled. "Well, there was a slight miscalculation in reasoning, but I did indeed notice something unusual." The group simultaneously scoffed, refusing to look at Lin Fan any longer. Listening to him would only lead them into a pitfall. "I will go listen to Zheng Liage's investigation. I will also go interview again. I will look for a sensing type to specifically investigate the 3 deceased." As they spoke, everyone moved away, leaving Lin Fan standing alone. Lin Fan hurriedly shouted, "I truly found a clue. These individuals lack spiritual energy." The group turned back, rolled their eyes, and then resumed their own investigations. Where would the deceased find spiritual energy? Wasn't that just a pointless statement? Lin Fan cursed under his breath, squatting in place as time passed. Despite everyone's efforts, the investigation was nearly at a standstill. They only knew that nearby residents had vaguely heard the sound of a delivery, followed by the door unlocking and some indications of a struggle. Zheng Haonan and his team returned to the room, looking at the deceased. "It seems we must have a sensing type investigate this matter." Lin Fan frantically raised his hand in the crowd, but no one paid him any attention. Zheng Haonan noticed Lin Fan raising his hand and could no longer hold back, asking helplessly, "What did you discover?" Lin Fan hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. "I found that they had no trace of spiritual energy whatsoever." Zheng Haonan was taken aback. Wang Haochen sighed. "Zheng Liaoge, Lin Fan is just messing around. He didn't intend to interfere with your investigation." Zheng Haonan quickly waved his hand. No, this is very important." The group could no longer contain their disbelief. What nonsense! Lin Fan had said this several hours ago, and not a single one of them paid attention, yet it turned out to be crucial information. "Are you a sensing type?" Zheng Haonan asked. Lin Fan nodded, and then shook his head. "Sort of, but not exactly. I have a spiritual skill that allows me to sense the presence of spiritual practitioners within a certain range, even those of black iron level. I can detect their spiritual energy. However, I could completely sense nothing from these individuals." Lin Fan had seen dead people before, just like Qin Haiba, whom he had killed with his own hands. After his death, all his spiritual power dissipated, yet Lin Fan could still sense the traces of the lingering spiritual energy. Therefore, he found this aspect quite peculiar. Zheng Haonan's eyes flickered. "If what you said is true, then you've made a significant contribution this time." Lin Fan was filled with pride, his gaze sweeping over Wang Haochen and the others with unabashed satisfaction. Wang Haochen raised an eyebrow. "Zheng, could you explain this to us?" Zheng Haonan nodded. Hundreds of years ago, there were indeed completely ordinary people unable to awaken spiritual skills and naturally unable to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. However, after hundreds of years of inheritance, there are no completely ordinary people anymore. From our perspective, ordinary people are those who awaken level or a level spiritual skills. Their abilities lack strong cultivation talent, and they may never break through the black iron level in their lifetime. However, they still possess spiritual energy within them. What Lin Fan mentioned is that these people have absolutely no spiritual energy, which is abnormal. Even if a person dies, the spiritual energy disperses into the air, yet traces of spiritual energy remain within their body. Moreover, even for black iron level, the spiritual energy dispersal takes several days to completely vanish. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. They had investigated many reports, and the most recent deceased had died earlier that morning, so it was impossible for him to have no spiritual energy at all. Yet Lin Fan insisted that these deceased individuals had no traces of spiritual energy. This proved that these people had died from having lost all their spiritual energy, leading to their weakened state. Seeing that everyone grasped the situation, Zheng Haonan immediately said, "This is a crucial clue. We can head directly to the Spiritual Administration Bureau to investigate the spiritual skill registration of nearby individuals. If there are spiritual skills that can absorb others' spiritual energy, we will have a direction for our investigation." Zheng Haonan did not elaborate further. For instance, if the perpetrator used the method of delivering takeout to knock on the door, it could be that the murderer is a delivery person using a familiar method to commit the crime. Moreover, spiritual skills that absorb others' spiritual energy were completely eradicated a century ago. Unless an individual awakens them independently, it is virtually impossible for anyone to still possess such skills today. When anyone in Huaxiao awakens spiritual skills, they will upload this information online. Generally speaking, murderers tend to target people nearby, but given that the culprit may be a delivery person, we must broaden our search range. These are all things that these kids will have to learn slowly in the future. The road ahead is still long. Zheng Haonan murmured, immediately dispatching people to investigate. The efficiency of the Spiritual Administration Bureau was high. Within just 2 hours they identified a suspect. He had awakened an A-level spiritual skill, blood-absorbing spirit refinement. Using technological means, they quickly located the suspect. Zheng Haonan led the team, bringing a large group of people to the suspect's location. They arrived at the outskirts of Kyoto, where there were rows of cheap apartments tightly packed together, a favorite residence for workers coming to Kyoto. The commute took 3 hours back and forth. However, in a place where land is worth 1 silver-grade crystal core, these apartments offered great value. Zheng Haonan locked onto a room and surrounded it with his team. Everyone be careful. Although blood-absorbing spirit refinement appears to be A-level, its effects far exceed that of B-level, even A-level spiritual skills. The 3 people he killed were all bronze level, so he may have already broken through to silver. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan and Xie Gang kicked the door open. As the door swung open, a strong smell of blood wafted out. Inside was a gaunt man who immediately became agitated upon seeing Lin Fan and Xie Gang's energy rifles. Lin Fan raised his gun, pointing it at the man. "You are under arrest. Get down on the ground and cover your head. You can remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone twitched wildly. It was laughable. The person inside was a murderer who had killed several people. Could he really just comply and surrender at a single command? The gaunt man squatted on the ground with his head covered, adopting a standard posture, confusion written all over his face. This left the others equally bewildered. Did he really just surrender? At that moment, another man suddenly dashed out from the side. Wang Haochen, feeling excited, leaped out and raised his rifle. "Get down on the ground and cover your head. You can remain silent, but you." Before he could finish, the man lunged forward, knocking Wang Haochen aside. Then he twisted his foot and deftly slipped down the stairs like a nimble monkey. Everyone rushed to check on Wang Haochen, momentarily forgetting to pursue the man. Zheng Haonan asked helplessly, "Are you okay? Although one escaped, at least we caught one. We just need to follow the leads to find the other accomplice." He said this, but in his heart he felt quite helpless. Had it not been for bringing along these kids, he could have apprehended both of them. Wang Haochen looked equally dazed. Lin Fan could do it, so why couldn't he? The gaunt man in the room was still squatting with his head covered, showing no signs of resistance. What was going on? Was Lin Fan's energy rifle actually a gun while his was just a firewood stick? Lin Fan stepped out, spinning the energy rifle on his fingertips. He glanced at Wang Haochen and then aimed the gun downstairs. "Get down on the ground, or I will shoot." Wang Haochen chuckled. "You're shouting from so far away. Oh, he's already run off." Whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and the man who had nearly disappeared suddenly appeared before everyone, squatting with a bewildered and terrified expression, looking around. Lin Fan blew on the gun muzzle, performing a stylish spin to holster it. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Zheng Haonan stepped forward a couple of steps. "Let me see your energy rifle." Lin Fan tactically stepped back, protecting his waist holster. "This is my treasure. You can't look at it. If you want to see it, you can't do it in public, can you?" Zheng Haonan's face darkened. Luo Chunlei rushed forward to mediate. "Catching the suspect is a good thing." Zheng Haonan nodded, but he still felt concerned. The energy rifle was only effective at scaring bronze-level spiritualists. This person was silver level, and having already run far away, could he still be frightened? Moreover, how did this person appear? Did he just swoop in? Unable to hold back, he pulled out his own nearly rusted rifle and aimed it at one of his team members. Get down on the ground. Squat down, or I will shoot. Zheng Haonan tried several times, but the team members merely looked at him with expressions of disbelief. He awkwardly retracted his gun. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get Lin Fan's rifle to see it for himself. Clearly they were the same thing, so why did their effects differ so greatly? If it were truly that effective, he didn't know how many ranks he would have climbed in his position. Zheng Haonan came back to his senses and waved his hand, prepared to withdraw the team. His two teammates immediately stepped forward, taking out two silver collars and placing them around the necks of the two prisoners. The two men, bewildered when they were captured, asked, "How did you catch us?" The others were equally puzzled. This capture went a bit too smoothly. How many years had it been since he had seen prisoners surrendering so easily? On the way back, Lin Fan leaned closer to Luo Chunlei, rubbing his hands together. "Instructor Luo, although we are just here to gain experience, Brother Zheng insists on giving me credit. Look at the situation we are in." Luo Chunlei, fully aware of Lin Fan's temperament, deliberately feigned surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so principled. Then I will tell old Zheng that this credit belongs to him to help him rise in rank and wealth." Lin Fan's expression was one of utter discomfort, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. "Well, since Brother Zheng insists, we can only reluctantly accept it, right?" Luo Chunlei shook his head. "If it's so difficult, then let's not take it." Lin Fan slumped in his chair, spreading his arms out in resignation. "All right, we won't take this credit then. By the way, Lao Luo, where can I report you?" Luo Chunlei was taken aback. "Report him for what? What do you want to do?" Lin Fan sighed in a pretentious manner. "You took 2 billion crystal cores from me before. If I don't report you, who else would I report?" Luo Chunlei's lips twitched. Good heavens, he had been waiting for this. He cleared his throat. "Well, since old Zheng said to give you credit, it naturally belongs to you, especially since you kicked the door down, which is quite a contribution." Lin Fan nodded with a look of understanding, feeling satisfied. "By the way, about that blood-weeping spirit," Luo Chunlei's expression instantly turned serious. "This spirit technique was originally classified, but since you have encountered it, it's fine to tell you." He deliberately lowered his voice. The blood-weeping spirit technique was initially rated as E-class because it requires refining dozens of pounds of alien blood to produce a blood spirit fruit, which can enhance one's spiritual power when consumed. However, Luo Chunlei's voice dropped even lower, as if afraid the secret of this technique would leak out. "But the blood spirit fruit has side effects. Consuming it can lead to a drastic change in personality, turning one into a demon that only knows how to kill. Yet there are always pros and cons. If this skill is refined using human blood, the side effects will disappear, and only a portion of human blood is needed to produce a blood spirit fruit. Moreover, when this skill is used on spiritual practitioners, its effects far exceed those when used on aliens, even capable of controlling the blood within a person's body." Luo Chunlei gave Lin Fan a knowing look. Lin Fan's gaze flickered slightly. Undoubtedly, this was a purely evil cultivation technique. No wonder the higher-ups wanted to seal this technique directly, only allowing for self-awakening and disallowing absorption. Once many people possess the blood-weeping spirit technique, without a doubt the entire human race will descend into chaos, completely trapped in a society where strength reigns supreme. Though it is already somewhat like that, the authorities can still manage the situation, establishing strict laws to maintain order. The emergence of the blood spirit fruit would undoubtedly disrupt this order. Powerful spiritual families would become even more convinced of the differences between the upper and lower classes, treating the lower class as blood slaves, tools for refining blood spirit fruits. Some oppressed lower-class individuals would also choose this spirit technique to rapidly increase their power in an attempt to overthrow these spiritual families. The situation would descend into utter chaos. Lin Fan had not expected that a single spirit technique could bring about so many changes. Upon reflection, it truly gave a sense of eerie dread. Lin Fan shook his head. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone taller to hold it up. As a mere bronze-level individual, what was there to worry about? "So how much military merit do we have?" Lin Fan changed the subject. Luo Chunlei thought for a moment. 1,000 points. "Alright, it will be split among the 3 of you from the special spirit team." Lin Fan slumped back in his chair, not wanting to say another word. A mere 1,000 points, and he had worked so hard for it. Though he currently had no money in his pocket, his spirit technique required more resources. Everyone returned to the Spirit Management Bureau, where Zheng Haonan immediately took the 2 prisoners for interrogation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the others returned to their training. Lin Fan truly felt the brutality of the equipment. It was almost self-abuse. It was even more exhausting than killing those aliens. After a whole day of training, he didn't even want to take a shower and just collapsed into bed to sleep. Thus, after 3 days of training, Lin Fan and the others completely slacked off. Others were striving to break through to 1 star, while they remained unaware of how far they were from the threshold of 3 stars. Luo Chunlei even mentioned that a 2-star physical quality could withstand the spirit techniques of golden-level practitioners as long as they weren't glass. They posed no threat to their lives. But Lin Fan was quite indifferent. He squatted down, hugging his head, and even golden-level practitioners had to obediently squat down, even without using this spirit technique. In terms of escape, he had phase charge, and for offense, he had thunder cleave. The combination could even break through the defenses of platinum-level practitioners, so what was there to worry about? On the 4th day of training, Luo Chunlei's expression grew increasingly grim as he called everyone. I have something to tell you. Your training may be ending early. The Spirit Management Bureau currently lacks personnel, and they plan to form you into a small team. Wang Haochen and the others exchanged glances. They had actually sensed something during this time. Most members within the Spirit Management Bureau worked long hours, and previously there had been older special spirit teams training, but recently only they remained in the training field. They knew that something significant must have happened. Luo Chunlei pulled out his phone and sent everyone a task request. You all take a look. This task requires you to complete it. I will only observe from the sidelines. How you proceed is up to you. Lin Fan was so excited that he was almost in tears. As long as it wasn't training, he could do anything. He opened his phone to check the task. The introduction to this task was somewhat bizarre. It mentioned that there was a set of abandoned buildings in the suburbs that had been left unattended for over a decade, while the surroundings had gradually developed. However, recently when people passed by these abandoned buildings, they often discovered mysterious shadows appearing and disappearing quickly. Most importantly, this incident had terrified several individuals. It was said that they had seen a pair of blood-red eyes emitting a bloody light in the night, cruel and violent. Afterward, several people were attacked with mysterious claw marks appearing on their bodies. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Was this turning into a supernatural event? However, since people had been attacked, it was likely related to aliens. Luo Chunlei cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention after they had finished observing. According to preliminary investigations, it seems that a reedied alien race has escaped from the gate of all races and is hiding in that unfinished building. This will be your mission. You may begin discussing and dividing the tasks to come up with a result as soon as possible. With that, Luo Chunlei turned and left. Wang Haochen waved his hand, signaling everyone to gather around. Since we need to investigate, we can't overlook any clues. How about we form 3 small teams and divide into 3 tasks? Lin Fan immediately raised his hand as the captain of our team. Before he could finish, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang sprang forward, swiftly locking Lin Fan's throat and taking him down. The others exchanged glances, unfazed. It had been several days, and they still hadn't decided who the team leader was, often engaging in playful scuffles. Wang Haochen coughed lightly. We'll proceed as discussed earlier and form 3 small teams. Bai Qinzi adjusted his glasses and stated matter-of-factly, 1 team will investigate if there have been any unusual activities at the gate of all races, while another team will interview the insane individuals and those who have been attacked. Wang Haochen nodded. Right, comparing the wounds should help narrow down the search area. Finally, we need to explore the unfinished building. The group reformed their teams. Since there were individuals who had been attacked in the unfinished building, it was natural that a team of 3 should not go explore. Bai Qinzi, being more meticulous, would stay at the Spirit Administration Bureau to investigate the data. Wang Yu and Bai Fugue split up, one going to investigate the insane individuals while the other looked into the attacked ones. The remaining 6 would all go to the unfinished building. Once the teams were formed, everyone held a watermelon and watched Lin Fan and the others fight each other. Honestly, this has become quite the daily entertainment. Why can't there be 1 captain and 2 vice captains? Then who would be the vice captain? They'd probably have to fight again to decide who the vice captain is. Everyone started laughing. After a while, Lin Fan and the others with bruised faces separated, neither willing to concede. Wang Qinzi then conveyed everyone's decision to Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan and his team only cared about the captain position and were indifferent to other matters. However, upon hearing they would be heading to the unfinished building, all 3 appeared quite excited. For them, not causing trouble felt quite uncomfortable. Heaven knows that being unable to go to the gate of all races for the past few days had made them restless. The group immediately set off. By the time they left the Spirit Administration Bureau, it was already evening, and when they finally arrived at the unfinished building, it was dark. As the wind blew, Lin Fan and the others instinctively tightened their clothing, feeling a chill. Lin Fan was very clear that there were likely no supernatural events, but rather alien mischief. However, upon arriving at the unfinished building, he couldn't help but think more. A building without a completed surrounding wall sat in the darkness, starkly contrasting with the lively and bright environment around it. It seemed as if it had been abandoned by light, with all darkness concealed within. Lin Fan stepped inside, and as the wind blew, the weeds sporadically growing on the ground swayed, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, crack! The scaffolding outside the surrounding walls suddenly shattered, crashing down from high above with a loud bang. In an instant, the sound echoed in the silent environment, startling Lin Fan and the others. It's just that those scaffolds have aged, rusted, and with the wind blowing, they couldn't hold up and fell down. Lin Fan said, feigning calmness. In fact, he had also been startled just now. Turning around, he saw Xiong Mimi being cradled by Xie Gang, looking quite scared, burying her head completely in Xie Gang's chest. To be honest, Lin Fan had indeed been scared earlier, but seeing this scene made him feel less afraid. A tall man over 6 feet, holding a robust girl of about 5'10", was quite the shock. Everyone relaxed a bit. Wang Haochen steadied himself. We are just scaring ourselves. If there truly were aliens, they probably would have discovered us by now and deliberately made a noise to frighten us away. Xie Gang patted his chest. Exactly, I say we just charge in. Upon hearing this, Xiong Mimi raised her small hammer and began pounding on Xie Gang's chest rhythmically. Brother Gang is just so strong and manly. Everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Lin Fan closed his eyes, not daring to look directly. Sometimes seeing a turtle looking at beans may be just that. Having only known each other for 3 or 4 days, it seemed that Xie Gang and Xiong Mimi were already together, which was indeed quite fast. He pondered over the remaining 2 girls in their team. Ji Shangxiang. Not even considering her the heiress carrying a cannon. He feared that if he provoked her, he would be blasted into the sky. Bai Chinxi. Her name sounds nice, and she is beautiful as well. However, her appearance reminded him of the disciplined director, leaving no room for any improper thoughts. Lin Fan sighed. Let's go, let's hurry and complete the task. He felt like closing himself off. Watching his brothers find partners while he hadn't was truly frustrating. Lin Fan took the lead and walked into the unfinished building. Upon entering, they discovered that its degree of decay far exceeded their expectations. It had been abandoned for too long. Even on the cement walls, weeds had stubbornly grown. They followed the safety stairs upward, encountering some broken steps along the way, forcing them to jump over. As they climbed higher, the wind grew stronger, blowing through from all directions and making a whistling sound as if someone were crying. Before long, they reached the middle of the upper floors. Lin Fan pretended to be relaxed, saying, "See, we're just scaring ourselves. There's really nothing to be afraid of." He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and everyone mirrored his action. A startled cry. Everyone turned around, but found nothing. Lin Fan frowned. What are you all getting startled about? Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something was amiss. Where's Bai Fuchen? Everyone looked at each other, and their faces fell. Bai Fuchen, who seldom spoke, had been hanging at the end of their team, and now he had vanished without a trace. What kind of joke was this? Lin Fan stood still, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to find any clues. However, there were no traces on the ground, only their footprints. With such thick dust, Bai Fuchen's disappearance should have left some sign. Whoosh! A sound of wind broke through. Lin Fan closed his eyes and sensed instantly, capturing a trace of spiritual energy. Duck and cover your heads, he shouted loudly. The next second, a shadow flashed and appeared before everyone. Moonlight poured down. Everyone was taken aback. It was a creature resembling a gnome, its body a dark red color like the skin of a shriveled old man, all wrinkled. It had a pair of bat-like wings on its back, and its hands and feet were equipped with sharp claws. Most importantly, its blood-red eyes were incredibly eerie. In that moment, everyone forgot to breathe. This monster was too hideous. Yet the brutality and bloodthirst emanating from its crimson eyes sent chills down their spines. Lin Fan was the first to regain his composure, saying, "Fortunately, it's an alien race." A wave of heavy breathing immediately spread among the crowd. The sudden disappearance of Bai Fuchen had indeed made them sense an eerie presence. Fortunately, it was just an alien race still within the realm of scientific explanation. Lin Fan secretly thought it was bad they had forgotten about Bai Fuchen. He closed his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy belonging to Bai Fuchen, and in the next moment, he raised his hand with a flick. Bai Fuchen appeared in front of everyone with a whoosh, his face pale, breath weak, having lost a significant amount of weight in just a moment, as if he had been drained dry countless times by a vengeful spirit. Bai Fuchen squat down in confusion, feeling very weak and not wanting to crouch at all, only wishing to lie down. But he simply could not do that. Wang Haochen hurriedly went up to support Bai Fuchen, pulling him with all his strength. He didn't get up. The man's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. If he couldn't even lift a frail Bai Fuchen, what would others think of him? Would Mimi not think he was weak? Then he exerted all his strength once more. With a crack, Bai Fuchen stared blankly at Wang Haochen as tears streamed down his face. Who had he offended? He was targeted by aliens upon arrival, and then betrayed by his teammate. Lin Fan did not expect that Wang Haochen would be so fierce. Not only did he fail to lift him, but how much strength would it take to break the arm of a silver-tier spiritualist? He coughed lightly at Bai Fuchen, needs to squat for a few more minutes. Bai Fuchen felt bitter. What did it mean to squat for a few more minutes? This posture was truly embarrassing. His arm still hurt, and he had lost a lot of blood, feeling extremely weak. Lin Fan walked in front of the alien race, circling around. Do you know what kind of alien race this is? Wang Haochen and the others shook their heads in unison. Lin Fan's expression suddenly darkened. Then this is bad. Oh, I sensed earlier that these alien beings are at least bronze tier, and none of them exude an elite presence. Hurry up and report this. There may be a bronze tier gate of all races opening here. Wang Haochen gasped in shock. He was familiar with the hundreds of gates of all races near Kyoto, and if he didn't recognize this alien race, it must be a new one. Lin Fan's guess was indeed correct. I will report it right now. He turned around, but his hand holding the phone froze. Xiong Mimi hurriedly stepped forward, urging Brother Wang, hurry up. Just as she said this, Wang Haochen covered Xiong Mimi's mouth, pointing upward. Many parts of this unfinished building were not repaired, leaving sections of the floor missing. At that moment above them was a large hole leading straight to the top floor. Xiong Mimi raised her head in disbelief, and her breath caught in her throat. She saw that the area around the hole was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly, only pairs of crimson, glowing eyes circling around the hole. For some reason, as soon as Xiong Mimi saw these crimson glowing eyes, she immediately thought of the monster that Lin Fan had pulled over earlier. There were still more than 10 floors above them, and on each floor near the hole dozens of these crimson, glowing eyes were staring at them. Run! Xiong Mimi used her breathy voice to tell everyone as loudly as possible. Even if they were all bronze tier, how many were they really? Xie Gang scratched his head. What did Mimi say? Speak up. He was already a loud person, and his shout echoed repeatedly in the vast, unfinished building. Xiong Mimi and Wang Haochen exchanged a glance, their faces turning pale. They only had one thought: it was over. A flurry of wing flapping sounds erupted as hundreds of blood-eyed aliens took to the sky, circling above the hole. The terrifying number obscured the moonlight shining through the hole. Run! Xiong Mimi could no longer think about anything else and shouted loudly. She lifted her legs to run. Lin Fan, however, flashed to the hole, raised his spiritual energy firearm, and aimed upward. All alien beings, you are all under arrest. Now obey, and squat down with your heads covered, and it will be a quicker death for you. Xiong Mimi and Wang Haochen looked at Lin Fan with bewildered expressions. Not to mention whether the aliens could understand what Lin Fan was saying. How could these blood-eyed beings with their bloodthirsty and brutal eyes possibly be obedient? But in the next second, the sky suddenly darkened. Those blood-eyed aliens began to fall by the hundreds, plummeting down like dumplings from the sky. Some blood-eyed aliens directly passed through the hole, falling 10 floors down and crashing into a mess of flesh. Others not near the hole fell and struck the floor. The entire building echoed with thudding sounds as dust rained down from the ceiling above them, covering everyone in grime. Lin Fan flashed away, leaving behind a silhouette and a phrase. Follow me. The crowd snapped back to reality. Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang quickly followed suit, striding to catch up with Lin Fan. Wang Haochen threw out a comment, take care of Bai Fuchen. He also chased after them. Xiong Mimi, knowing she was still bronze tier, wisely chose not to cause trouble and instead moved closer to Bai Fuchen. There was still a blood-eyed alien left here, the one Lin Fan had initially pulled over. Xiong Mimi whispered sharply, raising her hand to suppress it. Her palm began to swell rapidly with spiritual energy, circulating quickly, forming into an enormous hand nearly 7 to 8 meters in size. She slapped down forcefully. The blood-eyed alien had no chance to resist and was flattened into a meat patty. The crisis was averted. The effect of the spiritual technique on Bai Fuchen finally faded, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Xiong Mimi hurriedly rushed over, carrying Bai Fuchen on her back. Right, we need to report this, so let's go. She was clear about what she needed to do, and carrying Bai Fuchen, she jumped directly from the upper floor. In midair, her feet began to swell rapidly, and her spiritual energy transformed into a pair of disproportionately large feet. Bang! Xiong Mimi landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bai Fuchen cried again. On Xiong Mimi's back, he was nearly rattled apart by the impact. He vowed to stay in the rear in the future, or else being with teammates like these would lead to a short life. Xiong Mimi took a moment to catch her breath before rushing out to call Luo Chunlei. Meanwhile, Bai Qinxi was in the archives of the spiritual administration flipping through a yellow document. She opened it up. Inside was recorded a type of alien called the blood-sucking dwarf, which looked exactly like the one Lin Fan and the others encountered. Bai Qinxi examined the document carefully. The aliens within the bronze tier gate of all races had ordinary-level blood-sucking techniques, elite-level speed enhancement, and the leader-level technique was marked as top secret. Bai Qinxi instantly guessed the leader-level technique must be blood-sucking refinement. Bai Qinxi realized this, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in her heart. If Lin Fan and his companions encountered the blood-sucking dwarves, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. She immediately took the information and rushed towards Luo Chunlei's office in the training grounds. Along the way, she saw people from the spiritual administration preparing to depart for a mission. The ominous premonition in Bai Qinxi's heart grew stronger. She could almost guess that Lin Fan and his group had indeed encountered those blood-sucking dwarves and had already reported it, otherwise the spiritual administration wouldn't be so anxious. Bai Qinxi quickened her pace and found Luo Chunlei in just a few minutes. At that moment, Luo Chunlei had already donned the combat uniform of the spiritual administration, seemingly ready to depart. "You're here." Bai Qinxi slammed the information onto the table. "I deduced that the attackers on those people are the blood-sucking dwarves. Don't the leader-level blood-sucking dwarves possess the blood-sucking spirit art?" Luo Chunlei remained silent for 3 seconds before nodding heavily. "Your information arrived a bit late." Bai Qinxi's eyes flashed, so Lin Fan and the others really did encounter the blood-sucking dwarves. Luo Chunlei sighed and pulled Bai Qinxi outside. His attitude had already explained everything. Soon the spiritual administration mobilized a large force. Not only ordinary members of the spiritual administration, but also several top-ranked special teams, including Zheng Haonan and his group. "Old Zheng, I didn't expect the blood-sucking dwarves to appear again." The speaker was a tall, skinny man with a side-swept fringe looking rather unconventional. His name was Lin Fan, a bona fide platinum-level powerhouse. His special team ranked 5th, and with their accumulated merits they could anytime take a lieutenant position in the spiritual military commanding thousands. "This is the top 5 team." Zheng Haonan's eyes flickered. "I wonder if it's because the sealing time was too long, leading to unforeseen events." Lin Fan scoffed lightly. "Don't be ridiculous. The Bai family's sealing technique has been unparalleled for 1,000 years. The 10,000 races gate they sealed 500 years ago is still intact to this day. If you ask me, someone must have done this intentionally, likely a very powerful spatial-type spirit user." Zheng Haonan's expression turned serious. He had interacted with Lin Fan and the others before, and as a senior he genuinely didn't want these new recruits to get into trouble. "Speed up. The ones who came into contact with the blood-sucking dwarves are just a few trainee members." Lin Fan spread his hands. "Then they're doomed. By the time we arrive they might have already turned into dried corpses." Although he said this, he suddenly pointed with his finger, and a stream of light flew beneath his feet, instantly doubling his speed. In just a few minutes, Lin Fan and Zheng Haonan arrived one after the other. Although they weren't perception-type users, one was gold level, and the other platinum level with sharp senses, and they detected a strong smell of blood. According to the information, blood-sucking dwarves constantly emit a foul smell. This indicated that there were many blood-sucking dwarves in the building. "This is bad. There's not a single sound." Lin Fan's toes pushed off, soaring upwards. Zheng Haonan drew a black long knife with a flick of his hand and dashed after him. As the two ascended, their hearts sank further. The area was filled with signs of battle, with corpses of foreign races scattered everywhere. Zheng Haonan moved forward to investigate. Upon seeing a foreign creature resembling a dwarf with bat wings, his breath hitched. "It truly is a blood-sucking dwarf." Lin Fan snorted coldly. "Can't wait any longer, charge." He raised both hands. Streams of light appeared one after another, transforming into sword lights that shot up into the sky. The dilapidated building was immediately riddled with holes, and Lin Fan became a beam of sword light, following closely behind. The two rushed straight to the top of the ruined building. As they drew near, sounds of laughter and chatter emerged. "Two left, still one card remaining. Can't take it. I'm going to die laughing. I have a royal flush." "What the hell, who has only one card left?" "Then I have a 4. Can't take it." Lin Fan and Zheng Haonan charged to the rooftop, their mouths twitching. They saw Ji Shangxiang and Xiong Mimi sitting at the edge of the rooftop, their little feet dangling outside, swinging back and forth, looking quite comfortable. Lin Fan and the others were playing Do Di Zhu. At that moment, it seemed Lin Fan had lost cursing as he stretched out his hand. His arms were covered in bruises. Xie Gang didn't hold back at all. Two hits, a total of 4 whips he leaped into the air, fingers together, and in a daze one could see electric arcs dancing at his fingertips. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Lin Fan grinned in pain, gasping for breath. Damn it, Gongzi, you hit me, and even added electricity. What does that mean? Xie Gang blew on his fingers. Come on, 3 more hits. Wang Haochen struck a bodybuilder pose, his biceps bulging, as if they would burst through his short sleeves. I still have 4 hits left. Lin Fan and Zheng Haonan exchanged glances, rubbing their eyes. Were they hallucinating, or had the world gone mad? Weren't these kids supposed to be drained into dried corpses? What was going on now? At that moment, Lin Fan seemed to have suddenly noticed Zheng Haonan. He moved with a flash, spatial fluctuations emanating from him appearing before Zheng Haonan, as if teleporting. Zheng, old brother, you guys are here. Xie Gang and Wang Haochen exchanged glances, silently cursing. They had been escaped by this kid. Zheng Haonan nodded, closing his eyes as if in disbelief. After a long pause, he finally asked, so what exactly happened here? Lin Fan replied with a bitter expression, today has been so unlucky, I haven't won a single hand, thankfully you guys came. Zheng Haonan nodded. Yes, it was good that they came, otherwise. Wait, that wasn't how this was supposed to go, was it? Shouldn't it be that this group of kids was cornered by the blood-sucking dwarves, and then they made a grand entrance? That would fit the essence of this situation, wouldn't it? Zheng Haonan glanced at Lin Fan, still feeling it was too surreal. Did this kid mean to say it was good they came so he avoided being continuously hit? What I mean is what happened here. Lin Fan scratched his head, pointing at the pile of blood-sucking dwarf corpses behind him. There are spatial fluctuations here, and occasionally a blood-sucking dwarf falls out, but we've dealt with them. He took out several silver discs stored in transparent bags. Additionally, we found these things which are clearly man-made. Someone released the blood-sucking dwarves, and then imprisoned them in this building. Zheng Haonan and Lin Fan felt a sense of foreboding after hearing this. We can't alert the snake, Zheng Haonan said solemnly. Lin Fan immediately took out his phone. Tell the people of the spiritual administration not to come here. What for? If they can't, then they should all mobilize to search. Can't they lower the violation rate in Kyoto for parking and speeding? Fines could supplement the spiritual administration's funds. Cough, that's not what I meant. In short, find an excuse for everyone to mobilize and don't come here. Lin Fan and the others looked at Lin Fan's actions with confusion. They had only a few people. How long would it take them to clean up the battlefield? Moreover, if the 10,000 races gate truly opened, could they hold it off? Lin Fan hung up the phone, waved his hand, and sword lights descended like a curtain enveloping the group. He dropped his playful demeanor and said solemnly, today none of you can speak of this matter. Lin Fan's expression fell. This was his first mission, and he discovered something significant, but couldn't even boast about it. Zheng Haonan had interacted with Lin Fan a couple of times. He stepped forward and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, saying, the credit goes to you. The military merit will be credited directly to my account. Lin Fan's expression improved a bit. However, Lin Fan stepped forward and his diamond-level spiritualist aura spread out. The terrifying spiritual power caused whirlwinds to whip up around them. I hope you all remember this is the highest secret of the spiritual administration, and no one can speak of it. You found nothing during your mission today. Everyone nodded in unison. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the sword lights tore open a gap. He motioned for Zheng Haonan to follow him. The two stepped out, and the sword lights closed again. Lin Fan crouched down, examining the spatial node. This was an unstable spatial node that occasionally transported blood-sucking dwarf demons. However, what he truly cared about was the silver disc Lin Fan had taken out earlier. That also belonged to spatial-type spiritual equipment and could only be crafted by spatial-type spiritualists. Its effect was to create a spatial barrier that distorted external sight and only allowed entry, not exit, a one-way barrier. Additionally, it could locate a sealed spatial node. Behind all this stood a powerful spatial-type spiritualist whose level was no less than diamond and might even be starstone level. Can you see it? Lin Fan asked solemnly. Zheng Haonan nodded. There is a powerful spatial-type spiritualist, but we don't know if they are an outsider or one of us. His expression turned serious and his face darkened. They are raising blood-sucking dwarf demons. No wonder the two people we interrogated before possessed blood-sucking spirit techniques. Lin Fan's expression was extremely grim. We all know what this represents. Zheng Haonan closed his eyes. Yes, the blood-sucking spirit technique has started to spread again. The blood-sucking spirit technique is very special. It doesn't belong to any elemental special or ordinary category, yet at the same time it belongs to all categories. This means every spiritualist can absorb this technique. As long as there are enough blood-sucking dwarf demon leaders, statistically 3 spiritualists can give birth to one who possesses the blood-sucking spirit technique. Zheng Haonan didn't understand what it was like when the blood-sucking spirit technique was rampant, but it was enough to make the Bai family sacrifice lifespan to seal the bronze level 10,000 races gate. And it even forced the higher-ups to seal all related records of the blood-sucking spirit technique. This is enough to prove how terrifying the impact of that event was. And now someone was secretly raising blood-sucking dwarf demons. This matter can only be investigated in secret. Several higher-ups are diamond-level spatial spiritualists. Zheng Haonan said solemnly. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. I figured as much, which is why I had my people send the spiritual administration staff away. Zheng Haonan hesitated. But what about these blood-sucking dwarf demons? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Then we'll have to put these little guys through a tough time. He waved his hand, and the sword lights flew up into the air, suddenly transforming into a storm scattering everywhere. He walked over to Xie Gang and Lin Fan, shaking his bangs. As a senior, I want to guide you on your spiritual techniques. Now unleash your techniques on me. Lin Fan and Xie Gang exchanged glances. They had just been threatened by Lin Fan, and now that they had the chance to act, how could they hesitate? Xie Gang shouted, with thunder shatter the darkness. Dark clouds rolled in the night sky, and purple lightning interwove and danced within the clouds. The deafening thunder echoed through the heavens. Several bolts of lightning as thick as arms fell violently like a dazzling flash tearing through the night sky. The target was Xie Gang. But at the moment Xie Gang made his move, Lin Fan shouted, "What are you guys doing? You're going too hard. This is a half-finished building. Can it withstand your reckless actions?" Zheng Haonan immediately understood his meaning. He wanted Lin Fan and the others to take the blame. Since they couldn't deal with these blood-sucking dwarf demons, and had to ensure no alarm was raised, they could only completely destroy this place. What? Lin Fan, your spiritual technique is out of control. That makes sense. You're about to break through to the silver level, so it's normal if you can't control it. Zheng Haonan raised his hand, and a blazing fireball shot up, dyeing the sky above the half-finished building red. Boom. The fireball fell like a meteor, exploding upon impact with the half-finished building. The corpses of those blood-sucking dwarf demons were burned to ashes in the fiery glow. The scattered sword lights moved like fish weaving between the buildings, tearing apart one load-bearing wall after another. The deafening noise echoed far and wide. Above the half-finished building, a mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Soon after, several figures shot out from the smoke and landed on the ground. Lin Fan pointed at himself. Wait, excuse me. What's wrong with me? I clearly did nothing. Why are so many people calling my name? It was one thing to go crazy, but why were they insisting on shouting his name? Zheng Haonan understood Lin Fan's meaning and rubbed his nose. There was no choice among the few people. Lin Fan was the one who left the deepest impression, so it was just an instinctive reaction. Well, you guys too. Given that this is your first mission and this is just a half-finished building, I won't blame you, but the reward is gone. Lin Fan immediately took a step back, baring his teeth at Zheng Haonan. You want me to take the blame and not get a reward? Come on, let's see if my fist is hard enough. He raised his hand, ready to defend. A diamond-level spiritualist was still beyond his capability. How could he handle Zheng Haonan, who was at the golden level? Zheng Haonan quickly appeared next to Lin Fan, coughed softly, and lowered his voice. Don't make a scene. You handle this matter, and he'll give you a big reward later. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he relaxed his hand. How big of a reward? Zheng Haonan thought for a moment, and held up one finger. What? Lin Fan chuckled. 10 billion. That's too generous. Zheng Haonan was taken aback. How did it turn into 10 billion? He was clearly talking about 1,000 military merits. At that moment, many people had gathered around, pointing at the half-finished building. This half-finished building, I don't like it. That's right, it's me. He raised his thumb and pointed at himself. I see a gang demolished it. What's wrong with that? It turns out that a smile only shifts, but does not disappear. At this moment, Xie Gang's smug grin transformed into the arrogant smirk on Lin Fan's face. Xie Gang chuckled and rushed to Lin Fan's side. Ladies and gentlemen, did you all see that? Just now a bolt of lightning struck and demolished the unfinished building. Lin Fan's eyes widened. He knew Xie Gang all too well, and at this moment he was surely trying to frame him. He strongly condemned such shameless behavior. He immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth. Xie Gang was calm and collected, raising his hand with a gesture. Boom. Thunder suddenly roared, illuminating the silent night sky as bolts of lightning the thickness of an arm struck down, hitting Lin Fan along with it. Xie Gang patted his chest, saying, Indeed, the real culprit is me, Lin Fan. I, Lin Fan, am utterly inhuman. I reflect on this. The unfinished building did not provoke me. It was purely an unwarranted disaster. Lin Fan, electrified from the strike, hurriedly argued, I. You. Xia Gang embraced Lin Fan, saying, Gongzi, why are you still buzzing? Lin Fan was left speechless for a long time. Xia Gang continued, I, Lin Fan, am simply heinous. I, Lin Fan, must pay respects to the unfinished building a year from today. Lin Fan was indeed pushed to his limits, shouting, I, Xia Gang, will eat shit. As soon as the words left his mouth, gasps of cold air echoed around. This was indeed a statement with a certain flavor. The crowd immediately cast disdainful glances at Lin Fan, mentally condemning the person named Xia Gang. Xia Gang's lips twitched. His fists clenched. Lin Fan, my son. Xia Gang, you bastard. You bastard, you turtle. You are the turtle, you old man. The two immediately clashed and began to fight. Zheng Haonan rushed in to mediate, but took 3 punches without managing to separate them. His face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves and joined the fray. Wang Haochen, witnessing the scene, secretly thought it was getting serious and hurriedly rushed in to break up the fight. It then escalated into a 4-person brawl. The onlookers couldn't help but pull out their phones and dial the Spiritual Management Bureau. There are 4 people fighting. The situation is severe. Please send someone quickly to intervene. Oh, are you all copying the cards? Then take your time, it's no problem. Wait, my car is parked on the side of the road. The scene became chaotic. By the time the Spiritual Management Bureau dispatched personnel, they found several members of the Special Spiritual Team entangled in a brawl. The formidable Special Spiritual Team Lung Fei and Lung Xiao were squatting by the roadside, fiddling with their bangs, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. They were hesitant to intervene. If they did, it could influence the crowd, but if they didn't, it would be worse. Ultimately, more than a dozen members were deployed to break up the fight. In the office of the commander of the Spiritual Management Bureau, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor and half-gray hair sat behind the desk, his face darker than a pot's bottom. He was Lu Chang'e, the commander of the Special Spiritual Team. Lu Chang'e looked at the 4 battered individuals before him, especially Zheng Haonan. I say, old Zheng, how old are you? Can't you control your emotions? Zheng Haonan lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. I reflect that scene made me lose myself. He wouldn't say that Xia Gang's punches were electrifying and Lin Fan's were solid and hard, igniting a fire in him. Lu Chang'e closed his eyes, truly unable to believe that 4 members of the Special Spiritual Team could end up in a brawl. If there were really grievances, they hadn't used any spiritual techniques at all, and if there were none, then real men would fight with fists. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again, his expression much more serious. All right, let's put this matter to rest. Lung Fei flicked his bangs and stepped forward. Actually, I intentionally let them escalate the situation. It's obvious that 4 members of the Special Spiritual Team fighting each other will certainly become the focus tomorrow. The mastermind behind this might not sit still. Lu Chang'e nodded. He knew very well that the top-ranking members of the Special Spiritual Team were not just strong. The 3 of them together could have 2,400 hard eyes. To others, this might seem like an internal conflict within the Special Spiritual Team, causing the unfinished building to collapse. However, to those with ulterior motives, they would see that they had kept the blood-sucking dwarfs there while the Special Spiritual Team happened to go there. Was this intentional or unintentional? Lung Fei snapped his fingers, looking at Lu Chang'e with a satisfied expression. The analysis is quite on point. Lu Chang'e pondered for a moment. This situation will yield one of 2 results. Either they believe that your actions were unintentional and the destruction of the unfinished building will lead them to open a new spatial node. Or they think you acted deliberately, fearing their own matters would be exposed, and they will return to investigate for clues. Regardless of which outcome it is, as long as the mastermind takes action, it won't escape our eyes. The 2 of them exchanged words, rendering Lin Fan and the others silent. What constitutes the upper echelons? Are they those blindly indulgent second-generation heirs, or those who inherit positions through generations? This is the true upper echelon, where every move holds profound significance, and every pore could be a discerning eye. Yet the analysis from the 2 was far from over. Lung Fei chuckled softly. In fact, we can also predict that they will remain passive, doing nothing at all. Lu Chang'e looked at Lin Fan and the others. So how should we punish these kids who have taken the blame? Lung Fei spread his hands. Conduct a population census. Lu Chang'e leaned back in a tactical manner, gasping. Are you saying that tedious work that no one wants to do, going door to door to find people and knock? He clicked his tongue. This punishment is too much for me to bear. Lung Fei smiled slightly. A population census could force them out. Lu Chang'e chuckled. Of course they need to use blood to refine spirits. How can they do it without raw material? If this has been happening for a long time, then there must be a supply chain behind it. If someone has a need, there will definitely be someone to supply it. The 2 reached a consensus and immediately issued orders. Lin Fan and the 9 intern team members, along with Zheng Haonan's team, a total of 12 people, were punished to conduct a population census and care for the homeless. This move not only helped regain lost goodwill, but also established a grand image of the Spiritual Management Bureau caring for the lower-class people. It was a win-win situation. When Lin Fan came out, he felt his head buzzing as if he was about to gain wisdom. It took him a moment to react. Damn, I forgot to ask for a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, ding dong. A total of 1,000 military merits were directly credited to Lu Change's account for them. Wang Haochen was somewhat excited. Damn, 10 million, that's quite a hefty sum. Lin Fan pouted and shook a finger saying, no, this is a hush money. The others chuckled. Lin Fan waved his hand. Though it's merely a few million, let's go, I'll treat you all to a meal. A roadside food stall. A group of 9 people pushed 2 tables together and sat down. Wang Haochen's eyes were filled with confusion. Is this it? You sounded so confident earlier, I thought you were taking us to a 5-star hotel. Lin Fan disregarded the pained expressions of the others and waved his hand grandly. We're all brothers today, it's my treat. Eat and drink as you please. Wang Haochen picked up the menu and ordered beef, fish, and shrimp without hesitation. Since they're here, they might as well enjoy the food. The others had no intention of holding back, either, each one ordering extravagantly, wanting to get 10 portions of everything on the menu. Lin Fan's bold smile was gradually fading. Fortunately, when it was Bai Chenxi's turn, she frowned slightly and pushed away the menu. I don't eat after 6 o'clock, afraid of gaining weight. Wang Haochen shrugged. Don't worry, you can eat it cold later. Bai Chenxi shot him a look that said, are you an idiot? Wang Haochen slammed the table. Believe it or not, cold food has no calories. Ji Shangxiang and Xiong Mimi exchanged glances, realizing the truth. Then ice cream is cold too, so it has no calories. The group burst into laughter. When the boss lady came to collect the menu, she sighed. Being young is great, my daughter. She sighed again, but soon smiled. Ordering so much will give you a discount. Wang Haochen waved his hand. Boss lady, don't give a discount. My brother Fan isn't short on money. Lin Fan jumped up anxiously. Discounts are a must. The boss lady laughed heartily. Perhaps it was because they were good for business as she got along well with them. Halfway through the meal, she brought a huge pile of skewers and a bottle of beer, joining them in drinking. Ji Shangxiang suddenly asked, Boss lady, you mentioned your daughter earlier. What happened? The boss lady's smile suddenly stiffened as she paused and downed her beer in one gulp. It's nothing serious, just that she went missing. I told her back then grade spiritual techniques aren't particularly strong. In this land of talent, how can she expect to stand out? However, it could also be because we were too dismissive of her that led to this. The boss lady wiped her face, shaking her head. No more talk about it. Many people go missing every year in the gates of the myriad races. My daughter is likely in grave danger. Bai Chenxi frowned slightly. Why is it considered missing and not a confirmed death? Ji Shangxiang hurriedly pulled Bai Chenxi, signaling her to stop talking. Isn't that just rubbing salt into the boss lady's wounds? The boss lady didn't seem to mind. Their life support equipment was damaged, so we can't confirm life or death, just missing. Bai Chenxi's gaze sharpened. Damaged? Did they report it to the Spirit Bureau for investigation? The boss lady nodded. Of course, they are very responsible. They went in once and brought back the life support equipment. Bai Chenxi put on a serious expression, took out her notebook, and pulled the boss lady aside to inquire in detail. At first, the boss lady was a bit confused, but when Bai Chenxi took out the special operations team credentials, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The two talked for a long time. Bai Chenxi returned with a serious expression. Everyone, this matter is not simple. I suspect it is related to the investigation we were assigned from above. Lin Fan fell silent. Is this some kind of joke? Working while having dinner. Bai Chenxi leaned closer to the group and lowered her voice. The currently open gates of the myriad races have been cleared by the spiritual energy army. Assessed for risks and life support equipment is distributed to scattered spiritual beings for entry to profit. During the time Lu Xiaomei went missing, the White Wing gate they entered had just been cleared with a very low danger. Yet an entire team of 18 people went missing. Their life support equipment was damaged, and there were signs of a struggle, as well as many corpses of White Wing spirit birds. Thus it was classified as the team being attacked by foreign races, resulting in equipment damage. Based on the repair data, the life support equipment did not record any death information indicating possible death, but likely missing. The group felt their drunkenness fade a bit. The White Wing Gate is merely a black iron level gate of the myriad races where elite spirit birds and spirit bird leaders are extremely rare, let alone spirit bird lords. An 18-person team would certainly have a silver level leader. How could they all be wiped out? Lin Fan stroked his chin. Did these spirit birds evolve? Ji Shangxiang couldn't help but slap Lin Fan, her tone serious. Be serious. I feel like Sister Bei's analysis isn't wrong this time. There is something suspicious about this matter. Lin Fan scratched his head, looking aggrieved. I am serious. Think about it, if the spirit birds hadn't evolved, how could they have targeted the life support equipment of 18 people? The group fell silent for a moment, then fell silent again. The first silence was due to the chilling implications of Lin Fan's words. The second silence was because they realized that within Lin Fan's seemingly unreliable words there were many details. For instance, during the previous investigation of the deceased, Lin Fan had made a joke and then suddenly pointed out a critical detail. This time it was the same. At first glance, being attacked by a flock of spirit birds damaging the life support equipment seems normal. But why was there not a single recorded death information? It's important to know that the life support equipment isn't very sophisticated. It just monitors the spiritual being's heartbeat and blood pressure and has a built-in transmitter that sends a coordinate message when the spiritual being dies. This information can be received and stored by all nearby life support equipment, and once these devices leave the gates of the myriad races, it will directly sync to the main console. The main console will handle the information determining how many people entered the gates of the myriad races and how many died, as well as where they died. If there were a large-scale death of spiritual beings, an investigation would have to be conducted to see if foreign races were gathering, preparing for a riot. This is the crux of the matter. Did the spirit birds evolve and realize that before killing spiritual beings they needed to destroy the life support equipment to prevent the main console from detecting death information, thus not triggering an alert? This is likely man-made. Wang Haochen took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Is it true that there are no corpses?" Bai Chenxi looked at Wang Haochen with an expression of disbelief. She was too lazy to respond to such a question. If there were corpses at the scene, how could there be a classification of possible death? It would certainly be determined as death. Bai Chenxi picked up her cup and took a sip of water. The higher-ups want us to do a census specifically investigating the missing persons, and this missing case is unusual. I suggest we list it as our investigation direction. Lin Fan thought of the boss lattice forced smile, clearly worried about her daughter, yet still had to smile and serve the customers, continuing with her life. He stood up and put on his jacket. Let's go, we're in big trouble. Tonight we need to work overtime and go through all the documents. Everyone stood up, looking at the boss lady with determined eyes, as if to say they must give this kind and pitiable boss lady an explanation. Before leaving, Lin Fan quietly threw a head-down squat at Wang Haochen. He snorted coldly. Did you, the fitness fanatic, only know how to eat high-quality protein? Those high-quality proteins are quite expensive, you know. Indeed, Lin Fan planned to run away from his debts. 10 million is enough to buy a platinum-level crystal core, and he still owes the system a lot of upgrade crystal cores, so he must save a bit. The crowd left with serious expressions, and no one noticed Wang Haochen squatting in place. 3 minutes later, Wang Haochen stood up holding the densely drawn menu with trembling hands. Which kind-hearted restaurant can serve food worth 1800? Almost of it was ordered by him. Then it's fine. Wang Haochen looked at the eager gaze of the boss lady. Of course, he couldn't run away from his debts, and took out his phone to pay. After walking a few steps, Wang Haochen couldn't help but roar, "Lin Fan, my son, I will not rest until we—" He hurriedly pursued Lin Fan and the others, but Lin Fan and his group walked very quickly, already back at the Spiritual Administration Bureau, diving into the archive room to browse through the files. Wang Haochen pushed open the door to the archive room and glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Then with a sliding move, he ran over and hugged Lin Fan's thigh. "Brother Fan, Dad Fan." Lin Fan immediately raised a finger to his lips. "Show." Just as Wang Haochen was about to say something, Bai Chenxi and the others all made a shushing gesture. He had a mournful face, and all his anger was vented onto browsing through the files, turning sorrow into motivation. The night passed in silence. At first, everyone still communicated, sorting out all the missing files and discussing a bit. But later, everyone's expressions became very serious. Since 2 years ago, missing person cases had become frequent, with most of the missing being black, iron, and bronze levels, and a few silver levels. Moreover, the awakened spiritual skills were all no higher than grade B. This was a line the awakened grade B spiritualists considered themselves to be of a higher class. Even if they did not have such an idea, those who could awaken to grade B or higher were all talents and would attract attention from multiple parties. In contrast, those below grade B, even grade C, might still have someone speaking to them, willing to take them to bravely traverse the gates of myriad races for a livelihood. As for those below grade C, they were all marginalized individuals. Even Lin Fan, he understood this deeply. With a poor family background, he had been bullied and belittled before awakening, and after awakening the whole class ridiculed him as merely someone destined to guard the toilet. He even became well known throughout the school as a waste. A grade B awakened spiritualist might be subject to thorough searches by the Spiritual Administration Bureau. and great awakened spiritualist's death would invoke an investigation due to their background. As for those without a background, impossible. At the moment of awakening, even if they had no background, there were plenty of spiritualist families willing to be their backing. However, no one cared about the lives of these people. How could the owner of the big restaurant seek justice for Lu Xiaomei? She didn't even have the ability to personally enter the gates of myriad races to search for her daughter's whereabouts. Lin Fan looked at the faint light on the horizon. A dawn was about to break, but at this moment, it was the darkest hour for the entire world. He touched the gun at his waist, feeling as if it suddenly had weight. He pushed the door and walked out. Just as everyone was about to ask him what he was doing, Lin Fan disappeared from their sight in an instant with a sudden burst of speed. At this time, it was also when most people were fast asleep. Lu Chongying was no exception. Over the years, he had to admit his old age, starting from the inability to climb 5 flights of stairs in one breath. He even thought about adjusting his office to the first floor through privileges. Moreover, he couldn't endure it anymore. The passion for cultivation was gradually fading away. Now nighttime was for sleeping, not sitting cross-legged to absorb crystal cores. Lu Chongying was snoring heavily when he suddenly felt his body stiffen, springing up in one go, his eyelids not even opening as he sensed a cold wind blowing in. Lu Chongying opened his eyes in confusion. No, he was sleeping. Oh, where did this come from? Looking around, it seemed to be the street near his home. Was he sleepwalking? Old Lu, let's have a chat. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. Lu Chongying held his head, moving from confusion to shock, then to a sense of despair, slowly uttering, Lin Fan, are you sick? I'm serious. I stayed up all night, and I was going through the data, looking at the files. I'm someone who gets sleepy when reading. How could I be unprecedentedly awake at this moment? Why do you think that is? Lu Chongying could only say one thing. Are you sick? Is it possible that you can't sleep? But I'm sleeping soundly. Lin Fan began to ramble on to himself. I can't sleep. Ooh, I empathize too much. Over the past 2 years, over 8,000 people have gone missing at the Black Iron Gates of myriad races, the one with the least danger. The survival equipment was damaged, and not a single death message was sent out. Doesn't this deserve suspicion? And those who awakened to grade D or E reported missing, and no one cared, just casually investigated, and then the files were sealed. Lu Chongying was initially angry and speechless. As he listened, his expression became much heavier. After a long pause, Lu Chongying sighed. He roughly understood what Lin Fan's disjointed ramblings were about. He interrupted Lin Fan's monologue. Let me ask you, do you know what tree roots look like? Lin Fan. Lu Chongying tried to move his body, his mobility restored. He supported his waist and stood up. It's a large mass buried deep in the soil, constantly intertwining, continuously extending new roots and entangling with other roots in the soil, firmly gripping the surrounding earth. Can you pull up a willow tree? Lin Fan waved his hand. Old Lu, do I look like my surname is Lu? Lu Chongying nodded. Exactly, you wouldn't pull up a willow tree, so you don't know how terrifying these roots are, deeply embedded underground, twisting and tangling. He didn't know how much Lin Fan understood, but he stepped forward and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. I have high. After you come here, Lu Chongying pointed above, there are high-ranking individuals who specifically instructed to take care of you, ensuring that you accomplish something real. He is indeed the captain of the Special Spirit Team, but not all members of the Special Spirit Team are under his command. They want obediently report all their investigations. Not to mention, many cases are being investigated by ordinary members of the Spiritual Administration Bureau. Perhaps someone investigated, or perhaps someone chose to ignore it. However, in summary, Lin Jishan has arrived. Lu Chongying patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Keep it up, I'll unravel this root, and then I'll take you with me to completely uproot it. Lin Fan looked at Lu Chongying in confusion. Old Lu, please say something clear. Lu Chongying stumbled, suppressing the urge to clench his fists, and smiled. What I mean is investigate thoroughly. Since you have found a lead, pursue it. Lin Fan walked away, lost in thought. Lu Chongying stood in the wind, quietly watching Lin Fan's figure fade from view. How did this kid manage to get me out without me noticing? Lu Chongying stretched lazily. As one ages, being awakened makes it hard to fall back asleep. He took out his phone and called Lung Fei. After a long time, Lung Fei finally answered. Still drowsy, he said. Old Lu, you're the one who sleeps less. Us youngsters just started to catch a nap, you know. Lu Chongying felt refreshed. He couldn't be the only one waking up. Clearing his throat, he said with a serious tone, just as we suspected, someone dares to raise blood-draining dwarfs in the capital. The implications behind this are vast. This group of kids has uncovered missing persons cases involving tens of thousands. The winds of the capital are about to stir. Lung Fei was silent for a moment. I hate your pretentiousness. I'm going to sleep. Please bother me during work hours. Lu Chongying checked the time. You have an early shift today at 8. Youngster, just 2 hours of sleep will refresh you. If you sleep for 2 hours, you'll be late. Damn it, old Lu, I'm hanging up. Lu Chang'e put away his phone, stood with his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance with deep eyes. A gust of wind blew and Lu Chang'e sneezed. I'll head back for a bit of sleep too. At the Ling Bureau training ground, Lin Fan stood before the crowd. Anyway, old Lu said there are too many roots. Oh, what's this about pulling out willows? Just this. The crowd didn't understand, but all gave a thumbs up. They genuinely wanted to applaud Lin Fan. It was still dark, yet he dared to wake the commander. Clearly he had some guts, and importantly the commander didn't seem angry. Bai Chenxi stood up, adjusting her glasses. My guess is about right. This matter likely involves many spiritual energy families with intertwined interests. That's why Captain Lu used roots as a metaphor. I suggest we stop investigating previous cases and focus on recent ones led by Lu Xiaomei, tracking them instead. Lu Xiaomei is the daughter of the food stall owner who went missing 7 days ago. She is the most recent case. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Investigating is pointless. We are all newcomers. Why not engage in some fishing law enforcement? Bai Chenxi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it's my oversight. After such a long time, even if there were clues, they've been cleared away. She took out some files and marked 3 locations on them. Let's divide into 3 teams. These 3 gates of the myriad races have the highest occurrence of missing cases. I believe there must be someone watching from behind the scenes here. The 3 gates of the myriad races are the White Wing Gate, Tun Mouse Gate, which is iron grade, and the Empty Gate, which is bronze grade. Lin Fan looked at the information for the Empty Gate and immediately chose it. I'm about to break through to silver grade. Oh, I choose this gate. Bai Chenxi pointed at the Tun Mouse Gate. We'll go here. Wang Haochen naturally chose the White Wing Gate. Their plan was simple: enter the gates of myriad races disguised and conduct fishing law enforcement. If they weren't being watched, they would patrol within the gates of myriad races, keeping an eye on some teams with lower spiritual skill levels to see if any missing cases would happen again. Lin Fan yawned. No way, I'm too sleepy. We'll set out in the evening. The others looked at the time. It was almost noon, and they suddenly remembered they hadn't slept all night, deciding to rest well before entering the gates of myriad races. Xie Gang stroked his chin, thinking of the empty snake. Isn't that snake soup? Then he must buy some ingredients. The group dispersed to rest. At night, outside the empty gate, Lin Fan and the others gathered. He looked at Ji Shangxiang and Xie Gang. Are you ready? Ji Shangxiang nodded seriously. I bought 2 space equipment pieces, 100 cubic meters, enough to hold many crystal nuclei. Xie Gang pulled out a clay jar, honey sauce, and 10 dozen spirit bird eggs. Making snake soup is no problem. Lin Fan chuckled. I spent a fortune on tents, grills, a complete set of outdoor camping gear. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling a bond of understanding among friends. Meanwhile, outside the other 2 gates of myriad races, Bai Chenxi and her team, after careful disguise, gathered their equipment ready to enter the Tun Mouse Gate. Final check: spiritual escape, gear dispersal gear, black, feather combat suits. Bai Chenxi went through a long list. Bai Fuguo didn't hear a word, just fiddling with his shiny black wig. Do I really need to dress up? Bai Chenxi pushed her glasses up. In the missing person cases, 70 involve females. Addressing everyone as women makes it easier to blend in. Bai Fuguo patted Bai Fuchen beside him. You too. Just as he spoke, he saw Bai Fuchen elegantly twirl around, admiring her attire in front of a mirror. Bai Fuguo instinctively withdrew his hand, his face filled with horror. No, this wasn't his usual cut. Bai Fuchen noticed Bai Fuguo's gaze, coughed lightly, and said in a high-pitched voice, I just want to get into character quickly, sister. She is right. Yes, that's it. Bai Fuguo twitched his lips. You truly are my good sister. On the other side, in front of the White Wing Gate, Wang Haochen was organizing his mobility gear, his face serious. Spirit birds can all fly. We can't outrun them on the ground, so mobility gear is especially important. We must protect it well. Xiong Mimi pouted, playfully patting Wang Haochen's shoulder. With a thud, Wang Haochen felt a weight on his shoulder and couldn't help but cough. Xiong Mimi huffed. Weak Captain Brother Gang said I'm delicate and don't have enough strength. Alright, this is entering the gates of myriad races, not a picnic. You all need to be serious. If we encounter a spirit bird lord, we'll be in serious danger. Wang Yu chimed in. Mimi, entering the gates of myriad races is no joke. Even a golden grade spirit user wouldn't dare say they would definitely return alive, remember that. The 3 stood ready, taking one last look at the White Wing Gate before stepping inside. Meanwhile, several men in black met. A bunch of clueless kids. Is mobility gear something ordinary people can equip? I'm also equipped. 3 people fully armed with gear that can withstand strong attacks and speed up spiritual recovery. I'm just afraid others won't see how formidable they are. There are indeed 3 hidden talents near the empty gate. I heard them say they prepared some outdoor camping gear. Are they going on a picnic? The group exchanged glances, and the leader stepped forward. Then it settled. We'll enter the empty gate. A big order has come in, and our performance pressure is enormous. A group of men in black nodded and dispersed. Before long, a team of over 100 appeared before the empty gate, taking advantage of the shift change to bypass the defense of the spiritual energy army and enter the empty gate. Be careful, it's the same as before. Will come out in 7 days. You cannot bring life support devices or mobile phones. Of violators will face death. It's the same routine. Remember to destroy the life support devices first, and then scatter once inside. This time, each team will have a gold level leader, and silver level spiritualists are also among our targets. After a brief exchange in low voices, the 100 or so individuals split into smaller teams, quietly dispersing into about a dozen groups. Soon one team moved forward with clear objectives, led by Feng Xiaodong, a gold-level powerhouse. Feng Xiaodong spread his hands, and a thread of blood flew silently ahead. Our target is 5 silver-level individuals, so we must capture those 3 little ones who were too relaxed before. He was referring to Lin Fan and the other 2. He had deliberately brushed past them earlier, leaving some tracking means on them. Now it was coming in handy. They have only been in for a few hours, and won't have gone far. If we accelerate, we will catch up with them soon. The group appeared relaxed. With 5 silver-level targets, capturing these 3 would reduce the goal by more than half. Their team of 10 had Feng Xiaodong as the gold-level leader, while the others were all silver-level. Dealing with 3 silver-level individuals was hardly a challenge. With a wave of his hand, Feng Xiaodong signaled everyone to accelerate. Half an hour later, Feng Xiaodong looked at the thread of blood still pointing straight ahead, frowning. Ahead lay a flat area with no sign of any human presence whatsoever. At least within 5 to 6 kilometers it was the same. Strange, why are these 3 kids running so fast? Feng Xiaodong was merely puzzled. However, they had 7 days, so wasting a little time wasn't a big deal. The group continued onward. 3 hours later they still found no trace. Feng Xiaodong vaguely felt something was off, but having pursued for 3 hours, wouldn't it be a loss to stop now? He led the team forward again, walking for another period, yet still discovered no sign whatsoever. The group was on the verge of breaking down. 5 to 6 hours had passed, and they had traveled over 100 kilometers. Feng Xiaodong hadn't even seen any footprints on the ground, or any signs of passage by others, nor traces of residual spiritual energy. If it weren't for the guidance of his own spiritual techniques, he might have doubted whether he was following the wrong direction. How odd! I refuse to believe that 3 silver-level individuals can have such speed. This isn't a flat run. There are empty snakes along the way, and if they ran recklessly, they would surely be surrounded by the empty snakes. A team member stepped forward to ask Captain Feng, "What should we do?" Feng Xiaodong waved his hand. "We've been pursuing for hours now. Oh, it's too late to talk about giving up now." The group once again followed the trail, sprinting desperately, putting all their effort into catching up with Lin Fan and the others. As they continued their pursuit, the group's frustration reached a boiling point. Originally, work was tedious enough without having to chase several silver-level individuals so laboriously. Meanwhile, at the base of a small hill sheltered from the wind and hidden, Lin Fan and the others set up a tent in this auspicious location. As soon as they entered, Lin Fan used his phase ability to dash forward, covering over 10 kilometers deep into the empty gate. Based on their experience, only by going deep enough into the gate of all races could they find good things. Some gates of all races extended for hundreds of miles. Others stretched for thousands of miles. However, many times no one would choose to venture deep into the gate of all races. After all, even in a black iron level gate, there could be royal level beings inside, which is quite dangerous. One could only say that Lin Fan and his friends, being new to the game, weren't afraid of tigers, as they ventured at least 400 miles deep. Lin Fan sat in the tent, holding a crystal core for cultivation. His aura became increasingly dense, and after a few minutes he trembled. The fluctuations of spiritual energy seemed to elevate instantly, as his spiritual energy overflowed, whipping up a gentle breeze. Lin Fan opened his eyes and clenched his fist. He had finally broken through to silver level. He had indeed spent a lot of time refining with the crystal core of the Bronze Overlord. However, it might be because of his system. Usually those who awakened dual spiritual techniques at the beginning would only have 2 when awakening, and each level gain still only provided 1 spiritual technique slot. Yet Lin Fan at bronze level already had 4 spiritual techniques, and he estimated that when he reached silver level, he would similarly have 2 technique slots. According to the system's nature, once I autonomously absorb a spiritual technique, the system will awaken a new one for me. I am quite looking forward to it. Lin Fan thought little of it, and rose to lift the tent flap. Seeing his beaming expression, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang immediately knew he had broken through. Before Lin Fan could speak, Xie Gang was the first to say, "Feiner, it said that there are rarely commander-level empty snakes, but when I checked around it was full of commander-level groups. Lin Fan was taken aback, all commander-level. You didn't see it wrong. Xie Gang nodded, am I going to brag about this? Ji Shangxiang also spoke solemnly, I can attest to that. At first I didn't believe it, but I went to see it myself, and it's true. The three exchanged glances, and then laughed without a hint of pressure. Commander-level empty snakes are equivalent to gold-level spiritualists, but so what? If they can't unleash their techniques, it would only take a bit of effort to deal with them. Lin Fan waved his hand, light the bonfire. It said that snakes hunt based on temperature, so we'll just wait nearby for the empty snakes to come to us. Xie Gang sprang up and dashed off into the distance. Thunder rumbled. The jungle ignited with lightning burning fiercely. Before long, several commander-level empty snakes appeared out of nowhere. This was the spiritual technique of the Empty Snake clan. Ordinary level had spatial piercing, only at the commander level would they gain a second technique, spatial refraction. Xie Gang looked at the surrounding commander-level empty snakes. Commander level can reach 6 to 7 meters in length, as thick as his thigh, their entire bodies dark blue, with a sharp horn on their heads, and their flat heads resembled gigantic shoehorns. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 commander-level empty snakes gathered around. Xie Gang licked his lips, his eyes filled not with fear of the empty snakes, but with a yearning for battle. He raised his hand to summon lightning, and his figure was instantly engulfed by the dense thunder. When the lightning dispersed, Xie Gang was surrounded by intertwined arcs of electricity, as if a garment covered his entire body. He slightly bowed, resembling a hunting dog lunging for prey, his hands claw-like. With a tiptoe, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. After he disappeared, the ground shattered, and violent spiritual energy whipped up, a whirlwind sweeping the surroundings. In the next moment, Xie Gang appeared above a group of empty snakes, pressing down with both hands as lightning coalesced into deadly claws, striking down suddenly. The commander-level empty snakes hadn't even reacted before the lightning tore them apart. The battle was about to commence. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Fan's competitive spirit ignited within him. Could Gongzi slay golden-ranked foes without his help? What about his 4 spiritual skills? Surely he could unleash chaos as well. Lin Fan and Ji Shangxiang exchanged glances, and in that moment, they both perceived the fierce battle intent in each other's eyes. In the next instant, they both shot forward simultaneously. Lin Fan activated his phase charge, conjuring the thunderclap void blade in his hand. With a swift shift, he traversed thousands of meters and leaped into the air, twisting his body to hurl the thunderclap void blade. With a dazzling pose, he even tidied his disheveled hair midair. The void blade, imbued with the tremendous kinetic energy of the phase charge, surged toward the dense mass of empty snakes. The leader of the empty snakes seemed to have sensed the threat, raising its head and flicking its tongue. Suddenly, a strange sense of layering appeared in the space, resembling dozens of transparent glass panes stacked together, blocking the path of the thunderclap void blade. The leader of the empty snakes unleashed its spiritual skill, space refraction. At the moment of collision, the thunderclap void blade exploded, intertwining thunder and space, resulting in a power that was far beyond a mere 11 effect. The two forces tore through dozens of layers of space refraction as effortlessly as ripping paper. After a brief pause, dozens more layers of space refraction emerged. After shredding through hundreds of layers of space refraction, the thunderclap void blade suddenly halted, then turned around, heading straight for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had sensed something amiss early on. With a quick dodge, he activated the phase charge and disappeared from his original spot, taking Ji Shangxiang along with him. With the aid of her spiritual energy equipment, Ji Shangxiang fired several cannon blasts, all of which were reflected back by the space refraction, crashing into the spot where she had just stood. If it weren't for Lin Fan's swift speed, Ji Shangxiang would have been in danger. Moments later, the two reappeared at their original position, both feeling a lingering sense of dread. Lin Fan spat, damn, this space refraction is too cheeky. Ji Shangxiang patted her chest, that scared me. This skill can actually reflect spiritual skills. Lin Fan glanced at Ji Shangxiang's chest and sighed deeply. Noticing his gaze, Ji Shangxiang instinctively straightened her posture. What are you looking at? Lin Fan spread his hand. Stop that. If you keep doing that, you'll end up seeing your own toes. Ji Shangxiang pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped his meaning. Is he implying that she's flat-chested? Lin Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lin Fan burst out laughing and turned to flee. However, Xie Gang's laughter was even louder as he crouched on the ground, slapping it with his hands. You guys are too funny. Two weaklings. You're killing me with laughter. After laughing, Xie Gang stood up, charged forward with a leap, and reappeared above the snake's swarm, raising his hands to the heavens. Behold my power. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. Violet lightning raged and crashed down, the sound deafening. Xie Gang's body crackled with arcs of electricity as he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of electricity that spread toward the snake swarm below. But before it could reach the snake swarm, dozens of layers of space refraction formed a bowl-like barrier blocking all the arcs of electricity. In the next moment, the electricity turned back, rushing towards Xie Gang. Xie Gang barely had time to react before the arcs returned to his body, the violent energy instantly scorching him black. His hair stood on end, and he convulsed, uncontrollably crashing to the ground. Even on the ground, he flopped around like a fish out of water. The surrounding empty snakes wouldn't miss this opportunity. Their sharp spikes released spatial fluctuations and instantly vanished from sight. Spiritual skill: space piercing. Xie Gang thought to himself that this was bad, but his entire body was paralyzed, leaving him unable to dodge. In a moment of crisis, crouch down and cover your head. Xie Gang vanished in a flash. In the next instant, dozens of empty snakes appeared where he had just been, their spikes piercing the ground, creating several deep craters. If Xie Gang had still been in that spot, he would have been smashed to pieces by those empty snakes. At that moment, he crouched in front of Lin Fan, who and Ji Shangxiang were laughing so hard they were doubled over. Let's Xie Gang pretend to shatter darkness with thunder. Gangzi, I didn't know you had a nickname called Darkness. Shattering darkness nearly shattered yourself. Xie Gang held his head in his hands, unable to move, his face flushed in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. The worst part is pretending only to get slapped in the face. He wanted to escape, but there was no way out. After a moment, Lin Fan decided to stop messing around. This space refraction was too powerful, and he needed to acquire this spiritual skill. Crouch down and cover your head. I can't skip this spiritual skill. In the next second, over 200 empty snakes suddenly appeared before Lin Fan. The empty snakes had no hands, their upper bodies stood upright, while their lower halves remained straight, resembling a series of rectangle symbols stacked together. Xie Gang was also bewildered. No hands. This spiritual skill can still work. Lin Fan waved his hand. Enough chatter, let's kill. I want to absorb the spiritual skill. He once again conjured the thunderclap void blade, his form blurred as he charged thousands of meters back to his original position and hurled the thunderclap void blade. Bang! The two violent forces intertwined, shredding through the leader of the 200 empty snakes. Lin Fan once more unleashed the crouch and cover skill, drawing in the empty snakes. One after another, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of empty snakes were crouching before them. Ji Shangxiang pulled out a tiger head cannon, loading it with a Golden Lord crystal core, using her faint spiritual energy to trigger the cannonball, firing madly. With the support of the Golden Lord crystal core, her firepower soared, turning the tiger head cannon into something resembling a machine gun. One shot could take out several empty snakes. After a while, Xie Gang regained his ability to move, gathering lightning once more as he charged back into. He gathered all the arcs of electricity swirling around him into his hands, resembling two chains of lightning. As he charged forward, he swung his arms, the lightning chains shredding through the empty snakes. Lin Fan simply sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously dispersing his perception while unleashing the crouch and cover skill. The empty snakes' space-piercing attacks were relentless. If they didn't control the empty snakes in front of them, they could be ambushed. He also pulled over a leader of the empty snakes, freeing one hand to unleash a flurry of punches, turning the empty snake into a defeated creature lying on the ground in despair. Only then did Lin Fan begin to absorb the spiritual skill. In a daze, he once again saw two as Lin Fan carefully sensed, aiming to select the space refraction skill. But in the next second, his spiritual energy shot out, transforming into two chains that locked onto the two stars, pulling them toward him. After a while, Lin Fan shook all over. His eyes shone with overwhelming joy. He had simultaneously absorbed the two spatial skills of the leader of the empty snakes. This meant that even at the silver level, he still possessed two spiritual skills. This is quite delightful. Even for royal-level spiritualists who awaken dual spiritual skills, they only have around 10 skills. If I continue to develop like this, I could have as many as 18 skills by the time I reach the royal level. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he split part of his consciousness to summon the system. Spatial piercing C grade, the power of space condensed, capable of inflicting piercing effects. Upgrade requirement 1000 silver level crystal cores. Spatial refraction C grade compresses space into a mirror surface, reflecting all attacks received from the front. Note: spatial refraction has a limit to the damage it can withstand. Upgrade requirement 1000 gold level crystal cores. Lin Fan's mouth twitched as he thought about his future upon seeing the upgrade requirements. To upgrade all 18 spiritual techniques to SSS grade, how many enemies would he need to defeat? Fortunately, the requirements for the crystal cores for upgrading these techniques were different. If they all required hundreds of thousands or millions of crystal cores, wouldn't he directly cough up blood? Then let's upgrade these two techniques first. Lin Fan opened the spatial equipment. This time he aimed to break through to silver level and had long prepared some black iron to gold level crystal cores. However, it seemed that black iron and bronze were no longer needed. He immediately absorbed all of them, increasing both spatial refraction and spatial piercing by 1. Spatial piercing B-grade the power of space condensed capable of inflicting piercing effects. Upgrade requirement 10,000 gold level crystal cores. Spatial refraction B-grade compresses space into a mirror surface reflecting all attacks received from the front. Note spatial refraction has a limit to the damage it can withstand. Upgrade requirement 10,000 platinum level crystal cores. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, staring incredulously at the system panel. This description had no real difference at all. No wonder the crystal core requirements for the upgrade were so low, it turned out to be so subpar. It was likely that the strength of the techniques was changing, such as a stronger piercing effect or a higher tolerance for the space mirror. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan realized he still had some gold-level cores left, and he immediately absorbed and enhanced them again. Spatial piercing A-grade the power of space condensed capable of inflicting piercing effects. Upgrade requirement 100,000 platinum-level crystal cores. His anxious heart finally calmed, however there was still no real change. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, feeling as if absorbing these two techniques had been a waste. However, he had heard that once spiritual techniques reached grade S, none of them were weak. Perhaps strengthening them to grade S would bring about changes. He counted on his fingers and felt a bit defeated. How long would he have to keep killing? Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. These several techniques seemed to create a decent combination. Lin Fan jumped up and released the head-down squat technique 10 times in one breath, directly controlling 2,000 empty snake liters. Let me try my new spiritual technique. Xie Gang and Ji Shanxiang were also tired and nodded, temporarily stopping. Lin Fan stretched his neck and vanished from the spot. Xie Gang was taken aback. Isn't this still the phase charge? But in the next second, several spatial refractions suddenly appeared around the snake swarm. Lin Fan charged directly into the spatial refraction, using the phase charge, then suddenly changed direction and dashed toward the next spatial refraction. This continued in a loop. In an instant, he completed several direction changes, sketching out several azure afterimages among the snake swarm, forming a pentagram shape. Immediately after, those azure afterimages vanished. Where they had passed, the empty snake leaders exploded into a mist of blood, and the crystal cores fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan paused for a moment and raised his hand to unleash another thunder-cleaving blade. Boom. With a loud bang, several more empty snake leaders were shredded. Xie Gang and Ji Shanxiang gaped incredulously, watching Lin Fan. The destructive power was simply explosive. The empty snake leaders that passed were shattered like tofu. How many had been killed by this strike? They reflected on their previous killing efficiency and thought it was already high, but compared to Lin Fan's combination technique, it was nothing. The phase charge spanned thousands of meters in an instant, like teleportation, extremely brief. But in that short time, how many empty snake leaders had Lin Fan killed? Xie Gang shook his head, coming to his senses. My brother Fan, what incredible technique have you developed? Lin Fan raised his chin. This feeling was exhilarating. After all, previously he was just Lin Fan's son, but now being called brother made him feel utterly comfortable. Spatial piercing allowed the space bubbles condensed from the phase charge to carry piercing effects. I wouldn't have dared to do this before. He hadn't dared to charge before because the space bubbles were a bit fragile. Once the space bubble shattered, that violent power of space would harm them instead. It could even be said to be self-destructive. Similarly, he hadn't dared to charge with the thunder-cleaving blade. If the thunder-cleaving blade touched the enemies, it would first puncture the space bubble. However, this combination technique couldn't be released multiple times. After all, this set of combination techniques meant he had to release the head-down squat technique several times under the enhancement of the spiritual technique, lay out the battlefield, and then condense many spatial refractions. The key point was that spatial refraction couldn't just be one surface, it had to be laid out multiple surfaces in the same direction. Given such a rapid speed, his neural reflexes couldn't keep up with the simultaneous release, so he could only predict a rough area in advance. Counting it up, this wave meant at least 30 releases of spiritual techniques along with 30 enhancements. A wave of geometric killing combination techniques meant 60 releases of spiritual techniques. Lin Fan was only at silver level, and his spiritual power wasn't enough to execute the combination techniques several times. But it all boiled down to one word: cool. Let's continue. I need to recover my spiritual power. Lin Fan sat down on the spot, absorbing the crystal cores while performing the head-down squat. Now at silver level, he couldn't absorb gold-level crystal cores for cultivation and recovery, but he could absorb the bronze-level cores scattered around. Without further ado, Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang began to kill again. However, this time both of them felt a bit distracted. Ji Shangxiang felt some melancholy. Her spiritual technique system belonged to the sealing type, which destined her to not provide much combat power. Previously, Lin Fan also tended toward support and sealing, and she didn't mind much. But this time, seeing Lin Fan's display, she worried about the growing gap between them. I have to work harder to save money for stronger spiritual equipment. Xie Gang had the same thought. He had always been with Lin Fan, fearing that one day Lin Fan would surpass him by too much, creating a distance between them. I need to cultivate hard and choose a stronger spiritual technique at gold level, so I won't fall too far behind Fan. The three of them fought fiercely. Not far away, a group of men in black hid behind a hillside, trembling. They had chased Lin Fan and his companions for most of the day out of anger, and finally found them. Feng Xiaodong took out a vial of red reagent, his gaze sharp. Following our usual method, we will use the juice of the blood spirit fruit to attract the foreign tribes, drain their spiritual energy, and capture them effortlessly. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed. They had successfully executed this plan dozens of times before, and this time would surely be no different. Feng Xiaodong handed the red reagent to a teammate beside him. The teammate took it, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes. His form flickered and suddenly transformed into a pool of black liquid that fell to the ground, quickly seeping into the surface and vanishing without a trace. The man reappeared behind Lin Fan, directly uncapping the red liquid and splashing it toward him. Lin Fan was still focused on unleashing spiritual techniques to restore his energy. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. A strong stench of blood spread out, and the acrid odor made him furrow his brow, instinctively holding his breath. Brother, enjoy the gift we have prepared for you. Once your spiritual energy is exhausted, you will have no choice but to surrender. Lin Fan quickly turned his head to see a man drenched in black liquid waving at him. Before he could react, the man suddenly disintegrated into a pool of black liquid that seeped into the ground, disappearing from sight. Lin Fan raised his hand, wanting to unleash a spiritual technique, but hesitated and stopped. They had come here to fish for law enforcement. Now that the mastermind had appeared, wasn't it just what he desired? A faint smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips, and in an instant his face revealed a look of anger. Damn, who threw this stuff on me? It stinks terribly. He constantly looked around, seemingly searching for the person who had attacked him. After a while, unable to find anyone, Lin Fan stomped his feet in frustration. In the distance, Feng Xiaodong and his group watched the scene, their faces filled with mockery. They're just a bunch of kids, too naive. They've got some bizarre stuff on them, and they aren't running away. Look at him stomping his feet in a fit of rage like an impotent fury. This is hilarious. Once their spiritual energy is exhausted and they are caught, that will be true hell. As these words were spoken, a shiver ran through the crowd, seemingly recalling something terrifying. Feng Xiaodong laughed triumphantly. Feeling good after chasing for over 10 hours, the prey is about to walk straight into the trap. The crowd smirked in unison, revealing sinister smiles. Meanwhile, Lin Fan flashed to the side of Xie Gang and Ji Shangxiang, briefly recounting what had just happened. Surrounding them, the empty snakes had increased in number, no longer just the elite and regular ones, but swarms of them. They were densely packed, making it impossible to determine their true numbers. Lin Fan stroked his chin. The trouble is, we have no idea how many of them came. Then let them catch it. Huh. When they take me to their lair, I'll shatter the darkness with a single strike of thunder and blow up their hideout. Ji Shangxiang slapped the back of Xie Gang's head. Are you stupid? They probably have sealing equipment. Once your spiritual energy is sealed, how will you shatter the darkness? Should we rename it to darkness again? Lin Fan and Xie Gang exchanged glances, falling silent. Ji Shangxiang was taken aback. You didn't consider the sealing equipment. Lin Fan turned his head away awkwardly. How could we not consider it? We said we would use the fishing method, so of course. His voice grew softer, and the last words were nearly inaudible. Ji Shangxiang rubbed her forehead, feeling exasperated. Lin Fan had not anticipated it, nor had Xie Gang. It seemed the intellectual responsibility of the team was about to kick in. A ruthless glint flashed in Ji Shangxiang's eyes. Now that we've baited them, we will catch them all. She pulled Lin Fan and Xie Gang closer, whispering instructions. We will continue to kill the empty snakes until our spiritual energy is exhausted. Of course, I have a backup plan, so you don't need to worry. Once they appear, we will immediately pursue them with the empty snakes. Those that fell on Lin Fan should have a fatal attraction to the empty snakes. Wherever we go, the empty snakes will surely gather in large numbers. Then it will be our turn to counterattack. You just need to. The two of them looked increasingly bright-eyed, nodding frequently. Lin Fan came back to his senses, and when he looked again, the empty snakes had already surrounded them in layers, sealing off all escape routes. If it weren't for the many empty snakes crouching and covering their heads, they would have attacked long ago. Kill. Since there was no need to conserve spiritual energy, Lin Fan decided to stop pretending. With his current silver-level strength, he could unleash the geometric explosion 3 times at most. However, having used one previously, and considering the subsequent consumption, he gritted his teeth thinking he could manage 2. Lin Fan raised his hand and pressed down. As the crouching empty snakes continuously released energy this time, he controlled the empty snakes to appear in the sky. In the next second, it was as if the sky was raining empty snakes continuously falling to the ground and stacking up together. Lin Fan felt as if he was playing a version of Tetris with only right-angled edges. Before long, a large area of the snake swarm was cleared, all stacked together. Lin Fan stretched his neck, gestured toward the sky, and formulated a plan in his mind. He activated phase burst again, and a series of spatial reflections appeared both on the ground and in the sky, but this time they were angled. The azure light instantly crashed into the pile of snakes, penetrating through it in the blink of an eye and striking a spatial reflection. Following that, the light was actually rebounded to a high altitude, once again passing through the stacked snakes. The light traversed back and forth, drawing geometric shapes in the air. When Lin Fan returned to his original position, the pile of snakes suddenly erupted in a cloud of blood mist, completely disintegrating. One by one, the empty snakes fell to the ground, and then the empty snakes above them fell again onto their companions. It was like a game of stacking. The empty snakes at the bottom were even crushed into a meat patty. Lin Fan unleashed another geometric explosion. Previously, he had played with spatial geometry. This time around, the pile of snakes, 30 to 40 spatial reflections, stood upright in a row. Lin Fan's phase burst created a zigzagging azure light that reflected dozens of times within the pile of snakes. In the next second, the snake pile, enveloped by the spatial reflections, exploded into a blood mist, all forcibly shattered. Lin Fan returned to his original spot, panting heavily, but immensely satisfied with his masterpiece. It was a killing frenzy, pure madness. If only he had enough spiritual energy, he could unleash this geometric kill to perfection. All this seemed lengthy, yet it only took a few seconds. Seeing Lin Fan finish his performance, Xie Gang stomped the ground, shattering it, and leaped high into the air, drawing in bolts of lightning. Then, like a cannonball, he smashed into the snake swarm. In an instant, lightning erupted and arcs of electricity danced within a radius of hundreds of meters.